Chapter 1 I Choose You. Bang bang bang. A knock on the door. UK opened the door, yawning and still half asleep. Shingsa? UK opened his mouth in surprise. He quickly covered his mouth, he hadn't brushed his teeth yet. Why would this stunningly beautiful woman, with whom he had no contact or conversations for the past 3 years, suddenly show up at his door? Aren't you going to invite me in? Shingsa forced a smile onto her exquisitely beautiful face. Please come in, please come in. UK quickly stepped aside to make way. I choose you. Just as UK closed the door, Shingsa's voice came from behind him. Choose me? What? UK turned around and asked in confusion. I choose you as the object of my procreation and sexual intercourse before my graduation. The clear, cold sound, like a straight line, trembled slightly. Her exquisitely beautiful face had a pair of almond-shaped eyes that blinked rapidly twice. Her ears, partially hidden by a few strands of hair, were also slightly flushed. UK was startled again. No, me? You got 2 A+ grades and chose me, who got 2 C's? You're the most beautiful girl in this year's class. Out of 1,681 boys in this year, who doesn't consider you their dream girl? You choose me? UK stammered, pointing his right index finger at his nose, his eyes widening dramatically, his mouth so big it could fit a fist, his face full of disbelief. At that moment, all his drowsiness vanished. Shingsa nodded gently, her eyes resolute. That's right, it's you. UK stared intently at Shingsa for a long while, then solemnly said, It is now the year 4046 of the Homeland calendar, the year 2001 of the last century. Is that right? Shingsa nodded. That's right. UK continued, This is my home. The 17th basement level of the Dark City, 17 FC 1203. You haven't come to the wrong place, have you? Shingsa nodded again, I didn't make a mistake. Isn't this perfectly normal? UK looked up at the ceiling, then looked around to confirm that this was his home and that he was in reality. UK looked at Shingsa again and found that this usually aloof and proud beauty was not wearing her training uniform, but instead wearing a light blue tight-fitting long dress that showed off her exquisite curves. Her hair was also carefully styled, no longer simply tied up, but half loose, with a few strands hanging down beside her cheeks. Her eyebrows and eyes were also subtly made up. Her pink lips were even coated with lipstick. This made Shingsa's flawless face even more charming and alluring. UK's Adam's apple bobbed, and his heart raced. The person before him was truly breathtakingly beautiful, and moreover, he might have awakened at least an S-rank talent. To say that UK was unmoved would be a complete lie, the biggest lie in Wugwang City. But UK always had a strange feeling about him. This feeling made him very uneasy. I have to apologize to you. Those rumors you heard were just me bragging, UK said, scratching the back of his head and grinning awkwardly. What? Shingsa sat down on the only sofa in the small living room and looked up curiously. I was just bragging about being 21 plus and stuff. You probably came to me because you believed those rumors, UK said awkwardly. What 21 plus? Shingsa blinked her beautiful big eyes and asked again with curiosity, her face full of thirst for knowledge. I mean, arm circumference. UK blushed and made up a story on the spot. He knew he had misunderstood. I chose you for all 3 of my opportunities to have children. I also chose you as my only sexual partner for the past 3 months. According to Articles 3, 5, and 9 of the Transcendental Mo Graduation Act, you have no right to refuse. Shingsa stared straight at UK with her big eyes and said in a serious and solemn tone. After speaking, Shingsa lowered her head, extended her left arm to reveal her personal terminal, and continuously swiped and clicked with her right hand. Ding ding ding. Mr. UK, you have a new message. Please check it as soon as possible. Ding ding ding. Mr. UK, you have a new message. Please check it as soon as possible. UK ran back to the bedroom and picked up the personal terminal from the bedside table. Mr. UK, Miss Shingsa has chosen you as her partner for 3 separate pregnancies before graduation. According to relevant regulations, you have no right to refuse. Mr. UK, Miss Shingsa has chosen you as her sexual partner for the 3 months leading up to her graduation. Based on gender and hierarchical priority, and according to relevant regulations, you have no right to refuse. Ding ding ding. Important notice, due to Miss Shingsa's exclusive right to choose her reproductive and sexual partners, Mr. Yuk, you will not be entitled to choose or accept other reproductive and sexual partners within 3 months prior to graduation. Ding ding ding. Special note, if you are unable to fulfill your obligations due to psychological or physical problems, please go to the first hospital for examination and verification within 1 day, and submit the test results to the 17th Floor Management Committee, as well as the Wugwangcheng Family Planning Office and Household Registration Office. Deficiencies. As an old soul who had transmigrated to a parallel world, UK was also completely bewildered at this moment. Upon waking up in the life pod, UK was immediately stunned by what he saw. A scene resembling the human battery power plant in the Matrix suddenly came into view. A dense, endless array of transparent life-saving capsules. Inside the capsule are countless embryos and infants ranging from 0 to 5 years old. Having survived 5 near-death evolutions, UK barely made it through each one, thus managing to live to the age of 20. To this day, in the remaining and incomplete files, 2 lines of large, eye-catching text are clearly marked. Innate aspect, C. Potential for future development, C. And Chingsa, is. Innate abilities, A+. Potential for future development, A+. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Chingsa will at least have an S-rank talent after awakening. And myself. UK felt his brain was not getting enough oxygen. He shook his head vigorously. A touch of absurdity, and a hint of secret delight, quietly grew in his heart. Can I ask why? UK forced down the excitement in his heart and asked. Does that matter? I think what matters is whether you have psychological problems, or physiological problems? Chingsa said calmly, her hands clasped in front of her knees. Of course not. There's definitely no problem. I'm sure. UK hurriedly shook his head, waving his hands repeatedly, then looked at him with certainty and said confidently. All right. Let's begin. Chingsa stood up. UK stared wide-eyed as the light blue, form-fitting long dress slowly slipped off. With AA+ qualifications, how could the decision-making be so decisive and the execution so efficient? As the scenery before him grew ever more magnificent, UK took a deep breath. With his dual C-level qualifications, he couldn't afford to fall too far behind. He stopped overthinking and decided to follow Chingsa's lead, swiftly ripping off his t-shirt with one hand. Do you need me to teach you? No need, I'll figure it out myself. UK's waist once again experienced the bittersweet, stiff feeling of his first love in his previous life. Although he is already a new human in his nascent form, his physical strength is 8 times that of a normal human. However, the almost uninterrupted high-intensity exercise for 10 consecutive hours still took its toll on him. It felt good, but also a little sour. Faced with Chingsa, who was like a goddess, or even a goddess, UK simply couldn't stop. Just like in the previous life, boys quit playing games, and girls wanted to lose weight. One last game, one last meal. For 3 whole days, UK and Chingsa stayed in his small 1-bedroom apartment, never leaving the house, their days and nights reversed. Every 2 years, the 17th floor of Wugwang City, the Purdue University campus, is like this. As 3,127 newly evolved human beings, they have an obligation to leave behind a spark for human civilization. In the year 2046 of the Earth's calendar, several rounds of human-machine battles led to a global nuclear radiation crisis, and the Earth's core was torn apart, triggering the Great Expansion Cataclysm. At the start of the last century, Earth grew 10 times larger, and countless species went extinct. Almost all the surviving organisms, including humans, were transformed into mutants by the radiation. A small number of pure-blooded humans, through foresight or luck, were able to go underground and successively build 12 giant fortresses, each capable of housing 80 million people. However, under the increasingly severe radiation environment and attacks from countless powerful aberrations, despite humanity's efforts to reproduce, after 1,000 years, each fortress had an average of 30 million survivors, with an average lifespan of less than 50 years. In order to preserve their race and civilization, the increasingly weakened human race had no choice but to launch the New Human Project. This involves accelerating the growth and evolution of new humans through gene optimization and life capsule cultivation technology, combined with scientific indoctrination technology and extreme human training. The university in each fortress city serves as the final implementation base for this plan, training approximately 2,000–4,000 new humans who adapt to the new environment on Earth every 2 years. Upon graduation, they have an obligation they must fulfill. It means lifting the nearly 20-year-old physical restriction and leaving behind high-quality seeds for humanity. Based on the female ovulation cycle, the time frame is set at 3 months. During these 3 months, male and female graduates can choose to match and have offspring. Furthermore, if one successfully awakens and evolves into a transcendent being, then for the next 30 years, if one does not die and one's body has a pollution level of less than 2%, women must submit 3 eggs per year, while men, for their own convenience and for selection considerations, must submit 10 sperm. Why me? Looking back 20 years, you were always the undisputed number one in both academics and looks. I'm just a trashy double C. UK gently stroked Ching-Se's smooth and glossy back with his fingers and asked again. He was somewhat worried that he might have revealed something. I'll tell you a year from now, if both of us are still alive by then. Ching-Se lay languidly on Yuke's broad, sturdy chest, like a gentle cat. 1 year from now? UK pressed on annoyingly. As expected, Ching-Se did not answer, but pinched UK's waist and bit him on the chest. She changed the subject. Are you aware of the new hypothesis that the sun is 1.67 times larger? UK was stunned. The sun had gotten bigger too? He didn't even know that. Beep beep beep. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. The alarm communicator above the main entrance to the living room suddenly went off. Chapter 02 Rat Tide in Bat Sea. The piercing alarm sounded like a splash of ice water, instantly extinguishing the tender and romantic atmosphere in the room. Level 1 alert? Massive aberration invasion? UK jumped out of bed with a start, his movements so swift they didn't seem like those of a double C rating person. Ching-Se reacted even faster than him. Almost at the third alarm, she was already dressed in her light blue dress, her eyes serious, a stark contrast to her languid demeanor just seconds before. Battle Situation Report: approximately 50 million bone-eating rats and 30 million howling banshee bats have invaded the central circular well. 80 million mutant beasts. UK and Ching-Se's mood became heavy at this moment. UK had already put on his combat uniform and was waiting with Ching-Se for the alarm to sound the battle order. Level 1 and 2 adaptees, please reassure the residents, elderly, children, and patients in your respective communities. Level 3 and 4 adaptees, please proceed to the plaza in Area D on the 70th floor within 20 minutes. New human Mo forms and transcendent beings, please report to the 50th floor, Area A plaza within 10 minutes. Reconstructors, please be sure to. The countdown has begun. Upon hearing their assigned mission, UK and Ching-Se quickly went out. The doors on both sides opened almost simultaneously, and a man and a woman ran out from each. They were classmates with UK, but not close, they were merely nodding acquaintances. When they saw UK and Ching-Se leaving together, they all looked on in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. The two boys, in particular, after seeing Ching-Se, glanced at UK, their eyes filled with undisguised envy and jealousy. The two girls were initially surprised, but then became even more surprised. Oh my god! The god of sleep, he actually hooked up with a goddess? After UK caught a quick glance from the two men and two women running towards him, his mood inexplicably became less heavy. Wait for me. Come with me. Ching-Se grabbed UK's arm, stared into his eyes as she spoke, and then pushed off with her feet, running at high speed. Her graceful figure moved like a gust of wind, quickly overtaking the two couples ahead. UK also started running, at a speed 8 times the limit of a normal person, his two long legs creating multiple images. The school's armory is in the FA area, not far away, about 5 kilometers away, a 5-minute walk. Those below the level of Transcendent are not permitted to use melee weapons in the face of a beast-tide attack. Even the adorable creature that is just one step away from becoming a Transcendent being can only participate in the battle as a shooting warrior. Their physical abilities are at most 10 times the normal human limit, which is far too great compared to those who surpass them by at least 30 times. When UK arrived, all 20 windows were open at the same time. Although there were already over 1,000 people present, there was almost no need to queue. Everyone moved as if on 5 times the normal speed. They were all in a hurry, and if a level 1 adapter were present, it would be almost impossible to see the expressions on their faces. The entire scene was quiet and busy, but an invisible sense of panic and heaviness was growing and spreading in people's hearts. Soon it was UK's turn. After automatically scanning his iris, UK connected his personal terminal to the window sensor. 10 seconds later, UK received a high-frequency Punisher shotgun, 2 Hummingbird heavy pistols, and an Iron Rain grenade launcher. In addition, there are 10 ammunition boxes as tall as the person. This is the standard equipment for a cute character with dual C-level attributes during wartime. A minute later, Ching-Se easily found UK waiting in the corner. She carried 2 Guardian energy guns on her back, and 2 energy pistols were tucked into holsters at her waist. 2 energy core cartridges hung above her buttocks. This is the standard requirement for AA certification. Let's go. During the mating season for soon-to-be graduates, temporary couples can form their own teams. As Chingsa spoke, she started running, grabbing the 2 boxes of ammunition in front of UK. UK immediately followed. Watching Chingsa's slender figure running in her combat uniform, the cold metallic luster under the lights accentuated her curves. The uniform clung to her body, outlining her sexy figure and showcasing a unique beauty of power as she ran at high speed. UK felt a sense of disorientation, and a feeling of unreality arose once again. Inside the cabin of a vertical high-speed train, everyone sat solemnly, many in pairs. It seemed that many had already been secretly flirting before the restriction on physical contact was lifted. UK glanced at his best friend Feiyu, who was sitting diagonally in front of him. Feiyu had already noticed UK and Chingse, who was sitting next to him. Feiyu winked at UK and quietly gave a thumbs up with his right hand on his knee. UK raised an eyebrow, tilted his head, and gave a smug look that said, "I'm awesome, aren't I?" 4 minutes later, the train arrived at the 50th floor. 2 minutes later, everyone on the bus arrived at Area A Plaza. Nearly 50,000 transcenders had already gathered in the square, all wearing black helmets and armor, and almost all of them were about 2 meters tall. Their combat uniforms were thicker and more layered. It's less of a combat suit and more of an ultra-lightweight mech suit. Each person carries 2 extra thick, extra long, and extra large energy guns, with 4 energy core boxes hanging from their waists and 2 more textured energy pistols at their sides. Upon seeing that all personnel were in place, the commander on the 50th floor immediately issued a deployment order. UK and Chingse, along with other soon-to-be graduates, will remain at the central Roundwell Defense Station, which is closest to Station A. After passing through a 120-meter-long corridor with 6 gates, UK and Chingse entered a U-shaped firing position. In front of the fortifications, a fully armored warrior stood holding a gun. Beep beep beep. The horde of aberrant beasts will arrive at floor 48 in 1 minute. All units are requested to prepare for attack. This message was automatically displayed on personal terminals. Boom! The central circular well, with a radius of 5 kilometers, was instantly filled with high-temperature flames spewing from countless small holes in the tunnel wall. A sickening scraping sound came from deep above the pipe, like 1,000 fingernails scraping against metal at the same time. The hissing sound grew louder as it approached, and soon, countless densely packed bone-eating rats, emitting a ghostly green phosphorescence, crawled or flew towards them. In the intense heat and flames, they were either severely injured or killed, falling down like raindrops covering the sky. More bone-eating rats charged toward the protruding fortifications inside the pipe wall. UK picked up the Iron Rain grenade launcher and fired a high-explosive grenade at the very center of the upper pipe. A piercing, explosive sound rang out. As more bone-eating rats die, more surviving ones are washed into the vicinity of the pipe walls. UK picked up the high-frequency Punisher shotgun and fired continuously at the nearest dense area of bone-eating rats. In situations like these, what's needed isn't just accuracy, but also quick reflexes. Each second must consist of at least 8 single shots. Each shot must hit the nearest densely packed area. The bone-eating rat, which can both fly and climb, has an astonishing speed in both flight and crawling. Therefore, calculating dense intersection points in highly dynamic environments requires the most reactive force. Countless limbs and pieces of flesh flew through the air with a sizzling sound, then turned into black particles or even dust in the high-temperature flames. The weapon in UK's hand is purely physical destruction. The energy gun in Chingse's hand is even more powerful, containing chemical destructive properties. When the beam of light hit or swept across the bone-eating rats, almost all of them turned to ashes. Blood, ashes, and severed limbs rained down onto the transparent protective shield of the fortification. Urgent notice, the beast tide contains approximately 10 million super-grade aberrant bone-eating rats, 200 bone-eating rat kings, and approximately 10,000 howling bat kings. Forced speech from personal terminal. UK's heart tightened again. The shooter ahead paused noticeably in his shooting motion. The super-grade deformed bone-eating rat has only appeared in the last 10 years, and its size is 10 times that of the ordinary bone-eating rat. Its gnawing ability is dozens of times greater than that of ordinary bone-eating rats, and the acid in its mouth can quickly corrode special steel. The bone-eating rat king is as big as a calf, moves very quickly, and is quite intelligent. Whether you will encounter the bone-eating rat king depends on luck. However, according to probability, UK and Changse are bound to encounter the super-aberrant bone-eating rat. These bone-eating rats are almost immune to the chemical penetration of energy guns. UK quickly stepped forward, leaned his shoulder against Chingse, and pushed her backward. Then, during the continuous firing, he gestured to Chingse to switch places with him. Chingsa's cold, sharp gaze softened slightly when it met Yukei's somewhat forceful eyes. After a moment's hesitation, Chingsa ultimately chose to obey Yukei's wishes and moved to Yukei's original position. Yukei dragged the armor-piercing ammunition box to his front and quickly changed the magazine. Armor-piercing shotgun shells are most effective against super-grade aberrant creatures. The core of the Beyonder lightweight mecha head emitted a dazzling light, its entire body radiating a serene glow. He noticed the subtle movements behind him, glanced back, and saw no expression visible beneath the helmet. While the high-specification energy gun of the Transcendent is still effective against super-grade aberrant beasts, it can no longer cause widespread death. The previously emitted beam of light, as thick as an arm, was adjusted to the size of a straw to increase its penetrating power. Yukei's high-frequency shotgun barrel was already red-hot, so he had no choice but to switch to a two-handed Hummingbird heavy pistol. This pistol has a range of 4 kilometers, a magazine capacity of 60 rounds, and is generally used for rapid fire. However, it can usually only cause minor injuries. The skin and flesh of the bone-eating rat are abnormally hard and thick, making them particularly resistant to physical attacks. Yukei looked up at the central circular well. Countless beams of energy guns and countless bullets weaved and intertwined in the flames, while countless bone-eating rats hissed and spread downwards like a black tide. Suddenly, the black tide lightened in color. Yukei was shocked it was the howling banshee bats swooping down. The sonic attacks emitted by these mutated beasts can interfere with the human nervous system, causing dizziness, loss of concentration, and inability to react in battle. Even low-level transcendents must avoid them. A large number of howling banshee bats flew rapidly toward the fortifications where Yukei was located. Yukei quickly put on the special earmuffs, a strange look flashing in his eyes. Once they break into the 2,000-meter mark, even those who can overtake them will have to back down. Yukei no longer fired in bursts, but instead fired rapid bursts. With each shot, a bone-eating rat's head explodes and it falls to the ground. Within a minute, Yukei killed nearly 600 of them. Chingsa, who was also firing at high frequency behind him, glanced at Yukei with a look of surprise in her eyes. "Watch out! Back off!" A tense and terrified voice suddenly came from the earmuff. Just then, an enormous black shadow tore through the flames and the swarm of rats, hurtling towards the fortifications with breathtaking speed. It was about the size of a calf, its scarlet eyes fixed intently on the remaining gaps within the fortifications. Chapter 3: Life or Death. "Holy shit!" Yukei blurted out instinctively. "Bone-eating rat king." The Transcendent one ahead reacted extremely quickly, leaping up suddenly and wielding a gleaming silver alloy broadsword in both hands as he slashed down fiercely. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. However, this strike was ultimately too late, leaving only a deep, bone-revealing wound on the Rat King's back and failing to stop its charge. The Rat King cried out in pain, letting out a sharp screech. It used the momentum to thrust its body forward, and the Transcender was sent flying as if hit by a speeding train, crashing heavily into the protective shield of the fortification. Fortunately, the shield was tough enough, only developing cracks of varying sizes. But Yukei and Cheng Sei were both greatly alarmed. This is no ordinary bone-eating rat king. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to collide with a superhuman being who was at least 30 times beyond the limits of normal humans in such a way. Before Yukei could think, he pushed off the ground and retreated, quickly grabbing the high-frequency shotgun and firing it at the pursuing bone-eating rat king. The bone-eating rat king opened its mouth, spraying a large basin of saliva onto the protective shield. The Transcendent was forced to hastily shift to the side to dodge. This perfectly exposed Yukei and Cheng Sei inside the fortification. The bone-eating rat king was hit in the mouth by a shotgun shell. Blood, saliva, fragments of bone and flesh from the mouth, and pieces of the tongue splattered out. The bone-eating rat king stumbled, then revealed its 4 intact, sharp fangs and lunged to bite. Yukei fired again, and miraculously, the shotgun hit the gaping maw of the bone-eating rat king once more. The bone-eating rat king stumbled again. Yukei instantly turned the gun slightly and fired high-frequency bursts around the bone-eating rat king again. Behind and all around the rat king, there were swarms of bone-eating rats. As if a tributary had split off from the black tide, tens of thousands of bone-eating rats charged forward, screeching, following the rat king. After a moment of panic, Jinx's eyes sharpened again. He adjusted the energy gun in his hand to its finest setting to maximize its penetrating power, ignoring accuracy, and fired in bursts at a rate of 12 rounds per second. She understood that at this point, shooting accuracy was no longer important. What was needed most was shooting speed. But her limit is 12 shots per second. Looking at the swarm of bone-eating rats that almost filled her entire field of vision, a hint of panic flashed in Jinx's eyes again. UK was also panicked and struggling inside. Given the current situation, in just a few seconds, this firing position will definitely be breached by the rats. The only outcome for both of them was death. If we retreat with Qingse now, it's still not too late. However, if the back door of the fortification is not closed in time during the retreat and a swarm of rats manages to sneak in, then it will be troublesome. That meant the rat swarm had breached the defenses and truly entered the fortress. Regardless of the number of casualties, firstly, I and Qingse may face trial and conviction. Now, UK has no guarantee that he will be able to lock the back door in time during the retreat. UK hardened his heart, knowing that not a single second could be wasted at this moment. A decision must be made as soon as possible. When life and death hang in the balance, there is simply no time to weigh the options. Damn it, let's go for it. UK's shotgun fire suddenly increased by 2/3. His whole body also became hot. Those eyes shone even brighter. In a flash, he maintained high-frequency bursts of fire while taking 3 steps back. He reached out and pulled Qingse. But as soon as his hand was halfway out, he pulled it back instantly. The swarm of rats that filled the field of vision suddenly exploded, splashing in all directions like water droplets. As they were ejected, their bodies gradually melted in the fiery red light. Their screams became shrill and dry, sending chills down one's spine. A burning, glowing figure flashed past like lightning, shooting down from above like a meteor. Whether it was a misperception or not, the figure glanced at UK as it passed the 50th floor. That was an attack from the reconstructors. UK was deeply shocked. At this moment, the overlords from the nearest fortifications on both the left and right sides also arrived to provide support. The previous Transcendent also reappeared, but his helmet was gone, and there was a long stitched scar on his face. It must have been during the impact of the bone-eating Rat King that his helmet was pierced and his face was injured by the Rat King's sharp canine teeth. UK and Qingse's pressure has been greatly reduced. The two, who had been pulled back from the brink of death, belatedly gasped for breath, a sense of relief washing over them. UK, who was firing at the original speed, glanced back at Qingse and found that Qingse was also looking at him. A complex meaning flashed in her phoenix eyes. Qingse knew that UK was able to shoot nearly 600 bone-eating rats in the head within a minute because the bullets either hit their mouths or their eyes. This level of precision during high-speed movement is something she, with her AA+ qualifications, cannot achieve. Moreover, that firing frequency, she couldn't do that either. UK pretended not to see the complicated look in Qingse's eyes and turned back to continue firing. However, he knew in his heart that he had been exposed. The accuracy of burst fire is most closely related to computing power and dynamic simulation capabilities. High-frequency firing rate is most closely related to limb movement and reaction ability. A seemingly useless, innate C, potential C body that has been considered trash for many years has actually surpassed a genius with AA+ aptitude in both intellect and physique. What does that mean? This means that UK must have a secret. This also means that UK's secret has been exposed. But UK has no regrets. In a life or death moment, one has no choice but to hide. Furthermore, it's possible that Qingse had already discovered some of her own abnormalities, which is why she chose me as her breeding partner and mating partner. At this point, ammunition supplies were delivered. UK and Qingse pressed their mouthpieces almost simultaneously and said, "Send twice the amount of physical ammunition." Because they were wearing special earmuffs, the two could not hear each other's communications to the logistics department. UK quickly changed the magazine, but a hint of dejection flashed in his eyes. Although the sub-extreme overclocking state only lasted for a short 2 seconds, UK still felt a clear sense of weakness. In my mind, that spot of light in the infinite void, in the far distance, shone brightly, appearing and disappearing intermittently. UK was momentarily distracted, but then relaxed. Thankfully, it wasn't too dim and was still quite active. That means that you can recover completely within a minute or two. The two Transcendents who were supporting from both sides also returned to their original positions. The number of howling banshees and bats mixed in with the rat swarm is increasing. Qingse's eyes were serious. The wailing banshee bat had a wingspan of half a meter, its leathery wings tattered like a shroud. They have no eyes, their faces consist only of a suction cup-shaped opening and closing mechanism covered with rings of sharp teeth. The mouthparts can not only suck blood, but also slightly absorb the life energy of the prey. The most potent method is mental screaming. When manic, it emits an ultrasonic wave that can directly affect the biological nervous system, quickly triggering severe headaches, nausea, and auditory hallucinations. Even high-level transcendents will be significantly affected. All the adaptations under the cute body cannot withstand the mental breakdown and death within 1 minute. UK took a slight step forward, maintaining the same rate of fire for his heavy pistol, but with even greater accuracy. Within a minute, nearly 1,500 howling banshee bats were killed. Fortunately, the Hummingbird heavy pistol has undergone hundreds of improvements over more than 1,000 years, resulting in an extremely mature design and exceptionally tough materials that are highly resistant to high temperatures and pressures. But they couldn't keep burning like that for long. In less than 5 minutes, the barrels of the two Hummingbird heavy pistols were already glowing red. The heat from the gun was also transferred to UK's hands through his combat gloves, making him too hot to grip the handle tightly. UK had no choice but to switch to the Punisher shotgun. At that moment, a clear, melodious voice came through the special earmuffs. "I've applied for 4 more Hummingbirds for you, they're on the ammo box behind you." Before she could finish speaking, a sharp, soul-chilling screech suddenly came from her specially designed earmuffs. The Bat King was here. "Damn it! I knew it!" UK exclaimed in a mix of panic and resentment. Chapter 4: The Bat King's Chase. UK's incredibly precise and intensive hunting once again attracted the big boss. After the previous sneak attack by the super-powerful bone-eating Rat King, UK suspected that he might have been targeted because he had shot too many offspring of the bone-eating Rat King. Now, seeing the howling banshee Bat King with a wingspan of nearly 2 meters swooping down, UK knew that he was definitely being targeted again. But this time, the Transcendent who had lost his helmet twisted his body rapidly, continuously firing his high-frequency energy gun at the howling banshee Bat King as he sensed it, while retreating into the fortifications with lightning speed. He then hoarsely yelled at UK and Ching Se. His voice was distorted due to bleeding from his ears and nose. "Retreat. The gate will self-lock in 1.2 seconds. UK and Ching Se were startled. Without any hesitation, they turned and retreated while still pouring fire into the passage, trying their best to stop the Bat King from chasing them. Buzz! Another wave of even stronger mental screams came, and Ching Se and the Transcendent both groaned and staggered. Although UK was not greatly affected, he still felt a slight dizziness. He carried them both, one in each hand, practically dragging them towards the door. "Quick!" He shoved the two of them through the door, then slipped in last, slamming the emergency closing button on the inside of the door as he squeezed through. Laugh. The heavy gate closed quickly. Just as the door was about to close completely, a dry, black claw grabbed the edge of the door with a clang, sparks flying everywhere. UK's pupils shrank abruptly as half of his claw was crushed off by the heavy, sturdy gate. UK felt a sense of relief. He ran across the 120-meter-long passage in 0.8 seconds, and the door closed in 0.2 seconds. He narrowly escaped death. UK gasped for breath, his chest feeling like it was boiling. He turned around and slumped down against the door. Blood flowed from the eyes, ears, and nose of the transcendent being. His face was deathly pale, and his brows were furrowed. The same goes for the Zither. The two looked exactly like vengeful ghosts from ancient times. Seeing the surprised and probing gazes cast upon him by the two men, UK felt a slight panic but forced himself to remain calm. He removed his earmuffs and said, "I can barely feel any ultrasound waves." UK inadvertently revealed his almost immune to ultrasound attack characteristic. In that moment, there was no time to think about anything else. However, UK was not too worried, as there were quite a few examples of individuals exhibiting special abilities in the early stages of the current era. Based on previous records of similar incidents, the possibility of being arrested for biopsy is almost non-existent. However, the concern is that one's birth quota will increase exponentially. These are mandatory obligations that are clearly outlined in the basic law, and UK has no way to escape them. The Transcendent scoffed at the clumsy explanation and said, "Don't worry about the Bat King, the reconstructors will come to kill it. Just wait for the safety signal." You nodded, straightened up, walked to Ching Se, and gently cleaned the blood from her face. His movements were incredibly gentle. Ching Se remained quiet, but her face grew increasingly red. "Why don't you two kiss? Holding it in like this is uncomfortable and not good for the upcoming battle," the Transcendent teased, unable to bear watching any longer. Ching Se's face flushed even redder, her beautiful eyes darting around. UK replied, "Good idea. Maybe it'll be the last kiss." As he spoke, UK cupped Ching Se's clean, fair, and delicate face and pecked at it. Ching Se wanted to hide, but upon hearing the second half of UK's sentence, she stopped hiding and instead went to meet him. "It smells sweet and delicious. It just won't stop." UK, who was born in the 21st century in her previous life, had never experienced what a passionate kiss in the midst of war felt like. The insects couldn't resist the urge to move. UK only stopped talking reluctantly after the safety signal from the fortifications was received. He licked his lips twice, raised an eyebrow and grinned at Ching Se. Inside the fortifications, the giant Bat King was nowhere to be found, and the entire fortifications were as clean as if they had been washed, except that the ammunition boxes and the ammunition inside were scattered in various places. At the passageway, 2 wing bones, each about 2 meters long, lay there bare. Stingy, he even took the Bat King's crystal core. UK mimicked the Transcendent's smirk. A second-tier aberration beast will produce a crystal core within its body, and this Bat King can be considered one of the best among the second tier. The crystal core is only about the size of a small egg, and its value to the reconstructor is average. But to the Transcendent and the Mo body, it is a great fortune. The swarm of rats and bats surged in once again. UK deliberately reduced the frequency of his bursts. He didn't want to be targeted by the Rat King or the Bat King again. Higher up in the central circular well, more specially evolved Transcendents, clad in heavy mechs, moved through the beast tide. Wielding a cold weapon specially made of cataclysmic black steel, he slashed through everything in his path like cutting melons and vegetables, leaving behind a trail of limbs and fragments that exploded like fireworks. UK was momentarily distracted, wondering if he would be able to awaken advanced abilities after his awakening. He admired the coolness of that mecha suit. It looked really stylish. But what UK longed for most was a long sword made of the same material. When UK first witnessed the fully armed Transcendent displaying various weapons in class, he fell in love with that sharp blade that could cut iron as easily as tofu. Feiyu, my best friend who has been my deskmate since we were 5 years old and has survived to this day, has a particular fondness for that full-body mecha suit that exudes a sharp luster and is majestic and domineering. UK wasn't actually that enthusiastic about those kinds of mechs. He knew that someone could easily smash one to pieces with a single punch. He specifically chose the manufacture of cold weapons as his academic pursuit. Unfortunately, there are no highly skilled smelting and forging masters in Tianguang City. Only in that place could there be masters of cold weapons who were groundbreakingly advanced. The 50th floor where UK is located is the last line of defense. Only the most ordinary mutant beasts or severely injured super mutant beasts can break through the 50th floor. Those level 3 and 4 combat adaptable beings on the 70th floor were just making the final round of harvesting, essentially cleaning up the battlefield. UK and his group were the penultimate wave, and they especially couldn't let the Rat King and the Bat King escape. With the heavy armored Transcendent beings wreaking havoc from top to bottom in the central circular well, the pressure on all the adorable beings within the fortifications eased considerably. UK and Ching Se also took a break to chat for a few minutes while shooting. Bang bang bang. You concealed your talent? Ching Se asked first. Bang 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 bang. No. I'm a total loser. UK said, bewildered. Then what did you just do? Ching Se asked. That was an adrenaline surge. I seem to be good at triggering my own adrenaline, UK replied. Oh, I thought that's why you were interested in me, UK said, feigning surprise to get information out of me. TCH, deliberately changing the subject, a petty trick. You don't have 21. Ching Se smiled. What? Then I'm at least 19, okay? UK was puzzled at first, then realized what he meant and replied awkwardly with a flushed face. Bang bang bang. Bang 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 bang. You're lying. Ching Se said firmly, then scoffed again. No. There's no mistake. You're the most qualified to say. You. UK was getting a little anxious, his neck even thickening a bit. I mean, your idea of automatically stimulating adrenaline is nonsense. Ching Se was getting a little anxious, her face turning slightly red. She stopped firing, turned her head to look directly at the back of UK's head, and said in a voice that cut through the gunshot, UK, I've seen your deep genome map. There are absolutely no adrenaline-related overexpression sequences on it. Your secret is far bigger than you've told us. UK's finger, which was about to pull the trigger, froze in mid-air. Chapter 5 Genes? Secrets? A genetic map? She'd actually seen that? Fortress maintains the highest level of confidentiality regarding individual genetic data. Her access level is ridiculously high. A hard denial is no longer effective. However, UK knows that the in-depth analysis of non-coding RNA in the genome map is still incomplete. Many mysteries remain, considered unsolvable. Moreover, he himself knew very little about that spot of light. I'm not lying. I feel like I can overclock, so I thought it was due to an overproduction of adrenaline, UK said, puzzled. Overclocking? Is the upper limit of human overclocking genes really that high? Chingsa was unsure and fell silent for a moment. Could this be his initial ability? Of the 50 million embryos cultivated so far, one nascent being with basic abilities has been born. Now, yet another one has appeared? UK, having resumed firing, continued, "Is that why you chose me?" Chingsa felt awkward and somewhat annoyed. That jerk, using that method to change the subject. One of the reasons is that I noticed you. Your sea-level background rating might be a huge mistake. Chingsa's tone was slightly grave. Then, what about the second reason? UK asked hesitantly. A chilling, oppressive feeling. Is the reason the key point? Isn't the following sentence the most important? UK, you're just doing this on purpose. Remember, in the dungeons, an inexplicable mistake is far more valuable than a mediocre correct decision, Chingsa added. UK fell silent again. His words were too profound, and somewhat ambiguous. UK actually cared about the reason, and it wasn't purely for the purpose of changing the focus of the topic. Chingsa may genuinely be focusing on Yuk's mistake. However, what UK cares about most is Chingsa's motives and background. In particular, she learned that Chingsa was able to access her own genetic map. That Chingsa will surely soon be a person with a surname. Moreover, they came from a family with a surname and a relatively high social standing. Please don't let it be a family. UK was very worried and anxious. Having transmigrated here as a lone, tiny soul, I've been cooped up in a life pod for nearly 5 years, enduring 6 rounds of life and death trials, barely managing to survive. I'm about to become a new human on Earth, but I don't want any unexpected events to occur. If one were to become a vassal of a powerful family, one would naturally become nothing more than a minor cannon fodder. Given my current situation, I estimate I won't live long amidst the power struggles and infighting within my family. UK's grandfather in his previous life was a high-ranking official with real power. Although he himself was doing poorly and was still living off his parents in his 30s. But through his exposure to the world, he understood the struggles between power and influence better than most people. The safest feeling comes from being among people and in a world that matches one's own level of ability. Those who actively and bravely break out of their comfort zones are almost always on the verge of death, and most of them die quickly, or even inexplicably. Therefore, UK has always been playing it safe. Steady development is the key. Beep beep beep. High alert. High alert. All alarms within the fortifications, as well as those on everyone's personal terminals and in specially designed earpieces, sounded simultaneously. New battle report: approximately 30 million bone-eating rats and 10 million howling banshee bats have formed a second wave of beasts and will invade the central circular well and the underground high-speed rail tunnel within 15 minutes. The latest tactical deployment will be transmitted to everyone's personal terminals within 1 minute. All personnel in all departments are requested to act upon receiving the order. UK was shocked this was the second wave of beast tides in 2,000 years. He maintained firing rate with his right hand and used his left hand to monitor the personal terminal's voice notifications. The central circular well was sealed off on the 55th floor. The mole entities immediately withdrew from the fortifications and retreated to floors 49-51, where they formed their own teams and engaged in street fighting within the first ring area. UK hurriedly packed his ammunition. Chingsa had already carried a full-body ammunition box for him. The two ran quickly toward the tunnel of the fortification. During the run, Chingsa's body jolted, but then he continued running forward as if nothing had happened. UK and Chingsa found the nearest warehouse. Chingsa entered her personal serial number, and the door opened. Inside, there were replenished firearms and ammunition, as well as several cold weapons. These warehouses were established during the third renovation of the original Shanghu fort. According to the invasion operations regulations, each kilometer from the central circular well is considered a node in urban warfare, with a total of 4 node opportunities. Residents of the first ring area retreated to other ring areas, and then the first ring area was sealed off and used as a battlefield for urban warfare. Behind them, countless howls and silly laughter, accompanied by countless silent footsteps, hurriedly faded into the distance. The residents were retreating. UK had no time to rest. He quickly unpacked all kinds of hanging mines, wall mines, and chemical detonators, put them into a new empty tactical backpack, and prepared to lay mines. Chingsa suddenly closed the door. UK was surprised. Chingsa said solemnly, "We can't form teams randomly, we have to choose the best cute characters. You quickly call Feiyu, and I'll call the other team members." UK asked in confusion, "Why?" Her clear and beautiful face now appeared very solemn, and her expression showed a slight struggle. The underground high-speed rail passage was hacked, but there was no announcement as to which high-speed rail line was hacked. Don't you think that's abnormal? UK was taken aback. Chingsa is right. According to regulations, war reports have a fixed standard format. This report clearly does not meet the standards. But judging that something is wrong based solely on this is too sensitive. UK suddenly remembered Chingse's sudden pause while running, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, Chingse, do you know something? I don't know. I'm just guessing. Kiss me, Chingse said. UK was taken aback again. The first two sentences of Chingse were calm and cold in tone. The last two words carried a hint of command. UK felt a little uncomfortable. But when he saw the inexplicable look in Chingse's beautiful eyes, he immediately wrapped his arms around UK's slender waist and lowered his head to kiss her. Chingse responded enthusiastically, her breathing rapid, and she wrapped her arms around UK's neck, pressing UK's head against her chest and neck. At that moment, Chingse's red lips met UK's ear, and a soft whisper came through Chingse's wet kiss. Actually, there is a third wave of beasts that has not been reported to everyone. The two mutated giant beasts, the rock-piercing centipede and the burial earth giant earthworm, broke through from the ground to the underground high-speed rail line to the west. UK, buried between her fair, white shoulders and neck, froze, her mouth agape. But Chingse kissed his ear and bit his neck, causing him to cry out. UK understood that such battle information, which was not reported to all, was not allowed to be circulated outside. UK really wanted to ask Chingse what her identity was, but the newly learned battle situation made him give up the idea. The enormous, mountain-sized rock-piercing centipede is entirely parasitized by steel-corroding centipedes, while the giant earthworm, longer and thicker than a train, also has a huge symbiotic group, the ghostly light earthworm. To deal with these two monsters, not only do those above the level of reconstructors need to fight them, but also those above the level of transcendence and reconstructors need to assist in the battle. This means that the new human combat power in the central well will be less than before. Meanwhile, the central well is about to face attacks from two waves of bone-eating rats and howling banshee bats. Therefore, the more elite the squad you assemble, the greater your chances of survival. Because what follows will be a huge loss of life in the entire city of Tianwang. Squeak, 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 squeak. A dense, strange sound came from the central well amidst the rumbling artillery fire. It sounded like cheap plastic rubbing against smooth glass, extremely unpleasant, like a dull knife cutting into the most tender nerve surface. Those were the protective walls and passageways being devoured by countless bone-eating rats. At that moment, several banging sounds were heard on the door. Chapter 6 Elite Team. UK and Chingse exchanged a glance, ignored the banging on the door, and quickly started working on their respective personal terminals. While Chingse was calling out, UK hung two-star patterned steel swords around Chingse's waist, and then took two swords and equipped himself as well. In the midst of his busy work, UK suddenly had a thought, Feiyu, that guy, he probably isn't dead, is he? No, it shouldn't be. With innate A-level talent and potential A-level aptitude, how could he die so easily? Unless you've had the worst luck in 88 lifetimes. Within 30 seconds, Chingse completed the call. The two stood facing each other in silence, the banging on the door continuing. Faint shouts and curses could be heard. UK was annoyed by what he heard. He looked at the graceful Chingse standing before him. It must be said that Chingse has an excellent figure and a very beautiful face. She deserves the 4A+ rating. In addition to her talent and potential being both A+, her physique and face are also both A+. UK took off his tactical gloves, stepped forward, cupped Chingse's face in his hands, and lowered his head to kiss her slowly and gently. Chingse closed her eyes and parted her lips. As their noses brushed against each other, she wrapped her arms around UK's waist and moved closer. Their breaths mingled, hot and clear, and soft chirping sounds emanated from their lips. UK tilted his head to change angle, his lips brushing against Chingse's lips and sliding down to her earlobe, leaving a shiver like an electric spark. Chingse lightly bit UK's upper lip, her teeth slightly sinking, and let out a low moan as if in revenge, but UK held her even tighter, kissing her deeply until her heels went weak. At this moment, UK really hated the one-piece design of the combat suit. The long kiss ended, and their foreheads touched. UK whispered, "Next time we make love, I will definitely defeat you." Chingse pecked Yuk with her fragrant lips, her eyes sparkling, and she chuckled softly, "You've already defeated me. You survived." 8 minutes later, the banging on the door started again. Chingse glanced at her personal terminal, then turned to UK, "Open the door." UK opened the door, glanced at everyone, and was slightly surprised. Almost all of them have double A qualifications. Xiao Jie male AA+, handsome and arrogant, with a cold gaze. Yan Zhao male A rank, tall and strong, standing with arms crossed. Zicheng male AA, cold and stern face, silent as a stone. Jiasun male BA, wearing heavy tactical goggles, his eyes obscured. Yuan Shan female A line figure, high ponytail, upright posture. Shirshir female A rank, beautiful face, voluptuous figure. Ya Hsin female AA, baby face, but with an unusually focused expression. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat strange. Just as Qingse was about to speak, Feiyu came running over from a distance, panting. Hey! You're something else. UK received a heavy punch to the shoulder. UK covered half of his face with his hand, blocking most people's view, and grinned at Feiyu with a smug look on his face. Four pairs of eyes, subtly hostile, shot towards UK. Xiao Jie's eyes were the sharpest, filled with undisguised scrutiny and contempt, and a hint of resentment. A complex emotion flashed across Shirshir's beautiful face, a mixture of jealousy and disdain. Yan Zhao and Zi Cheng coldly sized up this connected person with a hint of hostility. UK was mentally prepared for this. What surprised him, however, was that some girls didn't like him either. During the halftime break of the 3 Crazy Days, UK jokingly asked Qingse, who was clinging to him, which suitor she had rejected. Qingse thought UK was suffering from inferiority, and lazily replied, "They are all inferior to you. I only like you." UK laughed again and asked again, saying that he was just gossiping. Qingse laughed and said that all the double A's, many AB's, and even more double C's had sent her messages. She couldn't read them all. There were over 600 messages. More than 40 men came to her door to solicit her advances. This was because she had left home early to find UK. UK looked surprised but couldn't help but think to himself, holy crap, these shameless bastards are really quick to act. However, he understood that everyone wants the best. He just hadn't expected these guys to be so direct and straightforward, completely unaware of the concepts of self-awareness and overestimating one's abilities. Listen carefully, this invasion is no ordinary one. Many people may die. Qingse stepped forward, her voice cold and harsh, her gaze sweeping over everyone present. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Many people will die? Especially Xiao Jie and the others, who vaguely knew that Qingse had an unusual background in special information channels, immediately changed their expressions when they heard Qingse say this. I'm volunteering to be the captain. Does anyone have any objections? Qingse asked again. No. This time, everyone answered in unison. As the undisputed number one among more than 3,000 cute characters, Qingse's authority has been established over the past 3 years with countless impressive achievements. Even Xiao Jie, one of only 2 students with AA+ grades, is far inferior. I have a question, Xiao Jie suddenly said, looking at Qingse. Speak, Qingse said calmly. Why is he, a cute character with the lowest dual C stats, actually in this team? Jiasun, who has BA qualifications, has special initial abilities, which we understand and agree with. Qingse, you said it yourself, many people might die, so why not exclude him and summon another AA? Xiao Jie pointed directly at UK and continued. Hey, Xiao Jie, are you? Feiyu stepped forward to interrupt, but Qingse raised her hand to cut him off. Because he is my temporary spouse before graduation. I am willing to protect him. Qingse's calm gaze gradually turned cold, and her voice became forceful. Temporary spouse is a colloquial term referring to the same person with whom one has sexual relations and fathers children after graduation when the restriction on sexual relations is lifted. Xiao Jie's handsome face twisted slightly for a moment, revealing a mix of emotions including embarrassment, resentment, jealousy, and bitterness. There was also a vague sense of humiliation and resentment that something that should have been mine had been defiled. What, you have a problem with that? You can choose not to join this team. Qingse's gaze and voice became increasingly assertive. Qingse looked around again and said, anyone with objections can leave now. Yan Zhao and Zi Cheng glanced at the embarrassed Xiao Jie, exchanged a look, then looked at UK before finally turning to Qingse and saying, we have no objections. Shirshir pouted and gave Qingse a resentful look, saying, I have no objection. The others also said they had no objections. Xiao Jie clenched his fist, then lowered his head and said in a deep voice, I have no objection. They all understood that even if Qingse dragged along a useless double C player, their average combat strength would still exceed that of 2 AA players. UK, having been forced to live off a woman, showed no embarrassment or shame on his face. In fact, a hint of shyness and a touch of smugness appeared in his eyes. Seeing Feiyu looking at him with a teasing look in his eyes, UK raised his eyebrows again and secretly returned 2 smug glances. However, UK is not as simple as you imagine. He is no less capable than any of you. Just wait and see. Qingse added at this moment. Upon hearing this, everyone except Feiyu looked at UK with eyes full of exploration and curiosity. When Xiao Jie noticed a faint ring of teeth marks on the side of UK's neck, a hint of coldness and ruthlessness flashed in his lowered eyes. Okay. Please report your organizational structure within 10 seconds, Qingse said. Everyone quickly swiped and clicked on their personal terminals. Time is running out. I'll set up the defensive tactics. Qingse's cold gaze was filled with authority. Under Qingse's orders, the residential alleyway, 1 kilometer long and 3 kilometers wide, in front of the warhouse was set up as a battlefield, and half of the warhouse's stockpile of wall mines, hanging mines, and chemical detonators were deployed. The first defensive point is 500 meters from the entrance of the passage. The initial attack formation is a 120 forward fan shape. Then, depending on the number of escaped monsters, the fan-shaped angle expands, and finally gradually shrinks into a 120 fan shape. UK and the others took their positions, ready to fight. In 1 minute, the 120-meter tunnel will be corroded and gnawed away by the saliva and sharp teeth of the bone-eating rats, thus opening up the passage. Like the others, UK carried the Iron Rain grenade launcher on his shoulder and aimed it at the entrance of the passage. UK sighed inwardly, wondering if he would ever be lucky enough to evolve into a reconstructor. Then one could be like those immortal cultivation fantasy dramas one has seen in one's previous life, soaring through the sky and overturning the seas, with the power to destroy the world with every move. Even the giant, mutated creatures like the rock-piercing centipede and the burial earthworm were reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Thinking of this, UK suddenly paused. There were reconstructors above the level of the City of No Light, and they were not that rare. Why had the battle progressed to this point? The battle assessment revealed that a lot of people had died? It's important to understand that every transcendent being, even those with acute form, is extremely precious to humanity today. Suddenly, a loud, ear-piercing sound of metal being torn apart came from the entrance of the passage. A crack appeared in the heavy gate. Ha! What's going on? Normally, the damage caused by bone-eating rats would not result in this situation. Chapter 7 Special Aberration. Watch out! It's the super-class mutant Rat King. UK suddenly shouted urgently. A jet-black, gleaming claw emerged from the metal door. It was as big as an iron pot. Everyone was shocked, their pupils involuntarily contracting slightly. UK suddenly recalled the scene from the initial battle, where the bone-eating Rat King in front of the fortifications suddenly rammed into the Transcendent and sent him flying. It is likely that the Rat King is also undergoing another mutation, but its mutation has not yet been fully completed, so it is difficult to identify from its external appearance. UK initiated point-to-point communication and said to Qingse, in this beast tide, there may be a large number of bone-eating Rat Kings in the secondary mutation stage. They are difficult to identify by their appearance. Qingse replied simply, received. Immediately afterwards, Qingse issued another combat order. In the first round of firing, use physical firearms as the main weapon, and energy firearms as a secondary weapon. Within seconds, a large hole was torn open in the last heavy metal door, and swarms of bone-eating rats hissed and scrambled to their feet. Sensing the presence of humans ahead, their scarlet eyes gleamed with bloodlust as they surged toward the defensive line like a black tide. The front row of bone-eating rats was extremely fast, their sharp claws scratching the ground with a piercing sound, leaving fine scratches on the hard composite steel floor wherever they went. UK and Qingse stood guard in front of them. When the bone-eating rat rushed within 100 meters of them, Qingse suddenly clenched his raised right fist. Simultaneously, the command was given, launch in sequence. UK immediately launched a Iron Rain high incendiary and high explosive grenade, then dropped the launcher and quickly drew the Hummingbird heavy mobile phone from his waist, firing it in bursts. Then Qingse fired an Iron Rain grenade, followed by a shotgun blast from the Punisher. Then Yuan Shan fired the third high incendiary, high explosive grenade. In a volley of 10 grenades, the bone-eating rats that had just invaded the residential area were almost wiped out, their burning limbs and building debris scattering in all directions. Then, within 5 seconds, the bone-eating rats continued to pour out from the increasingly larger holes in the metal door, once again filling the 100-meter space. Under intense fire and precise shooting, the bone-eating rat's forward speed was slowed down. UK started overclocking again. The world slowed down instantly in his eyes, and the bone-eating rat's scarlet eyes became a slowly moving bullseye. The gunshots became muffled in his ears, only the pounding of his own heart could be heard clearly. Just then, 3 bone-eating rats pounced on Yuan Shan, who was reloading, from different angles in a triangular formation, their speed far exceeding that of their kind. Left. Xingsa's warning had barely left his lips. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out almost simultaneously. UK's hands holding the gun swayed slightly like a phantom, and the heads of the 3 bone-eating rats exploded one after another while they were still in mid-air. Yuan Shan turned around in astonishment, only to see UK calmly put away his gun and continue firing at the other bone-eating rats. At that moment, Xiao Jie's pupils contracted sharply, and his finger, which was originally on the trigger, subconsciously loosened. Shershir's mouth opened wide involuntarily. In just half a minute, UK shot and killed nearly 500 bone-eating rats. And all of them were the most prominent and scattered targets. With the visual and insightful abilities of a dual A-caliber individual, observing such shooting achievements, almost everyone present was astonished and shocked. This deficiency, is it really that abnormal? Those were all headshots, and the distance between them was so great. Even the running speed of an ordinary bone-eating rat is higher than that of a human. No wonder Xingsa took a liking to him. Xiao Jie's eyes shifted from disdain to shock, and then to resentment. Even with his BA qualifications, Jiasen's eyes, visible through his tactical goggles, were filled with surprise and astonishment. Fei Yu was unsurprised, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he inwardly grumbled. Damn it, this bastard is the one I hate the most. He spends all his time either sleeping or slacking off. He's clearly a trash dual carry, but when he gets angry, he's stronger than anyone else. UK also almost stopped pretending. The first time I entered overclocking mode, in order to conceal myself, I fired 2 shots at the same time at a bone-eating rat, with 1 bullet hitting its mouth or eye. Now, every shot hits the eye or mouth with ease and grace, showing no signs of tension or fatigue. UK, the person being monitored, was completely unaware of what was happening, but he was very worried about one thing. He feared that there would be many super-mutated bone-eating rats following this super-mutated rat king. That kind of thing is almost immune to energy shots. Even if you're hit by a pistol bullet, it won't even break the skin. If hundreds of them appear at the same time, it's impossible to kill them all. The rat swarm will then take the opportunity to invade on a large scale. The team faces the risk of being surrounded from all sides and will have to retreat to the second node. The strategic objective of the first node, according to a rough calculation, is to kill at least 100,000 bone-eating rats and howling banshee bats. If it's completed, then there will be more room for maneuver in the next step. However, if they fail to complete the task, or even retreat to defend the second node too early, the risk to the entire squad will increase exponentially. Just as UK was distracted, the hole in the metal door grew larger again. Suddenly, dozens of super-grade deformed bone-eating rats burst out. Their bodies, 10 times larger than ordinary bone-eating rats, gleamed with a cold, eerie color, and their sharp claws gleamed with a metallic sheen. As soon as these super-abnormal variants appeared, they ignored the dense bullets in front of them and charged straight toward the stronghold. Ordinary bullets struck them, producing a crisp clanging sound, leaving only shallow white marks that did nothing to stop their advance. From the hole behind, dozens more super-grade deformed bone-eating rats crawled out. A look of panic suddenly flashed across the eyes of all the team members. UK's pupils constricted sharply. He cursed inwardly. Damn it! The worst has happened. Murphy's ghost is haunting us. Everyone was simultaneously firing shotguns at the highest frequency while throwing wall mines. UK knew that some of them would eventually rush to the stronghold. UK closed his eyes, then opened them again, his gaze becoming solemn and profound. He inserted the hummingbird back to his legs with both hands, and then pulled it out from his waist with each hand. 2 gleaming silver alloy longswords appeared in his hands. UK bent his knees slightly, and with a leap, he landed in front of the defensive stronghold, standing tall and straight. His whole body became hot again, and his skin began to turn red. His eyes shone brightly once more, a golden glint flashing in their depths. UK glanced back at Xingsa, and their eyes met. Highest firepower, covering beyond 50 meters. No firing within 50 meters. Xingsa ordered. Maintain formation and obey orders. Anyone who disobeys will be executed on the spot. Xingsa shouted again. Upon hearing this, UK's heart stirred. Xingsa was truly clever. Her last sentence was a stern warning, as she worried that he might be accidentally shot or even killed. Amidst the panic, everyone saw UK stepping forward and standing in front, and heard Xingsa's decisive and resolute command. Although fear still lingered in his heart, he forced himself to suppress his panic, gripped the trigger tightly, and locked the firepower firmly in the area 50 meters away. The sounds of clashing metal, gunshots, and explosions mingled with the hissing and screams of the bone-eating rats, creating a chaotic symphony. The swarming, bone-eating rats, the dense bullets and sparks, the exploding grenades, and the flying limbs and blood create a scene full of violent aesthetics. UK, like a lonely war god, stood at the forefront of the defense line. The alloy longsword in his hand drew a cold arc in the dim light, silently waiting for the super abnormal variants that were about to break through the firepower blockade. Chapter 8: Dual Blades Like Dragons. Swish. Swish swish. Swish swish swish. 8 supersized, mutated bone-eating rats, comparable in size to Tibetan mastiffs, leaped out of the firelight, hissing as they pounced on UK with speed faster than an arrow released from a bow. Their gray-black fur gleamed oilily in the firelight, and dark red saliva dripped from their sharp fangs. A foul stench filled the air, and the cold glint of fangs was reflected in UK's pupils. UK slammed his feet to the ground, his waist taut like a fully drawn bow, and with a burst of power, he sprinted forward like lightning. The 2 alloy longswords in his hands were like silver dragons drawn from their sheaths, transforming into 2 soul-stealing silver lights. His right-hand sword slashed sharply forward to meet the giant rat that was charging at him, while his left-hand sword swept across another giant rat that was lunging to bite with its mouth wide open. In the blink of an eye, the giant rat that was the first to be attacked was pierced from the lower jaw to the top of the skull, while the bone-eating rat that pounced from the side was cut in half at the chest, its internal organs spilling out. Almost simultaneously, UK suddenly lowered his body as he charged forward, and like a ghost, he spun around and swept into the swarm of rats. Then, he used the hilt of his right hand to push off the ground and straightened up, his movements both graceful and perfectly timed. As he stepped forward, his twin blades spun, the blades drawing a full moon, simultaneously slicing the 2 rat heads behind him, which were about to turn and attack, in half. Then, with another spin, the 2 swords once again unleashed dazzling light along different trajectories. UK's movements were so fast that they were just after images. He dodged, spun, chopped, thrust, swung upwards, and cut diagonally. His twin swords danced like silver snakes, and all his movements were completed in an instant as smoothly as flowing water. Blood splattered like a torrential rain, and before the severed limbs could even hit the ground, UK gracefully emerged from the 8 corpses and stood back in his original spot. The 2 swords were pointed diagonally at the ground, and drops of blood flowed down the blades in a line, leaving streaks. From its eruption to its demise, everything happened in the blink of an eye. Only the sizzling sound of the super-grade mutated bone-corroding rat's saliva dripping onto the ground remained. This bloody yet glamorous scene, which came into view, shocked everyone present with an indescribable force, striking their hearts hard. Yan Zhao and Zi Chang's throats bobbed involuntarily, feeling dry and burning. Jiasan's eyes flashed intensely behind his glasses, and his whole body tensed up involuntarily. This speed and reaction have exceeded the standard by more than 20 times. Yuan Shan and Ye Xian, the 2 girls, had their chests heaving violently. This guy is terrifyingly powerful. Shirshir opened her little mouth wide, and then, as if snapping out of her daze, secretly glanced at Qingse. Qingse's eyes trembled almost imperceptibly, then a smile curved her lips. Xiao Jie's shotgun firing paused noticeably for 2 seconds, and his hand holding the gun trembled slightly, but no one could see his expression. Only Fei Yu reacted relatively calmly, merely pursing his lips again while cursing inwardly, "You pervert! Damn it, you got the nerve to show off! You blinded me!" The entire squad's firepower coverage rhythm was disrupted for about 3 seconds. UK was completely unaware of the reactions of the crowd, and had no time to find out. At this moment, he was already facing the second wave of super-mutated rats that broke through the fire net. UK moved again, seizing every fleeting opportunity to weave through the gaps in the rat swarm. His twin blades no longer moved with wide, sweeping strokes, but instead transformed into 2 precisely thrusting venomous stingers, each piercing through the eye socket or ear canal, aiming straight for the brain. His steps were extremely fast, yet highly rhythmic, like dancing a death waltz, each step perfectly avoiding a pounce, each spin pointing the blade to the most fatal weakness. The second wave of 14 super-mutated rats were all strangled into pieces by UK without exception. The first and second waves of battle lasted a total of 12 seconds. UK was panting heavily, his heart was pounding like a drum, and his skin was visibly flushed a bright red. UK knew he had 48 seconds left. He recovered from the ultra-high-frequency state in just 1 minute without much time. If the time exceeds 1 minute, the recovery time will double for every 5 seconds that are extended. UK also didn't want others to know that he could maintain this state for more than a minute. They didn't want to become weaker and have a longer recovery period. This invasion has only just begun. Based on my observations so far, each super-grade bone-eating rat king is followed by at least 200 super-grade mutant bone-eating rats. In other words, it took him 12 seconds to kill only 1/10 of the super mutant rats. And that doesn't even include the super-grade mutant rat king. The alloy longsword's lethality against the super-grade aberrant rat king is almost halved. Before the fortifications, the alloy longsword wielded by the lightly armored Transcendent only left a deep, bone-revealing wound on the near-special-grade mutant rat king. So far, he has not figured out a way to instantly kill the super-aberrant mutant rat king. UK only hoped that before that super-grade mutant rat king broke through the hole, they would encounter more super-grade mutant rats. This way, there will be more room for maneuver when fighting the Supreme Rat King. The third wave struck again, 25 heads. Too few. UK deliberately adjusted the ultra-high frequency state downwards, accumulating as much as possible at this point. The silver light of the twin blades in his hands flashed, his footwork was unpredictable, and his body moved so fast that he was almost a phantom. In an instant, he thrust forward and then slashed with the twin blades like flying wheels. Suddenly, he moved sideways at high speed, slashing with one long sword and thrusting with the other. Then, with another vertical slash, the body leans back at an acute angle to the ground, the feet touch the ground, and the other slash is simultaneously swung in a semicircular motion. UK moved and shifted rapidly every second, his sword flashing like ink splashed in a freehand painting. In 11 seconds, all 25 super-mutated rats were killed. Blood was everywhere, and body parts were piled up. The other 9 people were speechless with shock at the sight of UK's superhuman performance, and were even somewhat shock fatigue. The fourth wave, 52 heads. Excellent. UK was excited. He took a deep breath, adjusted his microphone to ultra-high frequency mode, and his eyes flashed with a sharp light. This time, instead of rushing forward at top speed, he jogged forward with low back and light steps, while his 2 swords were wielded in a dazzling display of skill, creating a series of spinning sword flowers that grew faster and faster, as brilliant as a meteor shower. 52 super-grade mutant rats pounced and filled the entire alleyway, the stench so strong it was hard to breathe. The fangs in those gaping mouths, like a dense array of eerie hooks in a painting, looked terrifying, horrifying, and nauseating. The ferocious screams were even more chilling. UK instantly increased his pace and speed. With a sudden flick of his wrist, the spinning blade flowers exploded, turning into a sky full of silver light. Like a silver lightning bolt, he suddenly rushed into the densest part of the rat swarm, his body spinning at high speed like a top. The twin blades in his hands no longer slashed in a straight line, but instead transformed into countless spinning silver rays. Sometimes they rotated at high speed in sync with his body, shredding the giant rats around him into pieces. Other times they swept left and right like a windmill, forcing back attacks from both sides. His movements were unpredictable amidst the overlapping shadows. He would sometimes advance, sometimes retreat, sometimes turn left, sometimes right, moving freely through the dense swarm of rats at incredible angles and with incredible posture. Each movement was accompanied by the fall of several giant rats and the annihilation of dozens or even hundreds of ordinary bone-eating rats. Dismembered limbs and severed intestines flew everywhere, mixed with countless drops of blood, turning the surrounding ground and walls into abstract and bloody graffiti. Blood and entrails nearly engulfed UK, but he seemed oblivious, his eyes fixed only on the surging super-grade mutant rats and the knife in his hand. At that moment, an even more shrill and ferocious scream drowned out all the sounds of the mutated rats and rushed straight towards them. Then, a huge, dark figure, as big as an ox, swooped down from high above, its pair of fist-sized, scarlet eyes fixed on UK, filled with a chilling ferocity and resentment. The super-grade mutant Rat King has finally arrived. Chapter 9 Top Rat King. UK instantly entered a true ultra-high frequency state. Those eyes, like a pair of translucent gems, emitted a dazzling light. The muscle fibers throughout my body felt like they were burning, not a burning pain, but an overload of intense heat, as if electric currents were dancing on every nerve ending. The sounds of the outside world became distant and distorted. The hissing of the rats sounded like a drawn-out noise. Only the gurgling of one's own blood flowing through the veins was clearly audible. He could clearly see the trembling of every black hair and the contraction of every muscle as the super-grade mutant Rat King pounced. He could even capture the subtle airflow trails created when its claws sliced through the air. The twin swords in his hands seemed to gain sentience in the ultra-high frequency state, and the rotation speed of the blades broke through the previous limit, forming 2 silver light wheels that were almost solidified. Within a 5-meter radius, the super-mutated rats were reduced to pieces of blood and flesh within the silver halo, leaving not a single intact limb. The silver halo was like a living meat grinder wherever it passed. All the super-grade mutant rats that tried to get close were instantly torn to shreds, and a foul-smelling blood mist filled the air, forming a death zone. The Rat King, as large as a calf, continued its attack without waning. Its scarlet eyes blazed with murderous intent, and its sharp claws, accompanied by a fierce wind that tore through the air, slashed down fiercely towards UK's head. UK drew a vertical line with his left hand, slashing straight down towards the Rat King's face. The Rat King was completely unconcerned about the incoming slash and continued its fierce lunge. UK's right-hand sword vibrated continuously in a semicircular motion, creating a series of leaping blade flowers before piercing the Rat King's scarlet left eye in a flash, spurting black blood. The Rat King let out an even more shrill scream. Its sharp claws, which were about to touch UK's face, missed their mark with a stench. Its enormous head swung to the right, then twisted and turned in midair, its 2-meter-long tail sweeping across like lightning, covered with a thick layer of fine gray-black scales. UK dropped his knife with his left hand and retreated, but he was a beat too slow. As his body paused slightly, the Rat King's tail lashed out at his right waist. UK was moved 1 meter horizontally, and the immense pain made his chest feel tight. UK forcibly endured the excruciating pain, and after sweeping his right-hand knife across again, he instantly unleashed 10 slashes, killing the super-grade mutant rat that was following the Rat King and lunging at him. At the same time, UK drew the hummingbird from his right waist, preparing to shoot the Rat King's injured eye. Suddenly, he noticed that the Rat King was screaming as it ran back to the metal door. The knife in its left eye had been flung away, and its only right eye was emitting a fierce, scarlet light as it stared at UK without moving. UK was startled. This top-tier Rat King is more intelligent than expected. Surprisingly, he knew to retreat immediately when things went wrong, and UK saw obvious hatred in that scarlet right eye. UK felt a sense of unease. The knife wound to my left eye only penetrated about 5 centimeters. It wasn't fatal. If it avoids battle, then our side of 10 people will be put on the defensive. UK just finished the battle, which lasted 10 seconds. There are 27 seconds left. But right now, UK has no chance to take the initiative to approach it. From the large hole in the metal door, hissing bone-eating rats continued to emerge in droves. Occasionally, a few exceptionally deformed mice were mixed in. UK raised his gun with his right hand and fired a few shots, but no bullets came out. A strange and uncomfortable feeling arose in his hand. UK looked over and found that the hummingbird was actually bent. UK suddenly realized what was happening, and then secretly rejoiced. It was the Rat King's tail that had lashed out, and by sheer coincidence, it had struck the pistol at his waist. Just as UK was about to draw the pistol from his left hip, he heard Chingsei's voice. "Here comes the new knife." In the midst of the battle, UK once again unleashed 10 slashes in a single second, then retreated and turned around, as a dark gold hilt flew out of thin air. UK admired it in his heart. A star-grade, meticulously crafted longsword. Chingsei's identity is indeed extraordinary. She actually possesses such a high-quality sword. This kind of knife is beyond the reach of even the most skilled. UK gripped the hilt of the knife in his right hand and swung it through the air. Clang! A long sword gleaming with a dark golden luster appeared section by section. The blade was narrow and sharp, with a flowing aura of light that still emitted a chilling glint even in the dim environment. It's a bit heavier, but feels more comfortable in the hand. UK's fighting spirit surged once again. His diamond-like eyes fixed on the swarm of rats ahead. Then UK was shocked to discover that all the super-grade mutant rats had retreated and gathered around the super-grade Rat King. The one-eyed Rat King was emitting rapid but rhythmic hissing. Its intonation was so varied that it sounded like singing. Everyone present was stunned for a moment, and then felt a chill run down their spines. This is a skill possessed only by the most powerful Rat King among the bone-eating rats. The talking Rat King. Capable of issuing detailed and specific orders. Damn it, what kind of fate is this? UK cursed inwardly. How could it be such a coincidence that we ran into a top-tier Rat King? He had been targeted by the Rat King and the Bat King before, and he accepted it because he had killed too many of their offspring, naturally making him their primary target. But this time, it was pure luck. UK suspected that he might have a constitution that attracts bad luck. At this moment, even the most common bone-eating rats stopped moving forward and began to turn around and scurry into the windows of the houses on both sides. The super-mutated rats also folded their fleshy wings and stopped screeching. Chingsei from the rear issued another order. Except for Yuk, everyone fired another high-explosive and high-incendiary grenade in turn. Clever! UK secretly praised. Clearly, the Rat King decided to abandon its frontal assault. It would instead run from the houses on either side into a wider area. At this point, launching the most lethal firepower attack on the densely packed super-mutated rats is the wisest choice. This is also the last chance to kill them on a large scale. UK secretly calculated that he had maintained his ultra-high frequency state for 49 seconds. There is no need to maintain it now, so UK retreated into the defensive position and withdrew from the ultra-high frequency state. A feeling of extreme weakness welled up from the depths of my bones, and the surging power dissipated like the receding tide, leaving behind only a feeling of soreness and heaviness after being drained. The bright light in my mind quickly dimmed, as if it had run out of fuel. Thoughts become viscous and sluggish, as if mired in a quagmire, and even concentrating on thinking about the next action is not as effective as for a level 1 adapter. UK gasped for breath, his throat was dry, and the redness on his skin gradually faded. Chingsa handed him a vial of energy liquid. UK took it, opened it, and tilted his head back to inhale it all at once. Wow! The moment the energy liquid entered my throat, a surge of warmth erupted in my chest and abdomen like a volcanic eruption, instantly dispelling most of the weakness. My parched throat felt as if it had been nourished by sweet rain, and even my thoughts became clearer. This is probably a refined grade medicinal liquid. UK, who was lying on his back, couldn't help but let out a comfortable groan. At this moment, Jocelyn stopped firing and moved over as well. He took off his combat glove on his right hand, patted UK who had his eyes half closed, and gestured for him to take off his combat glove as well. UK was puzzled, but he did as he was told and took off his blood-stained combat gloves. As Jocelyn and UK's palms touched, a faint yet exceptionally clear warm current flowed from Jocelyn's fingertips into UK's body. That warm current carried a strange soothing power, and the blood and cell activity that had been sluggish due to the ultra-high frequency state slowly came back to life, and even the stickiness in my thoughts dissipated a lot. UK opened his eyes, his gaze towards Jocelyn filled with astonishment. The nascent stage could actually transmit such pure life energy. No wonder Chingsa called him to join her team. Through his tactical goggles, Jocelyn smiled faintly. You're terrifyingly strong. If I were a girl, we'd be a perfect match. UK was slightly taken aback. If you were a girl, I wouldn't want you. UK hesitated for a moment, then answered honestly. He glanced at Chingsa out of the corner of his eye and continued, unless you force me. Just then, the entire 50th floor lighting system flickered a few times, and a series of rapid electrical noises came from the public address system. Beep beep beep. On everyone's personal terminals, commands issued from the highest privilege level reappeared. Chapter 10 Rock-Piercing Centipede. New battle report, the westbound high-speed rail line has been confirmed to have been breached. Repeat. The westbound high-speed rail line has been confirmed to have been breached. A main force of an adult rock-piercing centipede has already entered the central circular well. All creatures on floors 49-51 currently engaged in combat at the first node, immediately evacuate to the third node. Holy crap! Steel-corroding centipedes! Feiyu screamed in terror. Everyone stopped firing, their faces turning serious. UK also expressed his solemnity and surprise in a timely and appropriate manner. Centipedes piercing rocks, a single beast forming a tide. Because its enormous, mountain-like body is covered with parasitic steel-corroding centipedes. This is knowledge that everyone is instilled in them when they are in the secondary adaptation stage. To everyone's surprise, there was a third wave of beasts. And this wave was even more terrifying than the previous two. The colossal creature, the rock centipede, is far beyond the capabilities of even the most powerful beings. The parasites on its body, the steel-corroding centipedes, are easy to deal with on the ground. However, the damage caused by invading the dungeon is far greater than that caused by the rock-piercing centipede. Because most of the underground city's construction materials are synthetic steel. And the ant-like, mutated creatures called steel-eroding centipedes feed on steel. They devoured the steel like a swarm of starving locusts swarming into a wheat field. UK's expression returned to calm as he looked at Chingsa, who remained composed. Chingsa had already told him about this wave of beasts, but he hadn't expected it to break through to the dungeon. Chingsa, should we retreat to the third node using mobile warfare, or withdraw in a straight line? Xiaojie asked as he approached. Captain, should we retreat lightly or heavily? Shirshir asked, her big, cute eyes fixed intently on Chingsa's face. Hey, Xiaojie, you've broken the rules. You should call me captain like Shirshir. Feiyu tiptoed over, dodging the bloodstains on the ground, and shouted loudly, while giving UK a "I'm rooting for you" look. UK feigned weakness and rolled his eyes. He hadn't expected Feiyu to be so sensitive, no, so perceptive. UK glanced back at the swarm of bone-eating rats. They were no longer moving in a straight line, but instead, like streams of black water, they quickly crawled into the windows and broken doors of various residential areas. The bone-eating rat king and the surviving group of super-aberrant mutant rats also disappeared during the brief lull in the squad's firing. If we don't get rid of these tough rats now, it will be more troublesome and dangerous to deal with them later. UK sighed and lowered its head in thought. It still remembered the scene from the documentary in class. Countless steel-corroding centipedes densely covered the alloy pipes and support columns, making a grating shush 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 sound. Hard synthetic steel is like a fragile biscuit under their mouthparts, with crumbs falling like snowflakes, instantly creating countless honeycomb-like holes on the originally smooth metal surface. The key point is that although the steel-corroding centipede is tiny, its entire body is as hard as a bean of gold. Physical firearms are completely useless. Energy guns are also barely effective. Alloy longsword? What a joke, it'll only break the blade. When faced with them, ordinary teams can only run away. Even the bone-eating rats could only flee. The corrosiveness of their saliva was nothing compared to that of the steel-eating centipede. UK knew that Ching-Se hadn't given any orders for half a minute because she was thinking about how to deal with the steel-corroding centipedes. Retreat. Randomly place all the mines from the first node's warehouse between the second node. Ching-Se finally gave the order. Take all the ammunition from the warehouses at nodes 1 and 2 to node 3. I'll take care of you and the others, work in pairs. Retreat to node 2 within 15 minutes. Rumble. 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 Behind the metal door, a muffled and distant impact sound could be faintly heard, mixed with a sharp and piercing friction sound. Everyone's expression changed instantly. It was the sound of the rock-piercing centipede descending along the central well. The endless swarm of bone-eating rats became visibly panicked, their squeaking and hissing filled with what seemed to be fear. Action. Ching-Se said coldly, helping UK up and quickly retreating. UK's body felt somewhat weak. But he felt Ching-Se's body was even weaker. His eyes involuntarily glanced diagonally downwards, and then UK felt a piece of flesh on his waist twist and deform rapidly, making him wince in pain. UK understood that this was a reward from Ching-Se's lewd glance at him earlier. Can't you learn from my previous tenderness and pity towards you? UK muttered to himself. Suddenly, a mournful wail could be faintly heard from behind. Everyone paused. The voice came from a human. UK felt a pang in his heart. Damn it! Feiyu turned his head, spat, and cursed. Keep moving forward. Don't forget the invasion operation regulations. Ching-Se said after a 1-second pause, her voice icy. The group quickened their pace. From behind, several more shrill screams rang out. UK tried his best to control his emotions, even though he had imagined this scenario many times and had regularly discussed it in his classes when he was a teenager. But when you actually face it, your heart feels like it's being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, or like it's being pricked by needles. Every beat brings a sharp pain. Every 2 years, 50 million embryos are bred, undergoing 1 forced evolution and 5 voluntary evolutions, ultimately producing at least 3 million poo people. Part.In is someone who is mentally challenged or an idiot. During their evolution, they were unable to withstand indoctrination and stimulation, resulting in a brain-burning state, thus transforming into the plain people. The part people have short lifespans, are mentally challenged, and lack even basic cognitive and self-care abilities. If you're lucky, you'll be adopted by a loving family and become a recipient of care and support. Those who are unfortunate are concentrated in nursing homes, where they live out their lives as if they were being raised. Accelerate again. Ching-Se's voice remained icy, though her lips trembled slightly as she spoke. The sounds of mines exploding and hanging mines echoed one after another, momentarily drowning out the desperate cries of those who were crying out in despair. UK comforted Ching-Se, you have leadership potential. You did the right thing, Captain. Although Ching-Se has AA+ qualifications, she is still a 20-year-old girl and cannot be cold-blooded and indifferent. It was already difficult for her to complete the mental struggle in a second, and the few drops of blood that spilled from her lower lip were the best proof of that. Even UK himself couldn't regain his rationality and composure in a second, because he had memories of more than 30 years of prosperity from his previous life. According to the invasion operations regulations, during the evacuation of residents from Level 1 and Level 2 adaptable groups, excessive care for the poo people is not permitted under Level 1 alert. Furthermore, combat personnel are explicitly prohibited from proactively attending to the poo people during combat operations. Soon, the 10-man squad, carrying most of the ammunition from nodes 1 and 2, arrived at the warehouse at node 3. Everyone hurried to rest, with Captain Ching-Se only giving them 3 minutes. Yuan Shan slid down to the floor against the wall, burying her face in her knees. Yet Xian and Shi leaned against each other, their eyes red-rimmed. Xiaojie, Yanzhao, and Zicheng also had somber expressions, their hands gripping the gun stiff and white. Jiasun was still wearing his tactical goggles, his head down, so his expression was not visible. Feiyu remained silent, wiping the gun barrel repeatedly until it was spotless, a pointless action. UK remained weak, staring listlessly at something in front of him. Qingse examined the gun in her hand, her lips pursed, her gaze deep and thoughtful. UK sighed inwardly. No matter how brutal the training or how realistic the simulated battles, they could not compare to the tempering and impact of real combat. For a period of time afterward, those screams and wails that would occasionally ring out would arise spontaneously from the depths of their hearts and minds in the stillness of the night, repeatedly harassing their thoughts and souls. However, now is not the time for self-pity. The howling banshee bats will follow closely behind the bone-eating rats into level 50. Their sonic attacks are extremely lethal to the creatures. If hundreds of them charge at once, the team will find it nearly impossible to handle. This is also why the highest level ordered the Mo forms to retreat to the third node. With the space expanded at least 6 times, the possibility of being attacked by a large swarm of howling banshees is greatly reduced. However, there is a risk, though very low, that exists. The giant, rock-piercing centipede, carrying a huge number of steel-corroding centipedes, could invade the 50th floor. At that time, our group had almost no way to survive. Alert! Prepare for battle! Qingse suddenly stood up, her eyes fixed on the path they were coming from. But the densely packed bone-eating rats and the vast swarms of howling banshee bats seemed to have gone mad, rushing forward desperately. That rock-piercing centipede is already not far from the 50th floor of the central circular well. Chapter 11. I am the sun. Team A, use your energy guns. Fire at the highest frequency. Target, howling banshee bat. The rest of the team members, use iron rain to clear all the grenades inside the first node war room. Target, bone-eating rat. Qingse calmly and quickly issued the order. As soon as the words were spoken, the 6AA users immediately adjusted the frequency of their energy guns. The guns emitted a buzzing blue light, and the high-frequency energy beams shot like sharp swords towards the howling banshee bats flying through the air. 1 kilometer is the line between life and death. Specialized earmuffs cannot completely block the sonic attacks of the howling banshee bat. Within a distance of 500 meters, the nervous system of a nascent being that has not fully evolved into a transcendent being will be severely disrupted, resulting in mental paralysis and even fainting. A large number of wailing banshee bats were pierced, letting out shrill screams, losing their balance and falling from the sky, raining down on the rats, where they were torn to shreds. At the same time, 3 iron rain guns quickly locked onto the swarm of bone-eating rats rushing towards them from the ground in low altitude. One grenade after another whistled through the air and exploded in succession. The bone-eating rats, like fireworks, were engulfed in flames and scattered in all directions at high speed. The intense heat and flames generated by the grenade explosion instantly engulfed an even larger area of rats, their screams and explosions mingling together. While maintaining the firing rhythm, UK secretly sensed his own abilities. He found that he had recovered to normal in such a short time and no longer felt weak at all. The light spots deep within my mind returned to their original state, shining brightly and steadily with a warm glow. Jiasun was right, he and Jiasun were a perfect match. UK glanced in Jiasun's direction. Jiasun had delicate features, but was thin and long, with an Adam's apple that was full of masculine characteristics. UK couldn't help but shudder. UK felt that the refined potion Qingse gave him also played a significant role. UK cleared his mind of all the jumbled thoughts and looked at the swarm of rats exploding and the bats falling one after another. He silently estimated that, based on the density, time and distance traveled, about 20,000 howling banshee bats had been killed. According to historical battle records, the Transcendent and Reconstructor in the central well were responsible for at least the majority of the annihilation missions. With 300 adorable creatures guarding 300 open passages, their squad must eliminate at least 100,000 howling banshee bats. But this stalemate cannot last long. The bats that scatter through the windows, doors, corridors, and alleyways of residential buildings are the most difficult to deal with next. Hopefully, under the threat of that rock-piercing centipede, these damned bats will be able to swarm and charge for a longer period of time. UK hoped with a touch of wishful thinking that if this momentum could be maintained for just 10 more minutes. However, at that moment, UK felt a sudden panic. A creaking sound came from the corridor on the right, and UK turned his head to look. It's that super-grade mutant Rat King. Its single, scarlet eye gleamed with a ferocious light as it led over 30 super-grade mutant rats, hissing as they charged forward. A swarm of common bone-eating rats followed behind them. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and even Qingse's command paused for a moment. everyone immediately realized the gravity of the situation. If they couldn't withstand this top-tier Rat King, they would all be wiped out. In the midst of the panic, everyone's eyes turned to UK. Even a AA+ level cute body's physical attributes will not exceed 10 times the normal human limit. The super mutant rats are far superior to the cute humans in terms of body rigidity and speed of movement. In other words, under the current circumstances, apart from UK, no one is a match for this swarm of Porter-level mutant rats. UK. Go! I'll cover you. Everyone else, maintain the existing attack strategy. Don't panic, don't get distracted. Trust your teammates. Chingsa quickly glanced at UK and found that UK was also looking at her with a determined look in his eyes. She then coldly and quickly gave the order. However, as she gave the order, Chingsa felt as if she were being pierced by needles, with sharp pains coming in waves. She knew what this decision meant. The combat power of the superclass mutant Rat King was comparable to that of a transcendent, and more than 30 superclass mutant rats followed closely behind, each capable of easily tearing apart the combat suits and flesh of an ordinary cute creature. If UK wants to wipe out this powerful rat horde, he can't avoid getting injured. Not only could you get injured, but you could also die. UK leaped into the air, flicked his right hand, and extended his dark gold star grade longsword section by section. Holding an alloy longsword in his left hand, he charged forward as Chingsa fired grenades behind him. UK's eyes shone like diamonds, and his whole body turned red and hot again, with a faint mist swirling around him. Chingsa gripped the iron rein tightly, her knuckles inside the glove turning white from the force. Her gaze was fixed on UK's back, the flashes of grenades exploding and the burning remains of the bone-eating rats flying everywhere flashing alternately in her eyes. Whoosh boom! The second high-explosive grenade exploded in the dense swarm of rats behind them, and Chingsa could no longer find a firing angle. Fortunately, most of the ordinary bone-eating rats had already been wiped out. At this moment, the misty aura around UK dissipated, and his entire body faintly emitted a red light. Like a phantom, he rushed into the swarm of super-grade mutant rats from one side. He didn't want to face the Super Rat King right away, because he was worried that he wouldn't be able to kill it in one hit in his current overclocked state. He decided to first eliminate the super-mutated rats that followed him, gradually weakening the Rat King's subordinate forces. The dark gold star grade longsword in his hand transformed into a streak of light, each swing accompanied by a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air, precisely slashing at the nearest super-grade mutant rat. At the same time, it also gave Chingsa some shooting space. Chingsa raised her Punisher shotgun and fired at the wall where the rats were approaching from the other side. This would minimize the chance of accidentally hitting Yuk. However, in the 5-meter wide corridor, a few steel balls from the shotgun still bounced off and hit Quebec. Fortunately, his combat suit blocked some of the damage, but it still hurt so much that UK held his breath and his face turned even redder. UK quickly called for Chingsa to stop her support attack, and Chingsa also stopped firing on her own. With her A+ dynamic vision ability, she saw the resentful glance from UK's reddened eyes under his helmet and dared not fire again. UK went on a killing spree among the super-grade mutant rats. His two long swords wove a dazzling display of light and shadow. In an instant, more than 10 super-grade mutant rats died under his blade, and nearly 100 ordinary bone-eating rats were turned into pieces of minced meat. However, Yu Chueshin sank straight down. The super-grade mutant bone-eating Rat King did not turn around and attack him. Instead, it ignored him and led more than 10 super-grade mutant rats to charge towards the squad's position behind UK. UK spun around and, through the gaps in the swarm of elite rats, saw Chingsa flick out a dark gold longsword with her right hand, grip it tightly with both hands, her alluring figure standing solemnly beneath her combat uniform, then slightly bending her knees, preparing to charge forward. UK felt a surge of excitement instantly. He couldn't care less. Faced with a super-mutated rat whose speed exceeds the limits of normal humans by at least 12 times, there is only one outcome for Chingsa to charge forward with her knife. That is death. Then it was torn to pieces. Moreover, in less than 4 seconds, the Rat King and those dozen or so super-grade mutant rats will pounce into the squad's front fan-shaped position. Zicheng and Yuan Shan on the far right would be the first to perish. Their bodies were trembling almost imperceptibly, and their steps were gradually shifting inwards. In an instant, UK was like an exploding fireball, or a dazzling sun, with flames soaring around him and radiating light. Chingsa stopped abruptly, her mouth agape, her gaze fixed blankly, frozen in place. The tall figure burning with intense flames and radiating dazzling light before her was like a god descending. Under her dumbfounded gaze, it transformed into a streak of light that was difficult for her eyesight to catch, drawing a dazzling curve as it rushed towards her. Behind that figure, who resembled a sun god, all the super-grade mutant rats were cut in half and then turned into charred lumps. The super-sized, mutated, bone-eating rat king, which was even larger than a calf, was also cleaved into 2 large pieces from tail to head, its internal organs charred. Only then did the pieces of the limbs fall to the ground. The corrosive liquid dripped onto the composite steel floor tiles, making a sizzling sound, and wisps of thin, grayish-black smoke rose from the tiles. Further back, the ordinary bone-eating rats that had been swarming in had already turned around and fled in panic the moment UK transformed into a fireman, disappearing without a trace. When the fire dies down, the remaining debris returns to its original state. Chingsa stared straight at UK, opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. The others remained silent, as if struck by a statue, utterly awestruck. Amidst the fighting, they were startled by the light emitted by UK and hastily glanced to their right. Then, my heart stopped beating for a few beats almost simultaneously, and my mind went blank for a few seconds. How is that possible? A seemingly useless dual C body unleashes power approaching that of a third-tier transcendent. Moreover, it naturally awakened its initial abilities. No, this can no longer be called a basic ability. This is a genuine talent. Moreover, it's a full-body talent. Even Feiyu, who prided himself on knowing UK best, after regaining his composure and keeping firing, inwardly cursed, "Holy crap, this is illogical, damn it, is there no justice in this world?" Upon closer inspection, his expression turned even more grim. That bastard. The other boys also had the same expression as Feiyu. But the 3 girls glanced at it again and again, their faces turning slightly red. Jason, his face cold, uncharacteristically swore, "Damn, that's something else." As Chingsa's gaze moved down and lingered for a moment, UK realized that he was completely naked, without a single hair on his body. UK blushed with embarrassment and gave Ching-se a sheepish smile. Suddenly, another thought struck him, and he raised an eyebrow and smiled at Ching-se again. That smile was enigmatic and elusive. Then, UK raised an eyebrow again, looked around, and then slowly accepted the brand new combat uniform that Ching-se handed him. Oof. Did I scare you? Chapter 12: The Arrival of the Controller. Chingsa had already quietly moved 2 steps forward and to the side, blocking part of the onlooker's view. However, when he glanced at UK while changing grenades, he saw that the latter suddenly rolled his eyes and his body seemed to have lost its bones, collapsing vertically to the ground. Chingsa quickly pulled out a second bottle of refined energy liquid from her waist and handed it to UK. But he had no strength left. He tried to raise his hand, but only his fingers moved. UK glanced at Ching-se with longing eyes. Chingsa chuckled. Where had that air of confidence gone? She unscrewed the seal, pinched UK's lips, and slowly fed him. Jason then moved over and began healing UK again. His eyes gleamed behind his tactical goggles. "Guys, I told you, we're a perfect match." Upon hearing this, UK couldn't help but twitch all over and roll his eyes. In fact, what Jason really meant by perfect match was that his efficiency in transmitting life energy through healing yuk was at least 38.38% higher than that of others. At this moment, the countless swarms of bone-eating rats and howling banshee bats that had been surging wildly in front of the front fan-shaped position suddenly surged back like a receding tide, desperately pawing at their 4 legs and flapping their wings in panic, trying to resist the enormous suction from behind. However, all their efforts were in vain. They screeched wildly but could not stop flying backward. In the process, thousands of rat bats were clustered into clumps, and then these clumps clustered into even larger clumps, skimming the ground and tumbling away. Everyone was stunned by the bizarre and magnificent scene before them. Chingsa reacted the fastest, shouting urgently, "Ceasefire! Defend with all your might!" The words had barely left his mouth. The inexplicable suction force expanded to the front of the formation, and everyone immediately drew their alloy longswords, planted them in the ground, and leaned forward to resist with all their might. Feiyu, who was on the left, reacted quickly. He plunged his twin swords into the ground, tilted his body, and moved rapidly into the horizontal corridor. He crouched against the wall, panting heavily. UK was pinned down by Ching-se, who also forcefully slammed her twin swords into the ground. However, bearing the weight of 2 people and thrusting her swords at almost the smallest acute angle, Ching-se was clearly struggling to hold on. Just as the two were about to slide, Feiyu, with a static rope tied around his waist, once again plunged his twin swords into the ground and rushed over diagonally. Feiyu threw down his sword with one hand, pulled UK up and hugged him, and at the same time spun around, pulling UK into the rope as well. Ching-se also sheathed her sword, straightened up, and nimbly grabbed the rope around UK's waist. The two of them pulled on the rope together, embracing UK, and managed to hide in the horizontal corridor where Feiyu had been before. UK was deeply shocked as he watched the spent bullet casings and scattered guns rolling forward, the ammunition boxes sliding faster and faster, and the tens of thousands of mutated beasts flying away in the distance. What kind of power is this? Chingsa noticed the shock in UK's eyes and said breathlessly, "It must be some important figure at the level of a controller who has arrived at the central well." The controller? Although he had seen the power of the controller in textbook videos, witnessing firsthand the scene where it could forcibly reverse the course of tens of millions of mutated beasts and even generate a huge suction force covering a radius of nearly 7 kilometers, UK's heart still pounded uncontrollably. The words and images in textbooks are ultimately cold and impersonal, far less impactful than the direct, visceral experience of this moment. The others also quickly hid in the corridors on both sides, but everyone looked terrified and shocked. But everyone knew that the current beast-tide invasion was nearing its end. The entire Dark City had escaped this calamity. Outside the corridor, the immense suction continued, and a deafening rumble came from deep within, growing louder and louder. It was mixed with the ear-piercing sound of metal clashing and the screams of the mutated beasts, creating a chilling background sound. Feiyu quickly popped his head out and glanced again at the end of the path from which the beast-tide had come. Then he turned back and squatted against the wall, his eyes wide and his Adam's apple bobbing involuntarily. Damn, is this really something that human beings can achieve? It's like a natural disaster. Standing next to Chingsa, Shurshu's face was pale, and her lips trembled as she said, "The textbooks say that the controller can decide the course of the battle, but this is basically wiping out the battlefield. Those countless swarms of rats and bats just disappeared like that?" Chingsa appeared quite calm. "They must be worried that the steel-corroding centipedes will cause too much damage to the underground city, which is why the controllers have come to clean up the mess." Still nestled in Chingsa's arms, UK asked, "Is that the ability to create storms?" Chingsa nodded, then gestured to Jiasun to continue healing UK, and said, "It should be that storm devourer, a very beautiful and elegant female powerhouse." Feiyu turned to look at Chingsa, his eyes gleaming with intense interest. Seeing this, Shurshu rolled her eyes and scoffed, "Boys in heat really dare to think of anything." Feiyu was annoyed, and with a sidelong glance and a stiff neck, he said, "What am I thinking?" "How do you know what I'm thinking?" "Only women in heat would guess what others are thinking." Shurshu glared angrily at Feiyu, "You're just in heat." "I'm not in heat, I'm not interested in men." Feiyu's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward to retort. Seeing that the topic had been completely steered off course, UK felt both helpless and understanding. These children, who were born at the age of 5, had a lifespan of 20 years, but their actual age in life was 15, which was the time of their adolescence. Seeing that the two sides were going back and forth endlessly, UK simply closed his eyes and observed the situation himself. As Jiasun continuously infused life energy, UK felt lazy and warm all over, an unusually comfortable feeling spreading throughout every corner of his body. UK knew that Jiasun was putting in even more effort this time than last time. However, this time, his outburst was on a completely different level from the last one. Moreover, they are not the same thing at all. This time, what I used was not the spot of light in my mind. To be precise, only a tiny bit of light spot was used to maintain normal overclocking. More importantly, he used the fire bead about the size of a walnut, located slightly below his navel, for the second time. The first time UK used this fire bead was in his small one-bedroom apartment. In just 2 seconds, almost all the furniture in the living room turned to ashes. This time, the once radiant fire bead is now almost dim, with only 7 or 8 thin, dark red energy strands flowing around its surface. UK sighed. After using the Talon Fire Pearl, his body was extremely weak. Even with Jiasun's life healing, he had only recovered 20–30% of his strength. But at the same time, he also felt that his body seemed to be cleaner. However, the battle is now entering a dangerous final stage for the team. Given his current weakened state, he will likely have to rely on Chingsa and the team members to protect him for the foreseeable future. In the distance, a deep roar that seemed to tear through space suddenly came from the mutated beast. At the same time, an indescribable sense of majesty and oppression spread over, causing the entire 50th floor, Zone, space to tremble slightly. Dust fell from the walls, and the lights on the ceiling flickered. Everyone fell silent instantly, even their breathing became softer, and only their faint panting and the sound of their hearts pounding filled the corridor. Chapter 13 The Sixth Order Pact. It's that rock-piercing centipede putting up a desperate resistance, and that lord is crushing it into powder with his supreme power, Chingsa said in time. Everyone realized what was happening and nodded in agreement. 4 or 5 minutes later, the oppressive aura dissipated, and everyone felt a sense of lightness throughout their bodies, their previously tense nerves relaxing. Some people wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Beep beep beep, the personal terminal forced to sound again. Battle situation report. The current beast tied in the dark dungeon has been largely eliminated. Everyone cheered spontaneously. UK also showed joy on his face, but at the same time he was shocked. That controller, single-handedly, annihilated at least 60 million bone-eating rats and howling banshee bats, plus a mountain-sized rock-piercing centipede and tens of millions of steel-eating centipedes. What immense power this is! Although knowledge about evolved beings was instilled in them when they were first-level adapters, it only remained at a superficial level of understanding, far less awe-inspiring than the immersive experience they were having now. What would it feel like to witness that grand yet brutal massacre firsthand? UK worried that his heart would burst out of his chest. The others exchanged glances amidst their joy, and in each other's eyes they saw amazement and awe. They all thought of the great power of that controller. TSK, the controller, truly a bully. Feiyu shook his head and grinned. The others were also about to say something, but when they heard Feiyu utter the word step, they all shut their mouths and looked at Feiyu with some admiration. Chingsa squad, please begin cleaning up the assigned area in 5 minutes. It was another command from the highest level. This is point-to-point command. Feiyu quickly spoke again, looking at UK and Qingse. It seems that some squads have suffered heavy losses, Xiao Jie said thoughtfully. At this moment, everyone looked at UK, who was still clinging to Qingse's arms. If it weren't for him, their squad would most likely have been wiped out. That majestic figure, radiating light from burning flames, still deeply moves them to this day. Such a talent ability is probably only comparable to that of a cute body with AA+ aptitude when it evolves into a transcendent and awakens. Jocelyn patted UK on the shoulder with his other hand and said solemnly, "Big guy, thank you. You're awesome." UK shuddered again. 4 minutes later, form a 2-2-2-3 formation. The 3 pairs will establish an equilateral 10-meter triangle formation, with me, UK, and Jiaxin in the center. The movement path is as follows: from here to the right to the edge line, then to the right again, circle around to the 4th node, and then move back to the starting point to complete the loop. Sweep through each house. Qingse gave the order. Attention, this is the most dangerous moment. Be on high alert to prevent being ambushed, Qingse warned coldly. Everyone's expressions turned solemn, and they nodded in agreement. Time's up. Form teams, form ranks, advance. Qingse helped the weak and powerless UK to his feet and gave the order. The team members immediately sprang into action, quickly adjusting their positions to be distributed at equilateral distances of 10 meters, and soon formed a 2-2-2-3 formation. The duo consisted of one wielding an energy gun and the other a shotgun. Following their standard formation, they began moving to the right along their predetermined path, their eyes constantly scanning their surroundings vigilantly. On the ground lay a crystal core, about the size of a pigeon egg, shimmering with colorful light. Feiyu quickly bent down, picked it up, and tossed it toward UK. It is the crystal core of that top-tier rat king. Although it's just a 2nd-tier crystal core, it's still worth 2,000 energy tickets, which is a considerable fortune for Mingdi. UK caught it, grinned, and handed it to Qingse, saying, "This is for you." Qingse glanced at UK with her beautiful eyes, her gaze sharp and her lips slightly upturned. "Too low grade, you can keep it." UK reluctantly took it back, muttering, "This is something valuable to me." Qingse looked ahead with a smile in her eyes and said calmly, "I'll wait for you to give me a 6th-tier one in the future." 6th rank? That rock-piercing centipede is only 4.5 rank. UK froze, turning his head to look. Qingse's flawless profile was right in front of him. UK froze again, a surge of heat rising in his abdomen. The words "you really think highly of me" were swallowed back, and he said, "Okay." Jia-sun, who was holding UK's left hand to maintain the healing state, interjected to UK, "I believe you." UK gave Jia-sun a sidelong glance, clearly annoyed. The team continued forward, searching each house with extra care, leaving no corner unchecked. Suddenly, a slight disturbance came from ahead, and everyone stopped instantly, gripping their weapons tightly and preparing to attack at any moment. 50 or 60 bone-eating rats followed a super mutant rat as it darted out of a house on the opposite side. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. After a burst of concentrated fire, the bone-eating rats turned into bloody fragments and charred dust, and the super-grade mutant rat also vomited blood and collapsed to the ground, its body riddled with countless tiny bullet holes. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Just now, Qingse held the hummingbird heavy pistol in one hand and fired consecutive shots at that super-grade mutant rat. She was trying to learn UK's ice shooting technique. Unfortunately, it took her 6 consecutive shots to finally hit his ear. A hint of discouragement flashed in Qingce's eyes. She glanced at the hummingbird in her hand, then turned to look at UK leaning on her shoulder. UK could naturally see Qingce's shooting movements just now. Seeing Qingce's gaze fall on him, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and look back at her triumphantly. Qingce's gaze instantly turned into a roll of her eyes, and she let out a soft tsk. Yan Zhao and Zi Chang were positioned just in time to spot Qingce's pinpoint shot, and a look of astonishment flashed in their eyes. In dynamic point and shoot, the difference between the Super AA plus Qingce and the Double C Yuk is surprisingly large. Previously, they had already been amazed by UK's extraordinary shooting accuracy and speed, and they knew clearly that they were far from being able to do it. But now, with Qingce's shooting as a reference, the two realized just how big the gap was between them and UK. I thought it was just 1 mountain away, but it turned out to be 100 mountains away. The group moved along the predetermined path again. At this node, there were only a dozen or so bone-eating rats in a few parallel houses. Almost all of them were reduced to ashes by the energy gun. Upon reaching the closed edge, the group turned right again, with the two-person team taking turns acting as arrows, advancing along the edgeline. Upon entering the parallel corridor at the two nodes, everyone was extremely cautious and on edge. It is speculated that there should be multiple bone-eating rats and a small number of howling banshee bats in the rooms on both sides of this corridor. The aberrant bats should be more numerous in the parallel corridor of the first section. Surprisingly, however, there were no bone-eating rats or howling banshee bats in the first few rooms. Are you that lucky? UK was a little puzzled. He gently squeezed Qingce's arm with the hand that was on her shoulder. When the fifth door was kicked open, suddenly 50 or 60 bone-eating rats squeaked and scattered in all directions. Where they ran off to, there was a corpse that was almost nothing but bones, with only some bits of flesh clinging to the bones, surrounded by a pool of bright red blood and tattered clothes. Everyone felt a jolt in their hearts, and an indescribable grief and anger welled up inside them. After a burst of concentrated fire, Fei Yu, as one of the arrow duo, was about to chase them into the bedroom. At that moment, UK's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. Without a second thought, he immediately activated overclocking, causing all his bodily functions to rapidly increase, his mind to race, and his visual and auditory abilities to surge instantly. The dense and rapid air fluctuations in the edge passage, the rustling sounds from the neighboring houses, and the heavy scraping sounds from the ground all reached his ears. Not good. Retreat into the corridor. Circular defense. Indiscriminate firing throughout the entire area. UK's expression changed drastically, and he shouted in alarm. Chapter 14: A difficult and bloody battle. UK's shouts were like ice drilling into everyone's ears, and like needles piercing everyone's nerves. Almost at the same time that UK finished speaking, everyone moved swiftly from inside the house to the corridor in a 2223 formation, and simultaneously began indiscriminate firing throughout the entire space. The interval between the two is less than 0.4 seconds. Originally, Qingce had her arm around UK's waist, and UK had his arm around Qingce's shoulder. A moment later, UK swept Qingce up in front of him and spun into the corridor like a phantom, while simultaneously drawing his hummingbird from his waist and turning around to fire rapidly. Just as UK was about to turn around, he saw a pair of scarlet eyes staring at him, their fierce gaze filled with hatred. However, he had no time to think, and after turning around, he fired with all his might at top speed. Because behind them was a swarm of howling banshee bats flying in from the edge of the passage, less than 100 meters away from the team. Launching a sonic attack at this distance can cause all members of the squad to lose their minds within 2 seconds. All the wailing banshee bats that flew in were shot down by UK, Xiaojia, and Ye Xin as they peeked out or were about to face the team head-on. But UK was even more nervous, because he heard that a wailing female bat king was about to turn and fly over in the next second. Second-tier mutant beasts are almost immune to the Guardian energy gun. Even the Punisher shotgun cannot kill them with a single shot. He dared not risk trying the through-eye shooting method, firstly because he could not wait until he was facing the Bat King head-on to shoot, by which time it would be too late and the sound waves reflected from the wall would attack his team members, secondly because if he fired at the moment the Bat King peeked out, he could not guarantee that he would hit the target with one shot, as the Bat King was too fast. That shot left almost no room for error. Moreover, he is currently unable to use ultra-high frequency. The sparks of light in the mind are fleeting and do not solidify. The actual recovery rate is only about 1/3. Xiaojie and Yashin, turn and fire. UK urgently said to the two people beside him. As he spoke, his figure flashed out, his left hand holding the hummingbird to keep firing, and his right hand swung out a dark gold longsword. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the T-junction, facing the howling Banshee Bat King flying towards him. Xiaojie and Yashin had already turned around and were firing again. Yashin didn't feel at all that Yuk was overstepping his bounds and exercising Qingce's authority as captain. The Bat King hissed sharply, its sucker-like mouthparts covered with rings of sharp teeth lunging at Yuk Quebec. Its massive wings flapped, creating a foul gust of wind, and its sharp claws were aimed at UK. The powerful and extremely close-range sonic attack made UK dizzy. UK endured the discomfort, touched the ground with his toes and moved backward, while his left hand continued to fire in bursts, and his right hand's dark gold longsword drew sharp arcs in the air. UK activated high frequency again, ignoring the piercing pain in his mind, and tried his best to increase it. UK's eyes shone brightly again, and his whole body felt burning hot. The first cut goes into the mouth. The second cut penetrated the head. The third cut penetrated the torso. After 3 stabs, he died completely. The star-level longsword was indeed exceptionally sharp. UK secretly praised it. Luckily, he had Qingce's knife, otherwise, it would have been very troublesome. UK brandished his longsword again, leaping and flashing between the wall and the ground like light refracting, while simultaneously reloading and firing with his left hand. All 127 howling Banshee bats were annihilated, and the scene was filled with the pungent smell of blood and the lingering stench of bat wings flapping. UK quickly lowered his frequency, panting heavily. His body trembled slightly from the intense battle just now, but his eyes remained sharp. He quickly scanned his surroundings and the distance before turning back. Running back to the horizontal corridor, UK was shocked to find that the combat squad's 222 formation had been broken up. 8 exceptionally mutated bone-eating rats, each the size of a wolf, were already locked in fierce combat with the 9 people. Some were fighting with knives, others were chasing and shooting. The coordination was chaotic and rushed. Everywhere there were the corpses and blood of ordinary bone-eating rats. 4 super-grade mutant rats lay sprawled on the ground. They had clearly been eliminated by the squad members. To achieve this result in 3 seconds was actually quite remarkable. This at least shows that Qingce had a clear mind and was a capable commander. Although the team members appeared slightly flustered, they were not afraid or retreated, and initially they seemed to be quite organized. Otherwise, the situation of 4 dead and 8 injured would not have occurred. This batch of super-grade mutant rats was exceptionally ferocious, fearless of death and injury, and attacked with their lives on the line. A strange feeling flashed through UK's mind. He quickly searched for Qingce and found that Qingce was fiercely fighting with a creature that was slightly smaller in size but whose aura was in no way inferior to the other top-level deformed bone-eating rats. The bone-eating rat emitted an eerie glow, its fangs were interlocked, and each pounce was accompanied by a whistling sound. Its agility and ferocity were significantly greater than those of the 8 super-grade mutant rats. UK suddenly remembered that this was the same person who had looked at him the moment he turned around. UK quickly scanned the area again and found that most of the people had wounds and were in poor condition, clearly suffering mental damage from the sound waves reflected from the wall. The 8 super-grade mutant rats were also covered in wounds, with several or even a dozen shotgun pellets deeply embedded in their bodies. Seeing that there was no time to delay, as even half a second's delay could result in the death of a team member, UK immediately increased the overclock setting and shouted ceasefire. His figure transformed into a rainbow of light, and he wielded a dark golden longsword in his hand, creating a dazzling blade light as he cleaved the super-grade mutated bone-eating rat that was biting at Jiasun into 4 pieces. After passing behind Feiyu again, the blade flashed once more, slicing the super-grade mutant rat that pounced on the 2 of them in 2, and the rat's head fell into Feiyu's arms. Feiyu jumped up and yelled, "Holy crap!" He quickly threw it away. When everyone saw UK enter like a phantom, their expressions calmed down, their tense nerves relaxed completely, and their fear subsided. UK's timely appearance was like a stabilizing force, bringing peace to everyone and instantly turning the previously chaotic and critical situation around. UK continued his relentless movement across the battlefield, each swing of his blade precise and ruthless, slashing or chopping down the top-tier mutated bone-eating rats. The dark golden longsword in his hands seemed to possess a spirit and life with each flash of light, blood splattered. In the blink of an eye, only the slightly smaller, supersized, mutated bone-eating rat remained, confronting Qingce. "This is a juvenile, top-tier rat king," Qingce said as UK appeared beside her. UK suddenly realized why this guy looked at him with such hatred in his eyes. He was probably the son of the one-eyed, top-tier rat king, and likely the heir. Naturally, one is filled with hatred when facing the murderer of one's father. The reason those 7 super-mutated mice fought so desperately was because it was an order from the Little Mouse King. Seeing all his subordinates dead, the underage special grade Rat King gave UK a deep look with his bared fangs, then turned and ran. UK was taken aback. This guy's IQ is really high compared to his kind. I'll go, UK said to Ching-se, his body transforming into a rainbow shadow once more as he chased after her. In fact, only UK can come, because only UK's speed can catch up with it. Ching-se didn't nod. Seeing UK rush forward, she turned back to check on her teammates' injuries. After several battles, she trusted UK completely, especially in one-on-one situations like this. When the immature Rat King saw UK chasing after it, and knowing that it was much faster than it turned around, bared its fangs, and pounced on UK to bite him. With a light, graceful movement, UK bent his knees, crouched, and slid sideways, like Tangdehu, slicing the starry blade from the juvenile special grade Rat King's jaw down to its abdomen and then to its tail. As it fell, a gush of blood and intestines gushed from its mangled body, falling to the ground and emitting a pungent, bloody stench. It didn't even get to let out a complete scream before crashing to the ground, twitching a few times, and then it was completely lifeless. UK stood up, shook off the blood droplets on his long sword, and found that the blade was still bright and new, without a trace of dirt. He turned to look in the direction where Ching-se and the others were, and only after confirming that there was no longer any threat around them did he turn off overclocking and, with his extremely weak body, shuffle back. "Watch out," a man's voice shouted urgently. At the same time, 2 shotgun shells burst out. UK's anger surged instantly, and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. But he didn't have time to come up with any other thoughts or actions. He tried his best to awaken the dim light spot and attempt to restart the overclock. At the same time, his body reacted instinctively, leaning back and turning his head to protect his head with his arms. However, it was too late. Chapter 15: A Close Call. 52 steel balls rained down as the 2 shotgun shells exploded. Despite UK's swift reaction, several steel balls pierced his combat uniform, leaving bloody holes in his shoulders, arms, and legs. Blood gushed out, staining his clothes red. UK was in a daze. After the previous high-intensity overclocking and the second overclocking, he was shut down and restarted immediately. It felt as if countless steel needles were constantly piercing his brain. His whole body was trembling uncontrollably, and his legs were as weak as overcooked noodles. UK was unable to muster any strength and fell to the ground like a broken doll with its spine removed. He only had time to glance at Ching-se, and saw her running towards him in a panic, her face filled with anxiety and fear, before his vision blurred and he fainted. When UK woke up, it was already an hour later, thanks to Jia Sen's reckless healing of him, who generously channeled his life energy into him. UK had a total of 7 bullet holes on his body, one of which was on his abdomen. It was relatively shallow and was probably caused by the bullet ricocheting off the wall. Fortunately, none of the other 6 wounds were vital. However, the steel pellets were embedded quite deeply and had not pierced the body. The pellets could only be removed first, and basic treatment administered before the patient was transferred to the medical bay for deep weaving therapy after the battle. At this moment, he still felt slightly weak all over, and his thoughts were as sluggish as if they were stuck in thick asphalt. Only the intense pain from the wound allowed him to think more clearly. Jason sat to the side, his face as pale as paper, clearly having exhausted too much of his life energy earlier, and was now resting with his eyes closed. Jason opened his eyes, noticed UK's gaze, and shouted excitedly, "UK is awake! UK is awake!" Ching-se and the others ran over from not far away, surrounded UK, and asked him all sorts of questions with concern. UK saw Ching-se in front of him and looked up in surprise, only to see Fei Yu's face. So that's why he was leaning against this guy. Seeing that UK had regained his senses, Ching-se's beautiful eyes filled with tears of joy. This exquisitely beautiful face, smiling through her tears, made UK's soul feel as if it had found its footing in this world for a fleeting moment. UK wanted to raise his hand to wipe away the tears dripping from Ching-se's face. Ching-se noticed UK's hand movement and instantly understood his intention. She grabbed UK's right hand with both hands and pressed it against her face. Fei Yu interrupted inappropriately, "UK, don't worry, we will all testify for you. And for Captain Ching-se." "Damn it," UK thought, rolling his eyes. The 3 girls nodded frantically, tears streaming down their faces. UK felt greatly gratified and deeply moved. Even Sure, who had initially harbored hostility towards him, shed tears for him. "I just don't know if she will continue to be in love with Ching-se in the future." Xiao Jie's groans could be heard from afar. UK suddenly remembered Fei Yu's words, also a witness for Captain Ching-se, and looked over. Xiao Jie lay on the ground, completely disarmed, his body curled up, each hand covering one of his calves, groaning softly. Fei Yu continued, Captain Ching Se discovered that Xiao Jie, that bastard, had maliciously shot you under false pretenses, so she broke both of his legs on the spot and refused to treat or bandage him. Yet Xian chimed in, her baby face contorted with rage, he did it on purpose. That top-tier mutated bone-eating rat is dead, it was just convulsing. Even with my AA aptitude, I could tell, I don't believe someone with AA plus aptitude couldn't. And he even fired 2 shots. Zicheng, who was usually aloof and on good terms with Xiao Jie, had a look of contempt in his calm eyes. I also noticed that Xiao Jie deliberately shot his teammate. My opinion is the same as Yashin's. His behavior has tarnished his AA plus rating. Yan Zhao, who was standing with his arms crossed, nodded and said in a low voice, my views are the same as theirs. Yuan Shan nodded repeatedly, her ponytail swaying, and frowned, saying, me too. That guy's mind is really dark. The others echoed their opinions, then looked at Xiao Jie with disdain and contempt in their eyes. UK was slightly surprised that Zicheng and Yan Zhao were able to speak up for justice at this time. The others also unanimously supported him, which made UK feel deeply moved once again. For the previous 3 years, as a bottom-of-the-class double-C loser, UK had no interaction with these outstanding individuals except for spending all his time with Fei Yu. At this moment, Qingse took out a bottle of liquid medicine in a gold package, tore open the bag, and carefully fed it to UK. When Jiasun saw the golden medicine tube, a look of shock appeared on his usually calm but pale face. UK initially thought it was a higher-level life energy liquid. But after taking the first sip, he knew he was wrong. It turned out to be an even more precious spiritual nutrient solution. With this level of wartime nutrition, it's almost certain that Qingse comes from a certain family. UK's thoughts, which had been stuck in viscous asphalt, gradually began to come alive. As if a spring breeze had caressed his soul, or a gentle rain had nourished his spirit, 5 minutes later, UK was finally able to think normally again. His first thought wasn't the anger he felt when he discovered Xiao Jie had shot at him under some pretext, nor the deep hatred he felt for Xiao Jie after being seriously injured and nearly dying. Instead, it was a sigh. I wasn't careful enough. From beginning to end, Xiao Jie's hostility towards him only increased, and his gaze towards him remained gloomy and cold. But the look in his eyes when he looked at Qingse concealed an almost unconcealable infatuation and greed. Especially after he demonstrated his overclocked and fireman states, Xiao Jie's gaze towards him was filled with jealousy and resentment. He was able to notice these things mostly unintentionally when he was in overclocking mode, and Xiao Jie didn't have time to hide them. After discovering these things, I should have been more careful and vigilant. Especially when he realized that one of the super mutant rats that had initially fallen to the ground was experiencing head spasms, and that it, and Xiao Jie were almost in a straight line. Luckily, I was spared from being hit in the head or other vital areas. Otherwise, I would have either died or suffered a fate worse than death. UK glanced at Qingse gratefully. Qingse, however, responded with an apologetic and self-reproachful expression. UK gave Qingse a comforting smile. He understood that Qingse's self-blame stemmed from her failure to take preventative measures when she sensed Xiao Jie's hostility towards her, and her apology was because she only pierced Xiao Jie's legs instead of killing him on the spot, and thus felt sorry for UK. As the captain of the Mobody squad, this is all she can do according to the invasion operation regulations. At the same time, she immediately reported the matter to the military court and collected unanimous testimonies from all other members of the squad. After all this, even if Xiao Jie doesn't die, he will at least face a punishment far more severe than just losing 2 legs. Even if Xiao Jie claimed he fired the gun out of nervousness or panic, and there were consistent testimonies from many people, the military court would not accept it. Due to the heinous incident of a colleague being shot, and the fact that it involved one of only 2 A+ level characters in the City of No Light, Qingse and all members of her squad were ordered to remain in place and wait for the arrival of the military police. Qingse took out a shimmering crystal core and handed it to UK, saying, "This belongs to that Bat King." UK grinned, another 2,000 energy tickets, and said to Qingse, "Once I'm healed, I'll treat you to a candlelight dinner at the Gates of Eden." Qingse smiled and said, "Okay." Woo 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 woo. 2 armored hovercraft approached, sirens blaring. 10 heavily armed lightly armored military police officers and 2 uniformed judges disembarked from the vehicle. The military police moved swiftly, their eyes sharp as eagles, and instantly took control of all the intersections. The judge's uniform is embroidered with a solemn and deadly pattern of swords and legal codes intertwined on the right breast. Chapter 16: The Serenade Unleashed. One of the judges, with a short beard and a slightly plump build, looked around before approaching Qingse. "Captain Qingse? I am Hongyi, a second-level judge of the military tribunal. Please come with me to examine the scene." Qingse nodded calmly, her eyes slightly haughty. Another judge, with a sinister face and a tall, thin build, did not greet Qingse. He walked straight to Xiao Jie, who was lying on the ground groaning, a cold glint in his eyes. He then glanced back at Qingse and UK in the distance. UK felt a slight stirring in his heart. After taking photos and making measurements at the scene using surveying equipment, the short-bearded, slightly overweight judge walked aside and whispered to the tall, thin judge. A moment later, the others were also questioned and asked to testify at the scene. After completing the questioning, Feiyu walked to UK's side, his expression slightly serious, his eyes thoughtful. He said softly, "Something's not right. They're asking about your relationship with Qingse. Why would they ask such a question?" UK frowned, the strange feeling he had earlier resurfacing. He whispered, "This is definitely not normal. The military court should only be concerned with the case itself. Why would they inexplicably ask about our relationship? Could it be?" Before he finished speaking, Feiyu already understood what he meant. The two looked at each other and saw a serious look in each other's eyes. Finally, the two judges walked together before Qingse and the others. Judge Hong Yi, with a short beard, said, after a thorough examination and detailed questioning, "The situation at the scene has been basically ascertained. Our military court will uphold fairness and conduct a thorough trial. We will announce the verdict to everyone as soon as the case is closed." Qingse frowned, her eyes turning icy as she looked at the two judges. According to the invasion operations regulations, in this situation, the on-site evidence is clear, the data measurements are accurate, and the witness testimonies are consistent, which meets the requirements for on-site sentencing. The short-bearded judge looked slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, "The suspect's mental state has not been tested, and the possibility of a sudden mental illness cannot be ruled out. We judges are not experts in this area. Therefore, we need a conclusion from a psychology professional before." The tall, thin judge suddenly said in a cold voice, "Xiao Qingse, Du Xiao Jie is your ardent suitor, and your aunt approves of him. He's preparing to ask your parents to arrange a marriage for him. Doesn't your attitude of kicking someone when they're down damage your reputation and character?" Everyone was quite indignant when they heard the short-bearded judge's clearly biased remarks. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense and eerie. UK raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. This gloomy-looking guy seemed quite cunning, but was he really that brainless? However, the focus of the other team members was diverted. Xiao Jie is madly in love with Qingse? He has a surname? And he comes from a family? Qingse's aunt approves of him? A family marriage? The team members present were all stunned. They looked at Qingse and then at Yuk, wondering how they had inexplicably become the watermelon crowd. Zicheng and Yan Zhao, on the other hand, remained calm, indicating that they had known all along. However, after a short while, everyone realized that the tall, thin judge was arguing illogically and trying to confuse the issue in order to shift the focus. Honi, standing next to Gao Jun, felt his facial muscles twitch involuntarily. He couldn't help but curse inwardly, "This is bad, I'm doomed. That reckless bastard, he thinks he's gotten too big for his britches just because he's climbed the social ladder." Qingse's eyes were as cold as ice. She glanced at the nameplate on the tall, thin judge's chest, then looked directly at him. "Gao Jun, be mindful of your position and responsibilities as a judge. In a military court, personal feelings and friendships should be clearly distinguished from your duties and professional ethics. Furthermore, I, Qingse, have always acted with integrity and fairness, and I will not let personal feelings or grudges cloud my judgment of justice and law. I have no fewer than 100 ardent suitors. What is he? A marriage proposal? What a joke. Forget about it. Don't embarrass yourself. He disgusts me too." Qingse, with an arrogant and aloof expression, continued speaking, glancing disdainfully at Xiao Jie. "Furthermore, Xi Gaojun, since you know my aunt, you should know who my father is and who my grandfather is. If you don't know, you can ask your colleague next to you. Where do you get the audacity to spout nonsense and play tricks on me? With your age of middle age?" Upon hearing this, UK's expression turned slightly surprised. Qingse really did come from a prominent family, and it seemed to be an extraordinary one at that. At the same time, he secretly praised Qingse's performance. Qingse took half a step forward, her eyes arrogant and sharp, her voice growing colder as she rebuked, "Finally, you, a nameless person, a mere reconstructor, dare to interfere in the affairs of my Zhao family? Are you out of your mind, or do you think you've had enough of living?" Honi's face grew increasingly grim. Sure enough, things had taken an unexpected turn, giving them leverage against him. Even if a child from a prominent family lived alone to the age of 20, their brains weren't for nothing. Hongyi glanced furtively at his embarrassed and panicked colleague beside him, cursing inwardly again. Just stick to the facts and reason with him, that's enough to achieve our goal. Damn it, why did you have to jump out and spout all that nonsense? To show off your status, to show off your connections? Or to try and put me in charge from now on? You pig brain. UK couldn't help but applaud Ching-se. Her words and tone were truly apt and skillful. I used to think that Ching-se was either sweet or salty, but I never expected it to be so spicy. Do you believe that just because of those few words you just said, my aunt could beat you to death? Ching-se's eyes were sharp as knives, her aura was full, and she stared at the judge named Gao Jun. UK clapped his hands inwardly, a smug look appearing between his brows. This gigolo is really something. That last sentence would probably scare the other person so much they'd wet their pants. Really? The sinister judge took a step back, his thin, long face trembling, sweat beading on his forehead, his pupils shrinking. His entire body shuddered violently. Suddenly, he bent over, almost at a 90-degree angle, his voice trembling, and said to Ching-se with trepidation, "I'm sorry, Miss Zhao. I spoke recklessly. Please forgive me. Are you just spouting nonsense?" Ching-se continued her aggressive questioning without holding back. The short-bearded judge, already drenched in sweat, bowed and smiled, saying, "Miss Zhao, Judge Gao Jun acted rashly and interfered in family matters. Please." Ching-se turned her head to look at them, her expression still cold and sharp, and said, "What, does Judge Hongyi also want to get involved?" The short-bearded judge hurriedly waved his hand and stepped back, forcing a smile, repeatedly saying, "I dare not, I dare not." Then he stood silently with his hands down and head bowed, like a primary school student being punished. The scene was completely silent, utterly still. Not only were UK and the others speechless with shock at Ching-se's powerful aura, but even the 10 lightly armored military police were so intimidated that they lowered their helmets. Feiyu stared at Ching-se with his mouth agape, muttering, "That's awesome, damn." He quickly covered his mouth before he could finish the first half of the word. Shirshir stared blankly at Ching-se's flawless face with her almond-shaped eyes, her eyes filled with stars. Jiasun stared at Ching-se through his tactical goggles, remaining motionless. The burly and tall Yan Zhao, with his square face, was also stunned, his mouth agape, but he dared not utter a sound. Zicheng calmed down slightly, his gaze complex as he looked at Ching-se, then at the tall, imposing prosecutor, and shook his head. He then looked at UK with a hint of barely perceptible amusement and pity. The tall and slender Yuan Shan was also greatly shocked, her pretty face above her swan neck looking at the scene before her with great emotion. Even Ya Hsan, with her baby face, unconsciously opened her mouth in an O shape, her eyes wide with shock, yet she possessed a unique and endearing cuteness. UK's eyes were also fixed, his mouth slightly open, and he was equally shocked. His shock wasn't from Ching-se's aura, but from hearing Ching-se mention hundreds of fervent suitors. After the initial shock, UK felt a surge of jealousy mixed with a strange excitement and pride. However, he was then overwhelmed by a growing sense of crisis and astonishment at the event itself. Hundreds of people, in a frenzy. Furthermore, what exactly are the identities and qualifications of those hundreds of people? Furthermore, that sinister and stupid fellow seems to be in trouble. At the scene, it seemed that apart from Zicheng and Yuk, none of the other team members realized the meaning of Ching-se's last words to Gao Jun. But just as the slightly overweight Judge Hongyi left with an almost mocking expression, Judge Gao Jun, cornered, gave the answer directly. Gao Jun, who was hunched over and saw Ching-se rebuke Hongyi, trembled violently once again. He realized that the current situation could not be resolved with words alone. He slammed his eyes shut, then slammed them open again, large beads of sweat dripping down his face. He suddenly drew his sword with his right hand, and with a flash of silver white light, his left arm was severed at the shoulder. Then, with a kick, the falling left arm flew into the distance and exploded into dust in mid-air. UK raised an eyebrow again. This Gao Jun was ruthless enough, but not stupid either. This act, ostensibly a plea for forgiveness, was in reality a means of self-preservation, and also served as a warning to the Du family behind him. Upon seeing this, the 3 girls in the team all covered their mouths to avoid screaming. Holy crap! Feiyu almost blurted out another expletive. Even Zicheng looked surprised. Gao Jun bowed again, his voice trembling, and said, "Gao Jun has made unfounded accusations, played tricks, and presumptuously interfered in the affairs of an important person. It is truly a ridiculous act of a monkey wearing a crown. I hope Miss Zhao will forgive me and let it go with a laugh." Ching-se remained as cold and stern as ever, unmoved, her tone icy and indifferent. "This is your only chance. Gao Jun covered his left shoulder with his right hand, enduring the excruciating pain, and bowed again, saying, I will follow your wishes. Thank you, Miss Xiao. Hani stepped forward again and said with a smile, Miss Xiao, please calm down. We have overstepped our bounds. So, Miss Xiao, we will now escort Xiaojie back to the military court. Qingse's cold and arrogant face tightened slightly. UK also frowned at the same time. The verdict hadn't changed? Qingse turned to look at Hani, her eyes sharp. What? Could it be that there's someone above you? Chapter 17. 100 people pursuing. Hani gave an awkward smile, bent slightly at the waist, and nodded dryly, yes. Miss Xiao should know that the Du family also has some connections. Qingse coldly and arrogantly sneered, the little Du family only has some influence in Wuguang City. As a subordinate, I have no choice but to obey my superior's orders. I hope Miss Xiao can understand the difficulties we ordinary people face. At this moment, cold sweat broke out on Hani's face again. Qingse remained silent for a moment, then said calmly, all right. I won't make things difficult for you. You may go. Hani felt as if he had been granted a pardon, thanked him repeatedly, and stepped back. Thank you for your understanding, Ms. Zhao. We can only follow orders and procedures. We will contact a psychology expert immediately to complete the assessment as soon as possible and inform you as soon as possible. Qingse understood the meaning of Hani's second half of his sentence. He would do whatever his superiors told him to do, as he had no power to interfere. However, he also did not want to offend Qingse and the Zhao family, so he informed them of the results as soon as they were available. In this way, he tries his best not to offend either side. UK observed silently from the side. No wonder Xiaojie dared to attack him so clumsily. It turned out he came from a powerful family and had high-ranking connections in the military court. Watching the judge turn away and the military police escort Xiaojie away, UK sighed inwardly, realizing that he had finally been drawn into the power struggle. He had been hiding his condition because he was afraid that his strange physical characteristics would attract the attention of high-ranking figures or powerful people, thus endangering his life or being passively drawn into conflicts. Right now, things are really going well. I haven't even graduated yet, and I haven't even gone through the final awakening process, but because of this graduation celebration season, I've been forcibly bound to the goddess and I'm stuck in this mess. It's too early. I am still very young and my body is too weak. Even that cute young genius with a plus aptitude dared to attack me. At this moment, Qingse suddenly rushed to the two judges who were leaving and said, I will tell my aunt about this matter. If necessary, I will also tell my father. Hani and Gao Jun both froze for a moment. A few moments later, the two turned around and bowed again. Gao Jun kept his head down the whole time, not daring to meet Qingse's gaze. Hani forced a smile onto his chubby face. Understood, Miss Xiao. I will report your words to my superiors immediately. After bowing again, Hani turned around and walked a few steps before whispering a few words to the 4 military police officers beside him. The 4 lightly armored military police immediately scattered in all directions. Soon, gunshots and screeching sounds came from all sides. That fat guy's pretty good at handling things. He offered to help us clear the area and clean up the mess. He knows what's good for him. Fei Yu leaned over and put his arm around UK's shoulder, glancing at the group of people in the distance and chuckling. UK involuntarily bent over. Fei Yu realized what was happening and quickly pulled his hand away, apologizing, sorry, buddy. UK glanced at him sideways and said coldly, help me. Fei Yu stared wide-eyed and gaped at UK, who was squatting against the wall, and looked down at him, saying, what did you say? You're so young, do you really need this? UK wiped his forehead and said helplessly, help me up. I need to ask Qingse alone what happened to those hundreds of people. Fei Yu, huh? Oh. Ha ha ha. Okay. With Fei Yu's help, UK walked towards Qingse. Qingse noticed and took UK from Fei Yu's hands. The two walked to the side, and UK sat against the wall again. Miss Xiao, I'm so scared. UK crossed his arms and leaned forward, about to fall into Qingse's arms. This time, Qingse didn't go along with you, Quebec. She pushed him away with her arm and said sternly, be serious. Du Xiaojie won't be severely punished. At least he won't become a pond guard. He certainly won't die. Ha! UK was surprised. Although he didn't know who Qingse's father and grandfather were, judging from the 2 reconstructor-level inquisitors who were like submissive dogs in front of Qingse, he deduced that Qingse's father was at least a controller, and her grandfather. Seeing UK feigning fear and timidity again, Qingse couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. She punched UK and continued, the Du family is a newly established family, entirely thanks to the support of Du Xiaojie's father, Du Weikuan. Du Weikuan is a highly capable controller, and he is also good at scheming and has connections in certain systems in Tianguang City. You nodded and said oh. Qingse continued, Du Weikuan's teacher was a close friend of my grandfather. He liked Du Weikuan very much. UK said oh again, this time more seriously, because the logical relationship had been established. So even if you ask your grandfather to intervene, Du Weikuan will definitely ask the teacher to speak to your grandfather for the sake of his son who has 2A+ grades, UK added. Qingse nodded. That's right. Sigh. UK sighed deeply, feeling somewhat dejected. Relying on others ultimately leads to disappointment. I'm sorry, I didn't expect Du Xiaojie to dare to do this. I was also unaware that he asked his parents to propose marriage. I never expected. Qingse said apologetically when she saw that UK was a little dejected. UK felt a little guilty seeing that Qingse was affected by his emotions. His emotions just now were merely an unconscious exaggeration. As an old soul who had transmigrated and had received some family education, he understood all the principles. As long as humans gather in groups, there will be scheming and struggle. As the old saying goes, wherever there are people, there is a world of its own. UK patted Qingse's hand and pressed, what else did you think of? I never expected you to have hidden it so deeply. As a cute being, you naturally awakened innate abilities, and 2 of them at that. And your innate abilities are so outstanding. Qingse added to what she had just said. UK stared wide-eyed at Qingse. Qingse believed that he had naturally awakened his talent, and he didn't want to correct him. Because he felt that there was nothing wrong with saying it that way, it was just not the kind of awakened talent that was commonly understood. He had assumed that Qingse was already aware of his special circumstances. Now it seemed that things were not as he had thought. At first, he suspected that Feiyu, that big mouth, hadn't kept his secret and had told Qingse. It seems that Feiyu is as reliable as ever when it comes to serious matters. UK snapped out of his daze and asked in surprise, could it be that you didn't notice my special abilities back then? I thought that's why you came to force me to be your temporary spouse. UK asked curiously, then why did you specifically choose me? Qingse smiled sweetly at UK, a mischievous glint in her eyes, and shook her head, saying, I won't tell you. We agreed to talk about it a year later. UK was captivated by Qingse's smile, and his hand, which was leaning against Qingse, involuntarily reached towards her buttocks. Qingse blushed and let out a soft hey, stopping UK's ill intentions, and gestured with her eyes that there were still people watching them from a distance. UK followed Qingse's gaze and saw several idle men and women pretending to look away. UK had no choice but to give up in frustration. All right, what's the deal with those hundreds of people? UK asked again. Huh? What do you mean, hundreds of people? Pretend to have hundreds of your fanatical admirers. UK pretended to grit his teeth. Oh, you mean this? There are indeed over 100 people. The best among the top-tier players with AA or higher aptitude in Tianguang City, they have an annual exchange event with other dungeons. Besides, quite a few transcendents, even reconstructors, have expressed their admiration for me. That's not surprising, Qingse explained, her tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. Upon hearing this, UK felt a surge of jealousy, but he pretended to be relaxed and said, I see. It seems that Miss Zhao's charm is indeed extraordinary, even those high and mighty transcendents and reconstructors are captivated by her. Upon hearing this, Qingse rolled her eyes at you. Quebec, what, are you jealous? Don't you know who you are now? You're my temporary spouse. Qingse smiled slightly, a hint of mockery in her expression. Chapter 18 War and the Road. UK pouted, looking dejected, yeah. I thought that as a temporary spouse, I would feel a sense of exclusivity. Qingse chuckled mischievously, reaching out to touch UK's bald head. Seemingly remembering something, she pinched UK's ear and whispered, don't you feel any special connection? What didn't I do for you? You old hand. Tell me, who did you practice with? No virgin is as good as you. UK grimaced in pain, his exaggerated manner almost unbearable to watch, and said in a spoiled manner, ouch, it hurts, you haven't been with any other men, how do you know I'm not a virgin? UK felt the hand on his ear tightening rapidly, and quickly tried to stop it, no, it hurts. I swear. I've only ever been with one girl, since I was a child. If I'm lying, may I be impotent forever. Qingse spat at UK and finally withdrew her hand. UK chuckled a few times, but a hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. Temporary spouse? Given the current state of humanity, the existing system, and Shinx's family background, he has little room for wishful thinking. Race continuation and seed optimization are the heaviest peaks atop the 12 underground cities. A family built on superpowers is, in essence, a product of racial and seed optimization. However, the special status and power derived from family influence made people like UK, who had no surname, and even those with surnames, fearful of him. Ultimately, he and Shinxa were worlds apart. The two had never crossed paths before, and were not even acquaintances. It was only because Shinxa refused to tell UK that they ended up in this absurd relationship. Every relationship, once it begins, will eventually end. UK kept using the excuse of letting nature take its course to avoid thinking about this issue. UK fell silent. Shinxa also fell silent. In the end, it was Shinxa who broke the silence. The topic she started left UK completely baffled at the time, and it wasn't until many years later that UK understood Shinxa's true thoughts back then. The evolutionary path that humanity is currently on is extremely cruel, flawed, and incomplete. None of us know at what point we will stop forever and never see each other again. Shinxa suddenly became deep in thought and her expression turned serious. According to those people from beyond the stars, our path may be wrong. But those people don't know where the right path is either, Shinxa continued. UK was startled. This was the first time he had heard news from beyond the stars, even though it was now known as Star Calendar 1001. Moreover, this message, though so grand for him, felt like nothing at all. My grandfather once said, even if you're wrong, you must keep going, even if it's a path fraught with death. Only in this way can you possibly find the right path. Shinxa's tone became serious. UK also became serious. He didn't know what Shinxa's real intention was in telling him this. But he knew that the two of them were indeed as Shinxa had said before, I will tell you a year from now, if we can both live to see that time. A year later, the two may not necessarily be alive. Although the cute form evolves into the transcendent, and there will be no more death or mental injury, there is still an 8% failure rate. In other words, they may never become transcendent beings and instead become hybrid, incongruous level 5 adaptants. Once one evolves into a transcendent being, one must transform from a recipient to a giver. In their generation, there were 15 million embryos. Over the past 20 years, 38.63 million died. The first round of evolution in the life capsule had the highest mortality rate, 5.07 million became mentally unstable, and only 3,127 cute creatures were produced. Based on probability, there will ultimately be fewer than 2,900 surpassers. Given such a heavy price, the lucky ones, the new humans on the ground who successfully evolved, should rightfully shoulder the responsibility of supporting all the underground humans of the City of No Light. The energy and resources that keep the underground city running, as well as the energy and nutrients needed for human evolution, were all obtained through battles and disasters, at the cost of injuries and even death. Oh dear, why is this topic so heavy? Even on the path of pessimism, we must move forward with optimism. UK habitually scratched his head, but couldn't find a single hair. Don't worry, I have a feeling you'll become a higher level evolver. I'm even hoping you'll take good care of me then, considering our past relationship. UK blinked, raised his eyebrows, and grinned slyly at Shinxa. By then, I will definitely be even more imposing than I am now, UK grinned slyly. Shinxa's worried expression faded, she scoffed, and glanced at UK with her beautiful eyes. Du Xiaojie, now that we can't let him die, nor can we let him suffer a fate worse than death, I will arrange to send him to guard the abyss of the end. There's a 50% mortality rate there, I hope he won't live past 3 years. Shinxa changed the subject. Actually, that guy slightly adjusted the direction of his shot at the last moment, UK pondered. He wasn't pleading for Du Xiaojie, nor was he worried that Shinxa's actions would cause trouble. It was simply because they were close and could talk about anything. Shinxa said coldly, I noticed it a long time ago. The bullet hole from the second shot was clearly off-center. But that's no good. If it can kill him, it has to be killed. You should understand that. You nodded, I understand. Don't worry about the rest of the team not offering any support or taking any action. Apart from Zicheng, Yanzhao, Yaxin, and Shishir, the rest of them are all first-generation Earth people according to their family lineage. Of the 4 people mentioned earlier, apart from Zicheng being a member of a family, the others are just people with surnames. Shinxa checked what was missing and filled the gaps, comforting those who were lacking. They almost all lacked the ability to intervene in such matters. It's already quite commendable that they were able to speak out for justice. Moreover, they are currently only unawakened nascent forms, and their voices carry little weight. UK nodded again. I understand. Chingsa seemed to know everything about the backgrounds of every member of the team. UK was surprised again and gained a deeper understanding of the powerful influence of the Chingsa family. No wonder everyone immediately accepted when Chingsa called them to form a team. I originally thought it was because of Chingsa's AA+ qualifications, but now it seems that Chingsa's background also played a part. At this moment, the 4 military policemen walked over, saluted Chingsa, informed him that they had completed the cleanup and finishing tasks for the squad, and then left. Zicheng watched the 4 of them get into the car and leave, and chuckled to Yan Zhao beside him. None of the transcendent ones are not shrewd. Yan Zhao nodded, glanced at Chingse who was whispering beside UK, and said in a low voice, Chingse's family background is truly unfathomable. We underestimated it before. Beep beep beep. Everyone's personal terminal is speaking. Attention all cute creature teams. After cleaning up and finishing up your assigned areas, please return to the FA area on the 17th floor in an orderly manner. A cheer erupted from the crowd. The order to return to the 17th floor signified the end of the war they had participated in. Chingsa looked down at her personal terminal, her brows furrowing slightly. She turned and whispered in UK's ear, the westbound high-speed rail line has completely collapsed. 2 controllers have fallen during the outer defense battle. UK was horrified, his heart pounding. The ruler has fallen? Such a powerful figure. UK recalled the storm controller of the central circular. Well, 2 of those with such great power had actually perished. What exactly happened to those 2 people? At this moment, Chingsa got up and took his arm. UK knew that what Chingse had just told him was something he couldn't tell anyone else. Seeing Chingsa's actions, UK knew that Chingsa did not want to tell him what kind of monsters existed on the outskirts or how fierce the battle was. Check your equipment and supplies, and prepare to return, Chingsa ordered the group. Shirshir looked at Chingsa, her almond-shaped eyes filled with deep disappointment. Yashin caught a glimpse of Shirshir's expression, then lowered her head and covered her mouth. Fei Yu, however, watched Yaxayan's barely suppressed laughter, his eyes gleaming like a wolf's, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. 17th floor, FA Area Plaza. The adorable creatures, having returned their equipment, stood solemnly. When UK and Chingse arrived, most of the adorable beings had already returned. Their faces were expressionless, devoid of joy or sorrow, their expressions numb and solemn. A large number of medical personnel were on site to receive the injured and sick. UK was taken to the medical ward as soon as he arrived. While waiting in line, Chingse arrived. 97 members of the main corps were killed, 54 were disabled, and 83 were seriously injured, Chingse told UK. UK stood there, trembling. The number of casualties exceeded his expectations. This beast tide has too many of the highest level aberration types. It's unclear why the higher-ups didn't discover this beforehand. And they continued to use a uniformly cute-looking combat team to clean up the battlefield. Is there some unspeakable secret behind this, like the restricted information that Chingse quietly told him? Chingse remained silent for a moment, then looked up and met UK's gaze. In addition, given your amazing performance in battle that far exceeded your aptitude and your natural awakening, both institutes require you to undergo in-depth research at the A level. Ha! UK almost jumped up from the transfer bed. Chapter 19 2 Major Research Institutes. The 2 institutes refer to the Institute of Talent Evolution and the Institute of Reproductive Genetics. Their functions are self-evident. One studies the birth and enhancement of talents, and the other studies the inheritance of offspring and the retrospection of previous generations. The 2 are usually referred to as Institute 1 and Institute 2. The second institute is alright, it's just a matter of managing 1 person a day. I'm so young, I can handle it. Another benefit is being able to find one's bloodline genealogy and learn who one's father and mother are. However, it has a bad reputation and is referred to as a breeding farm for artificial geniuses. It's hard to say for sure if it's just one school. Around 1000 BC, the last century, the Institute of Reproductive Genetics had 3 infamous experimental projects. Prometheus's fire activates the subject's talent core, extracts energy from high-level aberrant beast crystal cores and other human talent cores, and forcibly infuses it. Wings of Daedalus, the organs or limbs of powerful mutants, are transplanted into human soldiers through surgery and genetic suturing techniques, creating half-human, half-mutant synthetic warriors. Cassandra's cage, dedicated to finding, researching, and dismantling abnormal individuals like UK who possess initial abilities or talents, attempting to reproduce and mass-produce their abilities. Although all 3 projects failed and were shut down 1,000 years later, their reputation remained poor. They were places that people on Earth feared. Therefore, UK was naturally frightened. Better safe than sorry. Who knows what other twisted projects they're secretly carrying out? Seeing UK's frightened expression, Ching-se smiled and took his hand, saying, "It's not that scary. It's just about conducting various extreme tests to collect talent data and deep genetic data. I've been in there before. Besides, my aunt also oversees 2 major institutes. So, don't worry." In the past, it was because humanity desperately needed evolved individuals that they blindly crossed the line in their research. That won't happen anymore. Ching-se continued to comfort Yuk. UK was startled. Ching-se had actually been there too. Despite possessing AA+ aptitude, Ching-se's true abilities far surpassed those of other AA+ individuals, almost infinitely approaching the limit of a cute body that is 10 times the limit of a normal human. However, Ching-se never exhibited any extraordinary abilities, nor did she awaken naturally. This could actually be considered somewhat abnormal. Since Ching-se has also been to the Talent Evolution Research Institute, it is possible that Ching-se deliberately suppressed her awakening, or that she has already awakened but has been hiding it. A jumble of random thoughts flashed through UK's mind. Actually, UK knew that the situation wasn't that bad, and all the cute characters had visited both of the 2 institutions. However, there are aspects of UK that he cannot explain. His spot of light is virtual, not a concrete physical talent core, and it is located on his head. UK was having a headache. How was he going to get through this? Although he had expected to be admitted to a school, he hadn't prepared an explanation yet. But I'm still scared. UK sat up halfway, pretending to be timid and asking for a hug, wanting to snuggle into Ching-se's arms. Ching-se smiled, knowing full well that UK was acting, but still obediently hugged him. "I'll go with you," Ching-se said softly, resting her chin on UK's shiny forehead. At this moment, UK, who had buried his bald head in Ching-se's soft and bouncy embrace, felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Ching-se is truly understanding and knows how to treat people's feelings. UK shamelessly rubbed against her and said thank you in a huff. Soon, it was UK's turn. After 5 years of extreme physical training, UK has entered the life pod more than once. He has also undergone deep weaving therapy more than once. UK looked at the thick, soft probes inserted into the wounds, which resembled plant roots and were oozing an unknown green liquid. After a sharp pain, a familiar tingling sensation spread from the wounds. UK closed his eyes, pondering the unfinished speech, but unknowingly fell asleep. 12 minutes later, a beep 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 sound rang out, waking UK. UK checked his entire body. All his wounds had been properly treated. The medical pod's LCD screen indicated that he would be fully healed in 5 days. In fact, it won't take more than 3 days for the remaining parts to be completely restored. One of the joys UK experienced before was that when he suffered trauma requiring treatment in a ward, he would have some time off from classes and training. UK walked out of the medical room and found Feiyu standing with Ching-se. Feiyu is at least somewhat kind-hearted. Actually, this kind of injury didn't need to be treated at all. UK understood why the other team members didn't come. Firstly, their injuries weren't serious, and secondly, they were all just in their cute forms, with their futures uncertain and the chances of fighting side by side in the future slim. Besides, they had never interacted with UK before. Seeing UK approaching, Feiyu patted him heavily on the shoulder and said with a sly grin, "Hey, hero, you look good. Are you still able to fight?" UK curled his lip and said with feigned disgust, "Go away, that's low class." Immediately, UK shook off Feiyu's arm, walked to Ching-se's side, put his arm around Ching-se's shoulder, and said, "Let's go home." Feiyu scoffed, "I shouldn't have come." UK didn't even turn his head. "You're only just finding out?" Passing by FA Plaza, UK saw a girl not far away who was still there, silently weeping as she hugged her teammate's blood-stained combat uniform. Feiyu beside him said in a deep voice, "I heard that it seems she's the only one left in their squad." Ching-se and Yuk stopped in their tracks. "Forget it, let's go. She's cried herself hoarse." "I can't bear to watch anymore," Feiyu said. Yu nodded, then put his arm around Ching-se and continued walking. As they approached the residential area, Feiyu waved and said, "I have something to do, so I won't be a third wheel." "Captain Ching-se, see you later." Ching-se smiled and nodded, then suddenly said, "Yashin likes to eat Twilight Heart chocolate." Feiyu looked surprised, his expression awkward, his face flushed, he scratched his head, and chuckled sheepishly, "Thanks." UK was stunned, so that's how it is. He hadn't even realized it himself, but Ching-se had already noticed. Amidst countless surprised, envious, and jealous gazes, UK returned home with Ching-se, head held high, ready to commit his wicked deeds. Ching-se laughed, "Are you alright?" UK picked up Ching-se and grinned, "If you can do it, then you can." An hour later, UK felt physically and mentally at ease. Sexual activity in bed is indeed the best way to relieve stress after a battle. 12 hours later, UK woke up from a deep sleep. Ching-se was still in bed, holding her personal terminal and flipping through it, her gaze calm. Seeing that UK had woken up, Ching-se put down her personal terminal, turned to kiss UK gently, and said, "I have something to tell you." "What's wrong?" UK asked, bewildered. "The awakening has come ahead of schedule," Ching-se continued. "Huh?" UK hadn't recovered yet. Talent awakening will be conducted 2 months ahead of schedule. The missing resources will be provided by the Central City, Ching-se said. Central City? Little Holy City? UK asked in surprise. UK was momentarily overwhelmed by the news. Why? UK woke up. The awakening of the cute body's talent is almost the top priority in the dungeon. The time is fixed, the place is fixed, and the ceremony is fixed. Almost everyone pays attention. The scene is grand and solemn. Now, the awakening process, which has remained unchanged for many years, has been brought forward by a full 2 months. Moreover, even the Central City, which is known as the Little Holy City, has gotten involved. I don't know. All 12 underground cities will be held ahead of schedule, following the old practice of holding them all at the same time. Ching-se shook her head and frowned. Isn't that 7 days from now? UK murmured. Yes, Ching-se replied. Ding ding ding. UK's personal terminal emitted a message notification tone. UK turned over and took it from the bedside table. Important notice, Mr. UK, please report to the Talent Evolution Research Institute at 14:30 today for evaluation. Please arrive on time to fulfill your obligations. The message also included a detailed address. Chapter 20 Talent Test. UK frowned slightly as he looked at the notice. What's wrong? Ching-se asked softly when she noticed UK's expression was off. I'm required to go to the Talent Evolution Research Institute today. UK handed his personal terminal to Ching-se. It's a bit strange, but it's a good thing for you, Ching-se said. UK understood Ching-se's meaning. He was still recovering from his injuries and could not personally conduct the extreme test. In other words, if he goes to a place at this time, it can only be a static test. Thus, his upper and lower limits are only theoretical data, which are generally inaccurate. From the perspective of the privacy of evolutionary ability, this is a good thing for the research subject. A lot of things have been unusual lately. Don't you think so? UK suddenly said. Ching-se nodded thoughtfully, then scrolled through her personal terminal. I'll call my aunt first, then I'll go with you to a school. UK suddenly pounced on Ching-se and pinned her down. What a wonderful day. Let's do some morning exercises first. The early bird catches the worm. Ching-se giggled. What are you talking about? Are you nervous? At 1 p.m., UK and Ching-se went out. First, I went to the 15th floor AB area, exchanged the 2 crystal cores for energy tickets, and then took the vertical train to the 58th floor, heading straight to the CC area, which is where a certain institution is located. Throughout the journey, Ching-se remained nestled in UK's arms, drawing countless enemies for him. The 58th floor, Zone C, is 2,000 meters high, just like the 17th floor, Zone F. Above you is a virtual blue sky and white clouds. Below you are green trees and a small river. A famous institution that occupies the entire CC district. As he approached the door, UK couldn't help but feel uneasy. He remembered that Ching-se had been on the phone with her aunt for at least 40 minutes that morning. Ching-se patted UK's arm and gently comforted him. Don't worry. My aunt personally sent a message to the dean. She is the first vice chairman of the Wugwang City Safety Committee. When UK first heard Ching-se mention his aunt's position, he was so surprised that he stopped in his tracks. The second in command of the safety committee was indeed very powerful. Well, I'll just treat it as a health checkup, UK said with a sigh of relief and a smile. After passing through multiple security checkpoints and identity verifications, UK and Ching-se finally arrived at a building that was shaped like a huge sphere. There are 3 doors inside the building. Behind the door at the end of the corridor is a giant testing room. There is a door on each side, leading to the observation room and the first aid room, respectively. UK was led into the testing room by 2 researchers dressed entirely in white. The lack of information inside the room was unknown, nor was the zither on the chair in the corridor. At this moment, a large group of people were solemnly watching the lack of information in the testing room through the monitoring screen. Even inside the emergency room, a large group of people, just like those in the observation room, were staring at UK on the monitor screen. As the door behind him closed, UK's heart involuntarily tightened. This was completely different from what he had imagined. There was complete darkness before me, without a single ray of light or a sound. UK coughed deliberately, only to find that he could barely hear his own voice, which intensified his anxiety. He tried to calm himself down and took a step forward. He felt a soft touch under his feet, accompanied by a strange sense of weightlessness. Just as UK was at a loss, suddenly, a soft light shone down from above, and then rapidly expanded in the blink of an eye, transforming into a warm, pulsating dark red sky, which then spread to his feet. The vacuum-like space around him suddenly became thick and solid, as if warm amniotic fluid was gently enveloping him. He felt no weight, as if he were floating in a dream. UK's thinking became sluggish, and his emotions became listless. The world around him seemed like a womb. UK seemed to have returned to the original state of an infant. The intense sunlight shone through the mother's abdominal wall, and her heartbeat was steady above her head. When his mother gently stroked his belly, he could feel a huge, tender shadow slowly approaching, accompanied by indescribable love, as if a god were comforting her creation. Unbeknownst to UK, his body automatically levitated and curled into a fetal position. His breathing and thoughts became calm and peaceful, and the light in his mind gradually brightened. In the transparent and textured light liquid that filled the entire room, countless tiny nanomonitors covered his entire body and were inserted into his skin. UK was completely unaware of this, greedily enjoying the feeling. This is a blissful connection to the source. He is one with his mother and with this warm yet dark world. UK's body became increasingly red, and his hair, eyebrows, and other body hair grew rapidly. UK is completely immersed in the womb, where there is no delay between needs and fulfillment. There is no need to ask for anything, everything is perfectly anticipated and provided. That blissful connection brings a divine peace, an absolute sense of belonging, as if this were the center of the universe, the silent origin of the beginning and end of all things. He unconsciously moved his fingers and kicked his calves, as if he were a real fetus. UK couldn't help but shed 2 lines of hot tears. He miraculously recalled his mother's meticulous care, doting smile, and the sweetness of her breast milk when he was an infant in his previous life. And the umbilical cord that tightly connected him to his mother when he was in her womb. Just as he was about to blurt out "Mom," the spot of light in his mind shone brightly, becoming extremely dazzling. UK's curled up body stretched out, emitting a hazy, misty glow, followed by a burst of flames and radiant light. Those nanobots instantly turned to ashes. The observation room was completely silent. On one corner of the huge monitoring screen, groups of data transmitted by nanobots are displayed. Telomerase activity coefficient, 0.80 absolute value. Mitochondrial energy yield, 1000%, relative value. Cell viability coefficient, 250%, relative value. Nerve conduction velocity, 450%, relative value. Bone density muscle fiber strength, 400%, relative value. Extragenic gene expression level, 380%, relative value. Distortion resonance level, 3%, relative value. Whole tissue cell regeneration rate profile. However, everyone turned a blind eye. They stared incredulously at the microscopic image in the lower right corner, speechless with shock. The 3 lines of summary conclusion data flashed silently. Basis body coherence, 100%, absolute value. Nuclear body fusion rate, 100%, absolute value. Gene entropy value, 0.01%, absolute value. Seated at the head of the table was a woman. She possessed a meticulously maintained, almost classical beauty, appearing to be around 30 years old. At the same time, under the influence of a strong aura of authority, her beauty was an unnatural, unsettling perfection. Her violet eyes lingered for a moment before she turned to the sprightly white-haired old man sitting beside her and asked, "Dean Mingda, what do you think?" The latter pondered. He is the 6th overclocker in human history. Of the first 5, for experienced the Prometheus Fire and Cassandra's Cage projects, but all failed. The 5th one, born 600 years ago, is far weaker than this 6th one, judging from the detailed data in the archives, even though he was once a great figure who single-handedly protected a city. The overall data for the latter 3 items was only tested 300 years ago. This numerical performance is unique among all superpowered individuals and cute beings throughout history. Unless other dungeons are hiding something. At this point, Dean Mingda's eyes trembled slightly. Those 3 lines of data revealed one fact: the test subject was simply a perfect cultivation and evolution machine. The woman sitting at the head of the table tapped her slender, pale fingers lightly on the table, interrupting the dean. Her voice was cold and calm. There's no need to discuss the overall data, nor to consider the second talent. We'll only analyze the overclocking talent. Yes, Chairman Zhao. Dean Mingda quickly bowed and said. Overclockers are virtually invincible among their peers and age groups. This is a consensus. The biggest difference between overclockers and other ability users is that they do not have a corresponding talent core. However, according to 2 forbidden research data, their cells seem to contain some kind of substance that we cannot detect. We speculate that this substance is normally a string and becomes a particle when overclocked. Although we cannot detect it, it should exist. This substance is widely present in its nerve cells and body cells. It does not exist in the bodies of other elemental sequence ability users, mutated sequence ability users, and those 2 types of sequence ability users. Unfortunately, our research on overclockers has only gone this far so far. Dean Mingda sighed slightly, with a hint of regret, that fifth one, once an invincible existence, his remains and research data were sealed by the central city, which is unwilling to share them. No core, invincible. The overall data is almost perfect. Chairman Zhao nodded and pondered for a moment before turning to look directly at Dean Mingda. So, do you think it's necessary to restart Cassandra's cage for this 6th overclocker? Dean Mingda suddenly looked up at the other person, his gaze filled with shock, which then gradually turned into excitement and bewilderment. Chapter 21: Removal of the Director. If you allow it, we will naturally follow your instructions. Director Mingda's voice trembled with excitement, and he stammered slightly. At the same time, our institute will definitely assemble the most elite team to carry out this research. I will personally take the lead. Mingda's old face was flushed as he looked eagerly at Chairman Zhao opposite him and hurriedly added. Sitting in the head seat, Chairman Zhao stared at the increasingly excited director of the institute, who was no longer trying to hide his excitement. Suddenly, a soft laugh appeared on his unrealistically beautiful face. A cold, sharp light shone from those violet eyes. Mingda, you really haven't given up on your wicked ambitions. To get the position of vice president of the Central City First Hospital, you really don't care about anything and are willing to do anything. When Bai Feiming saw Chairman Zhao suddenly change his expression and even expose his thoughts to his face, he trembled all over, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, and the flame of excitement that had just been ignited was instantly extinguished. The rosy glow on the old man's face quickly faded, replaced by a deathly pale complexion, and his lips began to tremble uncontrollably. Chairman Zhao, I absolutely did not mean that. I just wanted to do my part for the institute and do this research well. Director Mingda's voice trembled, with a hint of tears in it, as he desperately tried to explain. Chairman Zhao sneered, slowly stood up, and tapped the table lightly with his long, slender fingers again. Mingda, stop acting. Who do you think you can fool with your little schemes? You think you finally found a stepping stone to climb higher? You damned, unscrupulous old man. Mingda, aren't you afraid of damaging your reputation with all the things you've done? Director Mingda's legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground. He still wanted to argue. Chairman Zhao turned away from him, saying, Deputy Director Ziyuan, I hereby appoint you as the director of the Talent Evolution Research Institute. Director Mingda is demoted to a level 1 researcher, with no chance of promotion and a lifetime ban from leaving Tianguang City. The appointment is to be finalized immediately. A young, capable woman in uniform with short hair, who had been standing behind Chairman Zhao, immediately responded. Mingda collapsed to the ground. The researchers present all lowered their heads, not daring to meet Chairman Zhao's gaze, let alone look at Mingda, who had collapsed to the ground. The entire observation room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The middle-aged man with glasses named Ziyuan stood up solemnly and said, Yes, Chairman Zhao. Chairman Zhao looked around at everyone present, his voice clear and deep. The moral principles we were forced to lose must be rebuilt little by little. Everyone bowed their heads and bent over. Chairman Zhao turned and walked out. Also, those 3 overall data points must be wrong. No one in all of humanity has ever exhibited this behavior. How could a mere cute being do it? Perhaps you need to recalibrate the equipment. Ziyuan's gaze behind his glasses faltered for a moment, then he nodded. Yes. You're right. We will definitely provide a new set of data. Also, regarding this static test, I will issue a gag order, and all data will be recalibrated. Upon hearing this, Chairman Zhao glanced at Ziyuan and chuckled. Ziyuan is more insightful than before. It seems that it's the right time to promote you. Ziyuan smiled modestly, took 2 quick steps, and stepped forward to open the door for Chairman Zhao. Auntie? Chairman Zhao, who had just emerged from behind the Qingse door on the corridor bench, stood up and exclaimed in surprise. You, how did you get here? Qingse's gaze suddenly changed. Heh, girl, when that guy comes out, you and he come to my car together. Chairman Zhao took Qingse's hand and patted it, his face as beautiful as blue and white porcelain, smiling, as if the whole world had become a little brighter. Yes. Okay. Qingse smiled and nodded. When UK came out after getting dressed, he was still shaken. The intense spot of light in his mind instantly awakened him. In this world, the affectionate term mother only existed before the end of the world. Those with surnames and family members are only called father and mother. Because most of them only returned to their families or clans after living alone for 20 years. Besides, what reassured UK was that the light spot in his mind and the fire core in his abdomen had only reached 80% activation. UK was pleased that at least 20% of his strength had been retained. In such a good mood, he even forgot to make up a story about how to deal with the lack of core overclocking talent. But he was stunned when he saw hundreds of people appearing in the corridor. Why are there so many people? Observe him? Everyone glanced at him, whether intentionally or unintentionally, their eyes filled with complex emotions. UK's excitement vanished instantly, and he gradually became flustered. When he saw Qingse squeeze out of the crowd and walk towards him, a smile returned to his astonished face. Come on, my aunt wants to see you. Qingse looked UK up and down, then took UK's hand. Leave? Huh? UK was taken aback again. That's it? No next step? No face-to-face questioning? He checked his personal terminal but received no test report notification. Oh, right, Qingse's aunt wants to see him? A figure of that caliber? A super powerful being above the level of a controller. We want to see him? So, should we go to the 10th basement level, or the 6th floor above ground? UK asked curiously as he walked with Qingse. It's just ahead. Qingse led UK, quickly weaving through the crowd. Oh. UK exclaimed in surprise. Could it be? No. That important person must have just happened to be passing by and met me and Qingse, mainly to see Qingse. UK's heart pounded, and panic instantly spread from his heart to his face, becoming impossible to hide. UK's stress response was that he didn't really want to see it, and even for a fleeting moment the thought of running away crossed his mind. It wasn't until 5 or 6 seconds later that UK calmed down. Only then did he realize that Qingse had been watching him the whole time, her beautiful big eyes sparkling with a playful and mischievous light, and the corners of her pretty lips curving up in a distinct arc. UK's heart was now at peace. She lowered her eyes, pouted, and put on a pitiful expression as she looked at Qingse, pretending to snuggle into her arms. Qingse let go of UK's hand, laughed, and ran away towards a luxurious maglev car that was suspended in mid-air. The car door slid open automatically, revealing an exquisite and technologically advanced interior. Qingse turned around and waved to UK, smiling, "Hurry up and get in, don't keep your aunt waiting." UK smiled brightly and quickly followed, but he was still a little uneasy. Inside the car, soft lighting creates a warm yet dignified atmosphere. Qingse led UK to the second room, where a stunningly beautiful woman in an elegant and luxurious long dress was lounging on a soft sofa, her face gentle yet exuding an aura of quiet authority. Qingse smiled and stepped forward. "Auntie, this kind of dress suits your temperament and matches your beauty." UK quickly bowed, surprised that Qingse's aunt was even more beautiful in person than in photos and videos. Before entering the testing room, UK secretly checked Aunt Qingse's information. Zhao Kaishan, vice chairman of the Tianguang City Safety Committee, 268 years old, unmarried, no children. The fact that the other person was unmarried and childless made UK extra cautious, as he worried that the other person had an eccentric personality. UK clutched the hem of his clothes, lowered his head, and tried his best to appear uneasy and apprehensive. "All right, stop pretending. Your acting skills aren't even enough to fool Qingse, let alone me," Zhao Kaishan said, pointing to the seat opposite him with his wineglass, indicating that UK should sit down. UK chuckled sheepishly, walked to the opposite side, and plopped down on the floor. Qingse, arm in arm with Zhao Kaishan, looked at UK and giggled. "You should marry Qingse," Zhao Kaishan said, taking a sip of his half-red, half-black drink and staring at UK. "Huh?" UK was surprised again. "Huh?" Qingse was also surprised. Or you could marry me, Zhao Kaishian said lazily. Chapter 22: The Secrets of Overclocking. No, you can't marry Qingse. You can only marry me. Before UK and Qingse could recover, Zhao Kaishian took another sip of his drink and said calmly. UK stared blankly at the woman's calm face, which seemed to have a faint, glassy quality, as if struck by lightning. Does this 268-year-old top female executive, who is unmarried and childless, really have such a sinister side? UK looked at Qingse and found that she was also staring at Zhao Kaishian in disbelief. UK realized that Qingse also felt that her aunt was not joking. What, do you think I'm too old and not good enough for you? Zhao Kaishuan's violet eyes glanced at UK, his voice still lazy and calm, but carrying a real sense of pressure. She put down her drink and gently tapped the table with her slender fingers. The rhythm was neither too fast nor too slow, but it felt like tapping on UK and Qingse's hearts. UK waited for Zhao Kaishian to speak again, but the latter stopped talking and just stared at UK. UK knew he had to say something. He didn't dare to ask directly why he couldn't marry Qingse. He dared not use flowery words to flatter her, for fear that Qingse would get angry, and even more so that Zhao Kaishian would see through his act and not fall for it. We can only go along with it. Senior, is there no barrier between us for intercourse? I'm afraid I'm not up to the task. UK said in a very humble and regretful tone. The atmosphere inside the room suddenly froze. UK's heart pounded. Damn it, how could I have said such a thing? Although the intention was good, it seems to be offensive? Just as UK was about to offer a solution, Qingse finally spoke. Aunt, why? Qingse's voice became as calm and indifferent as her aunt's. Zhao Kaishuan's fierce gaze gradually returned to calm as he looked at Qingse. Which why are you asking about? I know why UK can't marry me. What I don't know is why you want him to marry you. Qingse's eyes turned cold as she stared directly at Zhao Kaishian, refusing to back down. Do you know what makes him unique? Zhao Kaishian saw Qingse's expression change, but he didn't seem to care. Instead, a slight smile appeared on his lips. I know, a dual talent awakener. The probability is 1 in 1,000 among those with a cute physique, and 1 in 10,000 among those with a transcendent physique. Qingse answered crisply and directly, but her tone was still somewhat cold. Ha! Dual talents, nothing special. He's an overclocker. How much do you know about overclockers? Zhao Kaishian chuckled, took another sip of his drink, elegantly set down his wineglass, and brushed a strand of hair from Qingse's forehead with one hand. I don't know, I've only heard my grandfather mention it once or twice. Are you sure he's an overclocker? Qingse's tone softened. He is the 6th overclocker in history. Once you advance to the overclocker level, some top secret information will be made available to you. But it doesn't hurt to tell you now. Zhao Kaishian smiled at Qingse, then glanced at UK who was looking over. Overclocking talent, no talent core. He is the only one among all talents without a core. In addition, he is also the only one among the 6 who possesses a second talent. Overclockers almost dominate their generation. Zhao Kaishuan's tone was calm, and his face became solemn. Your grandfather once said that overclocking might be a path. Zhao Kaishian glanced at UK again, his gaze becoming profound. Qingse was utterly shocked, staring straight at Zhao Kaishian, then at UK. UK had never seen Qingse lose her composure like this before. UK was also shocked. He also learned that similar people had appeared in history. It turns out that in those nearly 2,000 days and nights of boundless darkness, there were also people who lit up themselves. His individual data is unique in history. His granular data far surpasses that of the Qin family's supreme ruler 350 years ago. Zhao Kaishian suddenly returned to his lazy and calm demeanor, leaning back on the sofa with a faint, playful smile on his lips as he looked at Qingse. Aunt, you mean that, the savior of Central City, Lord Qin Linghui? Qingse suddenly turned to look at Zhao Kaishian, her words becoming stammering. Zhao Kaishian nodded slightly, his smile growing even wider. Now, girl, it's time for you to choose. Will you listen to your grandfather, or stand shoulder to shoulder with him? Qingse bowed her head and remained silent. UK also remained silent. How could he not understand the meaning of Zhao Kaishuan's last words? UK was pleased to learn that he was so outstanding. But this joy couldn't outweigh the heaviness brought by Zhao Kaishuan's last casual remark. A long time. Qingse looked up at UK and smiled brightly. 2 roads are always better than 1. UK felt a sudden, inexplicable pain in his heart. He forced a smile and responded to Qingse. So? Auntie wants him to marry me, do you agree? Zhao Kaishuan's tone was light, with a hint of hidden gentleness. Qingse remained silent, her body tense, her slender hands clenched into fists. Auntie, don't force me, she suddenly cried out hoarsely at Zhao Kaishian. Tears streamed down her face like the arrival of the rainy season. Zhao Kaishian suddenly straightened up, pulled Qingse into his arms, hugged her tightly, stroked her, and sighed, "Girl, you really are a good daughter of the Zhao family." UK, who was about to get up, sat back down in his original seat, quietly bowing his head. The road. Although UK has accumulated over 50 years of experience and wisdom across his 2 lifetimes. But he still couldn't quite understand the meaning of road or how important it was. It's like a common ox or horse that knows the significance of family, country, and society, but it doesn't understand how to dedicate itself to the country and society to the point of death. But this in no way prevents him from respecting and supporting those who voluntarily dedicate themselves to the country and its people. But if it's your lover, UK could neither stop it nor support it. UK once laughed, a temporary spouse is nothing more than a fleeting affair. After a barrage of fire, everything calmed down and everyone went their separate ways. But he encountered Qingse. In just a few days, Qingse's shadow, incredibly, was deeply imprinted on his 2-life soul. UK didn't want to delve into or revisit this relationship. They don't want to quantify, objectify, or even flesh each other out. Qingse, no matter which road you're on, no matter which intersection you're at, I will come to find you, UK finally spoke. Zhao Kai turned his head to look at UK, his eyes showing a mixture of admiration and indifference. UK understood the indifference in Zhao Kaishuan's eyes. At 268 years old, she had seen so much of the world and so many stories. Qingse got up from Zhao Kaishuan's arms, her tearful appearance making UK feel sorry for her. Okay. I'll wait for you. I'll always wait for you. Forever. Sigh. Auntie, my wonderful marriage. I still want to experience the happiness of being a mother. Zhao Kaishian said wistfully, leaning back slightly and settling into the sofa. Qingse chuckled in perfect unison. UK laughed along with him. At this moment, a ding-ding-ding notification sound came from the personal terminal. The remaining shortcomings are revealed in the static testing report of the Institute. Telomerase activity coefficient, 0.61 absolute value. Mitochondrial energy yield, 130%, relative value. Cell viability coefficient, 120%, relative value. Nerve conduction velocity, 135%, relative value. Bone density muscle fiber strength, 180%, relative value. Extragenic gene expression level, 140%, relative value. Distortion resonance level, 59%, relative value. Whole tissue cell regeneration rate profile. Foundation matrix coherence, 88.21%, absolute value. Nuclear body fusion rate, 87.96%, absolute value. Gene entropy value, 37.85%, absolute value. There's no need to look at that data, it's meaningless. It's been altered, Zhao Kaishian said. Boy, let's talk now. Our Zhao family will protect you. What can you offer our Zhao family in return? Chapter 23 Exorbitant Resources. Whatever the Zhao family needs, whatever I have, I will give them, UK replied quickly, decisively, firmly, and openly. He certainly understood the significance of falsifying the data. He also sensed the Zhao family's attitude towards him from Zhao Kaishuan's probing. UK naturally had to respond enthusiastically to this gesture of goodwill. He. What do you have? Right now, you're the best stallion, bar none. Zhao Kaishian chuckled, looking UK up and down. According to the regulations, a genius like you should submit at least 10 gene samples every month. 50% will be given to Skylight City for random matching. My Zhao family will take the remaining 50%. Ha! UK was stunned. Is this what the Zhao family values in him? That's true. UK immediately realized. UK's experiences in his previous life constantly influence his values in this life. What the dungeon lacks now is more superpowered evolvers. This means we need more high-quality seeds. Some of Yu's ideas are almost negligible in today's world. Because Qingse was not surprised or angry at all by Zhao Kaishuan's request. Sigh. UK sighed inwardly. He never expected that after finally transmigrating, he would end up doing the work of a real harem. UK calculated that he would have to give the Zhao family about 150 portions a month. Does the Zhao family have that many powerful women? Even a superpowered family might not have one. UK hesitated for a moment, but still asked the question. I mean, leave it to our Zhao family to arrange, Zhao Kaixian said quietly, staring at UK. UK suddenly realized that if he couldn't use it all, he could give it to the families he was on good terms with. This is using one's own genes as a resource to form alliances and rivalries. You nodded, and when he saw Zhao Kaixian looking over, his heart tightened. Had he offended anyone with what he just said? At the same time, he suddenly wondered if this woman might also use his genes. It will definitely be used, right? UK's preconceived notions about his past life resurfaced involuntarily. 30% then, Zhao Kaixian suddenly changed his mind. UK was a little confused, but he nodded and said, okay. Whatever you say, I'll do it. I'm willing to do anything Qingse is willing to do, UK added. He wanted to test whether Qingse would mind. As expected, Qingse simply gave him a sweet smile and didn't react in any other way. UK sighed inwardly again. A sense of desolation and loneliness welled up in his heart at the same time. In this world, only women who are in control are qualified to conceive and bear children. Only couples who are both in control can build a true family. Marriages involving those who have transcended or exceeded this limit can only maintain marital relations. They do not have the right to have or raise offspring. Once you evolve to the level of a controller, the gene mission will automatically terminate, Zhao Kaixian continued. UK frowned. It takes an average of 50 years for a transcendent to evolve into a reconstructor. It takes an average of 80 years for a reconstructor to evolve into a controller. It takes an average of 100 years for the controller to evolve again. 230 years of true stallion life. UK couldn't accept it. UK looked up, ready to speak. But Zhao Kaixian seemed to know what he was thinking, waved his hand, and calmly said, listen to what the Zhao family can offer you first. I have a shortcoming. He didn't want to treat this deal as a purely transactional negotiation. Therefore, he preferred to be passive in every situation and let Zhao Kaixian lead him around. Qingse's tears fell from his eyes into his heart, lingering there. The transcendent will officially enter the cultivation stage. As an overclocker, the cultivation resources required for evolution are enormous. You will soon realize this. During your transcendent stage, the Zhao family will provide you with 100,000 4th-tier crystal cores per year. During the controller stage, they will provide you with 3 million 5th-tier crystal cores per year. In addition, for each advancement in the transcendent stage, the Zhao family will provide you with 300 bottles of golden source liquid. For each advancement in the controller stage, they will provide you with 5,000 bottles of star source liquid. When Qingse heard the list of resources Zhao Kaixian presented, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she looked at her aunt. These resources were equivalent to the support her family was providing her. You should know that she holds a special position in the Zhao family and receives the highest priority in terms of supplies. It's truly astonishing that my aunt is supporting me to this extent. Even for the Zhao family, these resources represent a significant expense. Aunt, were these conditions given to you at Grandpa's behest? Qingse guessed. Zhao Kaixian smiled and nodded, her slender hand gently stroking Qingse's face. UK was also secretly shocked. The approximate annual income of a 6th-tier top-level transcendent being is about 200,000 3rd-tier crystal cores. Once he entered the initial level transcendent being realm, he would have at least 10 times the income of a top-level transcendent being. The Zhao family was truly generous to him. UK felt somewhat satisfied. But he didn't know that this current sense of satisfaction would disappear without a trace in less than half a month. As a rare overclocker, if you have any special resource needs in the future, you can inform the Zhao family at any time. The Zhao family will do its best to meet your needs, Zhao Kaixian continued to say to UK. Furthermore, once you evolve into a transcendent being, the Zhao family will recommend you to become an elite disciple of the Central City Myriad Phenomena Academy. The Zhao family can face any individuals or families who covet your seed and attempt to harm you on your behalf. UK's mouth dropped open. The Zhao family showed great responsibility in protecting their stallion, which moved UK deeply. What surprised UK was the first condition. The Vientiane Institute is the most coveted holy land for all newly promoted transcendents who have graduated from the universities of the 12 underground cities. There, you'll find the most advanced theories, the most outstanding mentors, and countless valuable research materials and cultivation insights left by predecessors. The Wanxiang Academy gathers the most advanced wisdom and resources in the entire underground world, making it a dream training hall for superpowered evolvers. According to Qingse, Du Shaojie's father, Du Weikuan, was a graduate of Wanxiang Academy, but he was an ordinary student. Generally speaking, only those who have reached the age of 3 are eligible to apply. Those who are over the age of 15 are no longer eligible to apply. This top-tier, unique continuing education institution does not set a minimum score requirement. Admissions are based solely on a proportional system, selecting the top 0.1%. That is, out of 10,000 applicants, only the top 10 are accepted. How many transcendent beings are there on the entire planet Earth? Being able to enter the Wanshanjiwan Academy at least 3 years earlier would be an extremely good thing. Moreover, entering the Wanxiang Academy not only provides an extra layer of protection, making someone like Du Weikuan think twice before targeting him, but also grants graduates a unique advantage in their development within the human power structure after graduation. While reaping these benefits, UK also understood the risks on the other side. He wasn't sure if the Zhao family was the superfamily of the 12 underground cities. Even if it were a superfamily, it wouldn't be possible for one to dominate. Ultimately, he will also face the infighting from other families that are political rivals of the Zhao family. This infighting is almost ubiquitous and unimaginable. UK felt a pang of regret for not having properly sought enlightenment from his grandfather in his previous life. Moreover, he had spent over 30 years in a chaotic and disorganized manner. UK was lost in thought, recalling his experiences in his past life. Until Zhao Kaixian uttered his last words. If one day you become the supreme ruler, the Zhao family will follow your lead and be at your beck and call. These are the old man's exact words. UK and Qingse were greatly surprised. Qingse felt the strongest, even most intense, feelings because her grandfather had never said such things to her before. UK was also shocked. He went from being a subordinate in the name of mutual assistance and benefit to becoming a master with whom he shared weal and woe. The Zhao family went from being the big tree that protected him as he grew up to being his subordinates at his beck and call. This old man from the Zhao family truly has guts. I will remember the deep kindness and friendship of the Zhao family. UK nodded solemnly. Very well, Quebec. Our alliance is now established. Zhao Kaixian's tone was serious, his languid demeanor completely gone. The Zhao family will not mistreat any friend, but it will also not tolerate any betrayal or deception. UK smiled. He certainly understood the principle that once you choose a side, you must remain steadfast. Now that we are allied, we should live and prosper together. If you do not betray me, I will certainly not betray you. As UK spoke, he looked at Qingse. Qingse smiled gently. For the first time, UK sensed a deliberate distance from Qingse. UK's gaze also changed slightly. Zhao Kaixian stood up, elegantly straightened her dress, and said calmly, "Little one, you should cherish the time you spend with Qingse." Originally, Qingse should not have intercourse with men before becoming the controller. This would be very disadvantageous for her. I don't know why this girl did such an extraordinary thing for you. But at the very least, you shouldn't resent her someday in the future. With that, Zhao Kaixian gracefully walked towards the third room at the back. You may leave. I rarely speak so much, I'm tired. Qingse, please stay. Chapter 24 Game Theory and Another Plan. UK walked silently along the clear stream in Zone C on the 58th floor. He didn't take the negotiation with Vice Chairman Zhao to heart. Even if the resources provided by the Zhao family were scarce and the conditions were harsh, he would still nod in agreement and accept them all. His current status is still that of a cute being, and it will only be possible for him to become a transcendent being in 7 days. Moreover, if he is unlucky, he may be stuck in the cute form for the rest of his life. Furthermore, the conditions of any negotiation are based on strength and potential. I currently need 100, but you can only give me 10, while my potential is 10,000, and my growth is changing every day. In that case, the friendship between us will lose its sense of fairness and sincerity. We're all smart people. Do you really expect to get anything better from me by playing games like this? Unless you use your power and strength to oppress me, who is currently weak. If that happens, I will submit. But one day in the future, if I am stronger and more powerful than you, I will take back everything. At that time, please don't talk about our past friendship anymore. Between these two ends lies countless games of strategy, scheming, backstabbing, hypocrisy, and turning against each other. But UK does not want things to turn out this way in the future. Originally, his relationship with Qingse was only brief and exciting, but unbeknownst to anyone, in less than 2 weeks, their deep friendship evolved into a strong affection. UK found it unbelievable. Even though he had dated more than a dozen girlfriends in his previous life, he had never encountered such a situation. But UK will not try to change or forget in a dark or distorted way. Chingsa treated herself with utmost sincerity and spared no effort in protecting herself. He didn't want to let them down. Fortunately, the Zhao family, as a long-established and powerful clan, possessed both great wisdom and magnanimity. The conditions they offered were high and generous enough. This left UK with no room for negotiation. UK couldn't help but admire the old man from the Zhao family. In fact, this was also a kind of test. If, under these circumstances, one still desires more, then the Zhao family will seriously examine one's own character. They offered you incredible treatment the moment they opened their mouths, yet you still expect to be treated like royalty. This is either greed or dishonest. The fact that Zhao Kaixian, a high and mighty, icy, and powerful woman, spoke so much to him today was more of a test. A person should know their own limitations. Those who know themselves live longer. These are the words my grandfather once told him. Looking back now, UK wholeheartedly agrees. Furthermore, and more importantly, UK had always been vaguely worried about the in-depth research obligation mentioned in the notice. Now, looking back at the whole situation, he could see that it was the Zhao family that had provided him with protection. This is absolutely certain. In-depth research cannot be so simple as a single test. The Zhao family intervened, and they were even present at the scene. Although UK didn't know what risks the so-called in-depth research would pose to him if he actually did it. However, given Zhao Kaishuan's vague description of the rarity and abilities of overclockers, and his mention of the official sealing of such abilities in individuals as top-secret files, it's clear that the risks UK faced previously were likely not insignificant. It was Zhao Kaixian who stepped in and resolved the potential risks for him. UK let out a long breath and looked up at the cicadas on the treetops. It's astonishing that such unmutated creatures still exist in this underground city from 2,000 years ago. It seems their development has become quite mature and natural. For the past 20 years, I've lived underground. I hope that in 7 days, I can become a true surface person. In this era of the strong, being immortal is an insurmountable first step. Fortunately, after surviving countless brushes with death, I have finally managed to reach this point. Thinking of this, UK felt happy. In this life, he was still somewhat lucky. UK has always resisted recalling the 5 dark years he spent in that life pod, even though he feels it was significant to him. Alright. Since we've inevitably been drawn into this struggle, let's face it head on and respond proactively. Moreover, this passive involvement comes with some particularly enjoyable perks offered beforehand. But I must still adhere to the survival principle of if I can live a life of ease, I will live a life of ease. If I can hide, I will hide. UK couldn't help but raise his right hand and trace his grandfather's face in the air. He was afraid of forgetting. The old man, who had lost his lifelong reputation to pay off the huge debts he had incurred through reckless acts, never blamed him. UK was in tears. The loneliness of being alone in a foreign world, and the desolation he felt from the cruelty of the world, finally triggered this outburst from him. A slender, fair hand gently stroked his face. It was Chingsa who arrived. She gently embraced you. Quebec. UK also hugged Chingsa tightly in return, burying his head deeply in her neck. A long time. Chingsa whispered in UK's ear, "I'm sorry. I'm not a AA+ candidate. I belong to another plan. It was decided when I left the life pod at the age of 5. That was my destiny." UK understood that Chingsa was discussing some taboo topic with him. It seemed that this was the best they could go on. "I've also realized that needing you is my destiny." Chingsa gently kissed UK. UK responded. A more enthusiastic response followed. Zhao Kaishuan's luxurious car sped past. She watched the two passionately kissing from afar, a hint of sorrow flashing in her violet eyes. As one of the core members of the Zhao family, Zhao Kaixian was well aware of the significance of Xiang Yuke's investment to the Zhao family. As an extremely rare overclocker, UK's potential and value are immeasurable. As long as he can be firmly bound to the Zhao family's cause, the Zhao family's position in the 12 underground cities will not only be more secure, but also. However, she also worried that if UK really soared to great heights and Chingsa went as planned, then the relationship between UK and Chingsa would produce uncontrollable variables, and UK might turn against the Zhao family. Zhao Kaixian turned her gaze back, her slender fingers gently rubbing her temples. "Perhaps we should take some action to hedge against this risk." 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Apart from a single trip to the second institute, where they perfunctorily extracted cells, the two seemed tireless, spending their days and nights together without ever leaving the house. The only time the door was opened was when someone from the Zhao family came to deliver resources to UK. 300 vials of indigo energy liquid. Chingsa once gave them to you, Quebec. They were title grade and usually called indigo. The official version distributed to the cute characters is the ripple level, known as light blue. The transcendent version is generally the surge level, commonly called deep blue. There are also 100 vials of bright gold nutrient solution, which Chingsa also used on Quebec. It is of the radiant grade and is a precious resource that is usually used only by those in control. In the game, the official distribution is a light gold colored dust dawn level, but it's very rare, only one per month. 100,000 fourth order crystal cores have also arrived in UK's personal account. UK looked at the resources in front of him with shining eyes, in a great mood. The Zhao family is very trustworthy and sincere. Before he even advanced to the transcendent level, the Zhao family had already fulfilled their promise. Chingsa leaned over, pulled him along, and led him back to the bedroom. I want to try your overclocking. Chingsa's pink lips brushed against UK's ear, whispering dreamily. UK felt a surge of excitement, and his eyes shone even brighter. He thought it was a good idea. 17th floor, FF area. This is a very special place, open only once every 2 years, and is specially designed for the awakening of the cute body. The surrounding FE and FG districts are also unique. There are no houses, only layers of steps and countless seats. The two zones surround the FF zone, forming a huge, boundless oval-shaped observation deck. By this time, the place was packed with people. The biggest event in the dungeon, Awakening Day, has arrived. The deficit from the 7-day battle has been replenished and nourished by 3 indigo and 1 radiance, restoring the team to its best condition. The Chingsa, which had been overclocked several times, actually used twice the power of the Yuk power supply before it was back to its original condition. Chapter 25 The Day of Awakening. UK stood in the ranks of Class 47, looking towards the 300-meter high viewing platform. The 9-member governing council, including the chief minister, sat in the center of the first row. Behind him were several important deputies of the committee. Zhao Kaixian was prominently among them, dressed in official robes, dignified and solemn. Finally, there were the members of the Senate. The Awakening Ground is located in the center, 30 meters above the ground, and features a circular arrangement of 99 enormous statues holding weapons. That is the Awakening Pod. High above the viewing platform, there are 12 enormous screens, each transmitting real-time footage of the awakening ceremonies of the 12 underground cities. The principal, acting as the MC, took the stage to give the opening remarks. 2 minutes later, Chief Yuan gave his speech. 4 minutes and 40 seconds later, the chiefs of the 12 dungeons uttered the same last 2 sentences in unison. Our ancestors were heroic, their spirit passed down through generations. Humanity will never die, and their heroic souls will never fade. Where blood is shed, roses will surely bloom. Let us observe 3 minutes of silence to pay tribute to the countless heroes who sacrificed their precious lives to continue human civilization. On the viewing platform of the 12 underground cities, all the big shots stood up first, crossed their arms in front of their chests, and bowed their heads. In the audience, millions of citizens from various cities stood up, arms at their waists, heads bowed. The ceremony concluded. Yet no one sat down, nor did anyone speak. The sad yet majestic music slowly rose from a low pitch to a high pitch. The virtual blue sky and the dome slowly disappeared. Instead, what followed were grand, brutal, bloody, and inspiring scenes of war. And countless horribly mutilated and unbearable corpses, and faces filled with despair and wailing as they rotted away in their deformed state. Everyone looked up, tears streaming down their faces. The hundreds of millions of people living underground who watched the video on various devices were also moved to tears. From this moment on, UK truly began to empathize with the people of this world. Humanity, once the sole ruler of this planet, has been reduced to rats eking out a living underground. Moreover, it is always fraught with danger and its future is uncertain. No wonder such a cruel new human project is being carried out. This is not the will of the higher-ups, but the collective will of all living humanity. UK also truly understood Chingsa a little. Why does Chingsa seem so indifferent to the fact that she has become a stud? Why would Chingsa say, destiny? What UK didn't know was, all men above the level of the controller must also submit at least 10 gene seeds every month. Women who are in control must submit at least 8 applications each year. The road ahead has been arduous and difficult. One of humanity's greatest hopes, the awakening of the adorable form, has officially begun. The class of UK has 60 classes, with more than 50 students in each class. After the last beast tide, 3,030 cute beings survived. The principal took the stage and announced that the order would begin with Class 1. 99 adorable beings, dressed in specially designed awakened suits, simultaneously ascended the steps, heading towards the giant statues. After they entered through the door behind the statue began to emit a faint light. Soon, the light emanating from almost all the statues grew brighter and brighter, emitting a vivid crimson red. The giant weapon in the statue's hand also began to change color: white, black, red, green, yellow, and even purple and cyan. These colors represent the direction and power of awakening, respectively. The holographic screen above the statue more directly displays the level, sequence, and precision abilities. The people on the viewing platform held their breath, their eyes fixed on the statues, as if they could see the miracles happening inside through the light. 1 minute later, more than 50 people emerged from the crimson-colored statue, their faces showing slight disappointment. After acute body advances to the level of a transcendent, their aptitude will be automatically reassessed, which can also be described as a confirmation of their talent. The assessment of both the origin and potential of the cute character was originally designed to provide an early prediction of their awakening. The 50-plus people who left early all awakened to D-level talent. Their talent specializations were all in elemental sequence and mutation sequence. After bowing to all 4 directions, these people stepped off the stage and walked to the empty space on the other side. A round of applause erupted from the audience. At this moment, the light emitted by the remaining statues changed from red to orange. The various colored lights emitted by the weapons in the statues' hands also grew brighter and brighter. 2 minutes later, more than 30 people emerged from the statue, which had stopped changing color. These individuals have a C-level talent rating after awakening. Their talent direction is the same as the previous 50-plus people. The 30-plus people also looked grim. After bowing to all 4 directions, they left the stage amidst applause and cheers from the audience. 3 minutes later, another 11 people emerged from the yellow statue that had stopped changing color, bowed, and stepped down from the platform. Their faces were calm, and their B-level talent was above average, which was not bad. At this time, only 6 people remained inside the statue. 4 minutes later, 5 more people emerged from the statue that was emitting a green light. These 5 people have a level talent. Their faces were beaming with smiles as they happily waved and bowed in all directions. The audience erupted in deafening cheers and shouts. 5 A-level talents and 1 potential S-level talent. This first round has gotten off to a good start. Everyone stared at the only statue in the center of the arena, which was changing from green to cyan light. The long halberd in the statue's hand emitted a blinding white light. That's pretty much it. He should be an S-rank metal elemental ability user. As expected, 5 minutes later, the huge statue continued to emit a dazzling blue light, and a tall and beautiful girl walked out from inside. Millions of spectators cheered. The bigwigs on the viewing platform also applauded. The holographic screen above the sculpture prominently displays: talent, S rank. Talent potential, 89-100. Sequence, metal elementalist. Potential ability, 87-100. The girl's face was calm, but her clenched fists betrayed her inner excitement. Almost all the cute figures in the audience looked on with envy. This beautiful and strong woman still has considerable room for growth. There's even a slight possibility that it could advance to the legendary SS level. The S-class girl, like a dazzling new star, stepped off the stage with light and confident steps. Wherever she went, the crowd automatically parted to make way for her, their eyes filled with admiration and envy. S rank, such a good start? Well, I'll have to awaken an S rank myself later, otherwise I'll be letting down this atmosphere. Feiyu picked his nose and then reached out to wipe it on Yukei's body. Yukei deftly swatted away Feiyu's dirty hand and glared at him irritably. With your character, you call yourself S rank? You should awaken a C rank and become my buddy in misery. Feiyu was not annoyed but pleased after hearing this. He cupped his hands and chuckled, "Thank you for your kind words. I'll be your brother in misfortune." "You big scoundrel, you old coward." Yukei raised an eyebrow and gave a smug look, as if to say, "What can you do about it?" Everyone knows that those who can naturally awaken superpowers will inevitably have S-class talent after undergoing a second awakening ceremony. That's why Feiyu smiled broadly when he heard Yukei's teasing about them being brothers in misfortune. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room was high, and everyone's eyes were focused on the upcoming awakening ceremony, hoping that more surprises would appear. Yukei also put away his joking thoughts and stared intently at the remaining statues, a sense of anticipation rising in his heart, wondering what kind of talent Shinsei would awaken. He turned his head to look at the location of Class 36, but his view was blocked by overlapping figures, and he couldn't see Shinsei at all. Another 99 adorable figures took to the stage, full of hope. The appearance of that S-class girl undoubtedly set a very high standard for everyone, and filled everyone, including the cute girl who went on stage, with anticipation for the upcoming awakening. However, things did not go as planned. Of the 99 people in this round, only one was rated A, and 2 others failed to awaken and were eliminated. UK looked at the 12 huge display screens in the sky. In the other 11 cities, only a handful of people had awakened A-level talents in this round, and no S-level talents had appeared. The awakening situation of the 99 people in the third round was similar to that of the second round. Only one person had an A-level talent, and more than 50 people had a D-level talent. But a freak appeared, a C-level talent, a beast-type mutant sequencer horned eagle claw. These were once the sharpest claws among animals, surpassing those of tigers and lions, capable of piercing steel plates. This C-grade boy is strange in terms of talent potential, 8-100, and ability potential, 9-100. The potential for advancement in talent is enormous. It can be said that if one does not die young, one can easily advance to A-level talent, and even has a considerable hope of S-level talent. While marveling at his appearance, UK couldn't help but wonder if this guy had been secretly captured by a certain organization for in-depth research. TSK, how peculiar. This guy was born in the wrong place. He should have been born in Rock City, Feiyu exclaimed in admiration. I'm a bit short. Rock City has many mutants, and it welcomes beast-type mutants. It's even the dungeon that's least hostile to beast-type mutants among the 12 cities. Alienation is different from mutation. The latter is a branch of the former, and is the evolutionary sequence least like human. UK slightly overclocked and looked at the principal standing to the side of the viewing platform. He noticed that this refined old man, who had been the MC for 32 awakening ceremonies, had a calm and unwavering expression. UK felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed that the talent level ratio of these 3 rounds of awakening was normal. Details regarding the awakening levels of each previous Mo-type's evolution into a transcendent being are kept secret from Mo-types. The reason is simple. UK looked at the large screen high in the sky, wanting to see how the other 11 cities performed in this round. Damn it, it's that bastard. Feiyu suddenly cursed through gritted teeth. Chapter 26, the first SSS rank in history. UK turned his head upon hearing the sound and followed Feiyu's gaze to see Du Xiaojie. UK's expression was also not good. Although he knew Qingse's arrangements and Du Xiaojie had a change of heart at the last moment, UK was worried that this guy would hate him forever in the future and even lose his last conscience. UK naturally didn't want this guy to perform well. Unfortunately, UK and Feiyu were disappointed. Du Xiaojie awakened 2 talents, both of which were A-level, causing countless people in the audience to shout wildly. This dampened the excitement of another boy who had awakened his A-level talent in the same round, making him feel like a mere foil to Du Xiaojie. Du Xiaojie stood in the center of the field, his posture upright, a confident and smug smile on his face. He slightly raised his chin, as if the whole world was at his feet. As he stepped off the stage, Du Xiaojie glanced deeply in the direction of UK's class. UK frowned deeply. It seemed that this guy had indeed lost his last shred of conscience. UK carefully examined Du Xiaojie's talent assessment. Talent 1, A-level. Talent potential, 99-100. Sequence, Earth Elementalist. Potential ability, 92-100. Talent 2, A-level. Talent potential, 99-100. Sequence, Soldier-type mutant. Potential ability, 83-100. It combines offense and defense, and both are at a high level. Fortunately, his talent was exhausted, and he will never be able to achieve S rank. However, there is still room for improvement in his abilities at the same level. UK secretly pondered how difficult it would be to deal with this guy after he awakened. Damn, what incredible luck! Feiyu spat on the ground and said angrily. UK nudged Feiyu, raised an eyebrow and smiled. We're brothers in misfortune, so if we're going to play something, it has to be something challenging, otherwise it'll lower our standards. Feiyu grinned, glancing sideways at UK, and said, Brother, when it comes to showing off, I admire you. UK nodded solemnly. Brother, you can sleep well and pretend now, you're a double A. Feiyu exclaimed holy crap, and gave UK a thumbs up with both hands. In the next dozen or so rounds of awakening, the talent level distribution remained roughly the same as in the previous rounds. However, a strange sequence awakened within it, the empowerment system. That guy has a similar temperament to Jiasen. B-grade talent, with a talent potential of 49-100. If nothing unexpected happens, it will definitely be promoted to a grade talent in the future. Jasen's talent should also belong to the empowerment type, and it is definitely an S-level talent. But this B-rank guy's talent name is Solid Ability Enhancement. The principal gave a few words of explanation regarding this strange awakening ability. UK found it even more strange. That guy can make a door indestructible by touching it. He can make a person's defenses impossible by touching them. Fei Yu's eyes lit up, and he clicked his tongue, exclaiming, "Awesome. I really want to touch that guy." UK chuckled and turned to Fei Yu, asking, "Did I get the wrong idea?" Fei Yu glanced at UK sideways and said disdainfully, "You're thinking dirty thoughts. I was just being serious." Finally, it was Class 30 SSS turn. UK looked at that familiar figure, alluring yet agile, confident yet quiet. UK's heart surged, and he could almost smell her scent. Fei Yu nudged UK, "Hey, what kind of S-rank talent do you think Qingse can awaken?" As one of only 2 adorable individuals in Wuguang City with AA+ aptitude, since Du Xiaojie was able to awaken AA talents, Qingse should at least be a step above him. Could it be a double S? Fei Yu asked. UK shook his head. He had also speculated about the sequence and specific talents that Qingse might awaken. However, apart from her basic qualities being almost at the upper limit of the cute body, Qingse did not show any special characteristics or unique aura. "You don't know her well enough, buddy," Fei Yu said with a shake of his head as he saw UK shake his head. UK knew this guy was talking nonsense again, so he immediately countered, "It seems you know Ya Xin quite well, huh? Can you handle her?" Fei Yu became serious. "Brother, jokes aside, don't rub salt in the wound, okay? Did I just touch a sore spot?" UK glanced at his arm. Fei Yu had indeed accidentally poked his scar just now. The 2 guesses were correct after 4 minutes, only Qingse remained inside the sculpture in this round. However, 5 minutes later, the light from the statue where Qingse was located continued to turn blue, and the light from the weapon in her hand grew brighter and brighter. Holy crap, SS rank? Fei Yu completely abandoned any thought of joking around, his eyes wide and his mouth agape. UK was also surprised. SS level, 1 out of 5 cute bodies could be considered very lucky. 1 minute later, the statue where Qingse was located had completely transformed into a dazzling pure blue light. However, there was still no sign of Qingse emerging. The sculpture's color was gradually transitioning from pure blue to purple. 1 minute later, the statue was radiating a noble and mysterious pure purple light, while the giant weapon in its hand was also emitting an extremely dazzling blue light. SSS level? Millions of viewers gasped in shock. Hundreds of millions of viewers across various devices were also stunned and speechless. Among the bigwigs on the viewing platforms in the 12 cities, some couldn't help but stand up. This magnificent spectacle continued to excite everyone. The extreme pure purple and blazing white light still surged and rippled, with a faint sense of transformation and change still lingering. Besides the big shots on the viewing platform who keenly noticed this, UK also discovered that, unlike those super high-level big shots, he sensed it by activating the light spot in his mind. UK was also puzzled that his spot of light actually had this kind of perception ability. 2 minutes later, Qingse finally emerged from the statue, which was overflowing with brilliant purple light. The moment she stepped out, the entire audience erupted in a deafening roar of cheers, so loud that the air itself seemed to tremble, as if it would lift the entire 17th floor dome off the building. Displayed on the holographic screen. Talent, SSS rank. Talent potential, 78-100. Sequence, Water Elementalist. Potential ability, 80-100. Qingse moved with a light and graceful figure, each step seeming to touch the hearts of everyone present. A faint smile graced her flawless face, a smile as warm as the spring sunshine, instantly dispelling the gloom in everyone's hearts and bringing boundless hope. Du Xiaojie, who had been silently watching Qingse, had an incredibly fervent and greedy desire flash in his eyes. The muscles on his face and his whole body trembled slightly. He quickly lowered his head to compose himself. After a moment, he looked up at the location of Class 47 in the distance, clenched his fists, and had a ferocious look in his eyes. "My God, this is simply a miracle!" A cute creature nearby shouted excitedly, its voice filled with awe and worship. "SSS level, this is defying the heavens!" The other cute body echoed, its eyes gleaming with fanaticism. The first SSS level prodigy in the history of Wuguang City has been born. More adorable creatures shouted excitedly. UK listened to the surrounding discussions, his gaze following Qingse, and for a moment he was somewhat lost in thought. It's surprising that Qingse could awaken to such a terrifying level, but it's not entirely unexpected. Fei Yu was also dumbfounded. He patted UK's shoulder hard and said excitedly, "Brother, you're a real powerhouse. Don't forget me even if you're living off a woman." Chingsa's gaze found UK, and the two looked at each other from afar across the crowd of people. In Chingsa's eyes, which were as bright as stars, there was a gentleness and determination that only UK could understand. UK raised the corners of his mouth and nodded slightly. Chingsa nodded slightly in response. Silence speaks louder than words. From this day forward, the history of Dark City has been rewritten. A powerful figure slowly rose to his feet and declared in a booming voice, "Chingsa, you will be the pride of Dark City and the hope of all 12 cities." Chingsa bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Thank you for your praise, senior. I will definitely work hard and contribute my strength to Woguang City and the 12 cities." As soon as she finished speaking, the entire audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers once again. The cheers were like a tidal wave, one wave after another, as if they would never stop. Amidst the cheers, Chingsa stepped down from the stage. Amidst the clamor of voices, the awakening continues. The next round surprisingly produced two A-level talents. However, these two prodigies were the least noticeable. Even though 5 or 6 minutes had passed, everyone on the field was still immersed in the shock and joy of Chingsa becoming the first SSS-level player in the history of the City of No Light. Half an hour later, it was finally UK's turn to take the stage. Upon stepping onto the Awakening Plaza, UK discovered that 4 large characters were engraved on the ground in the center of the plaza, the Temple of Origin. On the back of each statue are 2 large characters, Origin. Judging from the font, it is not calligraphy from any particular era, it only resembles ancient seal script from a very long time ago. UK withdrew his gaze and looked at the sculpture, a faint sense of unease suddenly rising in his heart. Because he felt nothing. The 98 people accompanying him had already entered through the small door behind the massive 30-meter-high statue. UK walked towards the last remaining statue in front of the door. But the door remained closed. The next moment, UK truly panicked. Could it be that I am not qualified to awaken? Chapter 27 Under the Spotlight. UK suddenly had a thought, and he realized a certain possibility. At that moment, a cool and indifferent voice came from beside him. "Kid, try to suppress your overclocking talent as much as possible. Then activate your fire elemental ability." The voice is from Zhao Kaixuan. Zhao Kaixuan's suggestion was consistent with UK's conjecture. He closed his eyes and introspected the spot of light in his mind, transmitting his thoughts to it. The spot of light gradually withered and shrank. 3 seconds later, UK felt a faint sensation, and the door in front of him finally opened. UK breathed a sigh of relief and stepped inside. Off the field, Feiyu, who was just a few people away from being around behind UK, breathed a huge sigh of relief, patted his chest, and exaggeratedly muttered, "That scared the hell out of me." Chingsa, however, remained calm throughout. Entering the remaining space of the sculpture, I curiously examined the small room before me, about 6 square meters in size. On the left was a pile of wrinkled and even tattered awakening outfits. On the right were 2 stacks of brand new awakening outfits, one for men and one for women. TSK. No wonder their clothes were so brand new when they came out. Directly ahead, another door opened, leading to the true awakening space, which UK entered. Within a circular space approximately 5 meters in diameter, at the center is a massive pedestal, above which crackles with faint lightning, appearing and disappearing in clusters. Outside the space, enveloped in a rich, golden-yellow energy source liquid, 18-arm-thick 4 tubes were positioned directly opposite the circular base. UK took a look and realized that the source liquid was several levels higher than the golden source liquid provided to him by the Zhao family. It should be golden source essence. This thing is extremely precious. It is said that even those who control it find it difficult to obtain even one. UK sat cross-legged on the base in a meditative posture. In an instant, the intricate and mysterious patterns on the entire circular platform lit up with a soft light, and the faint lightning above began to gather towards UK's head, gradually increasing in number. The 18-4 tubing simultaneously emitted a fine, faint mist of golden essence. UK couldn't help but groan, a feeling of comfort and clarity spreading throughout his body from the inside out. Just then, clusters of faint lightning mixed with mist fell on UK's head and then enveloped his entire body. UK knew that this was the first step, the most important step, of the evolution of the cute body into a transcendent being, and also the biggest difference between humans and machines. That is, the thinking has evolved from single-threaded thinking to multi-threaded thinking. The glial cells in UK's head began to slowly degenerate, the prefrontal cortex thickened and became denser, and an extremely complex network spread out from the neocortex. The corpus callosum became thicker and denser, and emitted a faint glow. Collapse. A voice, seemingly hidden deep within the brain, rang out clearly yet softly in my mind. The spot of light in UK's mind shone brightly for a moment, and then gradually returned to its original state, but it was clearly half again as big as before, and the light was much brighter. UK felt his mind become incredibly clear at that moment, with countless thoughts surging in his mind at the same time, yet without appearing chaotic at all. UK knew that this was just his illusion. Although he had successfully evolved into a multi-threaded thinker, he was only a two-threaded thinker. Only by advancing to the level of reconstructor can one further split and advance to become a true multi-threaded thinker, which is one of the core abilities of a reconstructor. At this moment, UK has completed the most important first step. The next step is to unleash his talent with the help of the golden essence. 18-4 tubing, each as thick as an arm, sprayed out a thick mist of essence, like a high-pressure water gun. The mist, carrying immense energy, instantly engulfed UK completely. UK felt waves of incredibly warm, perfectly balanced heat rushing into his body, coursing through every part of him. An unprecedented feeling of exhilaration burst forth from every cell in the body, and UK felt every inch of his skin, every muscle, and every bone trembling and singing with joy. Even UK felt his own soul trembling with excitement. This is an ultimate pleasure that far surpasses human sexual intercourse. UK's entire body began to radiate light, forming rings of colorful mist within the rich essence vapor. The spots of light in UK's mind began to leap and flicker uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the walnut-sized fire bead in UK's abdomen spun faster and faster, and the red energy threads on it became more and more vibrant and dense. The fire bead gradually grew larger as it spun, shining with an increasingly bright light. Bang! Suddenly, red flames erupted all over UK's body, and from the fire pearl in his abdomen, the flames on UK's body gradually spread outwards. In less than 30 seconds, bright, intense flames filled the entire circular space with a diameter of 5 meters. Meanwhile, light gradually emanated from all parts of UK's body, growing brighter, longer, and denser. Soon, light shone and penetrated the entire interior of the statue. At this moment, UK was involuntarily suspended in mid-air. The golden essence outside the circular space was no longer being sprayed out, but was being actively absorbed. Those energy molecules seemed to be swallowed up by UK's body and were visibly drying up rapidly. UK was completely unaware of all this. He was so immersed in that unparalleled bliss that he couldn't pull himself out. Meanwhile, the outside world. 6 minutes have passed. The other 98 people have already left the stage. Only the statue where UK stands shines with a brilliant blue light. And this brilliant blue is gradually transforming into a magnificent and mysterious purple. Even more astonishingly, the long weapon in the statue's hand was constantly flashing with extreme white, blue, cyan, and gold. In the city of no light, almost all the people were utterly shocked by what they saw. At the scene, millions of spectators fell silent. For the blue no, the purple was unprecedentedly grand and dazzling. It even surpasses the previous SSS level. On the viewing platform, Zhao Kaixuan's beautiful eyes widened, her pupils contracting almost imperceptibly. Something's not right. Overclockers shouldn't possibly produce such performance. The 9 members of the ruling council also looked surprised and solemn, staring intently at the extremely dazzling pure purple statue where UK was located. At the same time, the chiefs of the other 11 cities seemed to share the same feeling, all looking through their respective large screens at the only statue in this city of no light that was working. 1 second later, everyone else in the 11 cities governing council, including everyone in the Senate, looked over. Feiyu stared blankly at the screen, muttering, "Holy crap, ah." Du Shaojie's face was contorted, his pupils trembled violently, and his expression was filled with shock, anger, jealousy, and disbelief. She stood alone, her beautiful eyes full of smiles, and her lips slightly curved. Yet Xian from class 49 stared in disbelief at the radiant statue, exclaiming, "This thing." However, Shirshir, who was in the same class, after her initial shock, seemed to deflate completely and hung her head dejectedly. Just when all the people of Wuguang City were incredibly excited, thinking that they were about to produce another SSS-level super genius. The statue that was missing, its dazzling and luxurious pure purple color, was gradually being stained by streaks of pure white and streaks of dazzling gold. At the same time, the enormous weapon in the statue's hand shimmered with 9-colored light, resembling a divine scepter, sacred and majestic, filled with endless mystery and power. That his countless top figures couldn't help but stand up, their eyes fixed on the statue, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. How is this possible? Could it be the kind of being from the legends of divine punishment? An elderly man with white hair muttered to himself, his voice trembling slightly. The light on the statue of UK grew increasingly dazzling, and the interweaving of pure white and dazzling gold became more intense, gradually spreading and covering the entire statue. The weapon in the statue's hand shimmered with 9-colored light, as if foreshadowing the birth of some unconventional power that transcends existing knowledge. Could this be the extreme point? The chief of the central city, his eyes still filled with shock, stammered. The audience in the other 11 cities also watched the awakening square of the City of No Light through the big screen. The light emanating from the sculpture where UK was located began to spread outwards, gradually covering and enveloping each statue, until finally, the entire awakening plaza was completely immersed in it. At this moment, almost the entire world is watching this unique statue. At this moment, UK, inside the statue, faces an immense predicament and a pain worse than death. Chapter 28. As if a god had descended. Outside the circular space, the golden essence that filled the entire statue was rapidly being depleted. Meanwhile, the light spot in his mind was flashing and emitting circles of light. This light rippled from the top of his head to the soles of his feet, washing over his entire body, flesh, internal organs, and bones like waves. Every cell in the body, inside and out, blooms, dies, and is reborn, just like shedding skin. The scorching flames burning all over his body seemed to be calcining and accelerating the process. The intense light emanating from within the fire pearl seemed to cleanse the newly formed cells, making them even purer. UK originally thought that the light emitted by the fire pearl was the light of an extremely intense flame. But now he realizes he was wrong. However, even though he had started thinking in 2 threads, he didn't have time to think about this problem. He didn't even have time to feel or think about what changes such a rapid transformation would bring to his body. First of all, the current extremely rapid cell metabolism cycle. The renewal cycle is a physiological experience that is extremely painful, rather than the exhilarating feeling of being overjoyed that I had before. The pain was like millions of ants and insects infesting the body, penetrating the heart, and drilling into the brain. Their tiny mouths were sharp and relentlessly devouring every part of the body, inside and out. The pain was so intense that it was difficult to make a sound. But this kind of pain is secondary. What made him even more uncomfortable was that in the very center of his chest, there was a small dot that seemed to be emerging from nothingness bit by bit. The strange feeling of being tingly, numb, and itchy made him writhe uncontrollably as his whole body convulsed. These multiple and complex feelings intertwined, causing UK to suffer every second, plunging him into a frantic struggle, and his consciousness began to blur. But UK knew very well that the current situation was a great thing for him. He was rapidly evolving and reshaping himself. UK's dual-threaded thinking finally came into play at this moment, making him realize that he was facing a great predicament. That is, the golden essence inside the sculpture has almost dried up. This made UK very flustered. Although the sensation throughout his body was agonizing, he was unwilling to interrupt this rare, even unprecedented, transformation and sublimation. The circular spatial barrier around him, made of some unknown material, was being melted by the blazing flames and dazzling light emanating from UK's entire body, turning into drops of liquid that fell to the ground. And the pedestal of the truncated cone also gradually turned into liquid. UK's heart stirred. This time, he no longer deliberately suppressed the eruption of the fire bead in his body, but tried his best to activate it. In an instant, the flames on UK's body flared up again, and the light shone brightly once more. With a loud boom, the circular spatial barrier shattered and exploded completely, and the circular platform base also shattered and broke apart. Underground, pools of golden essence were revealed. UK guessed correctly. The entire high platform of the Awakening Plaza is a huge reservoir. UK no longer suppressed himself, his whole body thirstingly and frantically absorbing these precious energy essences. Despite UK's deliberate avoidance of the flames and light emanating from his body, countless energy molecules swept and permeated into UK's body like a dragon sucking water. The sensation of pain, itchiness, and pleasure made UK's expression extremely strange. Unbeknownst to UK, the previously silent and shocked outside world was now filled with waves of exclamations that grew louder and louder. Even Shingsa, who was usually calm and had inexplicable confidence in UK, showed a hint of shock and tension in her eyes at this moment. The statue where UK was located was covered with fine, winding cracks, as if it were cracked. Countless rays of even brighter light and countless streaks of blazing flames were bursting forth from those cracks. Time passed second by second, breath by breath. Another deafening explosion followed, and the statue shattered completely, sending countless tiny fragments of stone flying in all directions like fireworks. UK's figure was submerged in the blazing flames and dazzling light of the zenith, becoming a sun more than 30 times larger than the last one. The sun rose slowly, high in the sky, radiating light and heat like a real sun, illuminating the entire 17-story space. At this moment, in the eyes of countless people across the planet, the sun that UK had transformed into was like a true deity descending, carrying unparalleled majesty and holiness. Wherever the light touched, the space seemed to be imbued with a unique vitality. The intense light spilled over every corner of Awakening Square, and even the tiny dust particles shimmered with a delicate golden hue under its glow, like dreamlike stardust. At that very moment, on the viewing platform of the 12 cities, the 9 chief ministers and a group of super strong people turned their heads to look up. Through layers of space, countless starlight was falling in the real sky. They seemed to be invisible and intangible. They pierced through layers of solid objects, falling drop by drop and filling the entire 17th floor of the sky, and then, as if attracted, swing and drilling into the sun. The entire 17-story dome resembles a reappearance of the starry sky. The people in the square, whether they were ordinary spectators who were already shocked or super strong people on the viewing platform, were all deeply shocked by this spectacular scene. A true miracle. Countless people gazed up at the sun and the starry sky, their eyes filled with awe and worship, as if at this moment, Yuk had become the supreme faith in their hearts. At that moment, a very untimely groan, filled with a satisfied, pleasant, and comfortable feeling, echoed throughout the entire 17th floor. The audience was so startled by the sound that their expressions turned strange, and a hint of oddness flashed in their eyes. The powerful figures who were looking up remained motionless, ignoring the strange noise, because on the ground where starlight was scattered, countless mutated beasts were fleeing frantically. Those mutant beasts that couldn't escape in time, regardless of their rank or size, were reduced to dust within seconds of the starlight reaching them. Further away, beyond the perception of these powerful beings, the real sun suddenly emitted a blinding light, and its volume, which had already expanded by 1.67 times, grew even larger. Further still, in the vast and deep universe, several starlight points suddenly burst forth with extreme brilliance before disappearing. At the center of the light on the 17th floor of the City of No Light, Yuk is undergoing his final transformation. Under the final baptism of starlight, his body became even more resilient and perfect, every inch of his skin radiating a lustrous glow, as if it were carved from the most precious jade. His bones cracked and popped, like a stirring battle song, a symbol of ever-increasing power. As time passed, the light of that sun gradually faded, and Yuk's figure, amidst the flames and radiance, reappeared in everyone's sight as if a god had descended. He stood in mid-air, his posture as upright as a pine tree, his arms outstretched, his eyes closed, his whole body clean. Yuk opened his eyes, a dazzling light flashing in them, his gaze deep and bright. At this moment, he has completed a tremendous transformation, and a unique temperament and aura emanate from him. A flicker of excitement crossed Yuk's heart. Finally, he had succeeded. Yuk looked down and saw that the countless spectators looking up at him were once again dumbfounded, their eyes filled with inscrutable expressions. Countless women immediately covered their mouths. Yuk was surprised and suddenly felt a slight chill on his body. He looked down. Oh no, my image is completely ruined. Just like last time. However, it seems to have gotten a bit bigger. Just then, a shout suddenly came from somewhere in the audience, the voice revealing exasperation. You fucking bastard, put it away right now. Yuk quickly crossed his hands in embarrassment to cover himself. Chapter 29 Second Talent. I'm 21 now. I've finally fulfilled the boast I made before. Yuk appeared shy, but inwardly he was quite pleased with himself. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet gave way, the magical power vanished, and Yuk plummeted from a height of 1,000 meters. Yuk's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that both of his legs were broken? That would be incredibly embarrassing. Yuk looked pleadingly at Zhao Kaixian on the distant viewing platform. He discovered that this powerful yet cold-blooded super strongman was staring intently at him, his eyes flashing with a hint of amusement, inquiry, and even a trace of eagerness. Yuk immediately gave up on relying on the evil Zhao Kaixian, and tried to adjust his strange shy self-concealing posture, preparing to activate the fire bead again, so as not to get injured on the ground or accidentally expose his private parts. He didn't want to be in the spotlight and die. A figure flashed continuously in the air from afar, and Yuk's body suddenly became light and buoyant. At the same time, he was passively spun several times during his descent, and a brand new awakening suit was put on. It was the principal. The principal is the best. Yuk felt relieved and landed safely. In the audience, millions of underground city dwellers only belatedly realized what was happening and began to shout. A deafening roar of cheers, mixed with cries, filled the entire 17th floor. The audience in front of various terminals cheered and jumped for joy, some even moved to tears. Not only in the City of No Light, but also in the audiences of the other 11 cities, this was the case. This is a beacon of hope for humanity. Some people shed tears silently, some embraced their friends, and some even passionately kissed passers-by. On the vast awakening plaza, the corner that had been damaged by UK has been smoothed out, and the golden essence has been resealed. The holographic screen is no longer able to display anything. However, UK already felt several forces descending upon his body, probing back and forth. The principal reappeared beside UK and announced loudly, UK's awakened power is special and requires a second test using other methods, but it cannot be tested on site immediately. In order not to disturb others, the awakening ceremony will continue. The principal's calm and resonant voice was extremely penetrating, as if it resounded in everyone's eardrums, and the entire room gradually fell silent. However, everyone's eyes remained unusually bright as they stared at UK as he walked off the stage. Even the bigwigs of the 11 cities still had their eyes on UK. Historically, no one has ever been able to break through a sculpture upon awakening, as if a god had descended, nor has anyone been able to invoke that supreme power to indiscriminately annihilate any level of beings on a large scale. Therefore, these well-informed and knowledgeable bigwigs, despite their calm exteriors, harbored all sorts of speculations. In fact, UK also had countless guesses at this time. Because he also didn't understand the condition inside his body. The spot of light in my mind has doubled in size, its light is brighter, and it is more active. It automatically emits rings of light that permeate the whole body, and the cells are cheering and jumping for joy, as if they are greedily absorbing this power. This is normal, it has been like this before, only the moisturizing effect is much stronger now. Aside from feeling stronger, the light spot didn't have any other special sensations. However, the walnut-sized fire bead in the abdomen shrank by 2 sizes, becoming more solid and round and smooth, and even becoming a true multicolored, with 5 colors connecting and circulating, and faint 5 colors corresponding to it attached to the outside. The flowing light seemed to contain endless mysteries, releasing strands of warm and powerful energy. This is very abnormal. Previously, Zhao Kaixian had also confirmed that the talent core in his abdomen contained the power of fire element. But now, that's clearly not the case. The moment UK's thoughts landed on it, the talent core immediately emitted a bright light again, shining through UK's body. UK nervously shifted his focus. However, UK already had a vague guess in his heart. What puzzled UK the most was that a black dot had appeared out of nowhere in the center of his chest. Extremely small, like the tip of a needle, and not a physical object, but like a spot of light in the mind. It neither turned nor jumped, it simply hovered there quietly. UK can't feel anything. Originally, for a dual talent awakener, one of the talent cores would grow in the chest area. But UK was certain that this black spot was definitely not the talent core. The most well-known point is that the location of the second talent core should be slightly below the center of the chest. However, the black dot is in the exact center, and according to historical data, such a deviation is not possible. How are you? Are you all right? Jingse came over and asked softly. UK snapped out of his reverie and smiled, no. Just then, UK suddenly noticed a timid and furtive gaze peeking over. UK looked over and, lo and behold, it was Du Xiaojie. The arrogance, coldness, and resentment that had been hidden in that deep gaze before had all vanished, leaving only fear, cowardice, and timidity. Its eyes were like those of a frightened wolf facing a giant lion, terrified that the other might suddenly attack and bite it to death. UK chuckled inwardly. Du Xiaojie had been arrogant and domineering before, but now he seemed like a completely different person. Coward. UK merely glanced at Du Xiaojie before looking away, casually putting his arm around Qingse and walking to the side. Qingse asked, how many times do you feel it is now? UK knew that Qingse was asking about physical fitness. Once a cute body enters the transcendent realm, it is at least 30 times the limit of a normal human. This includes external manifestations such as speed, strength, resilience, and reaction speed, as well as internal manifestations such as metabolic rate and cell vitality. UK assessed himself for a moment and pondered, 60 times? Qingse stared at UK for a long time with wide eyes, and asked in surprise, then, doesn't that mean you've reached the second-tier transcendent level? On the high viewing platform, Zhao Kaixian, who was as aloof as an iceberg, had a hint of surprise in his eyes. UK suddenly realized, yes, 60 times in normal state and 100 times in extreme state is the advancement line for a second-order transcendent. If it can normally reach 60 times, then reaching 100 times at its limit is almost guaranteed. Actually, his figure of 60 times was a bit conservative. You nodded. More or less. What about you? I feel it's around 51-52 times, Qingse replied. UK gave a thumbs up and smiled, impressive. No wonder it's 3S level. Qingse rolled her eyes at UK and looked towards the awakening plaza. Fei Yu has completed his awakening and stepped out of the sculpture. UK looked over and was immediately surprised. This guy actually had AA talents. Talent 1, a level. Talent potential, 69-100. Sequence, Lightning Elementalist. Potential ability, 90-100. Talent 2, a level. Talent potential, 59-100. Sequence, Trait-based alien. Potential ability, 77-100. A special type? How rare. And its specific abilities aren't displayed. A hidden trump card indeed. UK sighed, his gaze sweeping over the colors on the statue's spear. His brows twitched suddenly, and then he looked at the colors on the spears of the other sculptures. A sudden realization struck him. He seemed to understand exactly what abilities his talent core possessed. UK was overjoyed. Ah! But another thought came to mind: how to deal with the questioning and investigation by those important figures after the ceremony. UK is certain that a second wave of attention from important figures will occur. Feiyu walked over smugly. How about it, buddy? Not bad, huh? This guy is quite satisfied with his awakened talent. It seems that his second talent must be very special and outstanding. UK smiled and nodded in agreement. Of course, you're quite capable. Find an opportunity to let Xin give it a good try. Feiyu uttered his catchphrase again and punched UK. The awakening ceremony continues. Yashin and Shirshir from Class 49 also awakened their A-level talents. Next up were Zicheng and Yanzhao, both with A-level talents. However, Yanzhou had awakened a beast-type mutation rarely seen in Wuguang City. UK couldn't even identify the specific type of beast, but judging from his A-level talent, he must be very powerful. As expected, Jiasen awakened his S-level life-type talent and became a glorious healer. Surprisingly, Yuan Shan also awakened an S-level talent, which is an elemental ability. As expected, the City of Darkness is full of awakened elemental ability users, which has almost become a characteristic of darkness. You have a good eye, UK said to Qingse. The members who Qingse called for a team during the Beast Tide were all at least A-level talents. A-level and above talents accounted for almost half of the awakened talents in Wuguang City this year. Qingse smiled and looked around before saying, Wuguang City is not much different from the other 10 cities, but it cannot be compared with the central city. Next up is Central City's performance time, Qingse said, looking at the big screen. Chapter 30: The Three States of the Body and Meeting the Ruling Group. Central City is the only underground city with buildings located above ground. Nearly 10 million people live on this land. The total population is close to 100 million. Qixin University in Central City has around 5,000 awakened transcendents each year. At this moment, the awakening ceremony of the City of No Light ended. There are 2,977 awakened transcendents in this year's competition, of which 57 are transcendents without talent. These are the same transcendents who fought alongside UK and Qingse during the Beast Tide. 53 failed to awaken, and they will become highly paid caregivers, going to the 150th floor below ground to maintain life pods and nurture new human infants. A total of 132 transcendents awakened A-level talents, and 5 transcendents awakened S-level talents. The results were slightly better than the average of the previous 10 sessions. After a long and enthusiastic round of applause from the audience, the 2,977 transcendents who paid tribute to all the residents of the City of No Light stepped down from the stage, and all 12 giant screens in the sky switched to the awakening ceremony footage of the Central City. At this point in Central City, there were still 336 queued characters left in the queue for the last 2 rounds. All eyes in the 12 cities were focused on this place. They're not all A-level talents, are they, Captain Qingse? Feiyu asked Qingse, hooking his arm around UK's shoulder. Qingse smiled slightly but did not answer. As expected, all those who awakened their cuteness in the penultimate round possessed high-level talents. 149 people awakened A-level talents, 15 people awakened S-level talents, and 4 people awakened SS-level talents. In the final round of 168 queued characters, 2 of them even awakened SSS-level talents. One of the SSS-level talents even condensed a 100-meter-tall phantom of a mountain tiger during his awakening, exuding an aura of majesty and unparalleled power, leaving all the spectators in Central City speechless. Even after the final round of awakening in Central City ended, Feiyu still had his mouth wide open and kept uttering his catchphrase. UK was also surprised. Was the difference really that great? Qingse said meaningfully, starting from this session, Central City will be far ahead of the other 11 cities. UK slightly activated overclocking and stared intently at the group of big shots from Wuguang City on the viewing platform, noticing that they all had calm expressions. Clearly, they had anticipated this situation. Based on UK's current understanding of the knowledge system, it should be that the embryo breeding technology in Central City has improved. However, does this mean that Central City is accelerating the process of joint governance of 12 cities? Amidst the fervent enthusiasm of the audience, the awakening ceremony of this year's 12 cities finally came to a close. Next, the newly promoted Transcendent will perform two routine actions. The first is knowledge transmission, and the second is physical fitness testing and talent testing. After advancing to the level of the Transcendent, the indoctrination of knowledge no longer carries the risk of causing brain collapse and turning one into a mediocre person. The brain will automatically disconnect when overloaded. Therefore, this action will become a free action in the future. Physical fitness and talent tests serve as the foundational data for creating profiles of newly promoted Transcendent individuals. Physical fitness tests are almost impossible to fake, so the dataset for this test is relatively realistic. But talent tests are a completely different story. The first generation of dishonest people, I don't know which generation of the most style, but this tradition has continued into UK's generation, and almost no one is honest anymore. For example, the Fire Elemental Sequence Transcender, despite having a talent test grade of A and an ability potential of 89-100, still managed to burn a 1 cubic meter granite piece in 3 minutes. If you question his performance, he'll say that he really did his best, and that his talent core is grey. Are you really going to use an instrument to see through the color of his talent core? It's not worth it. Therefore, concealing one's true talents has become an open and unspoken rule that almost everyone follows. UK and Shaanxi, following the crowd, also went to the knowledge cabin for their final comprehensive knowledge session. In the past, the biggest fear regarding Yuk was this, and the vast majority of Poo people originated from this. But this time, UK felt incredibly relaxed. In just 5 minutes, all of humanity's knowledge from prehistoric times to the present was stored in his mind. Of course, when it comes to profound theoretical and experimental knowledge, merely having the knowledge of it is insufficient for understanding, application, or further personal research. The physical fitness test was also quick, almost entirely for the purpose of creating a medical record. In the vast testing area, the adorable creatures first lined up to have their blood and other body cells drawn, and then their speed, strength, and other external data were tested in sequence. However, UK still caused quite a stir in this round. Having just awakened, he had already reached the level of a second-tier transcendent being. This drove almost everyone mad with envy. It's important to know that it generally takes 2-3 years for a novice transcender to advance to the second tier. Fei Yu cried out in jealousy, demanding that UK treat him to a big meal to soothe his wounded young heart. The original members of the Qingsa squad were envious but not surprised. Without this physique, how could they fight against the special grade Rat King and Bat King with melee weapons when they were in their cute form? It was just a bit too honest. But Jiasun curled his lip. He suspected that UK, like the others, had been hiding his true abilities in the physical test. Although he acted as if he had really given it his all, he had healed UK 3 times and had a deeper understanding of the latter's body than Shaanxi. Jiasun's suspicions were correct. UK naturally didn't go all out. As a seasoned coward, his acting skills easily fooled a group of 20-year-olds. However, UK had no time to reflect on his acting talent at the moment. He had just realized, as if by sudden inspiration, that his body had 3 states during the test. There are 3 states: normal state, overclocking state, and critical state. The critical state refers to the point where he is stuck on the line between entering and not entering the overclocking state. He estimates that his strength should be 40,000 kilograms, or 40 tons, which is equivalent to the load of a medium-sized heavy truck, or 200 times the normal human limit. Those who surpass others generally do not exhibit significant deviations in their self-assessment. If the surrounding creatures knew the data on the critical state of Yuk, I wonder if they would want to gang up on him. Just as the talent test was about to begin, 2 extraordinary individuals with the demeanor of secretaries came to find UK, politely stating that the ruling council of Wuguang City wished to meet him. UK feigned ignorance, but inwardly sighed. What was bound to happen had finally arrived. Qingsa took UK's hand. "Come on, I'll go with you." Following the 2 secretaries, who possessed extraordinary qualities, UK arrived at the 6th floor, one of the offices of the ruling group. Through the glass made of a special material, UK saw the ground environment of this world for the first time. Under the vast, grey sky, wisps of mist filled the entire world. The earth was green, but there was almost no sign of life. The Transcendents and Reconstructors, clad in heavy armor, patrolled the sky in formation, occasionally unleashing bursts of explosive fire or sharp blades. UK entered the room alone, led by his secretary, and saw 9 members of the ruling council sitting behind a long table, their eyes revealing wisdom and authority. UK was surprised to find that Zhao Kaixian was also on the list. UK was surprised. Is she representing the Zhao family? It seems Zhao Kaixian has already indicated to the highest levels of Woguang City that the Zhao family is UK's supporter. However, the Zhao family actually held such weight that they were allowed to sit at the same table as the top 9 people. Chief Yuan spoke first. UK, your performance in this awakening was outstanding, truly amazing, and has attracted the attention of almost all of humanity. UK bowed slightly, speaking with dignified humility. Thank you for your attention, Chief Yuan and the ruling group. I was just a bit lucky. One of the ruling council members smiled and said, in the 2000 years since the New Human Project was launched, you are the third awakener to trigger celestial phenomena, but the one who triggered the most unusual and magnificent phenomena. Compared with you, the previous 2 are like fireflies. This is not only your personal glory, but also the glory of the City of No Light. Moreover, this honor is enough to be recorded in the annals of human history. Chief Yuan nodded slightly, his eyes revealing appreciation and joy, and continued, UK, your talent and potential are evident to all. We invited you here today for 2 reasons. First, to express our respect and congratulations for you, and second, to gain a deeper understanding of your talent so that Woguang City and all of humanity can better cultivate you, and use you as an example to further deepen our research on human evolution. UK felt the intense gazes of the chief executive and other members of the ruling council. He took a deep breath and said, this is my responsibility and duty. I don't know how to understand, is it a test? Another member of the ruling core smiled gently, no need. Just relax, don't resist, and allow our power to enter your body. You nodded. Indeed, these 9 individuals, in terms of both talent and combat prowess, have already reached the pinnacle of the pyramid. There is nothing they haven't seen or know. Therefore, there is no need for testing equipment at all. However, as the moment approached, UK still felt somewhat uneasy and worried. He looked at Zhao Kaixian standing to the side. Chapter 31 Peerless Prodigy? Zhao Kaixian nodded, his violet eyes calm and unwavering, and said to UK in a cool tone, UK, you just need to accept it calmly. The esteemed officials present are all knowledgeable and have profound backgrounds. Investigating them will also be helpful to you. Upon hearing Zhao Kaixian's words, UK nodded, smiled at the 9 members of the ruling council, and bowed slightly, saying, then please enlighten me, gentlemen. As he spoke, he relaxed, closed his eyes, and stood quietly. UK wasn't worried about the spot of light in his mind being discovered, because Zhao Kaixian had once said that the top 5 overclockers in history were coreless. Therefore, he was not worried about the black spot on his chest being discovered, because although the black spot was grown, strangely, it was also invisible and intangible. In an instant, 10 invisible forces descended upon UK, causing him to tense up before relaxing again. These 10 forces acted like scanners, rapidly yet meticulously examining every inch of his skin, bones, and even nerves. One force even extended into. UK strongly suspected that the strange power originated from a female member of the ruling council, or perhaps Zhao Kaixian. Finally, all the power concentrated on the multicolored bead in UK's abdomen. Then UK heard several members of the ruling group exclaim in surprise and admiration. It wasn't until 3 minutes later that the 10 forces gradually receded from his body. UK opened his eyes and saw 10 big shots, including Zhao Kaixian. Their eyes showed surprise, doubt, and awe. UK was puzzled. What was going on? Why was he both surprised and amazed? The 9 members of the ruling group looked at each other, and judging from their expressions, UK believed they were communicating quickly in some special way. 3 minutes later, the oldest-looking member of the ruling council stroked his white beard and slowly said, based on everyone's views, 2 things are certain. First, his talent did indeed reach the legendary and theoretical extreme point, but then it underwent an extreme derivative, making him a perfect elemental ability user. Secondly, his current elemental talents and potential should also be at their maximum, although his current level is SNA. While we don't know if reaching the maximum will necessarily lead to ultimate evolution, this logic is the most appropriate given his current situation, the white-bearded ruler concluded. The other 8 people, along with Zhao Kaixian, all nodded in agreement. Chief Yuan looked at UK, his expression a mix of sighs and complex emotions. UK, you have indeed reached the pinnacle. To be honest, everyone here, although you were once top geniuses and have achieved great things now, no one doesn't envy you. But we don't know what path you should take next, or even which cultivation method you should practice. UK was surprised. After advancing to the transcendent level, if one has talent, there will usually be corresponding cultivation techniques to match it, maximizing the power of the talent. However, the dignified Chief Yuan of Woguang City didn't even know which cultivation technique he should practice. Does that mean he had no cultivation technique to practice? The difference between innate talent and lack of cultivation techniques is tenfold or even 100-fold. UK was surprised and slightly at a loss. He looked at Zhao Kaixuan again. My opinion is the same as Chief Yuan's. Zhao Kaixuan's beautiful purple eyes also showed a hint of seriousness at this moment. To date, no human being has awakened all the basic 5 elements of talent like you. What is even more astonishing is that, on top of the basic 5 elements, you have also awakened the derived 5 elements, Zhao Kaixuan continued. At first, I thought you naturally awakened the power of the fire element. But now I think it should be the power of both the fire and light elements. You awaken fire, and on the basis of fire, you awaken light, Zhao Kaixuan explained. UK frowned slightly and nodded. He agreed with the ruling group and Zhao Kaixuan's statements. Previously, he had sensed that he had awakened the power of all 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. However, the slightly weaker version of the same color corresponding to each of the 5 basic elements confused him. Now he understood: 5 kinds of light, 10 kinds of color, so that's how it is. In other words, he awakened the power of ice element on top of the power of water element. He awakened the power of wind element on top of the power of wood element. He awakened the power of lightning element on top of the power of metal element, and he awakened the power of darkness element on top of the power of earth element. This evolved after he awakened the power of fire and light elements to their extreme, resulting in his current perfect elemental power. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are S-grade talents. Light, darkness, wind, thunder, and ice are A-grade talents. And their potential is limitless. This sounds absolutely terrifying. With these talents and abilities, it is no exaggeration to call myself a top genius. However, the crucial point is that, just as Chief Yuan had said before, he had no cultivation method. That would be like a barbarian getting an 18-meter-long sword, having strength and a powerful weapon, but not knowing how to use it. If he were to encounter someone of similar strength but with a powerful technique, that person could easily defeat 100 of him. UK felt a surge of helplessness. He hadn't expected to face such a predicament. In the hour before, he was actually extremely excited inside, but he was just desperately suppressing it. He became an unparalleled genius. How could this not cause ecstasy? I thought that as long as I progressed step by step and protected myself well, I could become invincible once I reached the top level. However, unexpectedly, just as they started, they ran out of road. I'm really awesome, but I just can't seem to become awesome. This is... He looked up at the members of the ruling council, his eyes filled with expectation, hoping to get some guidance from them. The 9 members of the ruling caucus looked at each other and shook their heads regretfully. They had never encountered this situation before and couldn't come up with a good solution for the time being. A piece of exquisite jade, yet unable to be carved into a work of art. Chief Yuan coughed lightly, breaking the silence. UK, don't be anxious. Although we don't currently have any suitable cultivation techniques for you, we can mobilize the resources of Woguang City to find a suitable one for you. After all, a genius like you shouldn't be wasted just because there are no cultivation techniques available. UK nodded slightly, feeling somewhat comforted. Zhao Kaixuan also spoke up. UK, during this time, you can familiarize yourself with your innate abilities and try to control them. Perhaps in the process of becoming familiar with them, you can find some directions for cultivation. UK took a deep breath and nodded. He knew this was the only way now. Sigh. UK sighed again in his heart. He had just declared himself a lucky person, but now he was facing an extremely unfortunate situation. UK felt extremely heartbroken. Right now, he couldn't either lie low or go all out. This is really awkward. UK unknowingly picked up Fei Yu's bad habits. After offering words of encouragement, the 9-member governing group allowed UK to leave. Seeing UK looking dejected and downcast, Jingsa stepped forward and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Zhao Kaixuan followed him out, looked at UK's state, and asked, "UK, do you want to know who your parents are?" Huh? UK looked up in surprise. Chapter 32 Top-Level Obligation. A Silent Farewell. Isn't this a privilege only reconstructors have? UK asked. You are a special genius and can be treated specially, Zhao Kaixuan replied. UK's innate C-type origin means that his parents should be level 1 to 3 adapters, that is, humans who voluntarily gave up the next round of evolution at the age of 5, 8, or 11. Such humans typically have a lifespan of less than 60 years. Moreover, it may not be born from a fresh, fertilized egg. C-grade fertilized eggs are cultivated, and they have to wait in line to make way for those higher-grade fertilized eggs. At this moment, Qingse, who had been silent all along, hesitated for a moment before finally deciding to speak. UK, your parents have long since passed away. UK looked at Qingse. I've seen your genetic map, which also led me to your family lineage for the past 3 generations. Your blood relatives are all deceased. Zhao Kaixuan looked at Qingse in surprise, a strange look flashing in her beautiful eyes. She didn't know that Qingse had actually conducted in-depth research on UK's genetic lineage. This girl, is that ability really that strong? When UK heard that his parents had died young and that he had no blood relatives left, he was not so sad as he felt a sense of desolation. In this world, only the strong are entitled to have family and kinship. Rather than calling it a privilege, it is more accurate to describe it as a product of the goal of eugenics and good parenting, and even more so, a responsibility. Meanwhile, in the previous room, the white-bearded ruler pondered, UK's perfect elemental abilities are unprecedented. This should be the greatest emerging miracle in the new human project. But, he appeared a little too early. Upon hearing the last sentence, everyone's gaze faltered. There was a hidden meaning behind those words. After a moment of contemplation, Chief Yuan frowned and said in a deep voice, with the emergence of new generations, there are both good and bad things. His trip to Wanshan Temple is also a mixed blessing. When everyone saw that Chief Yuan did not respond to the white-bearded ruler's words, but instead brought up the matter of the Zhao family greeting them, one of the 9 leaders, who appeared to be the youngest, chimed in, yes. Central City's awakening this time is far ahead of the other 11 cities, and everyone knows how that happened. However, with the protection of the Zhao family, the former chief minister of Central City, he should still be safe even if there are unscrupulous people in Central City, said one of the rulers whose seat was closest to Zhao Kaixuan. After the 3 sides had spoken, everyone fell silent, and the room became quiet for a moment. A few minutes later, Chief Yuan finally delivered the final verdict. If he is lucky enough to find a way forward, it will be a great thing for our city of no light. If he is unlucky enough to die young, our city of no light will certainly uphold justice for him. Furthermore, let's not forget that he is the 6th person in history to overclock. That's why the Zhao family became his supporters. And he will naturally be a supporter of the Qin family as well. Therefore, as a top genius, according to the basic law of humanity, we should do our best to support him and give him priority in all resources. Of course, as a citizen of the City of No Light, he should still fulfill his obligations, and we should also elevate them to the highest level. The 8 people nodded in agreement when they heard the chief's conclusion was fair and just. This effectively put an end to the old man's ulterior motives, which were being subtly expressed. It also hinted at the attitude and actions that Wuguang City would take in the event of the worst-case scenario. However, upon hearing the word obligation, a bittersweet smile of reminiscence appeared on their faces. As super strong men, they understood all too well the meaning behind the obligations in the basic law. Oh. By the way, let's seal his family's genetic lineage as top secret. Finally, Chief Yuan said casually. When UK received 2 notifications on his personal terminal, he realized that the ruling group had held another meeting targeting him, because the notifications were signed by the ruling group itself. The first notification was that he would enjoy the top-tier treatment in the City of No Light. In addition to a large house and good equipment, the City of No Light would provide him with resources worth 50,000 4th-tier crystal cores every year, as well as 100 bottles of radiant gold source liquid every year, until he was promoted to reconstructor. This feat would be the envy and excitement of any transcendent being. However, compared to the support provided by the Zhao family, it paled in comparison, so UK's reaction was rather indifferent. The second notice states that he will fulfill his obligations to the City of No Light. During the transcendental stage, he must provide 12 gene seeds each month, 6 of which must be submitted directly to the City of No Light's Fertility Committee. Another obligation is that he must complete a task of 100,000 points each year. He can submit the task once every 10 years. 100,000 points means he needs to kill 100,000 Tier 1 aberrant beasts, or 30,000 Tier 2 aberrant beasts, or 10,000 Tier 3 aberrant beasts every year. That's nearly 3 times the number of ordinary transcendent beasts. Of course, submitting it every 10 years gives him more time and autonomy. After the awakening ceremony, the newly promoted transcendents, still in the 3-month euphoria period, became even more frenzied. Throughout the entire F district on the 17th floor, hundreds of birth delivery workers shuttled back and forth, busy as bees. They had almost forgotten the beast-tide battle a few days earlier, and they didn't discuss why so many transcendents and cute bodies had died. Even Qingse deliberately avoided the topic when UK tried to bring it up. Don't discuss other matters in bed, Qingse said lightly, and with a wet kiss, UK was completely overwhelmed, bowing his head and willingly serving her like an ox, sparing no effort to provide top-notch service. However, Chingsa's service was top-notch. As if enlightened, she engaged in all sorts of bizarre and wonderful games and techniques with UK, almost making UK lose his mind. But a strange unease flashed through UK's heart. Soon, UK's unease was confirmed. On the fourth day, UK woke up around noon and found that Chingse had vanished without a trace. There was a handwritten note on the bedside table, with delicate and beautiful handwriting that read, "Wait for me in a year." With a sense of loss and regret, this is the best way to say goodbye. Thinking that he hadn't kept his promise of a candlelight dinner, and that there hadn't been any sense of ceremony between them, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. UK stayed at home all afternoon, feeling so empty and lost that he didn't want to do anything or move. He even forgot the worry that his awakened perfect elemental talent had no future. As dinner time approached, a message came through his personal terminal. UK, who was lying on the sofa, lazily reached out and tapped it with his index finger. "Mr. UK, Du Ruiyang, the newly crowned Transcendence champion from Central City, challenges you to a duel. Would you accept?" A challenge? From Central City? Surname, Du? UK's eyes began to focus. He sat up from his lying position, picked up his personal terminal, and checked the messages again. Another message arrived. Additional notice: the challenge has been made public throughout the city. What grudge could this be? In the dungeons, arena battles are a tradition spanning thousands of years, generally used for friendly exchanges and sparring, and rarely for personal grudges. Some of these matches are broadcast live for the public to watch. If one party discloses the information without authorization, they must pay a fee of 10,000 points. If the other party discloses the information without authorization before responding, the fee is tripled. Clearly, the other side is sparing no effort to force me to fight. An unnamed fire rose in UK's heart and burned fiercely. Regardless of whether he is surnamed Du or not, and regardless of his purpose, I am feeling frustrated, so I might as well give this provocateur who has come to my door a proper welcome. Chapter 33: Central City Challengers. UK accepted the request with a light touch. He was also given the requirement to start the war immediately and began wearing the newly issued Transcendent Standard Combat uniform. Within a minute, the personal terminal displayed a notification that the other party had agreed, and UK got up and left. The arena is located on the ground floor. UK took a vertical train to the ground, boarded a public hover car, and went directly to the Guangwu Training Ground, a competition venue specifically for those who have surpassed others. On the way, Fei Yu sent a message, which UK rejected. Several other people sent messages, which UK read but did not reply to. He appeared calm, but the little flame in his heart was burning ever brighter. Inside the Guangwu Training Ground, on the first arena, 3 young men in combat uniforms tilted their chins slightly with a touch of stubborn pride, staring at the entrance from afar. When UK appeared, the young man in the silver-gray combat uniform to his right smiled, a hint of something unfathomable flashing in his eyes. It seemed he had anticipated UK's arrival, yet it also carried a sense of probing. The young man on the left, dressed in a dark blue combat uniform, cracked his neck slightly, a look of contempt and provocation flashing in his eyes. The young man in the middle, dressed in a black combat uniform, had a calm expression. He simply stared at UK with piercing eyes, as if trying to see through him. UK strode towards the ring, facing the young man in the dark blue combat uniform, Du Ruiyang, whose photo was attached to the challenge information. "You three, come at me all at once?" UK glanced at the 3 of them, then looked around the arena. "The 500m x 500m space is alright, there's enough room to work around." "Heh, you're really giving yourself too much credit." The young man in the dark blue combat uniform chuckled. "If I don't praise myself, am I supposed to praise you?" UK glanced at the other person, who looked quite handsome, but was a bit effeminate. Du Ruiyang clenched his fists together, making a cracking sound, and took 2 steps forward with his burly body, his voice rough. "No more nonsense, let's begin." UK sized up the burly Du Ruiyang. "Beast transformation type? Not the same Du as Du Xiaojie? Giant bear. Du Xiaojie? What the hell? I don't know him." Du Ruiyang nodded, then frowned and shook his head. "Oh, so you're not here for revenge. Then, why did you travel all this way to challenge me?" UK asked with a hint of surprise and doubt, the flame of fire in his heart waning. "Looks like a member of a wealthy family, with nothing better to do?" "Forget it, I don't care if you're free or not, I'll let off steam first. Let's fight first and talk later." UK waved his hand to stop Du Ruiyang from answering and began to stretch his hands and feet. Du Ruiyang was taken aback for a moment, then grinned and said, "Okay. TCH, pretty arrogant." The young man in the dark blue combat uniform tilted his head and looked sideways, muttering softly. "What are you muttering about, you woman? If you've got the guts, come and challenge me in the second round," UK said, glancing at the other woman. Fine. Regardless of whether you win or lose this round, Qin Wufeng, will fight you in the second round. Qin Wufeng's face flushed red as he pointed at UK and roared. UK smiled. This young master of the family is interesting. Okay. UK smiled and gestured for Du Ruiyang to get ready to begin. This guy is so rude and disrespectful. Ruiyang, beat him to a pulp. Teach him a lesson. Short-sighted and arrogant fool. UK looked in the direction of the sound and saw three young women whose temperament and clothing were clearly not in the style of Wugwang City, sitting in the audience seats closest to the arena, looking at him with a condescending gaze. Oh, so he brought his girlfriend. Seeing their rosy complexions, the flame in UK's heart, which had just subsided, suddenly flared up again. More and more people gradually gathered in the surrounding audience seats, some of whom were previous winners, but most of them were pairs of current winners. Go for it, bro. A very familiar voice came from the audience. UK turned his head and saw Fei Yu waving at him with his arm around Xin. UK was even more provoked, and rolled his eyes at Fei Yu. Damn it, I'm single, and you're getting all the meat, meaning you're getting your hands on meat. On the arena, only UK and Du Ruiyang remained, facing off at a distance. Du Ruiyang assumed the starting stance of the Kaminquan style. Seeing this, UK casually assumed a stance similar to the Pulse Fist. The Enlightenment Fist is fierce and domineering, the Pulse Fist is swift and agile, and the Shock Fist is deep and penetrating. These are the three basic fist techniques of the cute body and the transcendent, and also one of the training methods for the cute body to break through limits in daily practice. The two moved simultaneously, clashing in combat within half a second. UK wanted to test the power of this beast type, so he deliberately exchanged a punch with Du Ruiyang. UK's punch, delivered at 60 times the standard limit, instantly generated a strong reaction. He hurriedly switched to a shock punch to counteract the immense force, but he still retreated more than 20 meters, his right hand slightly sore. UK waved his hand and laughed, "Great." Du Ruiyang grinned and replied, "You're pretty good. You've already reached the second-tier physique right after awakening." UK was defeated in the first round, and a chorus of sighs rose from the audience. Again. UK activated his movements, using 100 times his normal maximum punching power, switching to the shock fist, and clashed with Du Ruiyang once more. Du Ruiyang's punch was swift and powerful, his thick arm swinging his large fist toward UK's left chest. UK did not dodge, but stepped back half a step with his left leg, exerted force with his right foot, twisted his waist, and punched Du Ruiyang a second time with the force of 3 strikes. UK retreated another 20 meters. UK flicked his hand again, still smiling, impressive. In the audience, Qin Wufeng scoffed again. The three beauties from Central City also gave the same dismissive tisk. UK glanced at them strangely. The elites of Central City, is this all they are like? They all look like they're suffering from brain malnutrition, their level is rather low. Fei Yu, carefree and unconcerned, slyly said to Xin, whose face was slightly tense, "Don't worry, let's make a bet. In the third round, that guy from Central City will definitely suffer. If I win, you're having a good time tonight." Yet Xin blushed and bit Fei Yu's left hand that was pinching her cheek. Fei Yu cried out, "No, you washed the wrong place." On stage, Du Ruiyang gradually became excited. He seemed to really like this straightforward playing style. UK smiled and said, "That was really strong. Give me another punch." UK instantly switched to the critical state and used the same move as Du Ruiyang, Shiming Fist Pajun style, for the third time exchanging blows. Both punches were equally fierce and powerful, colliding like two meteorites. Boom! At the point of impact, air ripples exploded, spreading rapidly in waves. Du Ruiyang's imposing and tall body flew more than 30 meters like a baseball that had been hit, and rolled more than 10 meters on the ground before finally coming to a stop. UK maintained his fist stance, turned his head to look at the three Central City women in the audience who were dumbfounded, and smirked as he replied with a tch. A cheer erupted from the audience. In a distant corner, Yuan Shan, still with her hair tied in a high ponytail, stood alone, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Qin Wufeng's eyes lit up, a hint of surprise and excitement flashing in his gaze, no longer the frivolous and superficial person he had been before. Even the young man in the black combat uniform, who had remained silent and composed throughout, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. On the arena, Du Ruiyang, who was some distance away, got up, his left hand rubbing his right arm, his thick eyebrows and big eyes wide with shock. Impossible. How could you have such power? You're just a perfect elemental talent. UK was taken aback by Du Ruiyang's words, stared at him, and asked the question he had asked earlier. You didn't, why did you come all this way to challenge me? Chapter 34 SS Rank Giant Bear Transformation. Ruiyang, he's an overclocker. Just now, he used critical state. Qin Wufeng, who was below the stage, reminded him, his voice filled with excitement. Ha! His information shows he's just a perfect elemental talent. Du Ruiyang exclaimed, his head in disbelief. Someone has tampered with it, Qin Wufeng warned. An overclocker? This is a talent awakener that we haven't cultivated in Central City for many years. We thought you would hold back, but we didn't expect you to be so uninhibited. We were overthinking it. Qin Wufeng stared at UK with bright eyes and exclaimed in admiration. UK felt uncomfortable under the intense gaze. He glanced at the three women from Central City who had instantly changed from a shallow and disdainful attitude to a calm and composed one, and then looked back at Qin Wufeng, who was excited as if he were on drugs. He roughly understood what was going on. Ha, what a little trick. The previous sarcasm and ridicule were meant to stir his emotions, even provoke him, so that they would reveal the overclocking talent they thought they would deliberately hide. These guys are trying to find out what's going on with him. This place was sealed off by the Zhao family or Woguang City, but he wasn't notified. Something was strange, so UK decided to ask Zhao Kaixian about it afterward. Hey, big guy, it seems you've been tricked by your buddy. Coming to his senses, UK put aside his distractions and looked teasingly at Du Ruiyang, who was a head and a half taller than him. You? Sure enough, Du Ruiyang glared angrily at the five people from Central City. Hey, Ruiyang, don't be angry. It's because you're such a straightforward kid. You don't know how to act and you don't want to lie. We had no choice, Qin Wufeng explained, waving his hand. So, what's their reason for lying to you? UK asked Du Ruiyang with a smile and a playful look in his eyes. They say that you, a perfect elementalist with no path to advancement, are not qualified to become an elite disciple of the Myriad Manifestations Academy. If I defeat you, I will naturally become an elite disciple, Du Ruiyang replied. Actually, I know they're lying to me. Their acting is terrible, their reasons are ridiculous. The bigwigs at Wanxiang Academy aren't stupid, they have their reasons for admitting you. I'm just playing along. Du Ruiyang glanced at the five people below the stage, then looked at UK, and continued. The five people in the audience were all stunned, and their expressions became unnatural. One of the girls was so embarrassed that her pretty face turned red. Qin Wufeng covered his forehead and smiled bitterly. Then, why did you challenge me first? Purely out of a love for fighting? UK was surprised. This guy was wise beyond his years. Du Ruiyang grinned. Yeah, you really didn't disappoint me. So, let me, with my SS level talent, have a real battle with you, the overclocker that Central City has been seeking for countless years. Du Ruiyang's big eyes sparkled with excitement, and his whole body suddenly swelled up. His already robust body grew even taller, his muscles bulging, his arms becoming as thick as iron barrels, and his hands twice their original size, covered in hair. It grew wildly, covering the entire palm and forearm in the blink of an eye, with nails as sharp as knives. His combat boots were torn open, revealing a pair of huge, hairy feet with rough and sharp toenails. His aura was also constantly rising, and a powerful sense of oppression was overwhelming. UK sensed this powerful aura, and a look of surprise and solemnity flashed across his eyes. Is this an SS-level beast transformation talent? It seems, the power of critical state is insufficient to fight him. Then, let's go. UK's eyes began to shine brightly, his skin gradually turned red, and the spots of light in his mind became increasingly bright, radiating a dazzling light. The audience grew larger and larger, but it remained completely silent, no one uttered a sound. Several rebuilders stood at a distance with their arms crossed, silently watching the scene. Thud. The two simultaneously exerted force with their feet, rushing towards each other, creating afterimages along the way. The two exchanged blows again, thud. Accompanied by a dull and heavy sound, dust and air in the arena spread out like an explosion. Neither of them backed down, and they exchanged punches again. UK was like an electric eel in the water, incredibly smooth and as fast as lightning, swimming through Du Ruiyang's fierce and unparalleled fist winds and sharp and ruthless foot winds. Du Ruiyang threw 300 punches and 200 kicks in half a minute, but none of them hit UK, and he was hit by nearly 100 punches from UK. Du Ruiyang was about to explode. This guy's playing me for a fool. Is the gap in skill really that big? UK also discovered that Du Ruiyang truly lived up to his SS level talent. When he transformed into a giant bear, not only did his strength and speed soar, but his defense also increased exponentially. The nearly 100 punches that landed on him did not cause any serious injury. However, the faces of the 2 men and 3 women in the central city were contorted with shock to varying degrees. They were well aware of the terrifying nature of Du Ruiyang's SS level talent. If it were them, they would have no chance of dodging 500 close-range attacks. But UK dodged them all with ease and was unharmed. He retaliated with over 100 punches, and every single one landed. Wow, overclockers really are as amazing as the legends say. Qin Wufeng's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his fair, creamy face flushed red. Ruiyang. That guy is just playing you, he hasn't even used his full strength yet. Qin Wufeng suddenly stood up and shouted excitedly. Qin Wufeng's shout caused a stir in the audience, and even the few reconstructors at the farthest point became solemn. So they're still hiding their true strength. Ah! Du Ruiyang roared and suddenly leaped out of the battle, his limbs supporting him on the ground, his thick eyebrows and big eyes filled with excitement and ferocity. UK, my Du family of Central City is the giant bear family, and I'm going to use my family's secret techniques. I hope you can fight with all your might. Du Ruiyang's voice was deep and heavy, like a muffled thunderclap. His aura surged, and his already massive body swelled up again. His combat suit was torn, and a layer of fine black fur appeared on his dark skin, making him look as if he were wearing a bearskin armor. His palms were down, pressed on the ground, his legs were bent, and his whole body was in a posture of being ready to pounce, like a ferocious giant bear about to pounce on its prey. You nodded, staring at Du Ruiyang, who was neither human nor bear, wearing only a pair of boxer shorts, and a strange thought suddenly flashed through his mind. After the war, he would have to ask Du Ruiyang what material his combat uniform was made of, especially his underwear. Roar of the giant bear. Du Ruiyang roared, spewing out a powerful stream of air. However, in its overclocked state, UK is least afraid of sonic attacks and stands as steady as Mount Tai. He now somewhat understands why the Transcendent is so highly valued by Central City. In the previous battles against the Rat King and the Bat King during the Beast Tide, and in the current battle, why is UK able to fight with ease despite not having an exceptionally high physique? Because his neural and muscular responses far surpass those of his peers. For example, a bullet is so fast that an ordinary person can't even catch a glimpse of it, let alone react to it. From the perspective of the Transcendent, one can see the trajectory and react accordingly. But to UK, it was just a goose feather drifting towards him, so fine that he could even catch the slightest tremor in the air and easily grasp it. Although the metaphor is exaggerated, it reflects the truth. This is the real reason why Du Ruiyang couldn't attack UK at all. At this moment, UK looked at Du Ruiyang, who was charging back at him. He could guess that there was some kind of inexplicable circulation within the other party's body, which caused the other party's aura to continue to rise as he rushed forward. UK was inexplicably infected by Du Ruiyang's fighting spirit, and his own fighting spirit was ignited. He smiled slightly and said, "Then come on, let me see the full strength of your SS-level giant bear talent." UK was adjusted to ultra-high frequency, meaning there were only 2 bars left before reaching extreme overclocking state. His eyes became as bright as gemstones, and his body turned the color of a sweet potato. He leaped up from the ground, his movements fluid and graceful. The mist surrounding him then created another UK figure on the spot. This mist clone flowed and stretched along with UK as he ran, forming a highly artistic scene. The audience erupted in exclamations of admiration, especially the girls, whose eyes lit up. UK was completely unaware of this. He once again used the Enlightenment Fist to exchange blows with Ruiyang. Bang! 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 3 punches. With the first punch, Du Ruiyang's massive body spun in the air and flew backwards for 50 meters. The second punch came as a shadow, and Du Ruiyang, still in the air, used his huge palms, as big as palm fans, to block it, his body leaning back as he flew another 100 meters. With his third punch, UK followed up like a persistent ailment, striking Du Ruiyang in the chest while he was still in the air. Du Ruiyang was sent flying another 100 meters before crashing into the ring wall and landing with a thud. At this moment, the entire Guangwu training ground was completely silent. Everyone stared at the figure standing proudly on the arena, speechless with shock. UK turned around, looked coldly at the audience, and pointed, "Your turn." The instigator. Shocked, Qin Wufeng looked around in astonishment. Chapter 35 SSS level talents take the stage. Oh? I'm the instigator? How so? The young man in the black combat uniform showed no anger on his slightly square face, but instead revealed a gentle and reserved smile. Young Master Fei, as the descendant of the chief of the central city, why bother to hide it? There are 6 of us here, and you are the leader. It's so obvious. I'm not stupid, UK said with a smile. The young man in the black combat uniform chuckled, his tone still calm yet gentle. My name is Ouyang Chenghuan. I am not a descendant of Chief Yuan. Huh, that's strange. I see the leadership qualities of Chief Yuan in you, UK exclaimed in amazement. Qin Wufeng's expression faltered slightly. The 3 women from the central city all looked directly at UK, but their gazes were unfocused. Ouyang Chenghuan smiled and shook his head, a fleeting hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. UK, your little scheme is quite clumsy. How can a mere transcendence cultivator like me compare to Chief Yuan? Aren't you afraid that Chief Yuan will hold a grudge against you? Ruiyang, do you feel this way? UK ignored him and turned to ask Du Ruiyang, who had just gotten up. I don't want to fall into your trap. You're a bad seed too. Du Ruiyang covered his chest with his right hand, coughed twice, spat out a mouthful of blood, and wiped his mouth with his left hand. UK smiled and gave Du Ruiyang a thumbs up, meaning, I knew you were a genius. UK looked at Ouyang Chenghuan, who had regained his composure, and said, Old O, you brought these underlings here not only to test my overclocking talent, but also for some other purpose, right? A renowned SSS-level talent awakener wouldn't just come to Dark City to watch his underlings fight. Tell me, let your underlings hear it too. They are my brothers and sisters. There is no distinction between elder and younger among us. Ouyang Chenghuan stood up, straightened his clothes, and looked around. UK, you don't need to sow discord. They are all smart and one fall for your tricks. You're right. I'm not just here to watch the fight. Ouyang Chenghuan continued, looking down at his personal terminal and swiping and clicking. I've been entrusted to teach you a lesson. A severe lesson. After Ouyang Chenghuan finished his operation, he gracefully reached out and pointed to UK's personal terminal placed in the corner of the arena. A message notification sounded. UK walked over, picked up his personal terminal, and sure enough, it was a challenge message. UK read it. Oh, what's this? Young Master Ouyang has actually become someone else's underling. How strange, UK casually teased. That's right, I am his subordinate. It is my honor to follow him, Ouyang Chenghuan replied earnestly, glancing around at his companions. UK was astonished. An extremely rare SSS-level talent was actually willing to be someone else's subordinate. And what level was this someone else? Is this person targeting me? Why? Just as UK was about to ask, without much certainty, what grudge do you hold against us, Feiyu popped his head out, tied a silk scarf to the corner pillar of the arena with both hands, and solemnly instructed him. Dude, we can't find anything else, just make do with this, but don't go naked again, okay? UK rolled his eyes. You're so damn thoughtful. However, UK still glanced at the white silk scarf that was clearly from Ye Xian and secretly estimated its size. Ouyang Chenghuan was one of only 2 SSS-level talent awakeners in Central City, and UK had watched his awakening ceremony via livestream. While UK felt a surge of excitement as he faced him, he was also genuinely uncertain about his chances. UK had fought Du Ruiyang before, so he didn't know Du Ruiyang's talent level. He probably didn't see him because Du Ruiyang wasn't in the final 2 rounds of the Cute Body event in Central City. Qin Wufeng wasn't there either. On the arena, UK and Ouyang Chenghuan faced off. Below the stage, the 5 people from Central City also looked on expectantly, as they had never witnessed Ouyang Chenghuan's talent before. Several more people joined the group of the reconstructors who were watching from a distance. The entire Guangwu training ground was almost full, with nearly all the newly promoted transcendents present. However, what no one knew was that even some members of the ruling group of Wuguang City were watching the scene through a large screen, and Zhao Kaixin, the first vice chairman of the safety committee, was also observing through the display screen in front of his desk. Many other currently unaffected controllers are also watching the live broadcast of the martial arts arena. Humph, UK, you'd better watch out. Ouyang Chenghuan is a servant born into a family. Qin Wufeng said coldly with a contemptuous tone. UK turned his head and gave Qin Wufeng a strange look. Is this guy tipping him off? Why? The 3 women from the central city glanced around for a moment, then stared at UK expressionlessly. Du Ruiyang, the brilliant man, stared at UK with his big, clear eyes, like a baby's. Then he covered his chest, bowed his head, and coughed. UK sighed inwardly. They were all shrewd people, how could they have suffered such serious injuries? He had been very careful with his strength. Besides, that guy's skin and flesh were incredibly thick when he transformed. UK turned around and looked straight ahead. TSK, so he was a noble servant born into a family. No wonder he was called Cheng Huan. Serving children, from birth to adulthood, live entirely within the family. This is a privilege and obligation reserved for parents who are at least in control. Ouyang Chenghuan seemed not to hear. His eyes were bright, he opened his arms, and his body actually floated off the ground. UK was taken aback. He felt the air around him suddenly thin out and flow towards Ouyang Chenghuan. In the blink of an eye, Ouyang Chenghuan was covered in a thick and well-shaped mist armor. He chuckled and beckoned to UK with his finger. UK grinned and nodded, then suddenly launched a punch at an ultra-high frequency. Ouyang Chenghuan did not defend himself, remaining motionless in his previous position, his eyes full of anticipation. Thump! UK delivered a punch to Ouyang Chenghuan's chest with the Kiminquan Kaishanshi style. Ouyang Chenghuan remained motionless, a smile playing at the corners of his eyes. UK was surprised. What kind of fog was this? It was both hard and soft, like striking metal or crashing into tattered leather. However, UK's movements did not stop. He raised the ultra-high frequency level again and used his left hand to strike Ouyang Chenghuan's abdomen with its shock fist triple wave. A look of surprise flashed across the eyes of the servant boy, and his body, like a drawn bowstring, flew more than 30 meters away, bending over. UK caught up like lightning, and just as he was about to throw another punch, an ominous feeling arose. He saw 5 holes in his left combat glove, and the entire surface of the glove looked as if it had been scorched. Holy crap, this is incredibly corrosive? UK's forward rushing figure suddenly spun around, his right foot landing on the ground, and his left foot, which had just landed, exerted force, like a rubber band snapping back, and he quickly retreated. However, before he could even stand still, Ouyang Chenghuan had already thrown a punch. UK had no choice but to dodge and avoid any contact with Ouyang Chenghuan. For a time, Yu was in a completely passive situation. Chapter 36 Extreme Overclocking, Fog Domain. The audience was mostly bewildered by the sudden reversal on the stage, and looked at UK, who kept dodging, with strange expressions. Only those who are present at the reconstruction can see the details and know the real reasons. UK hesitated. He had developed a psychological barrier. The last time he used that talent core, he ended up completely naked, and even bald. This is very awkward. A bald head and no eyebrows hardly make someone handsome. In fact, they give off a somewhat creepy vibe. Every time UK recalls that scene, his heart feels heavy. But in the current situation, the opponent's offensive is becoming increasingly fierce. If he doesn't use that talent core, he can only keep dodging. If only I had a corrosion-resistant boxing glove, I could use extreme overclocking and take him down in 2 or 3 punches. However, since both sides were equipped with standard issue equipment, he had nothing to say. Moreover, UK didn't want to use a knife. He wanted to defeat his opponent equally. Suddenly, UK had a thought. He communicated with the innate core in his abdomen, and a heavy, hard feeling rose from every part of his body and then penetrated deep into his skin. Visibly, UK quickly transformed into a yellow man, with yellow hair, yellow eyebrows, and yellow lips. As UK dodged, he glanced at his yellow fist, which had grown several times larger, and felt that it was almost as big as Du Ruiyang's fist. Thanks to his superior agility and speed compared to Ouyang Chenghuan, he quickly brushed against the latter with his right fist, then withdrew his fist to examine it and carefully feel its texture. Ha! Excellent! UK was overjoyed. Skin enhanced with S-rank Earth elemental power can resist the corrosive power of mist armor. UK grinned and increased the overclocking to 3 bars again. During the battle just now, UK finally completed the first relatively clear grading of his overclocking talent. He divided the overclocking levels into 5 increments. 5 bars is called extreme overclocking, 4 bars is called sub-extreme overclocking, 3 bars is called ultra-high frequency, 2 bars is called high frequency, and 1 bar is called micro-overclocking. With his current level of control and research into light spots, this is the best he can do. He couldn't do anything more detailed. At this moment, UK was surprised to find that as he increased the overclocking level by 1 notch, the earth elemental power applied to his skin armor became 3 times thicker and 2 times harder. This is a pleasant surprise. However, it seems to make sense. Overclocking can enhance both one's physical abilities and one's talents. Thump! 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 With 3 more punches, Ouyang Chenghuan replicated Du Ruiyang's trajectory from the previous match. His entire body was like a three-stage rocket, sent flying by UK's punches to the opposite side of the ring wall. Even the distance each punch sent him flying was almost identical. UK turned to look at Du Ruiyang, raising an eyebrow. How about it? Symmetrical, right? Take a look. I'm a bit of a perfectionist. Shocked, Du Ruiyang remained silent, his face flushed, and he silently raised his thick middle finger at UK, his hand covering his chest. Fei Yu, standing in the stands, patted his chest and sighed, "It's all right, it's all right." A chaotic yet incredibly enthusiastic chorus of cheers and applause erupted from the stands. UK, having disabled overclocking, turned around and faced Ouyang Chenghuan again. As a super genius with SSS level talent, he shouldn't be defeated so easily, especially since he's a rare illegitimate child whose education and training from childhood far surpass those of the adopted children. As expected, Ouyang Chenghuan stood up from the edge of the ring. The calm and composed look on his face faded, and his eyes became cold and deep. His facial muscles twitched almost imperceptibly. Very good. You haven't disappointed me. I won't disappoint you either. Ouyang Chenghuan spoke coldly, his voice low and menacing. He slowly raised his hands, and the mist armor covering his entire body grew even denser, with dark light flowing around it. Wisps of mist emanated from his hands, causing the air in the entire martial arts training ground to surge wildly toward him. Then, like a surging wave, as his mist armor exploded, thick, heavy mist rapidly spread from around him, covering the entire arena. Moreover, the fog grew thicker and darker in color. Even more strangely, the fog seemed to come alive, writhing in more and more places and gradually condensing into the shapes of mutated beasts. A chilling aura permeated all directions. At this moment, the reconstructor, who was watching from afar, had a solemn expression. After a few leaps, he stood by the arena pillar. You just need to guard the four corners, I will personally oversee the center. A figure flew in out of thin air and hovered above the arena. He is the curator of the Guangwu training ground, a powerful controller. The reconstructors who landed near the arena pillars nodded and clasped their hands in greeting. After a series of gasps, the audience in the stands stared in disbelief at the reconstructors and the controllers in the air. In the Guangwu training grounds, battles rarely involve referees. The curator's presence is only necessary in cases involving the use of weapons or in battles anticipated to be extremely dangerous. The ruling is secondary, ensuring safety is the top priority. The reconstructors and the curator all keenly noticed the unusual nature of the fog in the arena. UK, who was in the arena, was almost completely unaware of these off-field developments. The fog that filled the entire venue not only obstructed the view but also blocked the sound. More importantly, he now discovers that the fog is not only corrosive but also toxic. At this moment, his spine, which had transformed into the radiant backbone 3 years ago, was aching slightly during its autonomous photosynthesis. It's extremely toxic. At that moment, a host of bloodthirsty wolves, shadowclaw wolves, burning feathered crows, and sky-splitting vultures, all formed from condensed mist, suddenly pounced on him from all directions. UK was unable to see or hear, and only when he was within arm's reach did he notice the attacking mist creature. Caught off guard, he was inevitably in a sorry state, having been bitten a few times. Fortunately, it wasn't a real mutant beast, its fangs weren't that sharp, and it didn't have any extremely corrosive fluid. UK was completely unaware of Ouyang Chenghuan's presence. As expected of an SSS level talent. Not only can it condense armor, but it can also mimic objects. Furthermore, it's both corrosive and poisonous. UK, how are you feeling? From deep within the mist came Ouyang Chenghuan's question, which carried a hint of smugness. The voice seemed to come from all directions, making it impossible to pinpoint its exact location. UK, who was passively defending and had nowhere to find the enemy, finally broke through that psychological barrier when he saw the small holes corroded on his combat uniform. In an instant, a tall figure burning with raging flames and shining with dazzling light pierced through the thick fog and came into view of all the spectators. UK verified once again the amplifying effect of overclocking on elemental abilities, and the answer was affirmative. The power of fire and light under 4-level overclocking was significantly more intense and dazzling than when he awakened. The flames seemed to come alive, leaping and rolling joyfully on his body, instantly burning away the surrounding mist and purifying the toxins contained within it with pure light power. The toxins that had seeped into the body from the bite were also completely washed away. UK felt his body filled with boundless power, every cell in his body was cheering, his vision finally became clear, and his senses became even stronger. As he moved and leaped rapidly, all the misty creatures that appeared collapsed upon contact. What? This is impossible. Ouyang Chenghuan's voice came again from the mist, filled with disbelief, astonishment, and resentment. At this moment, Ouyang Chenghuan was completely flustered. On the stands, everyone present, though not seeing UK in this form for the first time, was still stunned into silence, as if witnessing a divine miracle. Even the controller in the air was momentarily stunned by the dazzling light. The members of the ruling group watching the live stream had bright eyes and excited expressions, because they had also realized the effect of UK's overclocking talent on the elemental talent. Zhao Kaishan, sitting at her desk, had a pair of beautiful violet eyes that sparkled with excitement. She lightly touched her lips with her slender fingers and then gave a charming smile. UK raised an eyebrow slightly when he heard Ouyang Chenghuan speak again. With sharp eyes, UK scanned his surroundings at high speed and finally spotted Ouyang Chenghuan's figure hidden in the mist. UK smiled slightly, and with a flash, he rushed towards Ouyang Chenghuan like a ghost. Wherever he went, the fog melted and dissipated, as if making way for him. Ouyang Chenghuan sensed UK's rapidly approaching powerful aura, his expression changed again, and he quickly moved away. However, UK was too fast. Although Ouyang Chenghuan's speed was boosted by the fog, he still couldn't catch up. A large hand emerged from the mist before him, grabbing Ouyang Chenghuan by the throat with lightning speed and lifting him off the ground. Ouyang Chenghuan struggled incessantly, the mist around him hissing as it burned in the flames, gradually dissolving in the pure light. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Ouyang Chenghuan exploded, turning into mist and disappearing without a trace. UK was slightly taken aback. Fake? Chapter 37 The Power of the Four Elements defeats Ouyang Chenghuan. There was actually this trick up his sleeve? UK quickly turned around, sensing the energy fluctuations around him, but he felt nothing. Suddenly, UK thought of Ouyang Chenghuan's opening move and imitated it, spreading his arms wide, his body engulfed in flames, and shooting out several meters long thin flames from his fingertips. At the same time, UK began to move at high speed and irregularly. The flames on his body formed a sphere with a radius of 5 meters, while the flame chain was 15 meters long. In less than 5 seconds, UK scanned the entire arena with flames. But he still couldn't catch a glimpse of Ouyang Chenghuan. UK couldn't help but admire in his heart SSS-level talent, truly extraordinary. At this moment, he also realized the difference between having a cultivation technique and not having one. If one's innate power could cover such a large area at the very beginning of its awakening, there must be a cultivation technique assisting it. As for myself, relying solely on brute force to wield the power of fire and light, I am far inferior to Ouyang Chenghuan. UK closed his eyes, then opened them again, clearing his mind of all distractions, his thoughts racing. Fog, air movement, UK looked down at the ground beneath his feet. Just as he was about to make a move, a sudden inspiration struck him. In a flash, the blazing flames all over his body swelled up and then shrank back like a tide. A cool and refreshing power surged from his innate core in his abdomen, as if covering his previously scorching body with a layer of flowing ice gauze. His perception of the surrounding fog changed instantly. It was no longer an obstacle that needed to be dispelled, but a water domain that he could perceive and utilize. On the surface of the body, the bright yellow of the earth element and the bright white of the light element intertwine to form a solid base armor, while the azure halo of the water element flows gracefully across it like water. The three colors of light merged, forming a magnificent and mysterious halo around him, as if a god had descended to earth. UK opened his arms again, blue light swirling around his 10 fingers. This light, like scattered stars, drifted and spread outwards. The mist around him seemed to surge as well. UK used the power of the water element, and he could now perceive the flow of moisture in the mist more and more clearly, and even the particle size was becoming more and more refined. Suddenly, UK's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he looked in one direction. Gotcha! UK started at high speed, and with the power of the water element covering him, his speed in the mist was also increased. He moved through the mist as fast and smoothly as a strange ghost. 0.8 seconds later, UK once again grabbed Ouyang Chenghuan by the throat. At this moment, Ouyang Chenghuan's eyes were filled with disbelief, and his face was filled with utter horror. The remaining space before him was imbued with the power of the three elements of light, earth, and water, radiating a blue-yellow glow. The flow of that glow was filled with a sense of mystery and oppression. Ouyang Chenghuan gripped UK's hand tightly around his throat with both hands, his legs kicking wildly off the ground. It even made kaka, ho-ho sounds coming from its throat. Dozens of mist beasts emerged from behind UK and began to bite him frantically. UK instantly switched from water elemental power back to fire elemental power, and at the same time swung Ouyang Chenghuan's body to sweep towards the mist beasts behind him. Before the mist beasts could retreat, Ouyang Chenghuan, whose neck was already burning with pain from the flames, automatically withdrew his mist domain. The mist beasts melted away amidst silent roars. On the arena, clarity was restored. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. Empowered by the power of fire and light, UK appeared sacred and majestic, his right hand raised high, holding up the writhing, half-dead Ouyang Chenghuan. UK let go, and with a thud, Ouyang Chenghuan, an SSS-level talent, fell to the ground, his body curled up. Bullnose. Bullnose plus Fei Yu shouted at the top of his lungs. Previously, he was extremely nervous when he saw that UK could not find Ouyang Chenghuan even using the fire chain. Now he finally let his emotions out. In the distance, Yuan Shan was so excited that her face turned red, her hands were folded in front of her chest, and the light in her peach blossom eyes grew brighter and brighter. Alone, Jiasun watched the familiar figure of light and fire in the arena and murmured excitedly, "I knew it. I knew you would win." All the Beyonders of the City of No Light applauded enthusiastically and shouted excitedly. Those reconstructors, even as they withdrew, wore smiles that revealed both shock and admiration. Even after returning to their transcendental status, they were helpless against Ouyang Chenghuan's SSS-level illusionary mist talent. A person with perfect elemental talent is indeed blessed by heaven. And that other amazing talent is truly enviable, practically beyond the reach of ordinary beings. Having finished his show-off pose, UK, crouching low, quickly darted towards the ring post adorned with a silk scarf. Only to discover that the white silk scarf had vanished. UK stared blankly for a moment, then thought, "Damn it, who is this? Wait, the secretary?" UK was startled to find that the young and capable female secretary next to Zhao Kaixin was looking at him with a smile, or perhaps it was her. Well, that's not the point. The point is that she's holding a brand new standard combat uniform. UK was overjoyed. He took the packaging bag that the female secretary threw to him, turned around, and quickly dressed amidst a burst of laughter. UK, now fully clothed, turned around again and found the three women from Central City still staring at him in astonishment, covering their mouths. UK scoffed, "So naive. You won't even get a bite if you want to. UK, you're very good at defeating me." Ouyang Chenghuan struggled to his feet. Despite his disheveled appearance, his eyes still shone with an indomitable light. However, don't be too smug. This is only the first match. UK raised an eyebrow, a confident smile curving his lips. "I'm always ready. I hope your older brother can teach you a few tricks." Ouyang Chenghuan covered his neck and laughed, "Trying to trick me into telling you something again? Don't bother. You'll know when it's your turn." "Oh? So mysterious. Or are you just being mysterious?" UK asked, arms crossed and craning his neck. "Heh, your attitude won't provoke me. Save your little tricks. I can't even tell my best friends." Ouyang Chenghuan pointed to the 5 people from Central City in the stands. "TCH, I can deduce some things even if you don't tell me. Your older brother is probably far stronger than you. He's part of some mysterious project. There's probably a love-hate relationship between him and me, right?" UK scoffed again, looking lazy and disdainful as if he had seen through everything long ago. Ouyang Chenghuan's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He shrugged and said, "So what if you guessed some things correctly? Some things are not something you can easily get your hands on. Besides, my elder brother's strength is far beyond your imagination." UK smiled dismissively and waved his hand, saying, "All right, then let's wait until your older brother sees the light of day again and see just how powerful he really is. But for now, you should focus on recovering from your injuries." After speaking, UK turned around and looked at Qin Wufeng. "Hey, Qin Xianyang, do you want to challenge me? Can you stop your foul mouth?" Qin Wufeng's face, which had the air of a pretty boy, flushed slightly as he tossed a USB drive to UK. "When you have time, you can take a good look at what overclocking talent is all about." UK was taken aback. The others in Central City also looked at Qin Wufeng. You're from that Qin family?" UK asked, his eyes wide. "Of course. Otherwise, we wouldn't have provided such unique overclocking data." Qin Wufeng nodded, a hint of pride in his voice. "Oh my, I knew it. Wufeng, you're so handsome, who else but that person could have such excellent genes?" "Brother Wufeng, my apologies, my apologies." UK stamped his foot and slapped his thigh, his smile exaggerated. "In that case, as the host, I'll treat you to a meal. Please don't be shy." UK's smile was exceptionally bright. "Wait, I have something to say." One of the 3 women from Central City stood up gracefully, her beautiful eyes looking directly at UK. Chapter 38, Marilyn Monroe, shortened by 4 times. My name is Joe Munley. UK, defeating the SSS level Changhuan has indeed proven your extraordinary talent. However, your skills are too crude. Even if your perfect elemental talent doesn't have a corresponding technique, the skills you've developed on your own seem too superficial in combat. I believe you understand this as well, the red armored girl who stood up said solemnly. Of course, the educational qualifications of Woguang City are far inferior to those of Central City, which is an objective factor. But did you know that a newly promoted Transcendent with a level elemental talent can easily defeat a veteran Transcendent with the same S-level elemental talent? Zhou Mengli said, a hint of pride appearing on her face. When the others in Central City heard Zhou Mengli finish speaking, they vaguely understood what she meant, and their expressions began to turn strange. The other two women, in particular, exchanged glances and frowned slightly. No way? UK perfectly feigned a look of astonishment and surprise. However, he was genuinely surprised as well. In the Central City, the idea that talent is the only factor is less prevalent than in the other 11 cities, Qin Wufeng interjected. Mengli's older sister, Menglu, is a master of the metal element. When she first awakened, she swept through the competition, defeating both S-class and SS-class talents. Her understanding and application of the elements are legendary. Du Ruiyang continued, but a playful and mischievous glint flashed in his thick eyebrows and big eyes. Zhou Mengli glanced at Du Ruiyang and continued to UK, our Zhou family has a profound foundation in the research of elemental power. In Central City, we claim to be second to none. Furthermore, my grandfather was also Grandpa Zhao's deputy back then. The Zhou and Zhao families are old friends. Zhou Mengli stared intently at UK. The others in Central City fell silent, some lowering their heads, others looking around. Oh? Is that so? Then we're naturally close. UK immediately expressed his enthusiasm. Zhou Mengli smiled gently, my Zhou family can help you improve your abilities in this area. However, I need your help with something. It's just a matter of reciprocity out of friendship. As she spoke, Zhou Mengli handed over a USB drive. The other 5 people from Central City, who were distracted, all looked over with strange expressions. Has the Zhou family really gone to this extent in their eagerness to produce a super offspring? My sister, Marilyn Monroe, can also personally carefully guide you. Oh? Thank you so much. UK's eyes lit up, his expression was excited, and his joy was just right, without the slightest hint of overdoing it. He naturally and casually took the USB drive and put it in his pocket. However, my Zhou family is currently facing a talent shortage. I hope you can sponsor 100 gene seeds within 5 years, mainly so that my sister's talent can be inherited to the fullest extent. Zhou Mengli stared intently at UK. This time, UK's face showed a genuine expression of astonishment. UK paused for a second before his thoughts returned to normal. He was surprised, but not entirely. In this era, genetic collaboration has the highest priority. But Zhou Mengli's next sentence completely shocked UK. You know, after a woman becomes a leader, she has another chance for autonomy. So, my sister wants to be your short-term partner for 6 months. Huh? UK stared blankly, speechless. The short-term spouse of the controller is similar to the temporary spouse of the adorable body, except that the duration is twice as long. His first reaction was to refuse outright. He naturally rejected this kind of philandering behavior that had no emotional foundation, even though he had just accepted a favor from the other person. You know, I've already. UK said with an awkward smile. She has already gone, Zhou Mengli interrupted. My sister is very beautiful, no less so than Xingsa. The Zhao family will understand, so you don't need to have any worries at all. This UK didn't know how to reply. The other party had shut him up. UK subconsciously shifted his gaze and noticed that Qin Wufeng, Du Ruiyang, and even Ouyang Chenghuan were looking at him with eyes full of jealousy, even bordering on hatred. What the heck, what's with those expressions? Big sense, you were clearly looking like you were watching a good show before. Why do you look like you want to eat me alive now? Shut up. Sister Marilyn is too beautiful. You bastard. Ugh. Du Ruiyang said through gritted teeth, and even flailed his fists in the air. Holy crap, is it really that beautiful? How about, we talk about it later? After all, if our lifestyles clash, it could turn a good thing into a bad thing. I'm just a little superhuman, what if your sister gets angry and can't control herself? UK said cautiously in a conciliatory tone. Zhou Mengli gave UK a meaningful look and slowly nodded, alright. However, this shouldn't be a problem. If you're too dirty and messy, Qingse won't stay with you. Before UK could say anything more, Zhou Mingli continued, then it's settled. Once you go to Wangxianjuan, someone from my family will come to contact you. Missing item. Out of consideration for the 2 USB drives, UK treated the 6 people from Central City to a big meal at the famous Don restaurant in Woguang City, and then saw them off. After chatting for a few more minutes with Fei Yu, Ye Xian, Jia Xin, and Yuan Shan, who had come to keep him company, he couldn't wait to return home. Upon returning home, UK immediately examined the USB drive Qin Wufeng had given him, and sure enough, the contents were the cultivation notes of that Lord Qin Linghui. It not only mentions internal cultivation methods, but also external cultivation methods and corresponding details. It even mentions a type of lethal martial art. Previously, UK thought that the most important thing about his overclocking talent was how to improve the overclocking ceiling and refine the overclocking levels. But when he saw that overclocking technique, the flame of excitement in his heart suddenly surged up, something he had never expected. That was practically an invincible close combat skill. The notes warned in red. This technique is unrelated to the strength of the opponent's defense, it only depends on the stability of their material structure. A single strike from a third-tier Transcendent Realm expert can disintegrate even the diamond bone armor of the Ironback Rhinoceros, the strongest of the 4th-tier mutant beasts, at the molecular level. However, it places an immense burden on the finger bones. Used with caution. Putting aside how frightening the side effects are, just looking at the power of this technique alone, it has already reached the level of a master. Wow, that's amazing! UK exclaimed. In addition, UK also benefited greatly from the internal modification method of overclocking. Especially the internal modification under overclocking conditions, which made UK suddenly realize the truth. Like this supreme member of the Qin family, UK also used his self-created visualization method to strengthen the light spot in shape and nourish his whole body. However, UK has always practiced visualization under normal conditions, but has never tried to visualize in an overclocked state. The notes mention that when cultivating internally under overclocking, the feeling of reshaping the body is very obvious, the physical condition is improved very quickly, and in some aspects, it is different from others. This means his cultivation progress will also accelerate accordingly. As long as his brain development keeps up, his realm advancement will be rapid. According to Qin Linghui himself, it was through this method that he was promoted to Reconstructor in the 10th year after becoming a Transcendent. It's important to know that it takes an average of 50 years for a Transcendent to evolve into a Reconstructor. After reading it, UK couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a super expert who has been studying overclocking for hundreds of years, the content was full of valuable information. UK then opened the USB drive that Zhou Mingli had given him. It contained cultivation materials, all about the initial mastery and application of elemental talents. UK carefully examined the materials and found that the content was much more advanced than similar materials published by Purdue University. The document describes in great detail the subtle steps of perceiving and manipulating elemental power. In addition, the unique insights into the power of various elements and the concise description of their ingenious applications in the opening section broadened UK's horizons, and he devoured the information in one go as if it were a treasure. UK discovered that Zhou Mingli's inherent pride was supported by genuine talent. She had the right to be arrogant and pretentious. Although he hadn't read the notes of other advanced elemental cultivators, he still had some discernment. The Zhou family truly lived up to its reputation as a family with profound elemental talent. At the same time, he lamented that the knowledge barriers in spiritual practice become increasingly closed off the higher one goes. Although, on the surface, most evolutionary talents of various types have complete and abundant cultivation techniques and martial arts, those profound and top-level techniques and martial arts are probably still privately kept in the hands of various families and powerful figures. 3 hours later, UK leaned back and slumped on the sofa, staring at the ceiling. He read through all the contents of both USB drives. It's very informative, but it also excels at cutting things out of context. It whetted his appetite to a great extent, and then abruptly stopped. UK naturally understood the Qin and Zhou family's intentions. If someone extends an olive branch, you have to reciprocate in return so that they will continue to provide you with support. What the Zhou family seeks is, under the current worldly values, beyond reproach. But UK still felt uncomfortable. Although Zhao Kaixian had long ago said that he was currently the best stallion in the entire 12 cities, without exception. But, is it really necessary to do that? UK sighed deeply. At this moment, a message notification sound came from the personal terminal. UK checked the message and found it was from Zhao Kaixian herself, asking him to come see her immediately. Chapter 39 Meeting Zhao Kaixian at midnight. UK felt a little uneasy. Since Zhao Kaishian was so considerate as to have his secretary deliver the combat uniform, it naturally meant that she had witnessed the battle with Ouyang Chenghuan and knew that 6 people from the central city had come to Wuguang City to see him, a person with perfect elemental talent. UK believed that Zhao Kaishian was well aware of the backgrounds and origins of these individuals. Therefore, Zhao Kaishian was naturally able to discern their motives with a high degree of accuracy. Zhao Kaishian must have guessed the Zhou family's demands, but he might not have been able to guess that Zhou Menglu would want to be his short-term spouse. Should he tell Zhao Kaishian about this? UK was conflicted. He didn't know if Zhao Kaishuan's urgent summons was related to today's ring fight and friendly dinner. What's even stranger is that this meeting took place at Zhao Kaishuan's home. This was UK's 3rd time on Earth, and he still couldn't help but glance a few more times at the vast and hazy world outside the transparent barrier. The high-ranking official's residential area is located on the west side of the ground floor, guarded by 2 transcendental guards. UK was unsure what kind of proof to provide when the 2 transcenders gestured for him to go inside. UK thanked him and arrived at Zhao Kaishuan's door. Before he could ring the doorbell, the door opened automatically. As UK entered, he was greeted by a huge living room of over 200 square meters, with luxurious decorations comparable to the homes of the wealthy in his previous life. UK sighed inwardly. No matter the era, the living conditions of the powerful and wealthy are never too bad. The door behind her closed automatically, and Zhao Kaishian appeared wearing a pink slip dress, holding a wine glass in her hand. The drink in the glass was exactly the same as last time. UK was stunned. A nightgown? Pink? What, you can't resist this little temptation? Zhao Kaishian glanced at UK's dazed expression with his violet eyes. Unable to control oneself? Inappropriate wording. It was just unexpected. However, that figure, those curves, those jade-like feet and swan-like neck, are truly something to behold. UK dared not voice his true thoughts. He simply touched his nose and chuckled. Since you're not keen on accepting Zhou Menglu's invitation, we need to build up your resistance. That girl is incredibly stubborn and ruthless. Zhao Kaishian's words were startling. Ha! She knew everything. You're quite classic, little guy. Shouldn't T-boys your age, and at this stage, all look like teddy bears? Zhao Kaishian sat down, looking UK up and down. UK could only laugh awkwardly. How did the conversation start with this topic? He couldn't very well say he wanted to remain loyal to Qingse. Because in this era, such a statement seemed somewhat incomprehensible. From now on, don't look at things from more than 2,000 years ago. Nostalgia for the ancient glory of the past is a complete waste of time. Zhao Kaishian raised his wine glass, gesturing for UK to sit opposite him. You didn't check all my past records, did you? UK asked, trying to avoid looking below the other person's neck. When UK was a child, he would often watch videos that had been left over from more than 2,000 years ago, in order to remember his previous life. It wasn't until after the second autonomous evolution that UK gradually stopped browsing. Zhao Kaishian smiled slightly and nodded gently. UK shrugged and smiled, indicating surprise and understanding. Anyway, there were no cameras in his house, so there were some things he definitely wouldn't see, and there was no need to feel awkward. Zhou Menglu's idea was discussed with the Zhao family. Our Zhao family also approves of it, Zhao Kaishian said, holding his wine glass to his chin and staring at UK. Ha! Oh. UK expressed surprise and understanding once again. Then, his nose felt warm because Zhao Kaishian, who was sitting back, had switched the position of her legs, which were crossed under her nightgown. This move is classic, and very alluring. He, ha ha ha. The bright red color naturally did not escape Zhao Kaishuan's eyes, and Zhao Kaishian laughed wildly. So you're a teddy bear too? Great, that means you're normal, Zhao Kaishian said with a smile. UK was extremely embarrassed. He really couldn't control his nosebleeds, mainly because those long, flawless, snow-white legs were too dazzling. The snow-white and deep color when they intertwined was too stimulating. He didn't even have time to be surprised that the Zhao family and the Zhou family were on such a deep friendship. Seeing that Zhao Kaishian was still laughing, UK felt resentful and blurted out, "Why don't I marry you?" This was advice Zhao Kaishian had once given him. He regretted it as soon as he said it, and was also a little scared. Zhao Kaishian stopped laughing, her beautiful eyes flashing with allure. She beckoned to UK with her slender finger. Young men in heat are truly terrifying, they'll say anything. But, would you dare to sit next to me? UK was cursing himself for blurting out those words, but seeing that Zhao Kaishian wasn't angry at all, a surge of masculine courage rushed to his head, and his butt almost bounced up. I'm a coward, I don't dare. At the last moment, reason prevailed over hormones, and UK chuckled awkwardly. Then, shall I sit down? Zhao Kaishuan's beautiful violet eyes were like silk and mist. UK's mouth was dry, and the small flame he had just forcibly suppressed rose up again. Zhao Kaishian slowly stood up, her graceful curves swaying with her movements. Her jade-like feet trod on the plush carpet as she walked step by step to UK's side. She sat down next to UK, her face looking directly at him. UK felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, and tried his best to look straight ahead. A slender hand reached out and gently hooked UK's chin. UK was forced to turn his head to face Zhao Kaishian. The fragrance of orchids wafted into his nose, and Zhao Kaishuan's crystal nose was just an inch away. UK's heart fluttered. UK felt his blood rush to his head, as if a mysterious force was acting on his back. He suddenly leaned forward and kissed Zhao Kaishuan's red lips with a pop. A hint of surprise and a trace of nervousness flashed clearly in the latter's beautiful eyes. With a feverish head and no vision, UK leaned forward again, wrapped his arms around her waist and embraced her head, kissing her deeply. Zhao Kaishuan's body stiffened slightly. She hadn't expected that this guy would actually dare to. UK seemed to have completely shed the restraint, trepidation, timidity, and uprightness he had when he first arrived. He disregarded everything and pinned Zhao Kaishian down, sucking and caressing him like a wolf. One hand covered her delicate breasts, while the other slipped under her skirt, moving upwards along her smooth, white legs. Bang! UK's body shot straight to the ceiling like a cannonball, then crashed down and lay sprawled on the plush carpet. UK felt as if his chest was about to explode, and he was in so much pain that he couldn't even breathe. The force imprinted on his chest spread to his limbs, seemingly crushing all the strength and blood in his body, leaving him completely unable to move. Kid, you really dare to do that? Zhao Kaishian remained in the position she had when UK pinned her down on the sofa, her left hand lightly brushing her red lips, her voice clear and cold. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Zhao Kaishian slightly adjusted her legs, ignoring the messy hem of her nightgown that reached her knees, and glanced sideways at the remaining gap at her feet with her purple eyes. Who allowed you to challenge my dignity as a man time and time again? UK coughed, speaking weakly. Even the weakest male will go crazy when faced with the seduction of a fairy-like female, UK quickly added. Zhao Kaishian narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, raised her eyebrows slightly, and curled her lips into a slight smile as she looked at UK in silence. I did nothing wrong. Cough. UK said weakly but firmly. That's right. He. Look at you now, as a male, you're crawling on the ground in front of a female. How can you say such tough things? Zhao Kaishian looked down and gently combed her hair at the temples with her fingers. Why not? Males always care about saving face in front of females, UK retorted. Otherwise, it will be a lifelong shadow, UK added. He. A lifelong trauma. Ha. UK's body was suddenly lifted up by a force and then thrown onto the sofa opposite him. UK lay sprawled on the sofa, only to discover the bizarre scene before him. Particles, dust, and broken light bulbs falling from the ceiling are mixed together and slowly rotating in mid-air. Alright, let's get down to business. Zhao Kaishian suddenly sat up straight and crossed his legs again. UK's nasal cavity started itching again. Chapter 40, for suggestions, secrets continue. My Zhao family will only correct your mistakes, not restrict you. That's the first point, Zhao Kaishian said coldly. The Zhou, Du, and Qin families are good allies, there's no risk involved. I suggest you cultivate a close relationship with them. I believe the Zhou and Qin families have been of great help to you so far. Be careful of the Ouyang family. But be even more wary of the Zhang family and the Luolang family. I nodded and straightened my posture. It turned out the two women were from the Zhang and Luo families. It seemed these three families were political enemies of the Zhao family. Secondly, do not try to trace the whereabouts of the people Qingse and Ouyang Chenghuan are following, this is forbidden. You, just forget about Qingse for now, it would be best to pretend you never met. Zhao Kaishuan's voice remained cold, his gaze shifting from UK's face. UK remained silent, head bowed, his posture listless. Aside from the distant gaze during the awakening ceremony and the summons from the ruling group, he had met and spoken with Zhao Kaishian twice. Each time, Zhao Kaishian held a pessimistic attitude towards Qingse and his future. Qingse, however, insisted that he wait a year. What exactly is this taboo subject that makes Zhao Kaishian have such a view? An old proverb says, those who don't heed the advice of their elders will suffer the consequences. Should he insist on his own way, or listen to the 268-year-old elderly man in front of him? UK thought of the 268-year-old man and his own actions just now, and suddenly laughed. Who cares? I'm as insignificant as an ant, and my fate still depends on others, so why bother worrying? Let's take it one step at a time. Furthermore, the last thing this world should have is age discrimination. Thirdly, if anyone uses your physical test data as a reason to either assign or invite you to the fallen city or the Sea of Angels, do not go, even if it means death. Contact the Zhao family as soon as possible. Fourth point. Do not make any physical contact with any unfamiliar transcendents or reconstructors. Whenever and wherever. UK was completely unfamiliar with these place names. He had never heard of them before. This is really wrong. Normally, all the geographical knowledge of Earth should be instilled by the age of 5. Besides, I'm just an innocent and ignorant child, so why shouldn't I interact with strangers? Seeing UK's puzzled and indifferent expression, Zhao Kaishuan's words instantly turned cold, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a captivating light. Ha! Do you know what else you have that's most coveted, besides being the best stallion? UK noticed Zhao Kaishuan's expression change, looked up at him, straightened his posture, and shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. That thing in your abdomen. Zhao Kaishuan's gaze swept over the location of UK's talon core. UK was shocked. You mean, someone will kill someone to get the nuclear core? Heh, is it that rare? Talent cores have immense research value in terms of human evolution and superhuman cultivation techniques. This ruthless business is extremely complex. Furthermore, it's not just humans who are interested in your talent core. Spies who have infiltrated the human race are even more interested, which is why I mentioned the fourth point earlier. Not surprising? That means it's a long-standing issue. The waters run very deep. It involves high-level officials, even. And a spy? Where did this spy come from? Could it be a mutant beast? Faced with this information that he had never known or even imagined before, UK felt his brain was burning and he was dizzy. The impact was too great. At the same time, a chill and fear welled up in his heart. A spy is? UK swallowed hard and asked cautiously. There's nothing wrong with saying this. It's just that as someone who used to be in the underground, you didn't need to know. Seeing UK's stunned expression, Zhao Kaishuan felt inexplicably pleased and chuckled. They possess the talent for disguise, come from the condemned, and call themselves the blasphemous race. In reality, they are a species that survived and gradually evolved from humans who were completely corrupted. For some reason, they've started attacking the territory of native humans. They were the masterminds behind the last beast tide in the City of No Light. They're very powerful. At this moment, UK was like a novice, facing the information that Zhao Kaishuan had never heard of before. It was as if he was taking an introductory lesson. His expression was blank and dazed, and his heart was also in a daze. He realized that the world was so complicated. Humanity has actually had two branches that have survived, becoming two separate species. In short, you must live cautiously and tread carefully from now on in order to have a chance of longevity. Grow up as soon as possible and become a controller, so that you will have the ability to protect yourself and the right to speak. Finally, Zhao Kaishuan spoke solemnly and seriously, his gaze fixed on UK, as if trying to etch these words into the depths of his soul. UK nodded slightly, his expression becoming serious. Under the pressure from top-tier forces, even with the strength and status of a superior being, one is almost like an ant. Furthermore, with the infiltration of hostile external races, and possessing dual extraordinary talents, he was essentially a sitting duck, attracting the attention of everyone around him. He suddenly felt as if he were in an unknown, misty forest, where every step could hide a deadly trap. UK knew that he was frightened by Zhao Kaishuan. UK felt a surge of energy, dispelling his fear. He clenched his fist, knowing that only by constantly improving his strength could he survive in this complex and dangerous world. Strength is the foundation for survival, and this remains true in any era. Also, you'll be heading to the central city Wangxianjuan tomorrow to register, and you can take my private box. UK was puzzled. So fast? The group that came from Central City today is the first wave. They are just testing whether you have the talent for overclocking. Some are well-intentioned, while others are just looking around to find out what's going on. If you don't leave, there will be a second, third, and fourth wave. Don't think that just because you've defeated them all with your SSS-level talent, you can get away with it if they come back. In battle, there are too many insidious talents and vicious tricks. You are too inexperienced to deal with them. It would be easy to cripple you. Don't think I'm exaggerating. You might as well ask your good friend Fei Yu what his second talent is. If you die or are crippled, my Zhao family will certainly avenge you, but what difference would that make to you? Furthermore, the city of no light will become increasingly dangerous for you. UK's expression was grave, and upon hearing this, he was even more startled. What these words meant was, Zhao Kaishian waved his hand, signaling him not to ask any more questions. Once you arrive at Wanshan Temple, avoid going to any places that aren't in direct sunlight. The master code that my Zhao family has chosen for you is extremely suitable. I hope you won't disappoint him. UK nodded solemnly. He was very grateful to the Zhao family for everything they had done for him, even though their motives were investment in family interests. Alright, we've finished discussing the important matters. Zhao Kaishian changed the subject, the cold and serious atmosphere disappeared, and his violet eyes became misty and silky again. Would you like to stay tonight? UK was taken aback. He hadn't fully recovered from the previous conversation. His lips were slightly dry, and his gaze was fixed on Zhao Kaishian. Is it okay? Chapter 41 Fatal Seduction and Extreme Pull. Is there really no barrier between us? UK asked hesitantly. You'll know once you try. Zhao Kaishuan's tone was soft and seductive, her eyes alluring, and she leaned back into the sofa, her slender fingers tracing her red lips. Let's give it a try. It won't kill anyone. UK straightened up and strode towards Zhao Kaishian. But when he took his first step, it felt as if his foot had stepped into a quagmire. He tried to pull it out, but the force spread upwards from his foot and throughout his entire body. UK was instantly buried alive by quicksand, his body completely trapped, and he could hardly move his hands and feet. Come on, Zhao Kaishian tilted her chin slightly, her tone becoming increasingly seductive and alluring. Her jade-like fingers slid from her red lips across her smooth swan neck, and her purple eyes were captivating. UK was originally prepared to be knocked away by Zhao Kaishian in one blow like last time, but he did not expect to find himself in this situation. Seeing Zhao Kaishian adopt an increasingly seductive posture, he made up his mind, activated overclocking, and boosted the clock speed by 4 notches. Call. UK finally took a step forward and stood in front of Zhao Kaishian. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't bend down. He caught Zhao Kaishian off guard, but Zhao Kaishian did not give him a second chance to launch a surprise attack. UK exerted force again, his body tilting down little by little. When the two were only inches apart, UK's body seemed to be cast in concrete, like a sculpture, his head and limbs unable to move an inch. Push harder. Zhao Kaishuan's beautiful eyes were filled with spring passion, and her red lips exhaled a fragrant breath. Seeing Zhao Kaishian so seductively teasing him, UK felt a surge of heat in his abdomen and a fierce determination in his heart, extreme overclocking. The body tilted down little by little again. However, just as their noses were about to meet, UK froze into a still image. His body was completely imprisoned by an invisible force. UK clenched his teeth, his temples bulged, his face was flushed, and his eyes were fixed on Zhao Kaishian, who was right in front of him. UK exerted all the strength in his body and leaned down with all his might. He was going head to head with Zhao Kaishian. Harder. Zhao Kaishian became even more unrestrained and pleased when he saw UK's desperate appearance. As UK looked at Zhao Kaishian, the nameless fire in his heart burned brighter and brighter. That woman. She has teased and tricked him time and time again, and now she's gone even further in her teasing. He must find a way to teach her a lesson. UK's eyes suddenly turned completely black, his palms and forearms turned even darker, and his training uniform suddenly developed numerous holes. The power that was imprisoned in the body was also eroded into nothingness with a sizzling sound. In the brief moment of Zhao Kaishuan's surprise and dazed state, UK's forehead suddenly pressed against Zhao Kaishuan's forehead, nose to nose, and red lips to red lips. Then, UK's body flew up and hovered motionless on the ceiling. Not bad. Little guy, you really surprised me. Zhao Kaishian remained in the same position, his fragrant tongue lightly licking the red lips that had been kissed. The gap in mid-air was so captivating that I couldn't take my eyes off it. Unfortunately, you're still a bit short. Maybe you'll succeed once you advance to the level of a reconstructor. Keep up the good work. Zhao Kaishian smiled charmingly, gracefully waving her hand without even moving her wrist. The suspended body flew uncontrollably toward the doorway. The door opened, and UK fell out. The door closed. UK looked at the brand new combat uniform and USB drive in his arms, then at the closed door, and staggered to his feet. Fortunately, after being promoted to the Transcendent, the body will no longer be so weak that it can't walk after a full power overclock within 5 seconds. Inside the door, Zhao Kaixuan remained in the same position, her slender hand caressing her red lips, her violet eyes gleaming faintly. That's the power of darkness? It's actually a level higher than the dark power awakened from a single element? This guy really does surprise people from time to time. Zhao Kaixuan murmured to himself, gently closing his eyes, his fingers slowly sliding down his lips. UK was secretly rejoicing. In this confrontation, he at least didn't lose. In fact, he won by a small margin, gaining some advantage. At least they are not in a completely passive situation, at the mercy of others. One day sooner or later, you just wait. A man can't always be teased like this. Sigh. This 268-year-old unmarried woman with no children is truly unpredictable and difficult to fathom. UK didn't know what Zhao Kaixuan's purpose was in seducing or teasing him repeatedly. At first, he thought it was to pave the way for Qingce's future disappearance. But it seems unnecessary to use this method as a prelude. She could easily have her secretary comfort and relieve her. For some reason, UK thought of the short-haired, capable young female secretary beside Zhao Kaixuan. A top-tier androgynous beauty. Zhao Kaixuan has a good eye for talent. What if the two of them? Cough. UK felt that his hormones might have been surging too much just now, which was why he had all sorts of random thoughts. When UK got home, he hadn't even had time to change out of his tattered training uniform or properly examine the USB drive Zhao Kaixuan had given him. A message came through his personal terminal, urging him to move quickly. UK thought for a moment and decided it was better to move now, since he had nothing of value anyway. He didn't keep any animals or plants. That wasn't the custom in this world. After quickly packing, UK dragged a portable suitcase to the 10th floor. Room 10 BC0808 is his new home in Wuguang City. It has 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and is 160 square meters. UK didn't have any particular feelings. Anyway, he only stayed there for 3 months at most each year. But he fondly remembers the bed in that cramped room on the 17th floor. UK took out the brand new combat uniform Zhao Kaixuan had given him and tried it on. It fit perfectly. He hadn't expected it to be specially made, resistant to extremely high temperatures and strong corrosion, and also shielded against radiation. That mature woman is quite considerate. UK couldn't help but think of Zhao Kaixuan's last words of encouragement to him to become a reconstructor. Erotic. UK cursed himself inwardly. Qingce had just left. Well, I was just playing along with the wicked Zhao Kaixuan. UK recalled the 4 points Zhao Kaixuan had advised him, and his thoughts calmed down. I can no longer hide myself like I did before I turned 20. In the future, they will encounter countless unexpected conspiracies and sword fights. Being weak, like a lamb to the slaughter, one must be constantly vigilant and on guard. It's time to seriously cultivate myself. Becoming a transcendent being is the first step into cultivation. Currently, I'm about the same level as a complete novice. UK took out the USB drive that Zhao Kaixuan had given him and began to read it. This third USB drive is also a cultivation notebook, from an elementalist in the Zhao family. With the Zhou family's USB drive as a foundation, UK quickly became immersed in it. Before he knew it, 4 hours had passed, and UK was starting to feel tired. He took out a vial of golden essence liquid, tilted his head back and drank it down, immediately feeling refreshed and clear-headed. UK buried himself in his studies once again. The information provided by the Zhao family was more systematic and complete than that provided by the Zhou family. Some techniques, even complete ones, lack internal cultivation methods, resulting in them being rather crude and less powerful. However, it is also much more powerful and refined than when UK used his talent core in previous battles. UK decided to give it a try. He went to the meditation room, took off his clothes, sat cross-legged, and set his whole body ablaze. UK began to guide and condense the flames on his body with his mind. The flames on his body quickly subsided and formed patterns on his skin. His fists were covered with thick layers of flames in addition to the dense patterns, making them hot and dazzling. It's obvious that its destructive power is 2 to 3 times greater than before. UK excitedly thought that if he had known how to condense his fire fist when he fought Ouyang Chenghuan's corrosive mist armor, he could have easily destroyed that mist armor in an instant. However, the consumption is higher than before. Thinking about the consumption, UK suddenly felt a bit tired, both physically and mentally. He then remembered that he hadn't properly replenished his supplies after the arena battle. UK casually picked up the 2 bottles of indigo, which were tidal-level energy liquids that the Zhao family had given him, and drank them. As expected of the standard supplies for the controller, UK felt a surge of vitality and power gradually rising throughout his body in the blink of an eye. UK once again used his consciousness to guide his actions, wanting to form fiery fists in both hands. But the next moment, his gaze became somewhat dazed. UK lowered his head and looked at his chest. There, that invisible, intangible, and even volumeless black dot was frantically absorbing the tidal energy liquid within its body. UK tried to stop it with his consciousness, but unfortunately, he could only weaken it a little, and the black spot continued to absorb it. Although UK was not panicked, he was still somewhat at a loss in the current situation. At this moment, a notification sound came from the personal terminal outside the meditation room. Judging from the notification sound, it is a private interaction message between individuals. UK didn't want to pay attention to it and continued to think of ways to investigate the dark spot in his heart. But then several more message notifications sounded, and several more people sent messages. UK found it strange, so he got up to get his personal terminal. Chapter 42. Setting off for Central City, Zhao Kaixian accompanying. Yukanki lit up his personal terminal screen, glanced at the time, and saw that there were still 1 hour and 5 minutes left before the underground high-speed train to Central City was about to depart. I never expected to stay up for most of the night. He looked at the communication messages he had just received, and they were all add friends messages. And their profile pictures are all of super beautiful women. At that moment, another message popped up. I am Lin Saifu from Watchtower City. I would like to add you as a friend. I am Yin Yuan from Burial Fire City. I would like to add you as a friend. I am Bai Lanji from Taipei City. I would like to add you as a friend. Deficiencies. What is this? I've become so popular? UK knew without a doubt why he was favored by the daughters of various families. UK wanted to refuse them all, but doing so would mean offending a large group of people, or even a large group of families, right from the start. UK had no choice but to accept them all, and regardless of what the other party sent next, he replied to them all at once. Sorry, he's taking a shower. I'll tell him when he gets back. UK tossed aside his personal terminal, lay back on the sofa in the living room, and felt a small flame rising in his abdomen. In just a fleeting glance, he saw several daring young women who immediately posted photos of themselves, and those photos were quite sensational. He thought that this era lacked romance and sex, but he was wrong. In this respect, this era far surpasses his previous one. It's truly damn creative. Some of the text is also very bold and unrestrained, saying things like, it can be salty or sweet, it can be trained, and it can love, it can admire, it can like high difficulty things. UK side, New Age women exist in every era. People are afraid of becoming famous, just like pigs are afraid of getting fat. UK subconsciously wiped his nose, thankfully there was no blood. In the eyes of those girls' families, he was probably just a pig. Just then, the doorbell rang, and UK got up to open the door. It turned out to be Zhao Kaixian's female secretary. Mr. UK, your high-speed train to Central City will depart in 45 minutes. I'm here to remind you so you don't miss it. Also, I wonder if you have a lot of luggage. I can help you, please don't hesitate to ask. The androgynous beauty's face, which combines both heroic spirit and delicate features, has a unique charm when she smiles. UK was slightly surprised, then smiled and said, It's you, thank you. I don't have much luggage. It's very simple. Alright, I'll wait for you outside. The female secretary smiled politely again. Oh? You don't need to come with me. I can go by myself. I know the way. UK saw that his female secretary looked like she was going to see him off. You don't need to be so polite. Ensuring you board the high-speed train smoothly is also within my job responsibilities. The female secretary stood still, her smile unchanged. Oh, all right. No need for formalities, just use your name. I don't even know your name yet. UK beckoned his female secretary in. My name is Xu Ning. UK felt bad about keeping Xu Ning waiting, so he quickly packed up and went to the high-speed rail station with Xu Ning. Xu Ning presented her special pass, and the two quickly entered a carriage through a special passage. This smell seems familiar. UK suddenly realized that Zhao Kaixian had mentioned that he could ride in her private room. UK had just realized what was happening when his eyes widened immediately. Zhao Kaixian was present. However, at this moment, Zhao Kaixian was dressed in high-ranking official robes, sitting upright with his eyes closed. His whole demeanor was dignified and aloof, exuding a sense of solemnity and nobility. His temperament was somewhat reminiscent of Dongfang Bubi. She was completely different from the alluring and capricious vixen she was last night. Xu Ning quietly gestured for UK to go to the other half of the carriage. UK nodded. Since Zhao Kaixian ignored him, there was no need for him to take the initiative to greet him. UK subconsciously harbored resentment towards Zhao Kaixian for kicking him out last night. The interior decoration of the car was the same style as Zhao Kaixian's car. UK found a seat and sat down. Xu Ning brought over a tray with snacks and drinks, placed it on the table, and nodded and smiled to indicate that she was leaving. UK smiled and nodded in greeting. There are no transparent windows on the train. Even if it existed, it wouldn't make a difference. How could there be scenery underground? Nor on the surface. Besides, the advertising industry simply cannot thrive in this era. UK simply followed Zhao Kaixian's example and closed his eyes to rest. On the way to the high-speed rail station, UK said goodbye to Fei Yu. Fei Yu didn't reply, so UK knew that this guy would probably be unable to get out of bed for the next few days and wouldn't be afraid of overeating seafood. He also greeted Jiasun and Yuan Shan. After all, the two had eaten together once before. In 20 days, these guys will either be forced or willing to join various hunting squads or large warbands to carry out a 3-year hunting mission and complete a quota of points. It's equivalent to military service. 3 years later, a small number of people will be reassigned to positions within the dungeon. Except for specific professions, those who perform internal duties will be rotated back to the external ranks after 3 years to continue hunting and fighting. People like Xiao Jie and Yin Zhao, who belong to the same family and have surnames, will be no exception. Within these 20 days, they will be reunited with their families or parents. Only a handful of outstanding newcomers like UK will be specially recruited into higher-level training institutes to receive advanced education and training for periods ranging from 3 to 20 years. Besides the Myriad Manifestations Academy, which stands out among the 12 cities, the True Practice Academy in Rock City and the Spirit Carving Academy in Silent City are also among the advanced training academies. However, the latter two are at least 2 levels below the Myriad Manifestations Academy. Besides these 3, there is another one, the Divine Mechanism Institute in Rusty City, which stands out from the rest and specializes in researching energy mechs and cutting-edge thermal weapons. Wanxiang Academy is the pinnacle of the 12 cities, gathering the most outstanding geniuses of the 12 cities. Even geniuses who enter the Divine Machine Academy cannot get into the Universal Academy and have to settle for second best. The competition within the Wanshouan Temple is extremely fierce. Students are divided into 3 levels: ordinary students, elite disciples, and Star Torch successors. The treatment at each level is vastly different. Since he is a genius, he should try every means to stimulate and squeeze out his potential, improve his strength as soon as possible, and serve the 12 cities and all mankind. UK recalled his 2 great talents, overclocking and perfect elements. According to the information provided by the Qin family, overclockers only need to cultivate a mental technique with a high degree of compatibility to guide the light spot to continuously refine and sublimate themselves. There are many mental cultivation methods, which are essentially methods of cultivating spiritual power. As for how to achieve the highest compatibility, you'll have to gradually verify and explore that yourself. Martial arts techniques, such as the shockwave fist, are related to frequency and amplitude. Because these techniques are extremely powerful, they require a higher level of physical fitness. Although shock fist is a popular martial art that can be practiced by both the cute body and the transcendent, it is not easy to master it to the highest level of 9 shocks. UK had never considered combining overclocking and vibration fist before, but now it seems that he has great potential in vibration fist. UK decided to first cultivate this boxing technique to its highest level. Despite having read the information provided by the Zhou family twice, UK still had no clue about the cultivation technique regarding the 10 perfect elements talent. He felt that he should first have a deep conversation with the mysterious Master Ko, and then read through all the available information and techniques about elemental power in the Myriad Manifestations Academy before going back to study the techniques. After summarizing everything, UK realized that he was indeed a complete novice in cultivation. There were no special techniques or methods, and the martial arts skills were just a few common ones. Given my current situation being penniless and starting from scratch, I wonder if that Master Ko will look down on me. While UK was deep in thought, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he excitedly guessed that overclocking could not only amplify his strength, but perhaps also amplify his comprehension. If one comprehends elemental techniques while in an overclocked state, will it be twice as effective? He closed his eyes, activated the 3-bar ultra-high frequency, and quickly recalled and processed the information given to him by the Zhou family. Sure enough, his understanding of the information deepened instantly. Moreover, inspiration struck him, and all sorts of ideas that he had never had before shone and danced in his mind like stars. UK's mind worked at high speed, deducing one by one from these points of inspiration. 5 minutes later, the mental fatigue subsided to micro-overclocking. He took out the golden source liquid and the tidal energy liquid, drank one of each, and continued his research. After exhausting the last bottle of tidal energy fluid, UK reluctantly exited overclocking and stopped thinking. This time, the gains were enormous. Although he was still clueless about the cultivation technique, he felt that his understanding and basic application of elemental power had advanced 3 levels. Even more. He even felt that he could compete with Joe Mingley, who had shown off her skills at the dinner table, in elemental techniques. Sigh, my confidence is off the charts. UK glanced at his personal terminal and found that more than 4 hours had passed. In addition, there were several friend requests, as well as dozens of messages sent again after I had just added them as friends and then brushed them off. I'm in a real bind. Looking at those flashing, beautiful avatars, UK was troubled. What the hell should he do? I've worked so hard to improve myself and become an ambitious young person who strives for excellence every day. The test is coming soon, and it's coming in waves like a wholesale bombardment, constantly assaulting me. At that moment, a clear, cold voice rang in my ears, as if it had penetrated straight into my brain. Come over. UK felt a chill run down his spine. It was Zhao Kaixian. His tone was very official. UK got up and walked over. They discovered that Zhao Kaixian was no longer wearing her uniform, but had instead changed into a dreamy white princess dress. With those beautiful violet eyes, she looked as noble and charming as a princess from a fairy tale, even with a touch of queenly aura. UK's throat was dry, and he lowered his gaze. Come sit down. Zhao Kaixian gently patted the long back sofa beneath her with her slender hand. Chapter 43, Teasing Again, Assassination Attempt at School Gate. UK chuckled awkwardly, I wouldn't dare. He swallowed the rest of his sentence, I won't get to eat it anyway. He naturally recalled the events of last night. UK's alarm bells went off. What kind of trouble was this woman up to now? This was on a high-speed train. Seeing Zhao Kaixian's beautiful eyes narrow slightly and her gaze flicker, UK quickly added, I'm afraid of desecrating your sanctity at this moment. Zhao Kaixian's rosy lips curled up slightly, her voice seemingly dreamy, where did you learn that? You've become so eloquent overnight. UK's heart stirred slightly. He put on a worried expression and sat down opposite her. Now that I have so many noble ladies as friends, I'm afraid I really need to spend a lot of time learning the art of language. How many? Zhao Kaixian laughed, his tone carrying a hint of gossip. 17, UK said helplessly. Quite a lot. Zhao Kaixian raised an eyebrow. You don't need to do these things yourself anymore. Leave it to Xu Ning. UK looked up in confusion. Let Xu Ning be your attendant. You can delegate the tedious tasks at Wanxiang Courtyard to her, Zhao Kaixian said casually, gazing at the slender, jade-like fingers before him. Isn't she your secretary? UK asked cautiously, surprised. How could that androgynous beauty possibly accept going from being a secretary to a high-ranking official to a grassroots follower? Don't think I'm belittling her. On the contrary, it's a good thing for her. Your entry into the Wanxiang Institute as her attendant will greatly help her cultivation and understanding. Zhao Kaixian shifted his gaze from the jade-like hand, glanced at UK, then looked back, reverting to his usual lazy and aloof voice. I see. Of course, you can choose someone else if you don't want to. I'm just making a recommendation, not forcing you. You nodded. He knew that each of the elite disciples of the Wanxiang Institute had one assigned servant. Then let's go with Xu Ning. Since it would benefit Xu Ning, and he genuinely needed it, and there was no one else to choose from at the moment, he might as well agree. Besides, he had a good impression of Xu Ning. The thought that he would finally no longer have to spend his time on those 17 or even more noble ladies made UK feel a great sense of relief. Okay, but don't you dare ruin her. I used to cherish her very much. Zhao Kaixian blinked her beautiful violet eyes and added in a low voice. UK found this hard to understand and always thought of it in a negative way. UK was certain that this was indeed the woman's little flirtatious talk. Zhao Kaixian said that on purpose, to make me think all sorts of things. UK remained silent, his head bowed. See, is it fun to tease yourself? You wait and see. One day, I'll make you very interesting too. Less than half an hour later, a high-speed train finally arrived at Central City. Upon exiting the station, a special car was already waiting at the designated exit. A woman of similar age to Xu Ning greeted her. It must be the successor female secretary. UK suddenly realized that Zhao Kaixian had already arranged Xu Ning's matter. Zhao Kaixian had already changed back into his official robes and gestured for UK to get into the carriage. UK hesitated, worried that it would be too much trouble for Chairman Zhao. It's only right that I give you a gift since it's your first time visiting Wangxi Anjuan, Zhao Kaixian said. UK realized that the Zhao family's support for him was truly meticulous. This is to show the outside world how much the Zhao family values him, and that the core members of the Zhao family personally saw him off. This was the first time in UK's life that he had seen the sun. The enormous, bright red disk, shining through the thick fog, cast sparse, weak light upon the buildings and pedestrians that rose and fell. Looking at the only city on the planet, UK felt a sense of heaviness and nostalgia. The bright sunshine, green trees and flowers, colorful signs, and the warmth of everyday life that I remember are all gone. Various heavily armored mechs and aircraft shuttle through the fog high in the sky. Just like the ground, electromagnetic and plasma turrets are densely distributed on the buildings that rise and fall in height. The maglev train and the crowd moved along in silence. As the maglev train traveled towards the city center, a bustling crowd gradually appeared. Although there was no residential area or park, a light shone in UK's eyes. The coldness and solemnity were significantly reduced by the liveliness of the crowd. 45 minutes later, UK finally arrived at Wanxiang Temple. The Vientiane Temple stands in the heart of the city, its gates marked by two towering monuments adorned with intricate and exquisite carvings, as if telling an ancient and mysterious story. Inside the courtyard, buildings resembling towering fortresses are scattered among the buildings, their style ancient and solemn, exuding a mysterious and majestic aura. UK got off the maglev car and took a deep breath. There was no fragrance of flowers or the smell of cooking oil in the air, only a faint sour, salty, and damp feeling. This is the first time in UK's life that he has truly stood on the surface of a planet without any protective shield. UK, remember my words. The car window rolled down, and Zhao Kaixian's clear, cold purple eyes looked at UK. UK turned to look back and nodded. Pedestrians coming and going looked at UK, who got out of the car with surprise and curiosity. The main reason was that the luxury car had obvious family markings. It belonged to the prestigious Zhao family, one of the top families in Central City. And that fleeting glimpse of a stunningly beautiful face through the car window, though only for a brief moment, it was enough to keep one awake at night. UK watched the luxury car drive away and said to Xu Ning behind him, "Let's go." At this moment, a graceful, silver-haired beauty greeted him with a smile from afar. As she walked up to UK, her expression became even more radiant. "You must be junior brother Yu Quebec, welcome. I am your third senior sister. Master Ke specifically instructed me to come and pick up junior brother." As she spoke, she naturally reached out and shook hands with UK. "Young master." Xu Ning, standing behind UK, suddenly tugged at him. "Do you still remember reason?" "Ha?" UK turned around and looked at Xu Ning. At the same time, he suddenly activated the overclocking to 4 bars of the sublimit overclocking, and his right fist instantly condensed layers of flames, fiercely attacking the silver-haired beauty. With a thud, the silver-haired beauty, caught off guard, was knocked to the ground. In the instant she fell in surprise, her shoulder and knee were shattered by a stone-shaped left fist. The silver-haired beauty who fell to the ground let out a miserable scream. This sudden and dramatic scene startled passers-by. They watched in astonishment as the woman screaming in agony watched her clothes gradually disappear until she was completely naked. Then, scales and tumors appeared on the naked body, and drops of foul-smelling black liquid mixed with bright red blood gushed out. As UK launched his attack, 2 guards at the gate rushed over with weapons, but were stopped by a voice from inside the courtyard. "Do not approach. Anyone who trespasses will be killed." The owner of the voice strode over, seemingly not very fast, but arrived at the scene from 300 meters away in 2 seconds. "Damn traitor!" The man in front glared at the woman on the ground, whose limbs were crippled and who was writhing in pain, and spat out a mouthful of disgust. UK looked at the man. Judging from his uniform, he should be the superior of the gate guard. Judging from his posture and aura, the other party should be a reconstructor. UK was very glad that he had made the right judgment. Originally, he was only about 80% sure. Therefore, after he realized that the silver-haired woman was not very strong after landing a punch, he only crippled her limbs. If the judgment is wrong, it can be corrected. But it will inevitably involve paying a large sum of compensation and losing face. He breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the man's curses, and was completely at ease. The man shifted his gaze from the groaning woman to UK, his eyes filled with scrutiny and approval. "You're quite alert. That counterattack was well done." UK's gaze seemed to refocus as he looked at the man, and he smiled shyly. "Senior, you flatter me." His left hand, which had thrown 4 punches in quick succession, reached behind him and rubbed against his back. The man laughed, took a step forward, raised his large hand, and wanted to pat UK on the shoulder to show his appreciation. However, the moment the man stepped forward, UK, whose face still bore a shy and humble expression, had already pushed the overclocking to its limit and was desperately retreating. Almost simultaneously, Xu Ning also ran desperately in another direction. The man's eyes widened in surprise, then his aura surged instantly. Countless tiny scales suddenly sprouted from his body, covering his entire form. His eyes turned bloodshot, and fangs protruded from his mouth. He then pushed off with his feet, his figure flashed, and he chased after UK. As UK turned to run, he witnessed that bizarre and ugly scene, and a wave of nausea rose in his heart. This is what the condemned one looks like. An even more unpleasant, fishy stench wafted from behind. UK knew that the person was chasing him. His whole body was surging with yellow light, and his brain was working at high speed, looking for a chance to escape. UK had no confidence in facing a reconstructor. He had never fought a reconstructor before, not even a top-tier transcendent. Therefore, UK's first reaction was to escape. However, judging from the speed at which the scent was coming from behind, I was afraid that I would be overtaken by the other party in no more than 2 seconds. This means that he can hardly survive by running away. Thinking of this, UK steeled his heart and thought, "Damn it, I'll risk it. This is the only way." UK suddenly swung out the star-level longsword that Ching Se had given him with his right hand. His whole body was filled with fire and light. He turned around and faced the person who came. Then, UK was dumbfounded. Chapter 44 Second Senior Brother's Rescue, Third Senior Sister's Hospitality. 3 bright silver arrows, almost without a sound, pierced the head, chest, and abdomen of the calamity victim who was within 50 meters of Yuk from behind, and then quickly burst into flames. The wrathful one's body jolted violently, his eyes filled with disbelief and panic. He lowered his head and desperately pounded on the flames in his chest and abdomen, but to no avail. The flames then ignited his hands, spreading throughout his body in the blink of an eye and engulfing him. Seeing this, the one condemned by heaven knew it had reached its end and howled mournfully to the sky. But it stopped abruptly after only 1 or 2 cries. His body twisted and struggled in the flames, eventually turning into clumps of charred dust that drifted away in the wind without leaving a trace. The 3 bright silver arrows that had just landed suddenly flew up and landed in the hands of a bespectacled, bookish young man who was hurrying over. "Oh dear, junior brother, I'm so sorry. I was tricked and was delayed for a little while on the way. Junior brother, you have no idea how nervous I was when I saw that bastard patting your shoulder from afar. I wanted to warn him but didn't dare. I wanted to help, but it was too late. Thank goodness, it was a close call. It's all thanks to my junior brother's quick thinking that he saved my life." The bookish young man walked along, clutching his chest as if he had just narrowly escaped death, as if he himself had been in a life or death situation. UK returned to normal, stood still, looked at the approaching young man, blinked, and asked, "Wearing glasses?" Ignoring the onlookers, the bookish young man approached UK with a long sigh and stopped 3 meters away from him. "Oh, right, let me introduce myself. I'm your second senior brother, Mo Ran." "Greetings, senior brother." UK's smile was genuine this time. All right, junior brother, let's talk as we walk. You don't need to worry about anything else." Mo Ran smiled gently, made a gesture to walk together, and pointed with his chin at the camera in the distance. UK understood, and called Xu Ning back to his side. Amidst the astonished and inquisitive gazes of the onlookers, they followed Mo Ran into the courtyard. Only then did UK truly put his mind at ease with his second senior brother and believe what he said. "Junior brother, how did you figure out that security guard was a killer from the heavenly punishment?" Mo Ran asked casually, still leading the way from a distance of 3 meters. "Senior brother, I became suspicious when I heard him say the word counterattack, but I wasn't 100% sure until he made his move." UK sheathed the starry blade and tucked it into his waistband. "Oh," Mo Ran said after a moment of thought, "this word is indeed sensitive. It at least means that he knows the whole process of the traitoress attack, so you have to be on high alert even if you're wrong. Hey, come here." Mo Ran waved to another security officer, who was of a higher rank, as he hurried over. Make 3 copies of all the CCTV footage from when I left the library to when I entered the school gate. Send 1 copy to my 3rd junior sister, Shushua. Send 1 copy to my junior brother and send 1 copy to me. Do it as soon as possible. The security officer bowed respectfully, nodded in agreement, and then left. UK was surprised to learn that he actually had a 3rd senior sister. Oh dear, junior brother, luckily you're quick-witted and clever, otherwise if something had happened this time, your 3rd senior sister would definitely not have let me off the hook. Emoran kept talking as he walked, patting his chest lightly, seemingly terrified of the 3rd junior sister he mentioned, but not so afraid of the potential consequences for himself. UK sounded a bit awkward to me. Hey, junior brother, don't overthink it. It's not that I'm not worried about your safety. Emoran didn't turn around and continued, with your strength, you shouldn't be so easily injured by that calamity. Before UK could ask a question, Emoran continued, the disguise-type heavenly punishers aren't particularly strong in combat. With your overclocker talent, junior brother, even if the opponent is a reconstructor, you should still be able to put up a fight. Oh, you nodded in response. He had only just realized this. However, he was curious about the identity of the silver-haired beauty and was about to ask her when he heard his 2nd senior brother, Emoran, continue speaking. Their main purpose is to gather information. It was only the appearance of you, junior brother, the 6th overclocker in history, that threw them into a panic. Back in the day, they suffered greatly at the hands of overclockers. UK said oh again, instantly thinking of the supreme being surnamed Sheen. However, he suppressed the thought and quickly asked a question, afraid that if he paused, he would lose his chance to speak. Senior brother, is that silver-haired beauty a traitor? Ah, yes. These kinds of people are, to be honest, quite embarrassing. They are actually transcendent beings who haven't awakened their talents. Some of them have twisted minds and are easily seduced into becoming gifted individuals with pseudo-cores. UK let out a long oh, realizing the situation. He understood as well. But he was curious that the cursed ones actually had the ability to regenerate others. Hey, junior brother, when you see your 3rd senior sister later, you must put in a good word for me. I was tricked and didn't realize that I was delayed on my way to pick you up. You have no idea what your 3rd senior sister's temper is like. If she finds out that I caused this accident because of my negligence, the consequences, TSK, I'm really scared just thinking about it. As Emoran spoke, he exaggeratedly shivered, as if the sight of his 3rd senior sister unleashing her power was unimaginable. UK nodded upon hearing this, and couldn't help but feel more curious about the 3rd senior sister he had never met. If his talkative, scholarly 2nd senior brother was so wary of her, her methods must be extraordinary. UK smiled and said, don't worry, senior brother, I will definitely do it. Hearing UK's words, Emoran turned to look at him, his eyes filled with joy and gratitude. He smiled gently and said, good junior brother, with your words, I feel much more at ease. Let's quicken our pace, your 3rd senior sister is probably already waiting for us. As he spoke, Emoran quickened his pace. Seeing this, UK smiled slightly, turned around and gestured to Shu Ning to follow. After passing through a series of fortress-like buildings, the remaining 3 arrived at a small building by the lake. This building also had a fortress-like roof. A beautiful woman with silver hair and blue eyes walked out of the lobby on the 1st floor and smiled at UK, junior brother, welcome. Come in quickly. UK smiled and bowed, greetings, 3rd senior sister. He thought to himself, the senior sister Chu Shui is so beautiful and so young she looks about the same age as me. Emoran laughed along, junior sister, your senior brother. Senior brother, shut up. Chu Shui interrupted coldly. Emoran was embarrassed, but still forced to smile. You always boast about your unparalleled wisdom, but it turns out you only know how to play chess, Chu Shui retorted sarcastically. I already know what happened, and you're being punished by not playing chess for half a month. Ha! Emoran looked dejected. Seeing that his trick of coaxing her on the way had failed, he could only plead pitifully, good junior sister, could you reduce the punishment by a few days? This is only because junior brother is new. If you keep bothering me, I'll tell senior brother about this in the future. Chu Shui refused decisively and glared at Emoran. Okay. I accept the punishment, As soon as Emoran heard the name of his senior brother, he quickly admitted defeat and agreed. So it turns out that 2nd senior brother is a chess fanatic, no wonder he's so afraid of 3rd senior sister's punishment. UK understood. It's quite interesting that the senior brother would willingly accept punishment from his junior sister. Perhaps there's something going on between the two of them? UK wondered gossipy. Shu Shui turned to look at UK, smiling, and waved. Junior brother, come and take a seat. I've been preparing this welcome feast all morning. UK looked into the hall, where a table of extremely sumptuous food was laid out in the center, looking even more exquisite and stylish than the most famous Don restaurant in Wuguang City. The various delicacies exuded an enticing aroma, making one's mouth water. UK smiled sincerely and replied, "Thank you for your kindness, third senior sister. I am humbled by your thoughtfulness." Shu Shui waved and warmly invited UK and Shu Ning to take their seats, constantly introducing the characteristics of each dish. Mo Ran, on the other hand, stood to the side with a bitter face. Junior brother, Master Ku is currently in the Sea of Fallen Souls and will not return for 2 days. Master instructed me to treat you well. Shu Shui raised her wine glass. UK quickly raised his glass as well. However, when he heard Sea of Fallen Souls, he frowned slightly. Junior brother, today's events were also accidental. It is rare for those condemned by heaven to infiltrate the Myriad Manifestations Academy. I have already instructed the security department to investigate this matter thoroughly and follow the clues to bring them all to justice. To attempt an assassination in the Myriad Manifestations Academy is to slap the academy in the face. Third senior sister Chu Shui put down her wine cup and explained to UK. UK smiled and nodded. He understood what his third senior sister meant. He also felt that the other party must be crazy to attempt an assassination so brazenly at the entrance of Wansheng Temple. Moreover, after this assassination attempt, the Wanshuan Temple, having been humiliated, will certainly seek revenge. However, junior brother, you must remain as vigilant as you are today. Every outstanding genius who appears will face assassination attempts by the blasphemous race. Junior brother, you are on the list. Therefore, if there is nothing to do, try not to leave the Myriad Manifestations Academy. Third senior sister continued to give instructions. UK nodded solemnly. In this atmosphere, he couldn't press for details about what being on the list meant. UK thoroughly enjoyed the meal, reliving the flavors of his previous life and experiencing the warmth and comfort of everyday life. No, to be more precise, it's as if he ate the New Year's Eve dinner from his previous life. This third senior sister's cooking skills are truly remarkable. UK couldn't help but look at the two disciples under Master Ku's tutelage again. One is a skilled chess player, the other a passionate cook. Each has their own obsession. It's truly fascinating. Junior brother, I wish you a resounding victory tomorrow and that you will be the first to win. The second senior brother then composed himself, raised his glass, and smiled gently at UK. UK was taken aback. What does that mean? Wasn't I admitted through a special admission process without taking the entrance exam? Chapter 45 Special Admissions Ranking Battle, Overclocking Cultivation. Oh, you're the last one to report. We haven't had a chance to notify you yet. This year, Wansheng Academy has specially recruited 8 elite disciples, including you. Every year, there's a ranking competition for the newly recruited elite disciples, Mo Ran said with a smile. This ranking battle is very important. It will determine your resource allocation and priority for the coming year. The gap between the top 3 and the bottom 3 is not small, junior brother, you must take it seriously, Mo Ran explained, his tone more serious at the end. Given your talent, what you need most is the elemental chamber to enhance your understanding and refinement of elements, and the 1000 machine tower, which can simulate the talents of various superhumans and mutants, and will be of great help to your actual combat. Especially the Tranquil Corridor, a place for cultivating spiritual power, is an extremely important sacred place for every transcendent and reconstructor, Mo Ran explained in detail. UK listened intently, his lips pursed. Shu Ning, sitting below him, also listened very attentively. In these places, the supply cannot meet the demand, so naturally there must be an allocation plan. The ranking battle for special admissions is for this purpose. Those who come through the unified examination are ranked according to their exam scores, but the resources they receive within a year are far less than yours. A year later, the newly admitted students and those admitted through the regular entrance examination, who are also elite students, will compete together. Of course, if junior brother wins first place in the ranking battle, he will be qualified to challenge the elite ranking within the year. Once he enters the ranking, his resource allocation will be upgraded. Mo Ran gave a general overview of the basic rules, but did not go into detail about the specific resources in quantities, privileges, and benefits. UK discovered that becoming a specially recruited elite disciple of the Myriad Phenomena Academy was indeed of great significance to him. He had never heard of the training grounds that GMO Ran mentioned. There were definitely no such places in Wugwang City. However, starting the ranking battle tomorrow is too rushed for him. First, there was an enlightenment he had on the high-speed train, which he hadn't had time to delve into or deduce. Second, he knew nothing about the other 7 competitors recruited this year. At this moment, the third senior sister, Chu Shui, interjected, "Junior brother, I'll send you the information of those 7 people later." The rotating chairman of this year's admissions is Professor E, who has never gotten along with Professor Ku. So, the people under him deliberately created some obstacles, sending you your admission notice 3 days later than others. This is also my fault for not being careful at the time. It put my junior brother in a passive position this time, and I want to apologize to you. Chu Shui's words were full of apology, but a hint of anger flashed in her green eyes. UK hadn't expected that the masters within the Wanxiang Academy were also divided into numerous factions. Hearing his third senior sister Chu Shui's self-reproach, he quickly said, "How can you blame her? It's just a petty scoundrel causing trouble. With your magnanimity and understanding, how could you possibly focus on such despicable actions? I'm afraid it would offend your eyes and taint your mind." Second senior brother Mo Ran's eyes widened behind his glasses, his mouth slightly open. Mumu looked at UK, and he really didn't expect that this junior brother was so good at talking. He was really sweet when he took pictures of him. A smile visibly spread across Chu Shui's face, her beautiful lips unable to be suppressed. At this moment, the attendant of the third senior sister, Chu Shui, came in and reported that UK's residence had been prepared. Chu Shui got up, followed by Mo Ran, and led UK to a nearly identical 3-story building 100 meters away. "Junior brother, this is your residence. Settle in well. Remember to come to your third senior sister's place for meals often in the future." After staying for a while, Chu Shui left these words behind and then led her second senior brother, Mo Ran, and her attendants away. After seeing them off, UK toured the lakeside villa and discovered that it also had a basement level. "Shu Ning, from now on, don't call me young master anymore," UK said casually to Shu Ning, feeling that the word young master was really awkward. "Then, what should we shout?" Shu Ning hesitated. "Just call me by my name," UK said casually, noticing that most of the basement floor was being used as training rooms. Seeing that Shu Ning did not respond, UK turned around and saw her frowning in thought. He smiled and said, "You're only 3 years older than me. I can't exactly call you older sister." Shu Ning's bright eyes widened in surprise. What kind of logic was this? How did it become a matter of how I addressed you and how you addressed me? It seems right, but it also seems wrong. "Oh, it's just a title. Don't worry about it," UK said. Shu Ning stared at UK's back as he turned away, remaining silent. She actually wanted to return those words verbatim, since that's what everyone called him. For some reason, she recalled some of Zhao Kaishuan's hints to her yesterday, and a blush crept onto her fair face. "Oh, right. Those 17 noble ladies from the families are still sending messages. What should we do?" Shu Ning asked, as UK had already tossed her his personal terminal. "Reply when you have time, ignore me when you don't. I neither refuse nor agree, nor take the initiative." UK felt irritated whenever he thought about it. "What if someone gives you a gift?" Shu Ning asked. "Huh?" UK inexplicably thought of a Hollywood joke he had heard in his previous life, and felt a little itchy, but he managed to restrain himself. "You have to refuse outright. Just say you're poor and have no way to reciprocate." Shu Ning readily agreed. "Ding ding ding. Third senior sister has sent out the materials," Shu Ning said. You nodded and returned to the second-floor living room with Shu Ning, where they projected the information of the 7 players for tomorrow's ranking battle onto the wall. UK first glanced at the overview, and the 3 SSS-level talents who awakened this year were listed, including Ouyang Chenghuan. In addition, there were 2 SS-level talents and 2 S-level talents. UK knew something about another SSS-level talent in Central City, having witnessed his awakening ceremony. The third SSS-level talent came from Rusty Skeleton City. As UK looked down, his brows furrowed more and more deeply. He discovered that not only were the 2 SSS-level talents difficult to deal with, but the 2 S-level talents might even be more difficult to deal with than the SSS-level talents. Because their talent is very strange. UK's expression was solemn, and the sense of superiority he had previously felt about his talent had vanished completely. When he first heard about the ranking battles, he didn't take it too seriously. Now, however, he dares not underestimate any opponent. Only then did he realize that he had gotten a little carried away, which was very wrong. Even if he is summoned and praised by the ruling group as the sixth overclocker in history who is invincible among his peers, he should still adhere to the principles he has always followed. If you can live a life of ease, then live a life of ease. If you can hide, then hide. When did I start to forget my roots? You pack up first. I'm going to cultivate. UK straightened up and walked towards the cultivation room. Before tomorrow's battle, he needs to improve his strength as much as possible. Inside the meditation room, UK pondered. In this round of ranking battles, the 8 participants, including himself, should be competing based on their talent, strength, and combat wisdom. They are all newly promoted transcendents and don't have much time to cultivate their skills in martial arts. Moreover, some transcendent beings, like him, do not have a suitable cultivation method. Right now, I should be looking for the strongest offensive and defensive methods. Defensive measures include utilizing one's own earth, dark, light, and water elemental talents appropriately, all of which can provide a certain level of defense. UK thought of that special admission student with S-level talent, wondering if he could truly defend against his attack. When it came to attack methods, UK's first thought was Shock Fist. However, there is one opponent with SS-level talent whom no one dares to approach. This is troublesome, as Shockwave Fist can only be used in close combat. After much hesitation, UK decided to first study the Shock Fist and, taking advantage of the flash of inspiration on the high-speed train, see if he could make a breakthrough. UK closed his eyes and began ultra-high-frequency thinking. The essence of overclocking is to fully utilize one's physical functions. This comprehensive improvement comes from changes at the cellular level of the body's structure. That is, it is not a full-scale enhancement like from a child to an adult, but rather a transformation similar to from soil to steel. UK tried his best to perceive himself at his current level. He was not yet capable of inner vision. He suddenly recalled the extremely distorted feeling he had during the awakening ceremony, and for a moment, he seemed to have grasped something. Overclockers are invincible in their class. Based on my previous overclocking performance, although I haven't met any rivals so far, I would definitely not call myself invincible. So, where exactly am I lacking that I feel so inadequate? UK was overclocked to sublimit, and his mind was working at high speed. At one point, it dawned on him that he lacked sufficient control over his body. Yes, that's right. The reason why I say that Shock Fist is suitable for me is because, under my physical conditions, my potential for controlling precision is far higher than that of other people of the same level. UK began to replay every detail of the Shock Fist in his mind, trying to feel every change in his body within a timescale of 10 milliseconds and a size of 10 micrometers. For minutes later, feeling slightly listless, UK took out a bottle of radiant gold source liquid, drank it, and sat cross-legged again to continue recalling in inner awareness. After taking 3 vials of Jin Yuan liquid within 10 minutes, UK suddenly opened his eyes. He seems to have found the essence. Chapter 46 Minor Repair Successful, Master Ku orders a sweeping attack. Thud. UK unleashed its shock period triple wave punch. The power of this punch in the second high-frequency state was almost comparable to the blow he delivered to Ouyang Chenghuan in its sub-extreme overclocking state. Call. UK was invigorated. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and swung again. 4 layers of waves formed. UK suppressed his excitement, focused his attention once more, and launched another attack. 5 waves formed. UK seized the opportunity and pressed on. Boom! 7 ripples in the air rapidly spread to the wall, and amidst the echoes, the 7 mountains of Shockwave Fist was completed. Ha! UK withdrew his fist and stood still, but his eyes shone brightly. 7-fold mountain is a series of 7 shocks that only a reconstructor can achieve, with power several times greater than the 6-fold wave that only a top-tier transcendent can master. If he were to encounter Ouyang Chenghuan again, UK believed he could shatter him with a single punch. He now has a strategy to deal with at least 2 SSS-level talent opponents. UK suppressed his joy and frowned in deep thought. Now, he needs to consider some ranged skills and how to maximize his defense. UK sat cross-legged again, entering the second high-frequency state, reviewing the data from the 3 USB drives he had read over the past 2 days, carefully comprehending and pondering it. UK didn't wake up from his research until 4 a.m. He slowly opened his eyes, let out a long sigh, and his eyes shone with confidence. He stood up, stretched his limbs, and lightly punched the air twice. UK felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction at that moment. It is a kind of pleasure and sense of accomplishment that comes from highly focused and persistent effort. It's not just about the results, the process of making the effort itself is incredibly satisfying. But when he saw the 27 bottles of Jin Yuan liquid and 8 bottles of indigo that had been drunk, he couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. The golden essence liquid replenishes spiritual energy, and the indigo liquid replenishes physical energy, but when these two precious liquid energies enter the body, 3 to 4/10 of them are divided up by the black spot in the chest. There was no stopping it. This was the result of his best efforts to fight and coordinate. UK was annoyed and looked down at the black dot in the center of his chest. What exactly are you? Clearly, UK couldn't reach any conclusion at this point. He shook his head helplessly, walked out of the cultivation room, and found that Xu Ning was still waiting for him in the living room. You didn't sleep all night? UK asked in surprise. Xu Ning stood up, smiled and nodded. You don't need to do that anymore. It's not worth it, UK said, waving his hand. You can handle some miscellaneous tasks for me. Like, personal assistant, that kind of role, do you understand? Xu Ning smiled and said, I understand. Okay. UK suddenly wanted to ask her if this was a habit she had developed from Chairman Zhao, but when the words were on the tip of her tongue, she felt it was inappropriate. Would you like some food? I've kept it warm, Xu Ning asked. Okay, I'll do it myself. You should go and rest. I'll take a nap after I finish eating, UK replied. Those below the level of controller must have a fixed amount of sleep, otherwise their mental and physical health will not be able to withstand it in the long run. UK finished his meal quickly, took a refreshing shower in his bedroom, then collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. At 8:40 a.m., UK was startled awake by his alarm clock. After going downstairs, I saw that Xu Ning had already prepared the meal. I greeted her and sat down, then wolfed down my food. The ranking battle started at 9:30. During UK's meal break, Xu Ning told him that the administrative office had delivered the college uniforms, badges, and other necessary items. Yu nodded and stared at the school badge carefully. Sure enough, one of the horizontal lines on the trader's school badge was reversed. UK noticed the abnormality early on because of this, and when the other party got close enough to shake hands, he was even more confident. The combat gear for elite disciples of the Wanshou Institute is quite good, though a bit flashy. The thin armor on the arm guards and leg guards is dark red. UK pouted at himself in the mirror. Although he looked even more handsome, he was just too eye-catching. When the second senior brother, Mo Ran, and the third senior sister, Chu Shui, arrived at the door, their gazes turned cold upon seeing UK's imposing manner. This is assault gear. Those bastards really know how to come up with tricks. Second senior brother Mo Ran sneered. Junior brother, change out of it. This is the standard battle armor for vanguard soldiers in large-scale warfare. They are deliberately and subtly pushing you into this position. A murderous glint flashed in the third senior sister's green eyes. Although major battles are not frequent, the mortality rate of elite soldiers is 65%. These scheming scoundrels have really gone to great lengths. UK then realized that he had been tricked again. No wonder he had felt something was wrong earlier. However, he suppressed his anger and smiled. It's all right, it's nothing. Senior brothers and sisters, please wear it this time. I will do my best to repay their kindness. Fine. It's such a low-class trick. I wonder if Professor E would blush if he knew about his subordinate's behavior. Third senior sister Chu Shui thought for a moment and nodded sarcastically. The group of 6 walked through several narrow paths and soon arrived in front of a giant fortress-like building. This is the 100 Treasures Martial Arts Arena. Internal battles, including life or death battles, are held here under the control of the controller, said the second senior brother, Mo Ran, pushing up his glasses. UK gave an O and followed him inside. Ha! So many people? UK was taken aback. There were 8 or 9,000 people in the stands. Seeing UK's surprised look, Mo Ran explained, most of them are students in short-term training courses. Some are sponsored students, and the rest are previous regular and special admission students. UK knew very little about this, but he knew it was not appropriate to ask in detail at this time, so he nodded slightly and said, Oh. Senior brothers and sisters, which of those 7 specially admitted students are Professor Yi's disciples? UK asked, gazing towards the preparation area. The SSS level talent from Rusty City, the SS level talent from Scorched Earth City, and the S level talent from N City, third senior sister replied. UK was surprised. How could Professor E alone accept so many? Professor E takes turns, and whoever takes turns gets 3 spots. It's an old tradition. As if anticipating UK's surprise, Mo Ran added an explanation. The remaining 6 people walked to the preparation area and sat down, waiting for Professor Yi's assistant to announce the rules, who was also the host. The mentors aren't particularly concerned about this round of ranking battles, and since they're not all in the academy, that's why they arranged for assistants to host. The mentors are more focused on the elite ranking battle 6 months from now and the sect battle a year from now, the third senior sister said softly after glancing at the preparation area. UK, still not knowing much, gave another bewildered "oh." He decided that after this round of ranking battles, he would go back and study the ecology of the Myriad Manifestations Institute properly. Otherwise, you'll be confused and do things too often. As UK and his group took their seats, everyone in the preparation area turned to look at them. Ouyang Chenghuan was among them, but his expression remained calm. The 8 or 9,000 people in the stands also turned their attention to it. Ahem. Junior brother, Master Ku has something he wants me to tell you. Second senior brother Mo Ran's expression was somewhat unnatural at this moment. UK turned to Mo Ran and said, "Second senior brother, please speak. What are Master Ku's instructions?" Master Ku said that you are the undisputed #1 talent in this competition, and he hopes that you can start the competition with the main arena battle and win first place. Mo Ran looked at UK, his smile somewhat forced. UK was startled. He didn't understand why Master Ku wanted him to do this. The ranking competition for special admissions students has 2 formats. One method is a draw system, where opponents are randomly selected and the matches start simultaneously in pairs. However, each person must have played against the other 7 people. Each winner earns 1 point, and the rankings are arranged from the highest score down. Another format is the main tournament, where the most talented student admitted through a special admissions process takes the stage and defeats the other 7 students one by one. If they win all 7, they become the champion. If they lose any of their matches, the winner becomes the main tournament champion, and they must also defeat all 7 other students. Scores and rankings are the same. The latter format has a special feature: if the main champion wins all their matches, the resources and privileges they receive are doubled. However, this is extremely difficult. The physical strain of the main arena is secondary. The accumulation of injuries due to unfavorable circumstances is also a secondary concern. The key issue is that it's the first time everyone has faced off, and they know too little about each other's talents and abilities, making it easy for them to suffer losses, and some are even paving the way for others. The second senior brother Mo Ran's embarrassed expression just now stemmed from this very thing. It was difficult, dangerous, and easy to stumble over. For dozens of previous editions, there has never been a single instance of a main tournament system. But it has extremely high gold content. Aside from doubling the resources and privileges, it is undoubtedly the leader of this session, including those taking the Unified Entrance exam. All minor disputes and controversies in this session will be decided by the leader. In the event of an emergency, he will naturally become the captain of this year's special admissions team and have absolute command authority. However, both the main arena system and the winner's top position conflict with the survival principle of UK. UK pondered Kushur's intentions once again. Was it necessary to be so ostentatious, or was doubling the resources really that attractive? UK felt that even if the workload doubled, he might not be able to handle it all. Furthermore, there were additional administrative tasks for the head of the organization, taking up his cultivation time. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then said to Mo Ran, "All right. I will follow Master Ku's instructions." UK felt that since the Zhao family had recommended Master Ku to him, they would not harm him. With this clause in place, he had nothing to worry about. However, he felt a lot of pressure. UK looked up and saw Professor Yi's assistant looking at him. UK stood up to meet the other person's gaze. "Host, I want to be the main challenger." All the participants in the preparation area, along with their senior brothers and sisters, looked over, their faces showing surprise and solemnity. At the same time, a series of exclamations rang out from the stands, coming from past sponsored students and special admissions students. They are well aware of the rules of the ranking battles and understand the significance of the main arena system. This is overconfidence. This hasn't happened in decades. All right, you are the most talented, you have the right. Please come up on stage. Professor Yi's assistant gave UK a deep look before immediately agreeing. His voice was loud and deep, echoing throughout the entire training ground. Chapter 47: Encountering a Strange Talent, Fighting an SSS-ranked Giant Tiger. I nodded and walked straight onto the ring. The rules for the main arena are displayed on the screen. The current champion, please wait a moment. The remaining 7 contestants, please draw lots to determine your order of appearance on stage. Professor Yi's assistant, Fei Hua, pointed to the 6 large screens suspended in the air at the highest point, and then looked at the people in the preparation area. The draw ended quickly, and the first to take the stage was Bo Yang, an SS-level talent from Iron Monument City. He had a rugged and unrestrained appearance, much like a rougher version and a smaller version of Du Ruiyang, and possessed a very strange talent damage resonance. In a corner of the stands, Qin Wufeng looked at the real-time introduction on the panoramic screen and teased Du Ruiyang next to him. Ruiyang, this special admission student doesn't seem to be as good as you. Are you saying that Professor Titan doesn't have as good an eye as you? Du Ruiyang crossed his thick arms and glanced sideways at Qin Wufeng. Qin Wufeng was taken aback. He glanced at the women around him and laughed. Why are you so wary? I didn't mean to sow discord. Du Ruiyang ignored him and looked at Zhou Mengli beside him. Your sister didn't come to watch the game. Zhou Mengli crossed her arms and shook her head, saying calmly, I don't know. Even if she came, she wouldn't deign to sit with us sponsored students. The group fell silent instantly. On the ring, the two had already exchanged blows once. Bo Yang was hit by a punch and bent over, but UK, who was not hit, also bent over. Feeling the sharp pain in his abdomen, UK felt that he was having a really bad day. Although the first opponent is SS rank, his special talent will cause me to be injured in the first battle. UK deliberately activated his light element talent to see if he could purify the other party's resonance, but to no avail. UK changed his talent to earth and dark elements, his body turned yellow with black, and he threw another punch, but Bo Yang still didn't dodge. The two retreated and bowed. It was still ineffective, even earth-based defenses couldn't reduce the damage. That's really weird. The churning sensation in his stomach made him want to vomit. The guy on the other side, though also feeling uncomfortable, seemed to have gotten used to it. His gaze sharpened for a moment before he immediately smiled again. UK couldn't help but curse inwardly. Fighting like this was incredibly frustrating. The opponent didn't retaliate in the first two moves, intending to hurt you as well. This was deliberately trying to mess with your mentality. It seems the only option is to trade injuries for injuries. While possessing such talent, the opponent is clearly also physically very strong. However, UK believed that his overclocked state was more resilient than his opponent's. There were 8,000 or 9,000 people in the stands, and as they watched UK dramatically back and bend over, a chorus of sighs arose. The senior brothers and sisters who were classmates with Bo Yang also smiled. UK straightened up and looked at the faint smile on Bo Yang's lips. His face twisted with anger. Tug. UK flashed forward, raised the high-frequency setting by one notch to ultra-high frequency, and threw another punch. As expected of an SS-level punching type, Bo Yang initially intended to calmly take the third punch, but when UK got close, he suddenly sensed something was wrong and tried to block with both arms, but it was too late. Bang! Bo Yang was slammed to the ground like a bouncy ball, his eyes bulging out, and then he bounced up from the ground in an instant. Thud! UK gritted his teeth and endured the excruciating pain, followed up with his fourth punch, unleashing a 5-wave shock punch in a 4-level sublimit overclocking state. Bo Yang flew out of the ring at an angle like a baseball. UK bent over and sat down, clutching his stomach and grimacing. A series of gasps came from the stands. As Bo Yang's massive body crashed into the middle of the stands, UK, who was pretending to be in great pain, was secretly overjoyed. Bingo! Home run! However, this Bo Yang is really tough. We didn't even knock him out. My overclocked body is incredibly resilient. The pain seems to be confined to the muscle layer, and after a short while, I can hardly feel anything anymore. Compared to overclocking 4 bars, 2 bars of overclocking doesn't just result in a 4-fold improvement, it's estimated to be at least an 8-fold improvement. UK thought to himself that he would have to carefully test the specific data of his 5 overclocking states later. UK Shang. Next up, Shanin will be on stage in 1 minute, Fei Hua said expressionlessly. Although UK was in a disheveled state, it did not diminish the audience's attention to him in the slightest. 3 punches sent an SS-level special recruit flying. It looks easy, but they're not stupid. UK can do it, but they might not. Qin Wufeng was also astonished. Ruiyang, what do you think? UK's ability to withstand blows is very strong, extremely strong. Du Ruiyang stared intently at UK with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, a mocking smile playing on his lips. This guy was putting on an act. Bo Yang's ability to withstand blows should be extremely strong. It's only been a few hits, and he seems unable to walk. Qin Wufeng looked at Bo Yang, who was being supported by someone in the distance. That guy is an overclocker and all-around physique. Even your speed, which you're so proud of, might not be able to match his. You should know this better than I do, Du Ruiyang replied. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhou Mingli's eyes. Their conversation led her to deduce that Qin Linghui, the 5th-ranked overclocker in history, was probably not as good as UK at the same time. Otherwise, Qin Wufeng wouldn't have spoken like that. On the contrary, he should have remained calm and silent. An SS-level damage resonance is not uncommon in history, so Qin Wufeng should have a pretty good idea of what it is. Du Ruiyang was actually even more surprised than Zhou Mengli, because he had privately challenged Bo Yang to a fight, and the latter, just like today, let him throw 3 punches first. But as a result, when he threw his 3rd punch with all his might, Bo Yang was forced back dozens of steps, and he himself was also forced back dozens of steps, and at the same time, he lost his fighting ability. He watched as the other person walked towards him as if nothing had happened, and then easily knocked him down with a single punch. Damn, this is insane. Du Ruiyang cursed inwardly, feeling an immeasurable gap in skill. UK had already stood up and smiled and greeted his 2nd senior brother and 3rd senior sister in the preparation area. Imo Ran and Chu Shui looked worried when they saw how difficult the first match was. Their expressions worsened when they heard the name of their opponent in the 2nd match. Shanin is the SSS-level mutant talent in Central City who once condensed a giant tiger phantom that was 100 meters tall when he awakened. As Shanin rose and stepped onto the stage, his imposing aura caused the entire training ground to fall silent. Looking up at Shanyin's body, which was even larger than Du Ruiyang's, UK glanced down at him. I thought to myself, probably not. Yet he couldn't help but look for an opportunity to compete with this guy. However, he was also somewhat worried that he wouldn't be able to beat him. I'm torn. UK frowned. At this moment, Shanin had taken off his combat gear, revealing a large, bulging mass of flesh that exuded masculine charm. UK clutched his stomach with his right hand, pointed at the other person with his left, and said to Fei Hua, Abbot, he damaged the combat gear without permission. Fei Hua frowned upon hearing this. The 2 words sounded awkward, but he wasn't sure if UK was doing it on purpose or what, so he simply ignored it. He wondered why UK was so petty or sarcastic. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. Bringing up such trivial matters unrelated to the battle in front of tens of thousands of people, aren't they ashamed? Shan In's combat gear is specially modified. Seeing UK about to speak again, Fei Hua continued, yours is too. If you lack confidence, just give up your title as champion. Fei Hua naturally wouldn't let UK act recklessly, and retorted in kind. At this moment, many people in the stands burst into laughter. Was this year's #1 talent a joker, always tattling on every little thing? Following the rules and lacking confidence are 2 different things, UK said solemnly. Let's begin then. Fei Hua didn't want to talk to UK anymore, so she gestured to Shanin. I've wanted to fight you for a long time, and I hope you'll give it your all, Shanin said in a deep voice. UK was taken aback when he heard this. Looking at the other person's height of 2.5 meters, he wondered if this guy was as warlike as Du Xion. You must have a good relationship with Du Ruiyang, right? UK asked. He is my cousin, Shanin replied, adding, Shan is my surname, and Ian is my given name. Then, he suddenly roared to the sky, and the sound seemed to shake the entire training ground, silencing the audience. UK lowered his right hand from his abdomen and looked at Shanin opposite him, his eyes filled with increasing surprise. At this moment, Shan Yin's bulging muscles and perfect lines have all disappeared, replaced by clumps of long white hair. That big face now transformed into the face of a giant tiger, and its entire body grew nearly a meter taller once more. Holy crap! UK subconsciously uttered the vulgarity of Feiyu from thousands of miles away, and then unconsciously glanced down. A gust of wind swept in, and Shan Yin's head, which had completely transformed into a tiger's head, roared at UK again. UK felt his face wrinkle and even his thoughts seemed to pause. The next moment, the mountain surged forth like a cloak of the sky. A massive tiger paw was right in front of him in the blink of an eye, bringing with it a powerful gust of wind, and slammed down on UK's head with incredible force. Chapter 48 Unexplained Suppression, 20 Seconds of Pleasurable Comfort. UK was taken aback. Was he going to be so aggressive right from the start? UK immediately activated ultra-high frequency and used the 5-fold wave vibration fist to meet the attack. It was like a baby's tiny fists facing a burly man's rough hands. This huge contrast made UK feel uncomfortable. But he was even more physically unwell and was sent flying by Shan Yin's tiger palm. Fortunately, he reacted extremely quickly at ultra-high frequencies, spinning continuously in the air while simultaneously tiptoeing on the ground, and finally stopping with a backflip. UK estimated the distance he had been thrown more than 30 meters away. Feeling the tingling and numbness in his fists and arms, UK realized he had underestimated his opponent. No, I have to get my revenge. Looking at Shan Yin, who had transformed into a half-orc, with his imposing layers of long white fur on his upper body, UK's mind began to stir. He stood up, a spark flashing in his diamond-like eyes, and in an instant, his whole body burst into flames. The flames were intensely hot, causing patterns to appear in the surrounding air, and intricate patterns also appeared on UK's body. From the audience, UK at this moment looked like a demon god emerging from hell's lava. Many of the female sponsors stared intently, their mouths slightly open, their hands covering their mouths or resting on their chests. UK glanced at everyone's reactions and was quite satisfied with his current look. The flames on his body swelled again, and he rushed towards Sean Yin like lightning. Sean Yin's tiger-like eyes also gleamed with excitement as he charged forward with a speed no less than UK's. Bang! Bang bang! Duong! The two exchanged dozens of punches in the blink of an eye, interspersed with several physical collisions. The heavy, resonant sound of their punches sent dust flying and swirling across the ring. The deafening crash sounded like two small mountains colliding, or like a hammer striking everyone's hearts. Even the previous year's regular students in the stands couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The students who received sponsorships trembled involuntarily. If it were them, they probably wouldn't have lasted long before they broke. 10 seconds later, the two separated. The fire still blazed fiercely, and Sean Yin's nearly 4-meter-tall white tiger body had become a black tiger, its charred upper body completely devoid of white fur. A burst of laughter erupted from the rising flames, and soon thousands of people in the audience joined in. Sean Yin's long tiger whiskers were gone. Although he had fought fiercely and thoroughly, his image was greatly damaged. Amidst the roaring laughter of the crowd, he erupted in fury. No, his fury was palpable. His enormous eyes, as big as copper bells, seemed to burn with flames. Roar! With a mighty roar, Sean Yin's enormous head, resembling a rock, grew thick fur all over his body again, and his entire upper body swelled up once more, transforming into a purer white tiger form. Roar! Sean Yin roared again, this time like a tiger howling in the forest. UK's head buzzed, and his heart tightened for no reason. Good heavens, it's not just a sonic attack, it also comes with overwhelming force. Several of the current year's sponsored students who were closest to the stands actually fainted. UK felt the aura emanating from the other party, which was far more powerful than when Du Ruiyang transformed into that giant bear. Come on, UK, let's have a good time. Sean Yin's voice, emanating from the enormous tiger's mouth, carried a penetrating force and echoed throughout the entire training ground. Several more female sponsors couldn't help but vomit, clutching their chests. At the same time, a giant tiger phantom, hundreds of meters tall, materialized behind Sean Yin. Viewed from the side, UK appeared extremely small, like an ant facing a ferocious beast under the influence of the overwhelming aura. At this moment, the students who were specially admitted in previous years in the audience also showed solemn and shocked expressions. Even the senior students in the preparation area were speechless and staring blankly. UK felt as if he were trapped in a particularly oppressive environment, his courage and strength being worn away invisibly. The mountain-hidden figure, carrying a giant shadow, pounced again, and UK instinctively dodged. On the arena, fragments and dust flew everywhere. A crater half a meter deep was smashed out by the mountain's massive tiger fist. UK's gaze sharpened. This ground is half made of special composite steel. And yet, it was punched half a meter deep? In the audience seats, all sorts of catchphrases were uttered. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap, your sister's aunt! At that moment, UK suddenly realized that his first reaction was to dodge. The final decision was also to avoid it. I was influenced. And not just in my thinking. Even the speed is 3 points slower than before. What is this thing? A domain? A force field? UK simultaneously activated the power of the light element, causing his fiery body to shine brightly and raising his ultra-high frequency state by 1 level. The power of light, like a warm current, dispelled the chill, washing away the invisible sense of oppression completely, and the sluggishness in the body also disappeared. UK, now fully recovered, unleashed a punch with 6 overlapping waves. He deliberately clashed his fist with Sean Yin, who was at his strongest at this moment. Boom! Dust and air flew in all directions as if half a ton of TNT had exploded. UK and Sean Yin each slid back more than 10 meters, leaving 4 deep plow marks on the ground. A variety of catchphrases rang out from the audience. Even the girls were whimpering and exclaiming, "Oh my god." Fortunately, these female-sponsored students all came from the same family, otherwise they would have no mother to call. This punch made the mountain hermit roar with excitement. UK was also provoked into a ferocious outburst and almost started howling as well. The two of them, without prior arrangement, charged towards each other like lightning. A thunderous sound boomed, sending dust flying everywhere in the vast training ground. Du Ruiyang's eyes were filled with shock and excitement, and his whole body trembled slightly. He understood better than anyone else the power of the fight in the arena. If he were any one of the other players, a single punch would cripple them completely. There was no other possibility. Meanwhile, the S-Class and SS-Class contestants waiting to take the stage in the preparation area had particularly solemn expressions. They are closest to the ring, so they feel the destructive power and impact most intensely. He secretly decided that he must not let UK get close when he went on stage. Such a powerful punch would cripple him immediately, even if it grazed him. UK, however, was enjoying himself more and more during the battle. He could clearly sense that after last night's training, his control over his physique had improved even further. The spots of light in my mind are active yet not agitated, radiating just the right amount of light in concentric circles, cleansing and refining every cell of my body from top to bottom. It's as if this intense battle is helping to deepen and accelerate this process. But the experience of those who live in seclusion in the mountains is completely different. Since awakening, he has fought against more than a dozen people, and several of them have forced him into this state, but none of them could last for more than a second in his strongest state. His incredibly strong body was now experiencing a tingling sensation, especially his arms and fists, which were becoming increasingly sore. Even more terrifying was that his sharp, hard fangs failed to bite him even once in dozens of attempts. UK's movements were simply too fast. He originally intended to use a trick in the battle, hoping to bite the opponent's body so that the toxins in the fangs would seep into UK's blood, causing UK to quickly become weak and paralyzed. But despite his best efforts to use trickery several times, UK simply wouldn't fall for it. Instead, I saw a faint sneer on the other person's face. Damn it, this cunning thing. Yamahiko couldn't help but mutter to himself. 20 seconds later, UK, who had been enjoying himself for a while, decided to end the battle. He needed to accumulate overclocking time. At this moment, Shan Yin's combat sense was extremely keen. He instantly sensed that UK was about to increase his combat power again, and felt a wave of hesitation and sigh. He still has one more move he hasn't used yet. But he estimated that using it would not be of much benefit to the battle, and would instead give UK something to criticize. He was unwilling. To his dismay, he had not yet mastered any cultivation techniques at that time. Seeing that the clan had finally produced an SSS-level White Tiger King, the Shan family told him to wait until the clan elders had optimized and iterated the centuries-old cultivation technique before handing it over to him to practice. Two thoughts flashed through Shan Yin's mind, and a third thought appeared. He decided to admit defeat. He felt he wouldn't be able to withstand UK's next attack. But it was too late. As if struck by inspiration, Uchiuefu incorporated the vibration techniques of the Seven Mountains into a single move, Pulse Fist Sky Cannon. When the mind, the fist, and the power are all in sync, the person flies. The tiger-like body, as slender as a mountain, was once again hit with a home run by UK. UK retracted his fist and tightened his body, turned off overclocking, and quietly watched Shan Yin flying in the air. At the same time, he secretly adjusted his appearance, wanting to show off, when he suddenly realized that he had overlooked something. Ha! Shan Yin's thick white fur was completely intact. Not a single one fell, and not a single one burned. Shan Yin, after his second transformation, is no longer afraid of fire? UK's interest was piqued. Hey, before you turn back, leave me a few hairs as a souvenir. UK quickly shouted. Chapter 49: A Surprise Attack, Split in Two. UK Shang. Next up, Minjing will be on stage in 1 minute. Fei Hua spoke again, his voice still calm, but a hint of amazement flashed in his eyes. As the one in control, he could naturally see that the most intense 20-second battle, which looked fierce and exciting, was actually just a game to UK. After UK shouted, he heard the host Fei Hua speak immediately. His eyes flickered a few times, and he silently took out a bottle of golden source liquid and a bottle of indigo and swallowed them. This shadow, S rank, possesses a divine talent existence distortion, allowing him to hide among thousands without being detected, a top-tier assassin talent. He became a student of Professor E. This battle is a weapons-only operation, allowing the use of only one weapon. The restriction is to players of star rank or below, Fei Hua added. A commotion arose from the stands. The Weapons Bureau is meant to have referees, whose main role is to provide emergency assistance. A referee of the 100 Treasures martial arts arena, a master-level figure, suddenly appeared and hovered above the arena. You nodded and asked Xu Ning, who was sitting in the audience, for the star-level refined longsword. A gloomy-faced young man in black combat attire stepped onto the stage, facing UK from a distance, also carrying a star-level longsword. UK's eyes flashed again. If Chingsei hadn't left him this sword, he probably would have been at a disadvantage from the start of the battle. UK closed his eyes, and layers of mist slowly rose around his body, even his eyebrows were wet. Since evolving into a transcendent being, during his battle with Ouyang Chenghuan, he discovered that after using the power of fire element, his hair and eyebrows remained intact, no longer the bald and grotesque figure he had been in his adorable form. Qin Wufeng sighed, the power of all elements gives it an innate advantage. This range perception at least counters some of the assassin's innate abilities. Alice Loron, a noblewoman from the Loron family beside him, nodded, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. If UK can expand the coverage of the water mist tenfold, he will be invincible. He possesses a twisted talent, but also has a complete cultivation method and a systematic set of martial arts. That shadow has long since accepted the support of the Knight family of the Yen City, said Jiang Fanfei, a noblewoman from the Jiang family beside Alice. Oh? Your uncle is quick on his feet. Qin Wufeng's gaze sharpened. The Yi family is a family of assassins, and they have been intermarried with the Jiang family of Central City for generations, sharing the same fate. It's just that Minjing is clever. For him, the Yi family is the first choice, or even the only choice. Jiang Fanfei's lips curled slightly, but her tone was indifferent. The battle has begun, and on the arena, only one person remains, appearing and disappearing in the mist. But the shadow of the underworld had long since vanished without a trace. The stands were completely silent. 8,000 or 9,000 people stared wide-eyed, searching, but found nothing. Suddenly, a long sword appeared in front of you. Quebec UK only noticed it when it was just half a meter away from him and swung the sword to meet the attack. The hazy mist surrounding UK flowed irregularly in all directions, like turbulent seawater. The attack missed, and the long sword vanished. Throughout the entire ordeal, all the people saw was a long sword and a hand holding it. Another direct attack, this time the blade was even closer to UK, about 40 centimeters away, before UK swung his blade to block again. That guy is really smart, Du Ruiyang exclaimed, his eyes fixed intently on the field. Qin Wufeng nodded. He knew that Du Ruiyang was referring to Minjing. Assassins typically attack from unexpected angles, based on preconceived notions. However, Shadow did the opposite, launching 2 consecutive frontal attacks. Another direct hit. This time it was even closer. UK only reacted when it was 30 centimeters away. The thousands of spectators in the training course felt a chill run down their spines, and even photosynthesis slowed down a few beats. Most of these 6th-tier transcendents who are about to advance to the level of reconstructors are captains of hunting squads who have fought countless battles. In the eyes of these people who had faced life and death countless times, they felt that they could hardly have avoided those 3 stabs. In the wilderness, as long as the enemy doesn't die of exhaustion, even several thousand people wouldn't be enough for him to slaughter. A single decapitation strike would only require a few thousand cuts. There was no sign of anyone. Nor could I sense any presence. Even with the help of the fog within a 5-meter radius around him, UK was unable to make a counterattack because his opponent was very fast. Qin Wufeng stared intently at the area within 2 meters of UK, a hint of worry in his eyes. He was inclined towards Quebec. The Qin family produced its 5th overclocker, who was also the greatest overclocker in history. They felt a natural affinity for UK, the 6th person in the family. The clan also hoped to establish a friendship and deeper relationship with UK through him. However, overclockers do not have a key advantage against top-tier assassins with their innate abilities. Moreover, judging from these 3 strikes, this Shadow is also a master of psychology in battle. Qin Wufeng naturally assumed that the 4 strikes would also be a frontal sneak attack, and that they would successfully advance within 20 centimeters of UK. Once UK gets into this attack range, even if he reacts in time and tries to block, he will likely still be injured. Most importantly, UK was completely on the defensive and could hardly launch a counterattack. Because he couldn't find or sense the other party's figure. The other party's 3 attacks were all rapid advances and retreats, withdrawing immediately after entering the fog. UK was extremely frustrated at this moment. He had deliberately reduced the area covered by the fog. Because he couldn't create such a large-scale fog coverage as Ouyang Chenghuan. Of course, the fog they created was also different. He had hoped that the opponent would become less cautious and more careless as they continued to attack, but unexpectedly, the opponent was extremely cautious, even more so than an old dog. Forget it, I'm not playing with him anymore. Before the battle, he anticipated that the opponent's attack speed would be extremely fast, and he might not be able to defend against it. But now, with the help of the mist, he was able to react in time under the ultra-high frequency state. It's only S-class. If it were SS class, I'm afraid I'd have to go to extreme overclocking to handle it. UK stopped waiting passively. The mist around him suddenly expanded and abruptly expanded outward by 5 meters before he suddenly punched the ground. At the same time, a blade suddenly appeared on UK's back. UK suddenly turned around, and flames erupted from his entire body, spreading like wildfire across a radius of 100 meters, his body turning a yellowish-brown color. As fragments splattered on the ground, UK slashed his longsword across the ground, once again bringing up countless small fragments from the large crater he had created. With the help of the debris and flames, UK instantly caught sight of the retreating figure. "Humph," UK sneered inwardly. "If you let me escape, wouldn't that be a disservice to all the hard work I put into this plan?" UK's star-grade longsword flashed with brilliant light as he caught up with the shadowy figure that was vaguely appearing as it dodged at high speed. Seeing that he couldn't dodge it immediately, Minjing swung his sword to meet the attack, attempting to use the recoil to escape the area covered by flames and debris, and to revert to his distorted existence. However, UK's dark golden starry blade suddenly burst forth with a dazzling golden light, and then Mingying's longsword was sliced in half like paper. A long, gleaming golden blade swept past. Then, UK raised his blade again. "Spare his life." UK's longsword was suddenly pinched by 2 fingers. The referee had intervened. As the splattered blood sprayed into the air, Minjing's body was fully revealed. Before it even hit the ground, the shadowy figure was almost sliced in 2 from its left shoulder to its right waist, with only the skin on its back remaining intact. The gaps in the knife wounds on Minjing's body grew wider and wider, and blood gushed out uncontrollably. His internal organs were clearly visible, all split in 2, and his intestines were gushing out. Blood gushed from the corner of Minjing's mouth. His eyes, as he looked at UK, held a mixture of shock, confusion, resentment, and fear. Medical staff immediately went up on stage and carefully placed the tattered shadow into the medical pod that had been prepared in advance below the stage. "UK, you've gone too far. UK, you are so vicious. UK, you premeditatedly murdered your classmate." Several senior brothers and sisters from the shadow guard in the preparation area stood up angrily and shouted accusations. Many people in the stands were also in a state of panic and speechlessness. Many girls were so frightened that they screamed. UK also promptly revealed an expression of panic and deep regret. The cold light in his eyes that had been there when he stared at the dying Minjing earlier had long since disappeared. He did it on purpose. He knew that those in control present must have realized he was doing it on purpose. But he didn't care. Who can blame them when the other party is a student of Professor E? Since we are at odds with each other, and since we have been targeted several times already, we should do what needs to be done and return the favor wholeheartedly and sincerely. UK used his gold element talent to upgrade the Star Blade. Not only was Mingying caught off guard, but the referee who controlled it was also caught off guard. Qin Wufeng stared intently at the arena. Du Ruiyang didn't mock UK's acting skills, but nodded solemnly. "This guy's combat talent is getting higher and higher." Zhang Fengfei's pretty face was filled with conflicting emotions, and her delicate hands clenched into fists, trembling uncontrollably. While Alice Laurent was shocked, she secretly glanced at Zhang Fengfei's unpleasant expression beside her, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. In a corner of the preparation area, third senior sister Chu Shui stood up abruptly, her emerald eyes coldly fixed on the several clamoring netherworld shadow disciples. "Shut up! On the arena, you bear the risks yourself. My junior brother has already shown mercy. If you're not satisfied, come and fight me." An inexplicable aura rushed towards the group. Upon seeing that it was Chu Shui, a look of horror and fear flashed involuntarily in their eyes, their bodies shrank back, and they immediately fell silent. TSK, UK watched the battle in the preparation area and secretly praised, "Third senior sister is awesome." Second senior brother's fear of third senior sister seems to have another story behind it. UK Shang. Next up, Ji Feng will be on stage in 1 minute. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure swept onto the stage, with long eyebrows, narrow eyes, and an arrogant expression. UK looked over, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Chapter 50: The Realm of Divine Silence, a tribute to Hulk. Another student of Professor E. UK's expression also turned slightly serious. Ji Feng was the opponent he was least confident about. Special talent: Divine Silence Domain. This refers to creating a domain centered on oneself. Within his domain, almost all supernatural abilities, talents, energy, domains except for himself will be forcibly silenced and nullified. Talent potential, 47-100. There's a 99% chance they'll advance to SSS rank in the future. Their fate is slightly worse than in the third battle. Shadow's talent potential 8-100, 100% chance of advancing to SSS level. However, Minjiying was almost completely restrained by Jifeng. Jifeng has almost completely subdued all those with supernatural abilities and divine powers. However, he also has a nemesis, namely the beast-type mutants with higher talent levels among the mutants. At his strongest, Shanin could be sent to his death with a single slap. UK concluded that his perfect elemental talent would be countered, but he was unsure whether his overclocking talent would also be countered. If they are also countered, then the only option is to find a way to attack from a distance using physical means. Innate talents in specific domains are very rare. Ouyang Chenghuan is one, and Shanin is half of one. Among the new transcendents of the City of No Light, only one has appeared. UK looked at Jifeng, who had turned into a dark, indistinct mass, and couldn't help but frown. This guy is showing off his skills. His Divine Silence domain has an additional attribute, Iron Man. It's similar to Ouyang Chenghuan's illusionary mist domain, which has an added poison effect. UK glanced sideways and cursed inwardly, thinking that he needed to be slapped twice as he descended the mountain. UK hesitated, wondering if he should apply to become part of the Weapons Bureau, as this would at least have a chance to offset some of the uncertain disadvantages. However, UK immediately rejected the idea. Why am I already feeling a bit scared before the event even starts? There's an SSS level opponent waiting for me. At worst, we can just be shameless in our fighting style, UK said, looking at the two large craters on the ground. Even if things go badly, it's just a draw. Anyway, the opponent can't catch up with him unless his domain covers several times more than Ouyang Chenghuan's, but that's obviously impossible. This kind of super domain, at most, has a radius of 5 or 6 meters. Having made up his mind, UK looked at the dark eyes on the other person's dark face and raised his eyebrows. Extend that classic gesture, come here. Jifeng grinned, revealing black teeth and a red tongue. UK couldn't help but make a vomiting motion. This is just too damn outrageous. Seeing Jifeng rushing over, UK instantly activated overclocking, and as a precaution, also upgraded it to 4 sub-limit levels. When the two were about 5 meters apart, UK sensed Jifeng's Divine Silence domain. Sure enough, this Divine Silence domain was also within this range. UK instantly unleashed 6 waves. The reason for using the Shock Fist is that if you encounter overwhelming force, there is room for recovery, so as to avoid breaking your arm. Using the 6-fold wave technique was also out of concern that the opponent would counter the overclocking talent, severely reducing the power and making it impossible to defeat the opponent. Be bold in the challenge, but handle it with caution. Jifeng confidently exchanged punches with Quebec. His opponent had won 3 rounds in a row. If he could defeat him, not only would his fame soar, but he would also receive special treatment from Master E. Seeing Jifeng fiercely exchange punches with him, UK felt even more tense and became even more cautious. Boom! At the point where the two fists collided, visible ripples in the air rapidly coalesced into a shockwave, scattering dust and particles from the ground. Jifeng's black eyes widened suddenly, and his body flew backward uncontrollably. Not suppressed? This is not scientific. UK's eyes widened as well. He was indeed being suppressed, but only by less than 20%. Ha ha. All my previous worries and caution vanished at this moment. Seeing Jifeng fly away, UK activated extreme overclocking and quickly caught up, grabbing the other's arms with both hands. Jifeng reacted extremely quickly, relying on his hard-earned physical combat skills and special attributes, and like a twisting snake, he spun around and freed his arms from UK's large hands. However, under the extreme overclocking, UK's nerve and muscle reaction speed far exceeded that of Jifeng. He kicked Jifeng in the stomach, and the powerful force was transmitted to his internal organs and spine. Too fast, too strong, even Iron Man's second attribute Iron Flow was only half activated. Jifeng could neither dodge nor withstand it, and finally UK grabbed his arm again. Then, UK started swinging. Jifeng's long, straight black body traced a semicircle in the air, and then, bang! He was slammed heavily to the ground by UK. A V-shaped depression appeared on the ground. UK instantly downgraded to ultra-high frequency. The opponent was already half dead, there was no need to waste light points. Bang! Jifeng flew through another semicircle and was flung onto the ground on the other side. Jifeng had no choice but to desperately activate his Iron Flow attribute, turning himself into a soft noodle to minimize the damage when he was slammed to the ground. This Iron Man can actually be both tough and flexible? UK was surprised to see that Ji Fang actually had two major additional attributes, and his curiosity and playfulness were aroused. Bang! Bang bang! Bang 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 bang! While UK was focused on paying tribute to the Hulk, the 8 or 9,000 people in the stands had already gone wild. Wow, what an amazing talent! But he's been utterly ravaged like this, hasn't he? This is the most embarrassing case of a specially admitted student. Even more outrageous were Professor Yi's fellow students and acquaintances. They knew all too well how terrifying Ji Fang was. Two of their senior brothers had even personally experienced the power of the divine silence domain and were completely crushed, like mortals facing a Superman. But at this moment, Ji Fang has been reduced to a mortal and has been ravaged beyond recognition. This is absolutely outrageous. At the beginning, no one expected it to end this way. Even Chu Shui, the third senior sister who had previously been so powerful in defeating the other side's senior brothers and sisters, now showed a hint of surprise in her deep blue eyes. Then, the corners of her beautiful lips curled up slightly, and her eyebrows and eyes lifted gently. The second senior brother adjusted his glasses with both hands, his eyes glazed over, and muttered, "This junior brother, this junior brother." In the stands, Du Ruiyan's lips twitched violently, but his eyes couldn't hide his excitement. He liked this brutal scene. Alice and Jiang Fanfei stared intently, their lips slightly pursed, and remained silent. Qin Wufeng, on the other hand, appeared relaxed, as if he wasn't surprised by the outcome. His understanding of overclocking talent surpassed that of anyone else present. Are you kidding me? You think you can suppress overclocking talents that aren't even in the rating system just because you have an SS-level talent field? UK Shang. Next up, Minghui will be on stage in 1 minute. UK was still diligently and earnestly waving the unconscious Ji Fang and slamming it to the ground, while Fei Hua spoke indifferently. Seeing this, UK flicked his hand and threw the limp and slender Ji Fang, which was as soft as a dead fish, towards Professor Yi's group of disciples in the preparation area, and clapped his hands. She then wiped away non-existent beads of sweat from her forehead, her face flushed with embarrassment, and said, "I'm sorry, just now, it was just too intense." Upon hearing this, the thousands of elite captains in the advanced training class could no longer hold back and burst into laughter, filling the entire training ground. This thing is really cheap. Only Professor Yi's fellow students stared intently at UK on the stage, as if they wanted to tear him apart. A slender, quiet young man walked onto the ring with proper decorum, bowing slightly and looking calm. "Minghui, a disciple of Master Yi, please enlighten me." Seeing this, UK also bowed slightly. "I am UK, a disciple of Master Ko, please give me your guidance." The refined and cultured Minghui before us is the third specially recruited student with SSS-level talent in this year's cohort. Talent Energy Architect, Mystic. That is, without understanding the underlying principles, one can intuitively and imaginatively construct disordered energy such as crystal nucleus energy or energy dissipating from the air into stable, temporary energy creations with specific functions. "Sorry, my talent is special, I've taken advantage of you a bit." Minghui smiled apologetically, an energy core appearing in his hand. In an instant, a lightly armored suit made entirely of pure energy covered his entire body. Suddenly, a chilling energy surge swept across the entire arena, silencing the noisy stands. Another heavy mech made of energy covered the light mech. That's right, it's one of those super heavy mechs that fly around in the sky. UK was dumbfounded. This is possible? In the stands, thousands of people couldn't help but sigh and lament. How could they possibly win like this? Chapter 51 Fierce Battle Against Super Heavy Mechs, 18 Cannons Aimed. Even Qin Wufeng, who came from a family with a strong academic background, wrinkled his effeminate face. The two of them on stage looked like Sam and Optimus Prime standing together. The massive Jaeger was even taller than Sam in his strongest form. UK was also feeling uneasy. Why were such tough opponents not fellow disciples, but rivals? He somewhat resented that Master Ko, whom he had never met, hadn't tried to take him under his wing. Sigh. But whether I take him in or not doesn't really matter. Since it's a main arena system, a battle is inevitable in the end. At this moment, the referee who had previously controlled the 100 Treasures martial arts arena once again appeared above the arena. Since one side has used an energy core, this match is now the weapons round, the referee, Wei Su, declared. Fei Hua's expression changed almost imperceptibly, but he did not speak. Du Ruiyang shouted in a gruff voice from below the stage, "Fairness." UK looked up and saluted the referee who was suspended in mid-air. Shu Ning picked up the starry blade, but instead of throwing it to UK as usual, she walked onto the stage and handed it to him. UK was somewhat surprised, but he smiled and took the long sword, saying, "Thank you." Xu Ning returned the smile, but her voice echoed in UK's mind. "Chairman Zhao once said that your dark elemental power is extraordinary." After saying that, Xu Ning turned and stepped off the stage. The controllers frowned. With their abilities, they were able to detect that Xu Ning was transmitting her voice. What kind of talent was it for a transcendent being to be able to transmit voice? UK hadn't expected Xu Ning to have such an ability, but fortunately his acting skills were decent enough that there was no abnormality on his face. UK didn't know whether what Xu Ning had just said was something Zhao Kaixian had specifically instructed him to say, or something that Xu Ning had overheard unintentionally. But this sentence was of great help to UK, and it proved to be the battle strategy he had just thought of. UK activated the overclocking to 3 bars and simultaneously activated the talent core in his abdomen, unleashing the power of the earth element. A yellow light surged and overflowed from UK's body, and gradually, his entire body turned a yellowish-orange color. A set of solid armor made of earth elemental power appeared, then thickened and hardened, gradually evolving into a lightly armored mech. The Sinno pattern covered UK's entire body, even extending to his face, with a pale yellow light shimmering within. Ouyang Chenghuan, who had previously fought UK, narrowed his eyes. This guy has improved again. Before, he could only condense a base armor, but now he can actually construct a mecha. It's only been a few days? His comprehension ability is surprisingly high. He couldn't help but glance at Zhou Mengli in the audience. If Sister Menglu were here to offer some guidance. With a shout of start, a minion and a blue giant started running towards each other and collided in the blink of an eye. Du Ruiyang's eyes widened. This guy is really that brave. Qin Wufeng and Zhou Mengli were also greatly surprised. Boom! The two fists collided, and the blinding blue light and the dim yellow light, as if ignited, surged and sprayed into the surrounding space. Everyone in the stands stared in disbelief, their faces showing expressions of utter disbelief. UK did not retreat an inch. The ground beneath their feet exploded, sending fragments of all sizes flying in all directions like bullets or cannonballs. UK's posture remained unchanged, but his entire body sank nearly 2 meters. The referee intervened immediately, and the fragments fell to the ground after flying to the edge of the ring. The mountain hermit in the preparation area stared intently at UK, his breathing heavy. That bastard didn't even use his full strength in that battle with me before. In fact, Yamagata's guess was not entirely accurate. UK was in a sublimit state at this time, and he was also using the Shock Fist, Sevenfold Mountain, which was almost the same as when he fought Yamagata in the last battle. The only difference is that UK's light armor, created by Earth Elementalists, greatly enhances his defense and resistance. However, UK judged from his intuition that this punch was not Minghui's full power at all. Before Minghui could throw a second punch, UK quickly retreated and then approached Minghui's super heavy mech at an extremely fast speed and along an irregular trajectory. With extremely agile movements, he quickly circled behind the giant mech and unleashed more than a dozen punches of the 7 heavy mountain technique. The overclocking talent granted UK speed and reaction far exceeding those of others of the same level. Minghui had no time to defend or effectively block, and he took those dozen or so punches head on. The massive mecha body, like a giant meteorite, flew up from the arena, then landed, tumbling dozens of times before finally stopping at the edge of the arena. This is real? This speed, this power. My God, what kind of monster is this? This is absolutely outrageous. Those graduating students who had paid exorbitant fees to gain admission to Wanxiang Academy were stunned, their mouths agape, and they murmured involuntarily. Despite being the focus of countless gazes, UK felt no joy, nor even the slightest sense of relaxation. Based on his understanding of the interpretation of the energy architect's talent, Minghui should be even more powerful than Ouyang Chenghuan. This is also the main reason why UK did not take advantage of the situation to advance. Moreover, the continuous barrage of 7-headed mountain punches was extremely taxing on UK. With his back to UK's giant mech, he crossed his left and right hands, supporting himself on his right knee, and stood up from the ground with a very standard movement, then turned around to face UK. The two, one big and one small, stared at each other. Minghui was unharmed, while Yuk was panting heavily. 2 seconds later. Make room! The giant, super heavy mech flew vertically into the sky, each hand conjuring a rapid fire mortar, which it aimed at UK on the arena. It's all over! UK exclaimed inwardly. Just as UK started moving, a cannonball made of pure energy exploded behind him, and the huge shockwave gave him a very real feeling of being pushed back. Thump thump thump. Boom 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 boom. UK had never been so disheveled in his life, running away with his head in his hands amidst the continuous gunfire. UK was furious that his image was ruined, but he wasn't worried at all. Two rapid-fire mortars, judging from their rate of fire and projectile velocity, are completely out of his reach, though they might strain his legs. But since I can't fly up, I can only watch helplessly and passively take the beating. UK wanted to hurl some insults and wage psychological warfare, but he felt that doing so would only damage his image. UK had no choice but to adjust the overclock to 2 bars, maintain the minion mode, activate the power of the wind element, and jump around on the arena. On the surface, although the current situation is quite embarrassing, everyone knows that the situation has entered a war of attrition. Let's see whose talent is exhausted first. UK naturally understood this perfectly, and he also knew that Minghui's talent was related to his mental strength. The current attack is a huge drain on him. As the arena, spanning 1 kilometer in diameter, gradually turned into a depression, the heavy mechs finally descended from the sky. Hiss buzz. The heavy mech gradually disappeared during landing, leaving only a lightly armored mech. UK's expression instantly turned serious, and the overclocking state was raised another notch. At the same time, 18 high-speed horizontal firing turrets suddenly appeared around the edge of the arena, arrayed at different heights, with their cannons all aimed at UK. Holy crap! This is insane. This talent is unparalleled. It's over, UK is finished. It wasn't just the sponsored students who were amazed. Even the most experienced and elite captains were stunned and speechless. This game is unplayable. The senior students under Professor E were all beaming with excitement. Ji Fon, who had just woken up, was dumbfounded when he saw what was happening on the stage. I'm afraid that only if one's talent advances to SSS level would the Divine Silence domain, possibly, be able to withstand it. Second senior brother Mo Ran and third senior sister Chu Shui also showed signs of tension. Du Ruiyang, who had been stunned, suddenly turned to look at Qin Wufeng. Chapter 52 1 second too clear to see. Surrender? The referee, who was hovering above the arena, also descended to a height of 100 meters above the arena, his aura surging, ready to intervene and save someone at any moment. Qin Wufeng's face showed an unprecedented solemnity. UK, who everyone thought was in dire straits, had a clear mind and stared intently at Minghui. Although the energy core in Minghui's hand still shone brightly, his face, though clad in light armor, showed a pallor that he could not conceal. Sure enough, Minghui's mental energy had been rapidly depleted, and he was probably at his last gasp. UK's bright eyes suddenly turned as black as night, yet were incredibly luminous. The lightly armored, earth-yellow mechs also turned as if stained with ink, their surfaces shimmering with a dark luster. Then, this abyss-like blackness rippled outwards, like gauze or a scarf, drifting gently. A chilling aura swept across the entire area like a gust of wind, even dimming the dazzling azure blue of the 18 energy turrets. Everyone in the audience couldn't help but shiver and feel a chill run down their spines. This is? As everyone gazed at UK, who stood like a demon god on the arena, an indescribable sense of awe and reverence welled up in their eyes. The mecha, as dark as ink, seemed to devour all light, leaving only a chilling, eerie glow that slowly swirled around it. UK's figure appeared incredibly tall at this moment, like a war god who had crossed the boundary between life and death and risen from the abyss of despair. All of this happened in a single second. 18 cannons suddenly appeared, and UK transformed into a demon god. The next second, countless streaks of light flashed, and an extremely loud explosion rang out, deafeningly loud. Large clusters of dazzling light almost blinded people. A terrifying shockwave swept across the entire training ground like a hurricane. When everything came to a standstill, everyone opened their eyes, then stared in disbelief. The demon-like figure stepped forward, and a hand gripped the back of the star-grade longsword. A drop of bright red blood dripped down the blade from the tip. The blade struck Minghui's throat, where his face was ashen. Everyone ignored the kilometer-wide arena that had been nearly blasted into a deep ravine by countless energy projectiles. Their horrified eyes were completely filled with that figure. Their gazes trembled, and their pupils contracted sharply. In the audience, none of the competitors saw what happened in that 1 second. Even the senior brothers and sisters at the reconstructor level in the preparation zone could not see through it. Only the referee and Fei Hua, who were holding the back of the knife, could see it clearly. At that moment, the referee's eyes revealed deep astonishment and admiration. In that instant, he saw UK, like a ghost, darting through thousands of incoming energy projectiles at a speed 10 times faster than lightning. Just as Minghui was about to set up the third round of energy gun array in front of him for defense, a dark golden blade of light was flicked out and thrust straight forward. This speed is almost faster than that of a cannonball. This is a defense that can withstand 3 artillery shells without being damaged. This dynamic computing capability almost surpasses that of novice reconstructors. It was something he had never seen or heard of in his life. As Fei Hua gazed at Yu's figure, a look of admiration involuntarily flashed in his eyes. Yu himself, having just shut down extreme overclocking and the power of earth, dark, and wind elements, already felt his legs trembling slightly. Seeing Minghui fall to the ground, he also squatted down on the ground with a thud. To Yu, that 1 second felt like a minute. He pushed the spots of light in his mind to their limit, and the extremely intense light seemed to illuminate almost his entire head. With the wind element power covering the outermost part of his body also pushed to its limit, amplified by ultimate overclocking, he was able to see and follow the trajectory and landing point of almost every energy projectile. The light mech, constructed from the power of earth element, and the outer armor, forged from the power of dark element, were also activated to their strongest state by Yu, allowing him to withstand the power of the massive explosion during the 3 rounds of concentrated fire, as well as the frontal bombardment of 3 energy cannonballs. Although it was knocked away by the shockwave midway, it immediately resumed its charging trajectory like a snapped rubber band. Within a second, they dodged and weaved dozens of times, using exaggerated or distorted movements and postures to reach Minghui before he could even put up a defense. The audience looked on incredulously stunned. Those were thousands of shells. Yu himself found it unbelievable. The burst of energy was almost completely dissolved by the dark element armor and partially neutralized by the earth element light armor. The remaining substance, the moment it caused harm to the body, was rapidly absorbed and devoured by the black dot in the center of the chest. Yu weakly waved to Xu Ning, who understood and quickly brought him a supply pack. Yu, panting heavily, opened 3 vials of golden source liquid and 3 vials of indigo and gulped them down his throat. Yu felt as if his aching limbs were being enveloped in a warm current, which felt extremely comfortable. His swollen brain was also filled with a cool and warm sensation, which restored his mental clarity. The previous calculations of ballistic trajectories and sensing of energy fluctuations were really mentally taxing. However, just a second ago, he seemed to have broken through the 5-bar limit of extreme overclocking. Yu was secretly pleased. At the same time, his curiosity about the black spot in the center of his chest also increased. "Congratulations, you won." Minghui's eyes were clear and his smile was sincere, but the fatigue on his face had not yet faded. "Luckily. You're very strong too." Yu's smile was also sincere, genuine, not just polite or insincere. It wasn't that they appreciated each other, but Minghui gave him a different feeling from the moment he stepped onto the stage. "This person is very clean." A thunderous applause erupted from the stands. Although the final moments of the battle were not clearly visible, it was undoubtedly an extremely exciting and spectacular battle. The 2 men's talents and combat skills also broadened their horizons. Second senior brother Mo Ren habitually pushed up his glasses, his hand trembled slightly, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Third senior brother Chu Shui, even his usually cold and unapproachable eyes revealed a smile, the corners of his lips were clearly upturned, and his beautiful face seemed to be filled with spring breeze. Mo Ran, who was about to speak, was momentarily stunned. Xin Wufeng's fair face flushed with excitement, his eyes wide with a daze. This guy's overclocking talent surpassed that of his great-grandfather from the same period. Alice Lawrence's usually graceful and aristocratic figure was slightly stiff at this moment, and the light in her blue eyes flickered uncertainly. Among the recent sponsored students, those noble ladies who had become friends with Yu were even more active in their thinking amidst their shock. "One person like that is worth a fully equipped squad," someone in the training class exclaimed. "One? More than that," someone nearby chimed in. Yu Shang. "Next up, Ouyang Chenghuan will be on stage in 1 minute," Fei Hua announced. Thanks to the actions of the 2 controllers and the efforts of the other staff, the arena, which had been blasted into ravines, was finally restored to level ground. Ouyang Chenghuan went on stage and looked at Yu opposite her with a complicated expression. "I concede." After a moment, Ouyang Chenghuan let out a long sigh and said calmly. The stands erupted in uproar. A specially recruited student with SSS level talent, who surrendered before even starting the fight. Yu was also taken aback. He hadn't expected Ouyang Chenghuan to do this. But then a few thoughts crossed his mind, and he realized something. Chapter 53: The Final Battle, Concept Enhancement? Ouyang Chenghuan was concealing his true strength and holding back his trump cards, with the aim of achieving a higher ranking in the ranking battle. After all, different rankings mean different resources and privileges. It's pointless to fight a clearly unbeatable opponent now. No wonder he was born into a family. The character he developed from childhood is truly commendable. The young man's unwavering resolve to abandon the fight in the face of widespread disapproval is remarkable. It's something most people couldn't do. UK gave the other person a big thumbs up. UK watched Ouyang Chenghuan step down from the stage and then looked toward the preparation area. There's only one opponent left. UK Shang. The last one is Zhang Fangyao, who will be on stage in 1 minute, Fei Hua announced. A woman with a sweet temperament and graceful figure walked out of the preparation area with a light and swaying motion. Looking at the other person's swaying gait, UK really wanted to ask, isn't the combat gear supposed to be one set for each person? Why didn't this person reinforce certain parts? UK's heart pounded with the other's every move, worried that the other might suddenly leap out of his chest. It's not really his fault that UK seems so naive and unsophisticated. In this world, after 2,000 years of evolution, very few women can reach this level. Most are B or small c, and D is extremely rare. This is just a side effect of my talent. Zhang Fangyao looked in the direction UK was looking, not angry, but slightly helpless and embarrassed, and pretended to be calm as she spoke. Ah, talent has side effects? UK had never heard of this before. UK stared wide-eyed at Zhang Fangyao, looking at her with a questioning gaze, hoping she would continue. It's rare. But I happen to run into one. It will get better after a while, Zhang Fangyao said sweetly, looking at UK with her almond-shaped eyes. Even if the other person isn't laughing, you can tell they're speaking happily. That's strange. Looking at the other person's big and sweet pretty appearance, the 3 words big sweetie suddenly appeared in UK's mind. TSK TSK. UK smacked his lips. He thought of a certain superstar from humble beginnings. A few of my old high school buddies used to watch porn and clamor that one day they would conquer the island and roam all of East Asia. Hey, that's enough. Stop looking like a pervert. Seeing UK's fixed gaze and dazed expression, Zhang Fangyao wrinkled her nose and pouted. Hee, it's mainly because I haven't seen you before, cough cough, are you a domesticated child? UK chuckled dryly, immediately changing the subject. Yes. How did you guess? Zhang Fangyao asked curiously, her almond-shaped eyes wide. Just guessing, pure guessing, UK laughed, but inwardly he thought, does this even need guessing? With your personality, how could you have been raised so freely? In the audience, Zhang Fangfei saw her cousin chatting and laughing with UK, her eyes flickered and her lips curled slightly. The thousands of male team leaders in the advanced training class were also watching the couple chatting idly on the stage with smiles on their faces, occasionally exchanging glances. They were also taken aback when Zhang Fangyao first stepped onto the stage. Another minute passed, and one of the rough men couldn't stand it any longer and shouted, "Hey kid, some things can wait until after the fight." That's right. Things will be much easier if we win. Another person nearby chimed in loudly. Laughter erupted. Gentlemen, let's begin. We can chat after the battle. Since Fei Hua had spoken, he couldn't be too harsh on the Zhang family's direct descendants, nor did he want to face UK's unreasonable demands. Zhang Fanyao's slightly chubby face flushed slightly. Then let's begin. I know I can't beat you, so, could you please not go too far? Stop when you've hit me, okay? Zhang Fangyao said shyly. Ha! You have an S-rank divine talent with enhanced concepts. It's very strong. I might get injured by you. UK was stunned for a moment before replying. He had never encountered such a pure and sincere pre-battle show of weakness and agreement before. Yes. But the gap between us is too big, so it's basically useless. Zhang Fangyao was very sincere and told her everything. UK suddenly realized. Zhang Fanyao's talent was the ability to briefly empower objects or people with abstract concepts. For example, a wall can be given the concept of absolute defense, making it indestructible in a short period of time. A bullet can be given the concept of guaranteed hit, ensuring it will always hit its target. Of course, you can also give it to yourself. But this absoluteness is not actually absolute. Okay. I promise you. Then tell me in detail, so I can control myself. UK thought to himself, then nodded, looking at Zhang Fangyao with sincere eyes and gentle tone. Fei Hua, who was in charge, wanted to urge the two to start fighting again, but after hearing what UK said, he closed his half-open mouth. He was curious too. That's right, my concept enhancement will only work if the difference in our strength is within 30%. Seeing UK's sincere, gentle, and kind appearance, Zhang Fangyao said happily. UK pondered for a moment and roughly understood. How about this, you run, I chase? If I catch you, I win. Is that okay? UK pondered for a moment, then coaxed him gently. Okay, Jiang Fangyao nodded repeatedly, smiling sweetly. At this moment, cheers, laughter, and whistles rose and fell from the stands. Then you say start. UK ignored the chaotic audience and tried his best to be considerate as he spoke softly to Jiang Fangyao. Okay. Jiang Fangyao nodded with a smile, let's begin. UK was taken aback, watching Jiang Fangyao nod and run away immediately. Could it be that had he been tricked? That would be quite embarrassing. UK instantly activated Micro Super, his eyes gleaming, and his figure moved like lightning as he chased after them. At the same time, he focused his attention on Jiang Fangyao's expression and hand movements. Try not to be distracted by the swaying vibrations. Two figures played a different kind of hide and seek on the newly leveled arena. 5 seconds later, UK still hadn't caught up. He initially felt infinitely distant from Jiang Fangyao, so he once again activated the power of the wind element. Just as he closed to within 3 meters of Jiang Fangyao and reached out to grab her, Jiang Fangyao suddenly moved strangely, miraculously dodging his grab that he thought was sure to hit her. UK began to feel a little flustered. He was really afraid that Jiang Fangyao's innocent and adorable demeanor was an act, and then he would have been fooled. So he suddenly increased the overclock by 2 bars, greatly activating the power of the wind element, and at the same time, he activated the power of the lightning element. A figure as swift as the wind caught up with Jiang Fangyao, who was running ahead, in an instant. Ah! Jiang Fangyao screamed. She raised her hands together in front of her chest and closed her eyes tightly. A tingling, numb sensation spread throughout my body. It turned out that Jiang Fangyao was frightened when she saw UK's speed increase dramatically and that he was accompanied by lightning. I decided to stop running altogether. UK was too fast to stop, so he had to hold Fangyao in his arms and spun around several times to bring her to a stop. Looking at Jiang Fangyao, who was trembling slightly and a little scared in his arms, UK felt relieved. It turned out that he hadn't been tricked. But then a thought suddenly flashed through UK's mind, what if at this moment? He brought his legs together, pushed Jiang Fangyao's lower limbs apart, and suddenly grabbed her hands. His own hands inevitably brushed against hers, and he kept the backs of his hands pressed against the edge. Soft, gentle, and warm. Hiss, this feeling. Jiang Fangyao's face was flushed as she half buried herself in the water. Hey, junior brother, don't be rude. The second senior brother pushed up his glasses and said urgently, while secretly glancing at the third junior sister, Shushue, beside him. The third senior sister remained calm and composed, her chin slightly raised, and a faint pink tinge appeared on the back of her neck. From the stands, loud cheers rose and fell. Oh dear, this is so embarrassing. Let go of me. Jiang Fangyao complained, flustered and embarrassed. No, the referee hasn't announced my victory yet. UK shook his head firmly, his gaze resolute. Fei Hua, who was always upright and composed, could hardly contain himself, and evil thoughts began to rise in his mind. Fortunately, he managed to restrain himself in the end. UK wins. Applause rang out from the audience at just the right time. Hey! Why aren't you letting go? Jiang Fangyao asked softly. Chapter 54 Ranking battle over, I'll treat you to milk tea. Ahem, I just want to ask how you managed to shake me off and dodge me just now, UK said solemnly. Oh. I first used the concept of infinite extension, and when you were about to catch me, I gave myself absolute evasion, Jiang Fangyao blinked and confessed. Your family's speed and agility techniques are impressive, UK said with a smile as he released his grip. Of course. Our Jiang family's Dawn illusionary steps is one of the best in Central City. Jiang Fangyao raised her chin, her delicate nose twitched slightly, and her face was full of pride. You nodded. Jiang Fangyao was right, he sensed it. Normally, he had already reached the speed of a second-tier transcendent being. Even in the slightly superhuman state, he couldn't catch up with Jiang Fangyao, who was at the first level, which shows how terrifying the speed boost this movement technique provides. Moreover, the situation is unpredictable, and UK's mistake just now still puzzles him. Are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner, UK said with a smile to Jiang Fangyao as she turned to leave. Ah, yes, I'm free. Jiang Fangyao turned around, blinked her cute almond-shaped eyes, and stammered, her ears showing a hint of pink. Okay. I'll ask you out later. UK waved his hand, maintaining his bright smile. Oh. Jiang Fangyao nodded, then turned around and stepped off the stage. The elite captains in the stands continued to make a fuss. This bastard is too blatant and naked, Du Ruiyang said, pursing his lips. Zhang Fangfei frowned slightly, while Alice Lauren smiled at her and said, that guy has taken a liking to your family's movement techniques. UK won the main arena battle. The resources obtained are as follows: 500,000 4th-tier crystal cores, 5,000 bottles of radiant-grade nutrient solution, 10,000 bottles of indigo energy liquid. In addition, you can obtain 5 bottles of divine incense, 1 dream lotus, and 1 nirvana flame. Holy crap! That's a steal. Oh my god. It was totally worth it. The students in the stands, including those admitted through special admissions, regular admissions, and those sponsored by sponsors, were in an uproar. They knew best what those last 3 things meant. Even within the Wanshan Temple, they were top-tier resources, and extremely scarce. The Nirvana flame, in particular, is a tiny, ever-burning golden flame, taken from a volcano that has been dormant for millions of years deep in the Sea of Fallen. If consumed, the Transcendent can advance 2 realms unconditionally, saving at least 10 years of arduous cultivation. There's also the Dream Lotus, which comes from the forbidden land of the blasphemous species, and can help a Transcendent's spiritual power level advance unconditionally by 1 level. Mental strength is difficult to cultivate. Furthermore, some talents in the alienation sequence do not rely much on mental power, so this aspect is listed separately and isolated from the evolutionary advancement system. For example, the new humans of the alien and beast types have their talent development almost unrelated to mental strength. However, some rely heavily on mental strength, such as Minghui. However, in any case, improving one's spiritual level is something everyone dreams of. And then there's the divine incense, which is a top-notch external aid for cultivating spiritual power, comprehending techniques, or developing talent. Although UK didn't know what the 3 items mentioned later were for, he knew they were treasures from the strong and excited reactions of so many people in the audience. UK tried hard to tense his facial muscles, not letting his inner joy show. If you show off without any restraint at this time, you're likely to incur people's hatred. The privileges you enjoy are as follows: 24 hours month each in the Elemental Chamber and 1000 Machine Tower, 16 hours month each in the Tranquil Corridor, 20 hours month each in the Mirror Wilderness and Gravity Space. Hearing this, even those who had been relatively calm before, the previous students admitted through special admissions began to feel envious and their eyes reddened. Those who ranked first in previous years are far less privileged than you Quebec. These 5 places have the greatest impact on improving the realm and strength of those who transcend. Duration is strictly allocated according to ranking and cannot be traded or sold privately. Watching UK calmly step off the stage with a placid expression but trembling eyebrows, Du Ruiyang said indignantly, he's really good at acting. This guy is probably secretly overjoyed. If it were me, I would be overjoyed too. Qin Wufeng's eyes burned like torches as he stared at UK's figure. That must be the accumulated rewards from dozens of unclaimed arena ranking battles, Zhou Mingli guessed, her eyes lighting up as she watched UK deep in thought. Alice Lauren and Du Ruiyang were taken aback for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Such immense wealth. Even the most prestigious families were driven mad with envy. Mingli, I don't see your sister, Zhang Fangfei suddenly said. Even my mother knows very little about her whereabouts, Zhou Mingli replied with a slight smile after a brief pause in her gaze. The remaining 7 have finished their battle. The battle between the remaining 7 is over. Having already fought everyone and gained a good understanding of their talents and strengths, UK stopped paying much attention and quietly asked his 2nd senior brother and 3rd senior sister about the uses of the resources and privileges he had acquired. Another corner of the audience. 3 beautiful and pretty girls sat side by side, whispering to each other. Saifu, how many photos did you send? Oh dear, what I posted wasn't as explicit as you want s. TCH, I wonder which little slut was wearing only a strip of cloth last night, posing and taking pictures. None of us are as bold as Lanji. She sent her a video. I blushed when I saw it. You're not just blushing, you probably want it too. He. Giggle. Giggle. Sigh. The task the family gave me is so difficult. Yes, there are just too many competitors. I know of several. Hey, how about the 3 of us go together and go see him? Ha! The ranking battle is over, and the final results have been determined. Minghui ranks 2nd, Shanin 3rd, Ouyang Chenghuan 4th, Zhang Fangyao 5th, Boyang 6th, Jifeng 7th, and Minjiang 8th. Minghui got 2nd place thanks to UK. If UK hadn't crippled Minjiang, rendering her unable to continue fighting, Shanin would have been 2nd. Minghui couldn't escape Minjiang's relentless assassination attempts. Zhang Fangyao's 5th place finish was largely thanks to UK. Besides Minjing being completely crippled, Jifeng was severely injured by Yuk, greatly reducing his combat strength. This allowed Zhang Fangyao's concept enhancement talent to overcome Jifeng's divine silence domain. Bo Yang also benefited from this, otherwise, he would have been ranked last. Fei Hua's expression was not good. He could naturally see that Jifeng and Mingying were being deliberately targeted by UK. But he knew even better why UK was targeting Master Yi's disciples. Professor Yi and Professor Ko were vying for the position of Vice Dean. The administrative office consistently supported Professor Yi and resorted to underhanded tactics, which angered Professor Ko, who naturally retaliated. Jifeng and Mingying were caught in the crossfire. However, UK was the first to suffer collateral damage. At this moment, UK is intentionally or unintentionally getting closer to Zhang Fangyao. Fangyao, come on, let's go to my house to play, UK said with a bright smile. Ha, didn't you say tonight? Zhang Fangyao blinked. Let's talk about tonight. I'll treat you to milk tea. It's my specialty, and it's really delicious, UK said kindly. Really? Zhang Fanyao's eyes sparkled, and her large, sugar-free breasts trembled. Of course. I promise. I would never deceive a beautiful and innocent girl, UK said confidently. Chapter 55 Testing the Waters, Sparks of Rebirth. Surprisingly smoothly, surrounded by her second senior brother and third senior sister, Zhang Fangyao followed UK back to the lakeside villa where he had just stayed one night. Having been repeatedly misled by the concept of first cup of milk tea in her past life, UK's milk tea making skills have been personally certified by several beautiful women. However, milk tea tastes much better during the day than at night. UK, I know what you're trying to do. Zhang Fangyao held a milk teacup in her small hands, nestled in the sofa, and looked at UK with her almond-shaped eyes. UK was taken aback. What do I want to do? Humph, all you want is to learn our family's movement techniques, right? Zhang Fangyao rolled her eyes at UK, then took another sip of her milk tea, squinting as she enjoyed it. Ha! I haven't even thrown the stone yet, how come there's already a path? You're mistaken. I have no such intention, UK said, pursing his lips and pretending to be indifferent. Zhang Fangyao blinked her adorable almond-shaped eyes at UK, straightened her posture, and questioned, isn't that right? That's your family's secret technique. If you pass it on to me, you'll get a good spanking from your parents. Your elders will also cause me trouble. UK scoffed and slumped into the sofa, glancing sideways at Zhang Fangyao, who looked utterly bewildered. Wait, that's not right. Why aren't you following their instructions? Zhang Fangyao took another sip of milk tea, tilted her head, and nestled back into the sofa. What kind of trick? Who said that? UK stood up and asked curiously. It's my parents. My mom said I absolutely mustn't let you trick me into bed. My dad said that after you ask for the cultivation technique, I should pretend to be very hesitant, and then. UK was sweating profusely. Is this girl really that fair-skinned? She's so innocent and guileless. Both were adopted sons, but compared to Ouyang Chenghuan, they were completely opposite. UK learned almost everything about Zhang Fangyao's background from the information his third senior sister sent him last night before the battle began. A direct descendant of the Zhang family in Central City, Zhang Fengfei's cousin, and an adopted daughter. Now, hearing how she addresses her parents, one can understand just how much this girl is spoiled at home. And then what? UK pressed. After careful consideration, I will agree to your request, along with the agreed-upon conditions. As Zhang Fangyao spoke, she hid her face behind the milk tea, looking somewhat shy. What are the conditions? UK understood most of it, but still asked. Humph. See? You said you didn't want it. But you're asking so many questions, it's obvious you want it. You're lying to me. Zhang Fangyao suddenly straightened up, her big white rabbit trembling violently. Her little face was very angry, and she glared at UK with a pout. UK was momentarily speechless after being reprimanded by Zhang Fangyao. She's innocent, not stupid. Her thoughts may jump around, but they're on point. UK spread his hands innocently and said, I was just saying what you said. I didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, just think about it. Humph. What are you trying to explain? You big liar. You clearly just want it. Fine, give us 50 genetic seeds. Zhang Fangyao put one hand on her hip and held a milk teacup in the other, looking at UK fiercely, her face flushed red to the roots of her ears. TSK, that adorable little face, she finally said it. I don't want to. UK also put one hand on his hip, took a big sip of milk tea, and stared at Zhang Fangyao. Seeing UK's resolute expression, Zhang Fangyao's almond-shaped eyes were filled with surprise, her imposing manner immediately diminished, and she murmured softly. Really, don't want it? No. UK, with a straw in his mouth, looked directly at Zhang Fangyao and nodded firmly. Ha! What Mom and Dad said is really wrong. Then, what do you want? Zhang Fangyao muttered to herself. Ah. You wouldn't. Zhang Fangyao suddenly looked up, shrinking deeper into the sofa, staring at UK in horror. You wouldn't have taken a liking to me. UK, so many girls are eager to be with you, please don't bully me, okay? I'm just a little older, there's really nothing special about me. This isn't fun at all, really. Please, let me go. I can't beat you. Zhang Fangyao's tone was pleading. UK stared at the pitiful Zhang Fangyao, his mind going blank for a moment. This girl isn't stupid after all. Her logic is sound. Besides her agility, what else about her is what makes her so desirable and unique to men? Ahem. I really just want to be friends with you, I have no ulterior motives. I like your pure and innocent personality. Really? I swear. UK glanced at the large pair of fingers protected by the other party's arm, and then 3 fingers of his right hand emerged. I don't believe it. My mom said it was a strange boy. Ahem. Hold on. Listen to me, although I really want to learn your family's movement techniques, I'm afraid of being deceived. If your family uses some minor tricks, I won't be able to tell if they're genuine. Besides, the amount your family wants to make a deal with me is too much, I can't afford it. So, to sum it all up, it all boils down to the fact that I don't want it. Do you understand? UK stared at Zhang Fangyao, who was cowering pitifully on the sofa. Really? Zhang Fangyao's tearful eyes shone with joy. Of course. UK lay back on the sofa and crossed his legs. The 36 stratagems of feigning indifference to lure the enemy into a trap, that's a perfect solution. Now that it's confirmed the Zhang family is interested in the deal, and my bargaining chips are very attractive to them, the next step is a back-and-forth negotiation to lower the price. As for what I just said about the unreliability of body techniques and manipulation, the trading and circulation of martial arts techniques and skills have been numerous and countless over the years, and there must be ways to achieve fairness and impartiality. As a newbie from the countryside, it's understandable that I'm cautious and suspicious. This is a way of expressing dislike and shifting one's perspective from being proactive to being passive. As for the rest, let the Zhang family take care of it. Anyway, I've already delivered my message, and the Zhang family won't misunderstand it. UK sighed inwardly. Alas, he could only profit through his descendants. How shameful. However, it is genuinely a contribution to all of humanity, even though it carries the suspicion of aiding the enemy. He. That's good. I knew you weren't a bad person. Zhang Fangyao became happy, swaying her little legs, took a sip of her drink, and said cheerfully. TCH. UK rolled his eyes. Oh dear, don't be upset. I'm sorry. I apologize to you, Zhang Fangyao said with a smile, her eyes narrowed as she sipped her milk tea. Sigh, it's all my cousin's fault for spreading rumors to my parents, Zhang Fangyao said, wrinkling her nose. Oh? Was it Zhang Fanfei who sent a message to your parents during the arena battle? UK asked, his mind racing. UK, your milk tea is really delicious. Zhang Fangyao nodded. UK realized that the dinner invitation during the arena match was already a trial balloon. We have to thank Zhang Fanfei. After finishing their milk tea and chatting for a while, UK took Zhang Fangyao to his third senior sister's place for a celebratory feast before seeing her off. Zhang Fangyao was reluctant to leave because the food her third senior sister, Chu Shui, had cooked was so delicious. She even secretly asked UK if she could pack some to take with her. UK smiled and agreed, watching Zhang Fangyao carefully put away the food like a little hamster. She looked extremely cute. After seeing Zhang Fangyao off, UK returned to the villa, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips. Although this girl is naive, she is also straightforward and adorable, and it's easy and fun to be around her. Through this contact, he successfully discerned that the Zhang family intended to make a deal with him, thus putting himself in a proactive position in the transaction. Next, we just need to patiently wait for the Zhang family to come to us to discuss the matter. The ranking battle rewards have arrived. Looking at the two most important treasures, the Dream Lotus and the Nirvana Flame, and thinking about the advice his second senior sister and third senior brother had given him at the dinner party on how to use them, UK couldn't wait to head out to the gravity space. According to the two senior brothers and sisters, the best results are achieved after undergoing extreme training in a gravity-enhanced space and then consuming the Nirvana Seed. The gravity space is used by the most people, and even though it was noon, there were still some people there. As the leader of this session, UK had priority access. Soon, amidst the awe and envy of the crowd, UK entered a gravity chamber. Increase to 4 times the gravity, UK ordered. In an instant, a heavy pressure was applied to my body, and I felt a sense of stagnation within my body. UK practiced the Chiming Fist, Pulse Fist and Shock Fist step by step, without rushing. After one round, UK was sweating profusely. After 3 repetitions, the remaining sweat was completely dry, and the movements became smooth and natural. UK was very surprised. The speed of adaptation was quite different from what his second senior brother had described. The second senior brother said that it usually takes about 2 hours to get used to the gravity space when it is the first time. Under 4 times the gravity, it usually takes about 2 hours. I was surprised to find that it only took me less than 20 minutes. Is it because his overclocking talent fundamentally altered his physique? Or is it the black spot on his chest that's quietly playing a role? UK guessed, but ultimately couldn't figure it out. Increased to 6 times gravity, UK ordered again. An even greater sense of pressure and a stronger feeling of stagnation arose once again. UK practiced his boxing as before. After 4 repetitions, UK was fully adapted and ordered, increased to 10 times the gravity. After 5 repetitions, UK felt a sense of depletion in his body. After practicing 8 rounds of punches at 15 times the normal gravity, UK felt completely exhausted. Following the advice of his second senior brother, Mo ran, now is the perfect time to consume the Nirvana Flame. Just as UK was about to take it out, a thought suddenly struck him. Chapter 56 Unexpected Changes, Fanyao's Visit. UK immediately activated the second level high-frequency state, increasing the gravity to 20 times. After practicing the 3 sets of boxing techniques twice, UK increased the gravity to 30 times. Up to 100 times the gravity, in the 3-bar ultra-high-frequency state, UK was drenched in sweat, his body feeling as if it were being suppressed by a small mountain. Keep in mind that the gravity on Earth at this point is 4.64 times stronger than before it increased. And there are anti-gravity devices in the dungeon. Every inch of my body was trembling uncontrollably, and the blood in my veins was surging and rumbling. The pain was clearly felt in my spine and internal organs, and my mind was foggy. Outside the gravity chamber, nearly 100 people waiting in line were staring at UK's gravity chamber in utter astonishment. The warm white words "supply and shortage" and 100 times on the access control display screen were like 2 dazzling beams of light, deeply shocking everyone's hearts. UK, who had only been a transcendent for less than a month, was able to reach this level of multiplication on his first entry into the gravity chamber. What kind of monster is this? It's absolutely outrageous. This is a gravity value that even a 5th-order transcendent wouldn't dare to attempt lightly. No wonder it's the first time in dozens of terms that a leader has emerged like this. Du Ruiyang and Shan Yin, who were in the team, looked at each other in astonishment as the surplus was gradually increased from 20 times to 100 times. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and deep shock. Is the physique of overclocking talent really that powerful? The same question arose in both of their minds: shouldn't this be the physique of a top-tier beast-type being? Gravity chamber. After gritting his teeth and persevering, UK completed 3 sets of punches with perfect form. After briefly assessing his internal condition, he ordered the gravity to be gradually lowered. At the same time, UK took out the tiny, candle-like, yet exceptionally vigorous Nirvana Flame and swallowed it in one gulp. In an instant, warm and comforting streams flowed from the spark to every part of the body. An unparalleled feeling of comfort and ease arose spontaneously, as if every cell in my body was a million tiny mouths, eagerly sucking in the sensation. UK quickly took out 5 indigo needles and swallowed them in one gulp. Within a minute, the intense thirst overwhelmed UK, who then took out 10 bottles of indigo and 1 bottle of bright gold radiant gold source liquid and swallowed them simultaneously. UK could almost feel millions of tiny mouths sucking and nibbling happily, as if they were singing a song. However, UK panicked. He discovered that the energy provided by the Nirvana Flame was simply insufficient to support his advancement to the 4th rank. He quickly took out the 200 bottles of indigo he had brought and began drinking them without stopping. Fortunately, he had anticipated this possibility. At this moment, the spots of light in my mind began to become brighter, and the tiny halo seemed to be gradually growing larger. UK hurriedly drank all 30 bottles of bright gold that he had brought with him. UK discovered that the feeling of joy seemed to transform into countless particles, replacing those billions of cells. In other words, those billions of cells transformed into tangible pleasure and comfort, an indescribable, ultimate sensation of bliss that made UK involuntarily groan. Oh, ah. Is it this easy for others to advance in their skills? UK wondered in a flash. 10 minutes later, after consuming 402 indigo and 40 bright gold, UK finally advanced to the 4th level of the transcendent realm with great satisfaction. Under normal standards, if a person's physical attributes, such as speed and strength, reach 500 times the normal human limit in a normal state and 850 times the limit in an extreme state, they are considered to be at the 4th level of the transcendent. UK assessed himself and was certain that he had undoubtedly met the standard. However, the spark in my mind has become somewhat waned. Because in the last minute, 402 indigo sticks were simply not enough, and UK was already completely broke. His prediction was correct, but he underestimated the problem. At the critical moment, the spot of light in his mind seemed to have noticed UK's predicament. It emitted dense circles of light, replacing indigo, and nourishing UK from head to toe again and again. UK was fortunate enough to successfully advance 2 ranks. UK lowered his head, looking dejectedly at the black spot in the center of his chest. This guy snatched more than 30% again, otherwise, his preparations would have been sufficient. They only know how to snatch food, but I don't know what their purpose is, UK said sullenly. UK planned to go back and take several more doses of bright gold to restore light spot as soon as possible. At this moment, due to the waning of the light spot, he felt a deep-seated weariness and emptiness, and his thinking seemed to slow down. UK opened the door, ignoring the hundreds of envious, admiring, or curious gazes directed at him from outside, and unleashed his speed as a 4th-tier transcendent, rushing home. Seeing UK's incredible speed, the crowd started discussing it again. He must have consumed the Nirvana flame seed and advanced 2 levels of cultivation out of thin air. I'm so envious. He'll be even more invincible from now on. 10 years of arduous training, and he leaped forward in 1 step. Some of the previous year's regular and special admission students were amazed. They were also geniuses, but when faced with UK, they couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. When we arrived at the 3-story lakeside villa, it was already nearly 6 o'clock in the evening. UK drank 3 bottles of bright gold in a row, as if a clear spring had been poured into a parched desert, and the withered spots of light were like tender buds that had been nourished, regaining their vitality. This feeling of spiritual relief after a rain is wonderful. A moment later, Xu Ning came over and handed him her personal terminal. Zhang Fangyao sent you a message. I can't reply to it on her behalf. In addition, 6 more daughters from the family have added you as a friend. And 3 boys have also added you as a friend. UK, who was lying on his back on the bed, was stunned and looked up at Xu Ning, who was stammering. Some of them sent you explicit photos. Them? Which them? UK sensed something was wrong. It's those 3 boys. Xu Ning hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to speak frankly and directly, looking directly at UK. But those androgynous eyes were trying their best to hide a smile. Oh no. I don't think so. UK grabbed a pillow and covered his head, crying out in despair. At this moment, a communication request prompt tone sounded on the personal terminal. UK took a look and saw that it was Zhang Fangyao. UK answered the call. Hey, UK, my mom came to see me today and brought lots of delicious food. Do you want some? I'll give you some. Zhang Fangyao's sweet voice came through as she ate, showing off to UK. Okay. Then bring it to me. I don't want to move. UK smiled, pretending not to notice Zhang Fangyao's evasive gaze. Okay. Zhang Fangyao nodded as she saw UK lying on the bed communicating with her. 10 minutes later, Zhang Fangyao arrived. What are you doing? Why are you so tired? Of course it's cultivation, UK said casually. What delicious food did your mother bring you? Let me see. UK snatched the huge bag from Zhang Fangyao's hand, opened it, and looked inside. There are so many. So many varieties, and so many quantities. UK felt a strange pang of sadness welling up in his eyes. It's so good to have a mom. The adopted children of this world cannot understand how great a regret it is to live without the love of a father or mother. He recalled his childhood self in his past life, the image of being pampered by his mother. Naturally, he also missed his mother, father, and grandfather from his past life. Children from past lives only understand the happiness of having parental love when their parents are gone. UK looked up at Zhang Fangyao and said sincerely, "You are so happy and lucky." Zhang Fangyao wrinkled her nose and tilted her chin arrogantly, "Humph, of course. However, these aren't all for you. You can only choose half, no, a third," Zhang Fangyao quickly said. UK was surprised. It turned out that the girl had brought over everything her mother had given her. What a good girl. UK, through Gao Fanyao's help, rediscovered the love of his mother that he had long missed. "It tastes delicious, doesn't it? My mom made it herself." Zhang Fangyao was also pleased to see UK enjoying his meal so much, and said, "Your mother is such an amazing person, yet she still made all this for you herself. She really loves you so much," UK said enviously. "That's right. My mom loves me the most." Zhang Fangyao also picked up a piece and started eating, once again looking proud and haughty. "By the way, UK, my mom and dad told me that our family wants to sell you Dawn Illusionary Steps. The price is negotiable." Zhang Fangyao said shyly, pretending it was unintentional. UK paused slightly as he chewed, then looked up at the innocent girl in front of him who had a "I just mentioned it casually" expression on her face. Chapter 57. Father John's talk, strength greatly increased. That's fine. Then have someone from your family come and talk to me. It's not easy for you to come and talk to me, UK said, feigning a moment of hesitation. Great. That's wonderful. You have no idea how embarrassed I was just now. I practiced it so many times at home. Zhang Fangyao clapped her hands excitedly. Suddenly, she stopped what she was doing, stared at UK, and said with a look of sudden realization, "UK, you big liar. My mother was right, you were playing hard to get." UK put on a "you've wronged me" expression and said indignantly, "I didn't. So, should I change my story and refuse now to prove my innocence?" Zhang Fangyao was taken aback upon hearing this, and quickly said, "You'd better not change your mind. Otherwise, my parents won't be able to complete the family's task and will have to endure the displeasure of their elders." UK laughed, his teasing look vanishing, and said solemnly, "I was just kidding you. I lied to you, I'm sorry." Zhang Fangyao was stunned, then dejected, and finally moved. "Thank you, Quebec. You're so good to me. They all thought I was easy to fool, and they laughed at me after they fooled me. But no one has ever apologized to me. You are the first." Seeing Gao Fanyao's pitiful appearance, on the verge of tears, UK stepped forward, took her hands, and comforted her. "Don't pay attention to those people. Those who lied to you are all bastards and not worth remembering. Don't be sad, just ignore them from now on." Tears finally streamed down Zhang Fangyao's face as she nodded bitterly, "Yes. They're bastards. Just like you said, I never talked to anyone who's ever lied to me." Just as UK was about to ask, Zhang Fangyao continued, "However, you are an exception." UK nodded vigorously, "Thank you." After having a cup of milk tea and a simple meal, UK drove Zhang Fangyao home. On the way, Zhang Fangyao chattered incessantly. UK inadvertently learned that Zhang Fanyao's father, Zhang Zhongqing, was the second son of the current second generation of the Zhang family, but his ideas differed greatly from those of his father and eldest brother. One point Zhang Zhongqing hoped to negotiate peace with the Zhao family was that the internal strife in the 12 cities was too intense and conflicted with changes in the external environment. "Right now, we should work together to wipe out several rounds of mutated beasts and blasphemous creatures, and then sit down and divide the spoils. This would make the 12 cities safer and more stable, and also make the internal competition more fair and reasonable. Let the results speak for themselves, and let the contributions be the measure of success." UK found it strange that Zhang Fangyao, who seemed carefree, actually remembered these things and knew them by heart. Perhaps it was something they heard unintentionally, or perhaps they deliberately remembered it and intended to pass it on. UK didn't care or pay attention to this. He was just a little Karami who had surpassed others. The bigger picture was too far removed from him. He cannot influence or defy the decisions made by those above. UK also took the opportunity to visit Zhang Fanyao's dormitory, which was also a 3-story villa, but without a lake. In just a few days, Zhang Fangyao has transformed it into a pink princess room. UK deliberately said that he might not leave tonight, which startled Zhang Fangyao. Seeing that Zhang Fangyao was about to cry again, UK couldn't stand it and quickly confessed that he was just teasing her. After realizing what was happening, Zhang Fangyao secretly cursed a lot behind UK's departing figure. UK laughed loudly. Those insults were too weak to be offensive. UK wandered back alone, the lamplight flickering, the secluded path deserted. UK looked up at the sky. The night sky was hazy, with only a few stars emitting a faint light. He sent Zhang Fangyao back, also wanting to experience what it would feel like to take a walk in this world. He couldn't help but think of Qingse, wondering where she was now, and whether she was doing well or not. Those crazy days that are not so long past still flash back in my mind from time to time. Especially the teeth marks in a certain area, which disappeared without a trace just yesterday. For no apparent reason, I thought of Zhao Kaixian again, that enchanting woman who had witnessed countless human stories. She flirted with him, showed him care, and then ruthlessly abandoned him at the last moment. Then I thought about Professor Ko, whom I would see tomorrow, and my own future. That originally pleasant and tranquil state of mind suddenly disappeared. Continue your cultivation. A certain feeling deep within him urged him on. UK headed straight for the underground cultivation room. There were still many things that were either unresolved or awaiting verification. For example, clearly understanding the basic values under the 5 overclocking states, such as. Halfway there, UK suddenly turned back, intending to use the ice mirror lotus first. According to the second senior brother and the third senior sister, the best time to advance one's spiritual power is in a completely silent environment. Third floor, inside the meditation room. UK gazed fascinated at the crystal clear, pure white flower in his hand, which exuded a refreshing and cool fragrance. This quality is worthy of its ranking among the top 5 spiritual treasures. UK calmed his mind and focused his breath. After a moment, he swallowed the ice mirror lotus and also took 20 bright gold pills in one go, while circulating his visualization technique. As the ice lotus melted upon entering his mouth, a refreshing sensation instantly filled UK's mind. It felt as if my entire soul had been cleansed, and all my distracting thoughts and weariness vanished in that moment. The spots of light in my mind were brighter and more active than ever before. His spirit felt as if it were being refreshed by spring water, and the indescribable feeling of clarity made him tremble all over. He closed his eyes, immersing himself in a wonderful, peaceful joy. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, all external objects and sounds were shut out, and the mind was as clear as a mirror. He couldn't help but look down, where his internal organs and the multicolored talon core were clearly visible. Blood flows freely in the blood vessels throughout the body. The talon core pulsed slightly, like breathing. The radiance emanating from the points of light in my mind cascaded down like mist or a waterfall. In countless unseen details, he sensed a slow but persistent growth. UK was extremely excited. He achieved introspection. The third level of spiritual power. When evolving into acute form, one's mental power will inevitably reach the first level observation of self. That is, recognizing and perceiving the existence of one's own spirit, being able to introspect, and distinguishing between thoughts and emotions. Concentration is the second level of mental cultivation, initial mental stability, which allows one to initially focus their mind and resist ordinary disturbances. The first 2 levels of mental strength are all for the purpose of achieving the third level. The benefits of spiritual power in cultivation only become apparent once inner vision is achieved. It can correct internal structures, adjust the pathways and points of martial arts techniques, and provide insight into injuries and recovery. However, this step is almost exclusively a training subject for those who have transcended to the 6th level. Because achieving the ultimate level of concentration is extremely difficult. To be able to hear a loud bell as if it were not heard, to be able to feel the waves as if they were not felt, who can do that so easily? Most of the functional areas in the tranquil corridor are designed for this step, and the number of users is almost the same as that in the gravity space. UK let out a long breath, feeling more confident about his future cultivation. In particular, for mental cultivation techniques that match overclocking talents, internal vision can play a very good auxiliary verification role. UK got up and went to the underground training room. The 12 forms of the shocking fist were executed one by one. Under UK's internal vision, the flow of power and the movement of bones and muscles in each move were clearly visible. He can accurately perceive the trajectory of power within the body, and no subtle deviation or potential optimization point can be hidden. UK activated 3 levels of ultra-high frequency, maintained introspection, and once again unleashed the 12-style vibration fist, his mind racing. Within a timescale of 10 milliseconds and 10 micrometers, the method and rhythm of force application are constantly adjusted to make every punch and kick more precise and effective. After 3 rounds, UK, covered in sweat, was extremely excited. Previously, he had only mastered the first move of the shock fist to the 7th level. Just now, he had already cultivated the first 6 forms to the 6-fold wave realm. UK adjusted the speed to 4 bars of sublimit overclocking, maintained internal vision, and continued to unleash the 12-style vibration fist from the beginning. Once, twice, 3 times. Amidst the continuous booming echoes, UK finally cultivated the first 6 forms to the 7th level of the mountain realm. UK was exhausted, but he couldn't stop his excitement. He thought about his battle with Ming Hui and the close quarters combat with that super heavy mech at the start. Now he can use both fists and feet to keep Ming Hui at close range and beat him until he destroys his super heavy mech. At that time, only one move had reached the 7th mountain realm, and the movements in combat were completely uncoordinated. What excited UK was not only that, but he also got a glimpse of the first move, the eightfold sea realm, whose power increased exponentially. After resting for 15 minutes, UK got up and prepared to go to the 3rd floor to sleep. As they passed the 2nd floor, Shu Ning called out to him and handed him her personal terminal. Wuguang City has sent a letter through the Wangxianjuan Fertility Committee to coordinate your reproductive obligations. Chapter 58 Birth Schedule, Meeting with Teacher Ku. Ha? It's only been a few days? Is it really that fast? UK was a little annoyed. It may be related to your first place in the ranking battle. Or it may be that they have noticed the various families eyeing you covetously and have sent this letter to subtly remind you to take care of Wuguang City first. UK felt that Shu Ning's words made sense. The reason why the Zhang family is so eager to act even when they are in a passive position is probably because they understand their current situation and that they need to get in line first in order to have a chance of getting something first. Wu Guangqing also worried that he would not be able to resist the temptations of various beauties, and after a period of unrestrained indulgence, he would only remember his duties at the end. If we can't complete the task with the required quality and quantity by then, things will be difficult. We can't just resort to legal action, can we? It's not good to let things escalate like this. Therefore, given his limited output, we should offer well-intentioned reminders or exert pressure indirectly in the name of the government. Moreover, being young and vigorous, and in the first year after being freed from sexual restraint, such desires could arise anytime, anywhere. Even if the City of No Light does this, it cannot guarantee that what it gets is the best. Therefore, the City of No Light is quite difficult. Shu Ning raised her hand, pursed her lips, and suppressed a laugh. Seeing UK's embarrassment, she adjusted her expression and said, "It's also possible that the higher-ups in Wuguang City have already chosen a match. Okay. I'll prepare a submission plan and reply to them." UK was indeed embarrassed. Discussing his plans to fly a plane with a beautiful girl face to face, and doing so in such a serious manner, made him feel particularly awkward, even somewhat twisted. UK hurriedly went up to the 3rd floor, his good mood gone forever. My life as a race has officially begun. UK took a shower, climbed into bed, and casually browsed the messages on his personal terminal. I must say, Shu Ning has really high emotional intelligence. Those dozen or so noble ladies were toyed with by her skillful, gentle, and friendly approach, leaving them in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. But this can't go on forever. If all else fails, then, do you really have to sell it? But it's really disgusting. He didn't even dare to think about it any further. The next morning, after UK got up and ate breakfast, he went to the underground cultivation room. Teacher Ko returned to school in the afternoon. He wanted to strike while the iron was hot and master all 12 forms of the shock fist to the 7th level before Master Ko returned. The latter 6 moves were a bit more difficult than the former 6 moves, but after UK consumed a lot of indigo and bright gold again, he finally succeeded in completing them all after 4 hours. UK was overjoyed. With his current level of transcendent 4th rank, if he could comprehend the 8th level of the sea realm and cultivate to the 6th level of overclocking, then he, as the leader, could truly be called invincible and sweep across his peers. If we fight Minghui again, we shouldn't be in a situation where we have to dodge in a sorry state. Thinking of Minghui, he envied the others' ranged attack methods. The technique was dazzling and the power was immense. In high spirits, UK took Shu Ning to see Wanshi Shangzhou, the most famous canteen in Wangxianjuan. During the meal, UK not only broadened his horizons but also enjoyed a delicious meal. The dishes, such as nightmare bacteria stewed with sea cucumber in clear broth, lava pine hazel baked dragon rhinoceros ribs, and sighing lake sturgeon caviar, are almost all the most precious ingredients in the distorted world. With each delicious bite, it felt like a warm current flowing through his body, nourishing his flesh and bones. He felt his perfect elemental talent core trembling slightly, as if the strange energy contained in these rare ingredients was being quietly absorbed and transformed by his talent core. UK sighed inwardly, thinking that the nutrition of this meal was probably equivalent to that of 20 indigo tuna. When it came time to pay, UK was astonished. 0.5 million 4th-order crystal cores, which is equivalent to 100,000 3rd-order star cores, is equivalent to half a year's income for a top-tier transcendent. Shu Ning was a little embarrassed. Seeing this, UK didn't want to complain about the price being too high, so he laughed and said in a pretentious way, "The price is fair and it's worth the money." On the way back, he received a video call from Jiang Fangyao. "Hey, UK, my dad wants to meet with you in person to talk." UK was a little surprised. He had thought that the Jiang family would send someone with the identity of a senior butler to negotiate with him. Unexpectedly, it was the second son of the Jiang family who personally took action. Do I really have that kind of weight? Could it be a negotiation tactic of using one's status to exert pressure? Okay. No problem. But not today. Professor Ke might want to see me today, UK replied. Oh, okay. How about we set a time tomorrow, 6 o'clock in the evening? Jiang Fangyao replied. Sure, no problem, UK replied readily. Okay, it's settled then. Hey. Where are you? Jiang Fangyao asked. I just came from the Wanshi Shangzhou. Oh? A big meal? Can you take me with you next time? We can split the bill, I won't take advantage of you, Jiang Fangyao said, surprised and expectant. Ha. Okay. UK laughed. In the video, Jiang Fangyao looks heartbroken at the missed opportunity, while UK smiles. Back at the lakeside villa, third senior sister told UK that Master Ke had arranged to meet them at 3 p.m. I'm a little short. Looking at the time, there's still over an hour left. He was going to the training room to test his strength. After UK was promoted to the 4th order transcendent yesterday, he estimated that his normal level should be more than 500 times, and his critical level should be around 1900 times. Bang! UK threw a punch as usual. After the force gauge light flashed, it settled at 104,210 kilograms, which is more than 521 times the normal human limit. Equivalent to the load capacity of a 100-ton heavy truck. Bang! After adjusting to the critical state, UK threw another punch. 389,631 kilograms. More than 1,948 times. The standard power level of a normal transcendent level 5 is 2,000 times the normal human limit. The critical state force of the XS is almost at the 5th order level. UK entered the 2nd level overclocking state and punched again. 2,001,600 kilograms. Easily surpasses the standard line of 10,000 times that of the 6th level of the transcendent. Wow! What does that even mean? It's roughly equivalent to 2,100-ton trucks. That's equivalent to at least 5,000 Xiangyes, whose strength could uproot mountains and whose spirit could cover the world. Even with what is lacking, one cannot help but feel a sense of satisfaction. He pondered that, based on this, his ultimate power should easily crush all top-tier transcendents. If his speed also catches up, he should be invincible against all those who surpass him in battle, without using his talent core. Moreover, UK is more confident in the speed under overclocking conditions than in power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to use the speed of the wind-assisted weapon to successfully dodge such a dense barrage of rapid-fire shells during the battle with Minghui, thus forcing the situation into a war of attrition. UK clenched his fist and swung it in the air. In terms of basic qualities and abilities, he is undoubtedly the #1 genius in the 12 cities and the leading figure among special admissions students. All that's missing are the crucial cultivation techniques: the mental cultivation technique best suited for the overclocking talent, and the cultivation technique for the perfect elemental talent. The former is not difficult, it only takes a little time, but it consumes a lot of resources. The latter was the most difficult. UK fought through a round of ranking battles but gained no inspiration whatsoever. He longed to meet Professor Ke even more. UK closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, practicing his self-created visualization method to soothe his body and mind. 15 minutes later, his third senior sister sent him a message, inviting him to meet Master Ke together. UK got up, tidied his clothes, and went out. Second senior brother Mo Ran was already waiting at third senior sister's villa. After exchanging greetings, the three of them went to Master Ke's residence together. Junior brother, Master is easygoing and carefree, you don't need to be nervous, the third senior sister comforted him. Second senior brother Mo Ran chimed in, that's right. Master is kind and natural. Junior brother, don't worry. UK nodded humbly with a smile. After walking for about half an hour, the three of them stopped in front of a gate with high walls. Third senior sister Chushua stepped forward and knocked on the door, whereupon a sprightly old man with white hair opened it. Uncle Wen, we have come to pay our respects to our master. The white-haired old man had a kind face and nodded with a chuckle. His gaze swept over Chu Shui and Mo Ran before landing on UK. UK felt a slight, inexplicable heaviness in his body, which then instantly subsided. Uncle One, UK also greeted him respectfully, echoing Mo Ran's greeting. The white-haired old man nodded and stepped aside to let the three of them in. Upon entering, UK was surprised by what he saw. The courtyard is quite large, with several flower beds scattered around and more than a dozen birdcages hanging in between. Small bridges meander through shallow ponds, and slender bamboos surround artificial hills. Most surprisingly, there was not a trace of fog in the courtyard, and the air was refreshing. A middle-aged man was lying in a rocking chair with his eyes closed, next to a tea set, with wisps of tea steam rising. Accompanied by an unknown peaking opera melody, the man's fingers tapped rhythmically on his knees. This scene almost brought tears to UK's eyes. This is the kind of scene that should exist in the human world. Second senior brother Mo Ran and third senior sister Chu Shui stepped forward and bowed respectfully, Master. UK also stepped forward and respectfully greeted, Master Ku. The man opened his eyes, smiled and nodded, then his eyes fell on UK, shining brightly like dazzling stars. Kid, you have a good sense of style. I like it. Chapter 59 High-Level Secret Meeting, Passing Through Master Ku. The student is terrified. UK's heart tightened, and he quickly bowed his head again. Teacher Ku could clearly see the excitement that had just welled up inside him. He. No need to be careful or nervous. Now that you've joined my sect, your family. Speaking of which, you are a genius of unparalleled talent. Even if the Zhao family did not recommend you to me, I would still have the intention of recruiting you. The middle-aged man had handsome features and a deep, warm voice. He continued speaking with a smile. Come, serve me this cup of tea, and that will complete the master-disciple etiquette between us. Master Ku gestured with his chin to a cup of freshly brewed tea beside him and said casually. Seeing that Master Ku was casual and unrestrained, UK obediently walked up to him. He respectfully picked up the cup of tea with both hands, bent down, raised the tea high above his head, and then lowered it, saying in a sincere and respectful voice, Master, please have some tea. Ku Guhong smiled and said, okay. He took the tea and drank it. Ordinary students who receive instruction and guidance from their mentors are called teachers. Elite disciples are taught techniques and secret skills by their mentors, who also provide them with resources and connections. This knowledge is passed down from mentor to mentor, who is called the master. The Star Torch successor is a high-level elite disciple whose abilities and status are highly recognized by both their master and the academy. Now it's perfectly justifiable for your senior brother to call you junior brother, Mo Ran said with a smile, patting UK on the shoulder. Yes. I'm finally not the youngest anymore. Chu Shui's blue eyes smiled. Ku Guhong chuckled and casually pointed to a few bamboo chairs next to the coffee table. Please sit down. I heard that UK was assassinated when he entered the school? Teacher Ku looked at Mo Ran, who had sat down and reached for the melon seeds on the coffee table. Upon hearing this, the latter gave an awkward smile, paused his hand that was reaching for the sunflower seeds, and instead touched the back of his head. Third senior sister Chu Shui said, Yes, master. I have instructed the security department to conduct a thorough investigation. The action is too small and not very useful. Chu Shui, you don't understand the significance of this matter yet, Master Ku said thoughtfully. Ku Guhong spoke with a deep gaze, then closed his eyes and fell silent. UK looked at Mo Ran and Chu Shui, who both lowered their eyes and waited after Master Ku closed his eyes. He immediately realized that Master Ku was transmitting his voice from a distance. A moment later, Ku Guhong opened his eyes, looked at Mo Ran, and pointed to the tea table. Seeing this, Mo Ran quickly chuckled and got up to brew tea again. I have already reached an agreement with the dean. I will initiate this matter, report it to the Central City Security Committee, and notify the Governing Council of the City of No Light. UK felt a chill run down his spine. He had also pondered the assassination attempt a few days ago repeatedly. What a coincidence! There must be a lot involved here. It's definitely not just about Wanxiang Temple. It may not even be limited to Central City. Sure enough, these important figures saw it clearly at a glance. The Central City's secret guard is in the hands of the Jiang family. Let the dean step in and put pressure on old man Jiang, and see how he reacts. If he continues to tolerate the eldest son of the Jiang family frequently overstepping his bounds, then the Jiang family may have no reason to continue existing. UK listened in silence, puzzled, not understanding what Master Ku meant. Is this a fabricated charge, or is it a firm conviction that the eldest son of the Jiang family was responsible? The one with the closest ties to that side is the eldest son of the Jiang family. Even if the eldest son of the Jiang family wasn't the mastermind behind the assassination attempt, he should know who it was. If the eldest son of the Jiang family remains unmoved when questioned by the dean, then the Jiang family should be eliminated. Master, is that what you mean? Mo Ran pushed up his glasses, pondered for a moment, and then tentatively asked. Teacher Ke took a sip of tea and nodded. UK was shocked. Eliminate the Jiang family, a first-rate family? Who will eliminate them? Is it so easy to eliminate them? Will the other families allied with the Jiang family just sit idly by? And why eliminate it at this time? Just because he was stabbed? Definitely not. The Jiang family has been established for nearly 1,000 years, with deep roots in the central city and 11 other cities. Uprooting them would involve too many people. Isn't this too much of a move? Mo Ran was also taken aback. He pushed up his glasses again and said cautiously. Time waits for no one. In less than 10 years, the 12 cities will face another battle for survival. Perhaps it will be even sooner. Teacher Ku opened his eyes, looked up at the hazy sky, and his expression was solemn. UK was startled again. An invisible pressure filled his heart. No wonder Master Ku didn't hide such a top-secret matter as eliminating the Jiang family from his disciples. The reason lies in this matter. Master, is this also why the other 11 cities are turning a blind eye and a deaf ear to some of the central city's strange tricks? Third senior sister Chu Shui frowned and said. Teacher Ke nodded slightly. Master, do they really have that kind of strength over there? Mo Ran asked again, unwilling to give up. Yes. I had my doubts before, but what I saw and heard on this trip to the Sea of Depravity has left me no choice but to believe Chief Yuan's words. Deep within the Sea of Corruption, the scale of the black tide stirred up by those things is now 10 times that of 200 years ago. Teacher Ke sighed with regret. Hopefully, the old man from the Jiang family will be sensible. Otherwise, we might not be able to stop the killing of 5,000 people. Mo Ran's gaze sharpened, then he said with a sigh. It's such a waste that the human race has harmed 5,000 elites, Chu Shui echoed. 5,000? UK felt a chill run down his spine when he heard this number. The number of transcendents in the entire term in the City of No Light was only around 3,000. In chaotic times, severe punishments are necessary. Being lenient and soft-hearted will only lead to the deaths of more people, Master Ke said after a moment of silence. UK nodded silently. What Master Ke said was absolutely true. Internal stability must come first to ensure unity against external threats. Unresolved poison will backfire. These principles are perfectly clear to those great figures who have lived for hundreds or thousands of years. Even if the second son of the Jiang family sever ties with old man Jiang and the eldest son of the Jiang family, he will likely end up trapped in a deadly camp in the future. Even acts of sacrificing family ties for the greater good rarely earn much trust. This isn't child's play. After a bit of fighting and arguing, you'll make up with a few laughs. Factional conflicts have always been a life or death struggle, with the goal of eradicating evil completely. UK sighed inwardly, feeling a pang of regret for Jiang Fangyao. To him, Jiang Fangyao is the human world he experienced 2,000 years ago, a reflection of his thoughts in this world. Only happy families can raise happy children. This kind of happiness is something that almost no one in this world can experience or understand. Master, will you win or lose on this trip? After a long pause, Mo Ran suddenly looked up excitedly at Master Ku. Haha, why bother? My rivalry with Laoyi is nothing more than a matter of who will be in charge and who will be in charge in the future, Master Ke laughed nonchalantly. When faced with the survival of a race, everything else is trivial. As Ku Guhong spoke, he stood up and said, Come, follow me into the cultivation room. Your master will test your cultivation. UK also got up with his second senior brother Mo Ran and third senior sister Chu Shui, and followed behind Master Ku. UK, where did you learn this technique for suppressing your aura? It doesn't seem to come from the Academy's cultivation technique building, Ku Guhong asked casually. Master, I've thought about it myself. UK was taken aback. It turned out that the other party had already discovered it. He couldn't tell Master Ke that he had used his overclocking talent, nor could he say it was the effect of the light spot, so he can only give a vague answer. Ha! Junior brother, you've been hiding your cultivation level? Mo Ran exclaimed in surprise, his eyes widening behind his glasses. Chu Shui looked UK up and down in surprise. Junior brother, what realm are you at now? Master Ku also glanced back at UK, surprised that the latter had created this concealment technique himself. UK smiled modestly. As a fourth-tier transcendent being, I submit to that nirvana seed. In fact, UK didn't have any special method to hide his cultivation level. He simply had a flash of inspiration when he went out and quietly activated the light spot to suppress the aura within his body. Unexpectedly, they managed to keep it a secret from their two senior brothers and sisters. After passing through the hall, Master Ko opened a door. Mo ran and Chu Shui stopped outside the door. UK, come in first, Master Ko said as he entered. Yes. Inside the spacious hall, the walls were all made of some special material. UK felt that even his sevenfold mountain shock fist probably wouldn't leave a single fist imprint. Come on, attack me with all your might. Let your master see what you're capable of. Master Ko beckoned to UK. Yes, Master, UK replied. In an instant, UK activated 5 bars of extreme overclocking, his eyes gleaming. He once again condensed the earth element light armor, then added the dark element armor. His fists gathered layers of thick flames, and he rushed towards Ko Guhong like lightning. Ko Guhong's eyes sparkled with a strange light. UK punched away the 7 mountains, and as the two were close, the dark element armor wrapped around them like a living thing with the power of the wind element. The attempt to erode Master Ko's protective energy was instantly shattered, but a hint of surprise flashed in Master Ko's eyes. Seeing no results, UK simply unleashed the 12 forms of 7-layer mountain shock fist with abandon. Ko Guhong remained as still as a mountain, his footsteps and body moving only slightly within a small space. From an observer's perspective, it appeared as if a ghostly fire shadow was relentlessly attacking Ko Guhong at an extremely fast speed. Countless afterimages appeared and disappeared in an instant. The scene was magnificent and dazzling, yet also eerie and ethereal. The force of the punches was like thunder and the roar of a lion. The collisions were like the collapse of the sky and the cracking of the earth. Ko Guhong simply raised his hand, either tapping or deflecting, and neutralized UK's fierce and domineering attacks one by one. Although the movements were extremely fast and the strength was immense, it looked incredibly free and easy, as if teasing a small animal struggling to move. 27 seconds later, UK was pushed away by an irresistible yet gentle force. UK involuntarily took 3 steps back, but then came to a steady stop. UK sighed, realizing that the gap between those above the controllers and those above the transcendents was more than just a world apart. It's as if we're separated by countless layers of heaven. I am indeed still an insignificant little shrimp. Meanwhile, Ko Guhong, who was standing opposite him with a smile, was experiencing a turbulent inner world. Chapter 60 Master Ko's guidance, the 5 elements gradually merge. He's truly a prodigy. The overclocking talent truly lives up to its reputation as a unique talent that dominates the entire generation. Such an all-around increase of dozens of times is simply unbelievable if you haven't seen it with your own eyes. No wonder that after the Qin family's ancestor fell, his body was stolen 7 or 8 times in 10 years. In the end, the Qin family was forced to give it up and share it with the central city. If we wait until UK joins the reconstructors and then Taylor make a super heavy mech for him, he will immediately sweep away all the reconstructors. And then there's that perfect elemental talent. Flexible and adaptable, skilled in both offense and defense, capable of traversing icy mountains and fiery seas, adaptable to all environments. Currently, they are only S or A level talents. If they are upgraded to SSS level talents in the future, they will be able to achieve 10 top level domains. At that time, humanity may produce an undisputed future leader. Thinking of the 10 elements, Ko Guhong couldn't help but frown and ponder. He had read the assessment report on UK sent to the Wanxiang Academy by the ruling group of Woguang City. Otherwise, he would not have known about UK's SSS level talent potential of the 10 perfect elements. He agreed with the ruling group of the City of No Light's view that the emergence of the surplus was undoubtedly a generational miracle. The balance and enhancement of the 5 basic elements inevitably involves the concepts of mutual generation and mutual restraint. If synergy can be achieved, then achieving the 10 top-level fields will not be difficult. But how they will complement each other remains uncharted. And what will happen after they clash is also unknown. If they cannot generate each other, the 5 elements will become unbalanced in the future, and the consequences will be unimaginable, ultimately leading to death. Furthermore, how are the derived 5 elements enhanced, and are there any mutual generation or restraint relationships among them? Do they correspond one-to-one with the basic 5 elements in terms of growth? No one has reached a definitive conclusion on these matters. You can only explore it alone. The life-threatening dangers and uncertain timeframe involved are significant and determine the upper limit of Yuke's future. Will he pave another path and become a beacon of hope for humanity? What will happen when we encounter that human race in the stars? Kuguhong's mind was racing. UK's potential was astonishing, but the difficulties and obstacles hidden behind that potential were also immeasurable. The mystery of the mutual generation and restraint between the basic 5 elements and the derived 5 elements is like a towering mountain standing in front of UK, and it is by no means easy to cross. He can only offer assistance to the best of his ability. Whether it is suitable or optimal, only you and Boo can truly and accurately perceive. At this thought, a flash of inspiration struck Kuguhong. It possesses all the necessary elements, yet also has an extremely rare talent for overclocking. Overclocking talent combined with overclocking mindset can help them better understand and attempt to perform techniques. Is this some kind of divine will? A glint flashed in Kuguhong's eyes, and something mysterious about fate appeared and disappeared in his mind in an instant. UK stood silently. Just now, apart from the half-bar of overclocking that he hadn't yet demonstrated, he had given it his all. He desperately hoped that this teacher, no, this master, could give him some different guidance that would enlighten him. But 3 minutes had passed, and the teacher in front of him remained silent. The little hope in his heart gradually faded away. UK, although I have some knowledge of elemental power, I know very little about the 10 elements. After a long while, Kuguhong finally spoke. The mechanism of creation cannot exist without birth, nor can it exist without restraint. Without birth, there is no way for development without restraint, it will become excessive and harmful. Excess leads to harm, restraint leads to control, and control leads to life and transformation. Kuguhong spoke slowly. This is the basic philosophy of mutual generation and mutual restraint. As for how to map it onto the theory of cultivation methods, although I have no systematic results, I have some insights and gains, which are recorded in a few notebooks. When you leave later, you can take them back and ponder them yourself. Although I cannot demonstrate it, I do have a rather clumsy experimental method that might be worth a try, Kuguhong said hesitantly. When UK listened to Kusher start with philosophy and expand into several notebooks, the flame of hope in his heart was rekindled. When he heard that there was a method worth trying, he had already automatically ignored the word stupid. They also overlooked the fact that Professor Ku actually preferred the old-fashioned method of note-taking. Please enlighten me, Master, UK said eagerly. All right. Mutual generation is a cycle. Since we cannot currently understand how the 5 elements cycle and generate each other, let's create 5 cycles and then gradually merge them into a hybrid cycle. In this process, by observing, experiencing, and trying things out little by little, you may gain a lot, Kuguhong said. When UK heard about creating 5 cycles, he became excited, and his mind began to expand with imagination as if a sudden enlightenment had been granted. This is indeed a good method for perceiving and understanding the interdependence of things. And it is a natural interdependence. Thank you for your guidance, Master. This is indeed a good method. UK said excitedly, bowing in gratitude. There's no need for that. It's merely my duty as a teacher. Such a small achievement makes me feel ashamed. Seeing UK's excitement, Kuguhong guessed that he must have sensed something. In that case, I will not comment on or instruct you on your martial arts skills and combat prowess today. You may let your second senior brother in. Find a place outside and meditate on your own, Master Ku said with a smile. Yes. UK bowed and went out, then called senior brother Mo ran inside. He greeted his third senior sister, found a place, drank 3 bottles of bright gold, started 3-level overclocking, and began to properly deduce and experiment. UK first drew a circle made of water elemental power in front of him, then drew a circle made of wood elemental power on top of it, until he had drawn 5 circles in the order of mutual generation. UK's skillful and ingenious operation was thanks to the USB drive that Zhou Mengli had given him. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at the 5 circles before him, which slowly merged into one large circle. Then, with a bang, the large sphere collapsed and scattered. Failure. We'll try again later. And while drawing, carefully perceive the force exerted by the previous circle on the circle you are drawing. Then merge them again. Another breakdown. UK activated 4 sublimit overclocking bars and drew 5 elemental circles in sequence again. This time, he did not merge them quickly. Instead, the spacing between the 5 elements is gradually shortened in sequence until the gaps are no longer visible to the naked eye. The excess and deficiency drive overclocked perception and thinking, allowing for careful feeling and comprehension. Yes. There is an unprecedented sense of harmony, accompanied by a faint vitality, slowly seeping into the microscopic perception that UK is doing his best to understand. Ha! When he realized that it was a budding life force, UK was thrilled. I have reached the point where I basically know what. In the distance, Uncle One, who was carefully watering the nursery in the courtyard, turned his head and looked over. The unique aura of that artificial life force naturally caught his attention immediately. Wow! What a clever little guy. The kind-faced Uncle One stared at UK for a while, then couldn't help but offer a word of praise. It seems that she has a higher comprehension level than Schwer. At this moment, UK was completely unaware of his fatigue, immersing himself in that profound enlightenment. They didn't even realize that they had subconsciously upgraded to extreme overclocking. UK continuously draws another new 5 elements circle outside the merged 5 elements circle, and then tries to compress it infinitely. This cycle repeats itself. Until UK's vision went black and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Chapter 61 Cultivation Mission, Treasure Fish Family Feast. UK was unaware that he had overexerted his mental energy, which directly triggered the self-protection mechanism of the light spot, causing him to faint on the spot. Uncle One, who was leisurely watering the nursery, suddenly appeared beside UK in a flash. He supported him with one hand and quickly fed UK 2 vials of golden red nutrient solution. Third senior sister Chu Shui also followed, her face showing nervousness. Uncle One, what's wrong with junior brother? It's alright, he just overdid it during cultivation, Uncle One said with a kind smile, comforting Chu Shui. Your master's arrangement was good. This little guy got those things. Uncle One sensed UK's mental power at the inner vision level. 10 minutes later, UK slowly woke up. The feeling of mental fatigue is still there, but it's much better than the feeling after experiencing extreme overclocking for too long. Seeing that his third senior sister was helping him, UK quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, third senior sister. Chu Shui smiled gently. Junior brother, you thanked the wrong person. Look, your senior sister can't afford such a rare item. UK followed his third senior sister's gaze and saw 2 bright red and gold-colored tubes that were very eye-catching. Gold and red. 2 levels higher than the radiant gold. 1,400 crystal cores per tube. UK sensed the state of the light spots in his mind and realized why he had recovered so quickly. You should thank Uncle One. Third senior sister looked at Uncle One, who was still slowly and carefully watering the flowers in the courtyard. UK also looked over, and Uncle One turned back, waving his hand with a smile. UK bowed deeply and expressed his sincere gratitude. Junior brother, your diligence in cultivation is not just about neglecting sleep and meals, but about making the most of every minute. What will happen to me, your senior brother Mo Ran, and your senior sister? Chu Shui said, feigning reproach. No way. Senior sister, you know my predicament. I just had a lucky break and couldn't wait to act. UK smiled sheepishly. Hey, by the way, third senior sister, how come I've never seen eldest senior brother before? UK changed the subject. Oh, our senior brother In Song is about to evolve into a controller and has gone back to the family for seclusion. UK said, oh, no wonder. Suddenly he paused and asked, senior sister, is senior brother from the Yin family of Burial Fire City? That's right. Our eldest brother has awakened dual SS level talents in Earth and Fire. I heard that his fire talent is about to be promoted to SSS level, said the third senior sister. UK was thinking of Yin Yuan, the one who sent him explicit and alluring photos, but when he heard his third senior sister mention his senior brother's talent, he couldn't help but be surprised. Senior brother's talent is so high. He was still unaware of senior sister Chu Shui and senior brother Mo Ran's talents, and he was too embarrassed to ask directly about it, since they had only known each other for a few days. But he knew that once he was promoted to controller, he would be automatically removed from the list of Wanxiang Academy unless he became one of the 7 Star Torch successors. A dozen minutes later, the second senior brother, Mo Ran, came out, looking slightly dejected. Junior sister, master wants you to go in. Sigh. Mo Ran walked over and plopped down next to UK, looking quite melancholy. Seeing Mo Ran's appearance, UK guessed that he had probably been criticized by his master. Senior brother, would you do me the honor of teaching your junior brother some chess skills another day? UK asked. Oh dear, junior brother, don't try to comfort your senior brother. From this day forward, your senior brother can no longer touch the chessboard. Upon hearing this, Mo Ran's expression became even more dejected. UK was taken aback, his eyebrows twitching slightly. What a coincidence! His good intentions had hit the other person where it hurt. Sigh. Master requires me to become the controller within 2 years. There is no room for negotiation. Mo then leaned back, his head drooping, and said wistfully. UK's heart stirred slightly, and he tentatively asked, "Is it related to that 10-year war?" Mo nodded, his head bowed. "Your third senior sister is probably in the same boat. She should be promoted to controller within 4 years. Junior brother, we're afraid we'll have a hard time enjoying your third senior sister's delicious cooking in the future." Emoran let out a long sigh. "Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's think about something else." Emoran suddenly straightened up, puffed out his chest, and turned to UK. "Junior brother, after dinner at Master's place tonight, let's go to the Reproductive Collection Center together to fulfill our genetic obligations." As Emoran spoke, a hint of cunning and amusement flashed in his scholarly eyes. "Ha?" UK was stunned. "You don't know yet? There are no birth delivery workers inside the Wangxi Enjuan. There's only a birth collection center. Didn't your attendant tell you?" Emoran asked curiously. "Oh. I don't know. She hasn't told me yet." "Alright, I'll take you there tonight, senior brother." Sparks flew from the dark lenses of the second senior brother's eyes, as if he wanted to ignite the air. Excited glints of light shot out from under his eyelashes. UK's heart skipped a beat, and his eyelids twitched slightly. His second senior brother was about to cause trouble. "By the way, junior brother, try to attend as many public lectures as possible, except those given by Master. They are very beneficial." Second senior brother Emoran suddenly changed the subject, trying to straighten his posture. Second senior brother was afraid that I would ask him more questions. UK reacted immediately, but it probably wasn't anything too outrageous. UK simply gave up asking further questions and followed up on his second senior brother's topic by asking him for advice. Half an hour later, the third senior sister came out with Master Ku. UK stood up with Emoran. "Let's go fishing in the backyard," Kuguhong said gently, waving his hand. Okay. Chu Shui, who had the same dejected expression as Emoran when she came out, cheered up upon hearing this. "But it's been so long since I've come here to mooch fish from Master," Emoran said happily. "Junior brother, let's go get the fishing rod," Emoran waved. On the way, Emoran quietly told UK that Master Ku's fish pond was raising several kinds of very valuable fish. Among them is the twin rainbow carp, whose flesh is not only very beneficial to physical resilience and strength, but also has a significant effect on enhancing mental strength. Eating 10 of these adult fish will easily increase your physical constitution by 15%, and your mental strength in the inner vision realm will also increase by about 20%. UK was amazed, his eyes flashing. "Treasure fish. If you eat 100 of them, wouldn't that be?" "Ha, junior brother, don't overthink it. Over the years, Master's fish pond has only had about 20 twin rainbow carp." Emoran patted UK on the shoulder and laughed. UK was slightly disappointed. The four of them leisurely fished in the pavilion in the middle of the lake for more than half an hour, drinking tea and chatting casually. This sense of leisure, which had been absent for 2,000 years, made UK extremely satisfied, and at the same time, he wondered if the master in front of him might have traveled from another time. The dinner was very lavish. 2 twin carp, 1 catfish, 1 pomfret, and 1 eel. There's also a chicken and a duck in the front yard. Under the tutelage of third senior sister Chushue, one delicious dish after another was served. The 2 twin colorful carp had tender flesh that melted in the mouth, with a subtle fragrance that seemed to seep straight down the throat and into the heart, leaving a lingering aftertaste. The flesh of the catfish is firm and elastic, and every bite is full of rich umami flavor, as if dancing a joyful dance on the tip of your tongue. The other varieties are also rare delicacies. This dinner felt like the start of a wonderful journey for the taste buds. Everyone was enjoying their meal. Even Master Ko and Uncle Wen were no exception. As UK savored the delicious food, he secretly marveled at what a feast for the senses it was. At the same time, the abundant energy contained within it is also quietly nourishing one's physical and mental strength. UK could clearly feel that his 6th overclocking bar seemed to be almost full. Although third senior sister Chu Shui maintained her elegant eating manners, her slightly bright eyes revealed her satisfaction and enjoyment of the dinner. Second senior brother Emoran was even more unrestrained, eating with his mouth full of oil, and occasionally letting out satisfied exclamations, which made everyone chuckle. Even teacher Ku's face showed a sense of ease and joy. To UK's great surprise, the wine on the table was actually mousy. UK didn't dare ask, nor did he drink. He only secretly glanced at Master Ko a few times. After having some tea after the meal, Emoran led Chu Shui and UK to bid farewell to Master Ku. Halfway there, they dismissed Chu Shui again, and Mo ran, with UK in tow, strolled into a building that looked like a stadium. In the darkness of night, many men hurried in, and many men hurried out. It wasn't until he was seated in a small private room that UK realized what was happening. Holy crap! She's a stripper. It's not about watching movies or reading magazines. She's a living, breathing beauty, with on-site assistance. UK was shocked. The later generations were truly advanced in some aspects. Although UK wore a mask as required, he was still so embarrassed that his face turned completely red. I had only heard of it in my past life, but never actually seen it. He watched as the alluring and beautiful woman before him, wearing a sexy and seductive mask and dressed in a few thin threads, strolled towards him. Wearing a bathrobe, UK couldn't control her reaction. First time, the dancer asked curiously, noticing UK's stiff movements. UK was embarrassed, as his true feelings were immediately apparent. What, are you going to give me a red envelope? UK retorted, trying to suppress his dry throat. He. No, not at all. It's just that it's the first time, so you're allowed to touch me. The dancer giggled, her curvaceous figure swaying, her long legs crossed, and her hips rippling. Aren't you going to start? Do you want me to help you? Seeing that UK remained motionless, the dancer bent forward, her jade hand brushing against her red lips, her voice captivating and enchanting. Chapter 62: The Suffering of the Second Senior Brother, Against the Power of the Five Elements. Ahem, no need, you, turn around. Seeing that the other party was almost touching him, UK hurriedly said. He really couldn't get used to this kind of public and commercially oriented, erotic scene. I was thinking of just running away, but then I remembered that I had registered 3 times. If I were to retreat without achieving anything, it would likely cause controversy, and I would be even more embarrassed in front of everyone. Okay. Brother, I won't look. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. The dancer murmured seductively, her slender waist bending as her hips bounced up to a full moon shape. She then gently twisted her waist, her snow-white skin enveloping a seductive dance. UK forced himself to endure the discomfort, closed his eyes, and buried himself in his work. 5 minutes later, UK coughed, picked up the cryogenic storage container, and handed it to the other party. UK really missed Ching-se at this moment, as Ching-se's singing was still the most pleasant. The dancer took it and gave UK a deep look, quite surprised. Does he feel he's moving too fast? Cough. You're so beautiful, you should be proud. UK pretended to be relaxed and carefree, spread his arms, and then leaned back, slumping on the long sofa. He. Thank you for the compliment, sir. With that, she put the storage container into the freezer, put on her coat, buttoned it up, and left. Just before closing the door, she turned back and gave him a flirtatious wink. Brother, rest well. When you feel ready, please press the button. UK waved his hand dismissively, glancing at the newly arranged platter on the table. Inside were dried meat, nuts, and other snacks, as well as fruits such as bananas, pomegranates, and blueberries, and 3 bottles of zinc-containing goji berry drinks. They're all things that provide quick nourishment for men. UK gave a self-deprecating bitter laugh. This kind of life experience was truly unexpected, even beyond his imagination. I wonder what kind of state second senior brother Moran is in right now. 6 minutes later, UK pressed the button. Sultry music began to play softly. The door opened again. UK was taken aback. The other one? This time, the dancers are slightly thinner, but they are more flexible. Not only does she have a waist like a water snake, but her whole person is like a water snake. Various complex and difficult movements, far exceeding those of ballet, bloom like enchanting flowers within a small space. The fiery atmosphere, the melodious voice, and the exaggerated movements stirred UK's heart. UK's hands almost violated the rules. After a while, seeing that UK did not move, the woman swayed and twisted, put her hands on UK's shoulders, and looked at him with questioning eyes behind her mask. UK coughed again. You should turn around. The woman smiled seductively to the soft music, obediently twisting her waist and turning around, her plump, peach-shaped buttocks swaying gently in front of UK's eyes. UK once again buried himself in action. After the matter was concluded and everyone left, UK, like a wise man, surveyed the room. On one wall, the slogan "Born for Tomorrow, Born for Survival" was still clearly visible in the dim light. On the other side, the slogan reads, "Time waits for no one, talent must be passed on." Ha! I wonder what the slogans are like at fertility collection centers in other places. As the place where the most elite people of all humanity from the 12 cities gather, the slogans of Wang Xianjuan should definitely be the most radical. UK leaned back and looked at the wall behind him. Sure enough, the strongest talent must have a successor. UK rang the bell again. The seductive melody began again, even more mesmerizing and alluring than before. A pair of rabbit ears peeked through the door and quietly slid down. UK looked down and saw a soft, graceful body walking towards him on its cat-like gait, with a short, fluffy white rabbit tail embedded in its pert buttocks. UK opened his eyes wide and stretched out his legs. UK lowered his head and quickly walked out of the Reproductive Data Collection Center, a hand on his shoulder. Ha, I knew it, junior brother, you couldn't bring yourself to say no. Second senior brother Mo Ran said jokingly. Before UK could respond, Mo Ran continued, his tone becoming wistful. However, a year later, when you are powerless to do anything about it, you will understand the good intentions of the Fertility Collection Center. I, the eldest brother, and all the other senior brothers who left the academy all went through this. Hearing the helplessness in Mo Ran's tone, UK lost the will to reply and nodded silently. He glanced back. Please write your excellence into the genetic code of humanity's future. The enormous three-dimensional lettering shimmered with a faint light through the thick fog in the dark night. Back in his three-story villa, UK lay down on the sofa on the first floor and took a nap. Recalling my first meeting with Professor Ku today, this ancient culture enthusiast, the future director or first deputy director of Wanxiang Academy, does indeed possess a unique charm. His advice was also crucial. Xu Ning came down from the second floor. If there's nothing else, I'm going to cultivate in the gravity space? UK took the personal terminal and nodded, okay. Ha? Why did Xu Ning look at me so strange just now? At this moment, 3 recent red notifications on his personal terminal made UK realize what was happening. Mr. UK, you have completed 312 of this month's fertility task. Please pay attention to your pace and take care of your health. Deficiencies. Xu Ning's strange gaze must have come from here. UK felt another wave of awkwardness. UK casually picked up the 3 notebooks about the power of the 5 elements that Master Ku had given him and began to look through them. The handwritten words are so beautiful. Before long, UK gradually became engrossed in the story. Master Ku truly lived up to his reputation as an outstanding figure above the level of a controller. His insights were both profound and easy to understand, and many of his theories were refreshing to UK. UK became more and more excited as he read, and in a flash, he sprang to the training room. I sat cross-legged, activated the overclocking function, and once again drew the 5 elements circle. This time, his movements were more freehand, more natural, and more fluid. The 5 elements circle is also more fully rounded and the integration is smoother. With a flick of his finger, UK caused the 5 elements circle to rotate clockwise. UK kept his fingers still, closed his eyes, and carefully felt the sensation. That new vitality was born again. UK tried to increase the rotation speed, and the 5 element rings became thinner and thinner. The 5 colors gradually mixed together, becoming turbid and unclear. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the elemental circle collapsed, turning into wisps of thin snakes that vanished in the blink of an eye. UK was not discouraged. His eyes shone brightly. He just felt that faint sense of fusion and mutual generation. UK drew the 5 elements circle again, activated the 4-bar overclocking, and repeated the previous action to experience it in more detail. I held on for 1 minute before collapsing again. But it took 20 seconds longer than last time. The remaining gaps continue. 3 hours later, UK looked at the thin circle of the 5 elements circulating like flowing light in front of him, and felt extremely excited. Finally! After hundreds of failures, this time, it finally succeeded. He stared intently at the stable, dark aura before him, within which iridescent colors swirled and flickered, as if containing endless mysteries and releasing a faint aura of mystery. UK carefully reached out his hand and gently touched the halo with his fingertips. In an instant, a warm yet powerful force surged into his body through his fingertips, causing him to shudder. This power, like the warm sun in spring, dispelled the fatigue and gloom in his body, and like a babbling brook, flowed merrily through his veins, nourishing every inch of his skin and every cell. Moments later, the aperture collapsed again. UK skillfully drew a new 5 elements circle in mid-air once again, and with a gentle flick of his finger, the 5 elements circle began to spin rapidly. UK turned slightly to the side and drew another circle of the 5 elements, then flicked it again. 5, 10, 60, 100. UK looked at the rapidly circulating circles of the 5 elements densely packed in the room, and wandered among them with his eyes closed. A moment later, he sat cross-legged again, stretched out one hand forward, and gently touched it with his finger. 100 circles representing the 5 elements remained still and suspended in mid-air. Looking at the magical and dazzling scene before him, UK, as if possessed, flicked his fingers in the opposite direction. Then, the 100 black circles containing 5 colors and the 5 elements twisted and became agitated, emitting a heart-palpitating fluctuation. The fluctuations grew increasingly violent, and UK was horrified, unable to escape to the door in time. Those 100 rings of light, like Minghue's rapid-fire cannonballs back then, exploded with a deafening roar. The entire training room shook violently. Before UK could even utter a curse, he was engulfed by the violent energy. 1 second later, UK, 100 meters away, watched the swaying 3-story villa with a pounding heart. His body was covered in light armor formed from the power of earth element and outer armor sculpted from the power of dark element, the light flickering and changing. Several cracks, some thick and some thin, are clearly visible on it. UK coughed and exhaled a puff of smoke. I felt intense pain in my buttocks and left shoulder. UK was marveling at what kind of building materials were used in this training room, which was truly impregnable. Second senior brother Mo ran and third senior sister Chu Shui appeared in a flash, their faces full of astonishment as they looked at UK, who was covered in dust and dirt. Junior brother, didn't we just go there? Chapter 63, Invitations from 3 Elite Societies, Bold Ideas. After seeing off his 2 senior brothers and sisters, UK entered the villa. Everything was found to be fine, no items had fallen or broken, and the wall showed no cracks. UK realized that he had underestimated these buildings standing on the ground. That's true. If the city were to be attacked, these surface buildings would at least need to withstand concentrated fire from Minghue's artillery array. UK inspected the training room. The walls were intact, but some of the facilities inside were completely destroyed. We need to ask the hospital's maintenance department to come and repair it tomorrow, and then buy new equipment. UK went up to the 3rd floor and laid down on the sofa. He recalled his conversation with Master Ku while fishing. He told his newly recognized master about his deal with the Jiang family regarding the body technique. Professor Ku immediately responded that he would meet with Jiang Zhongqing with him the next day. UK was deeply moved at the time, realizing that Teacher Ku's actions were to avoid suspicion. In the event that the Jiang family is abolished and purged, and their transactions are traced back to this particular deal, having Master Ku as a witness would be enough to protect me from being implicated. However, another hope in UK's heart was also extinguished. He had hoped that Master Ku could give him a movement technique that was no less powerful than the Jiang family's Dawn illusionary steps. But Master Ku stated frankly that there were no such techniques. Among the controllers and below, there were only these 2 top-tier movement techniques in the entire 12 cities, with the other one held by the Luoran family. UK recalled Zhao Kaishuan's warning when he summoned him. The Luo Lang family and the Jiang family were the most hostile towards him, so he gave up on the idea. The only thing that comforted UK was that Master Ku praised his good taste after hearing his opinion. The one from the Luoran family, while also top tier, wasn't quite suitable for him. At this moment, the personal terminal notified that there was a new message. UK was dumbfounded when he saw it. It was that Yin Yuan. She followed the example of Miss Lin Saifu, wearing only a ribbon, and filmed herself singing and dancing in a video, which she then sent over. Sigh. They really trust their own character, and aren't they afraid of posting these masterpieces on public forums? Wow, you know what, even though there aren't any dance majors now, their dance moves are top-notch. UK admired it carefully, mainly because the ribbons were fluttering and had a special charm. UK almost drooled while watching the last part. Luckily, I went to the fertility testing center tonight. That night, UK slept exceptionally peacefully. At breakfast, UK asked Xu Ning to notify the Academy's engineering department as soon as possible to repair the training room. Xu Ning, who was checking UK's personal terminal, nodded and gave him a meaningful glance. UK casually asked, "What's wrong with your eyes? What kind of dance do you like?" Xu Ning paused and asked. UK realized that Xu Ning had seen that he had read Yin Yuan's video. "It's alright, I guess. The ribbon is quite pretty." That like you gave might have kept someone so excited they couldn't sleep all night, Xu Ning said casually. UK was taken aback, opened his mouth, and said, "I can't just reply that it doesn't look good, can I? That would be too impolite." He. Xu Ning could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. "In the end, you're still just a little man," Xu Ning said again. UK felt uncomfortable hearing those 3 words. "What, you're very experienced. Come on, let's chat and you can give me some guidance." Xu Ning was taken aback and blushed. I'm 6 years older than you, so naturally I have more experience. UK pressed further, how so? Before UK could finish speaking, Xu Ning interrupted, the Dawn Society, the Revival Society, and the Youth Army have all sent you special invitations to join. Think it over first. As she spoke, Xu Ning picked up her personal terminal, got up, and went upstairs. Dawn Society, Revival Society, Youth Army? UK knew that they were all elite societies of the Myriad Manifestations Academy, the cradle of future bigwigs in the 12 cities. UK also knew that the Youth Army was supported by a faction led by the Zhao family. The Fuxing Society is backed by the Jiang and Luran families. The Dawn Society is backed by the Fei and Zhou families, who are the current leaders of Central City. However, according to Zhao Kaixian, other families from the 12 cities also participated in these three major organizations, such as the Yi family, the Yin family, the Lin family, the Titan family, the Smith family, the Garcia family, and so on. In addition, there are also spies within each other's organizations. The competition and struggle among elites is something that one inevitably gets involved in from the moment one becomes an adult. UK had thought it over and concluded that he did not want to get involved too early. We should wait at least 6 months before making a decision. He needs to observe and experience things for himself. The Zhao family did not force or guide him in this regard. The entrance examinations for this year's regular students have not yet begun. UK decided to first experience the famous Elements Meet. This is the place that all elemental ability users yearn for the most. When I met the ruling council of the City of No Light, one of them mentioned it. However, after experiencing it firsthand, UK found that the place was too troublesome for him. Because the spaces between elements are single element spaces set up according to the elemental power, such as spaces between fire, ice, and thunder. Although each chamber is filled with highly purified single element energy, elemental ability users can achieve twice the results with half the effort by cultivating here, and gain a deeper understanding of the characteristics of their own element. However, UK needed to enter one room at a time, which indirectly interrupted his understanding of the mutual generation of the 5 elements. However, this place is the best choice for improving elemental talent levels and accelerating single element cultivation. It would be excellent to come here to enhance my talents after I have achieved the mutual generation of the 5 elements. UK spent 5 hours cultivating the power of the 10 elements and gained a lot. He can now condense dark elemental light armor and thunder armor. My understanding of the power of the 10 elements has deepened, and my control over them has also improved. My own talent core has also become more rounded and full. Moreover, the elements are more balanced. However, the cost was that UK consumed 50 bright gold and 10 indigo. Master Ku is right, his future expenses will be enormous, and he is now experiencing it firsthand. Back at the villa, UK specifically checked the purchase prices of resources within the Wanxiang courtyard. He had always thought he was quite wealthy, especially after receiving the 500,000 4th-tier crystal cores reward from the top leader. He felt he wouldn't be short of money for at least 2 years. But he realized he was wrong. A bottle of radiant-grade spiritual nutrient solution, also known as bright gold, is priced at 1.2 standard tier 4 crystal cores per bottle after discount, given its leading status. When UK saw the price, he almost jumped up. So expensive? Just how extravagant I've been these past few days. Didn't anyone tell me this? UK secretly converted the standards from his previous life into his mind. According to the standards of the cute model, the cost of a standard breakfast is 10 energy tickets. 40 energy tickets equals 1 first-order standard crystal nucleus. The conversion factor between adjacent levels of crystal nuclei is 20 times. Assuming an average person's breakfast cost 10 yuan in their previous life, then the price of a bright gold cigarette would be equivalent to 38,400 yuan. He spent 1.92 million yuan today. My heart hurts. My chest hurts too. No, that's not the right algorithm. There must be something wrong with this algorithm. However, UK refused to delve into this matter. How significant are the new humans of this world compared to the old humans of that world? Zhao Kaixian once told him that in front of the line connecting the End City, Watch City, and Scorched Earth City, there was an army of about 1 million new humans who fought against countless mutated beasts almost every day. The number of dead mutant beasts exceeds 100 million per month, and none of them are below the 3rd rank. These produced crystal nuclei are one of the main sources of sustenance for the new humans in the rear. However, Master Ka said that his enormous consumption of one person being equivalent to 100 people was very rare, and he asked himself to keep it as secret as possible. UK sat cross-legged in meditation to calm his mind. The cultivation room had been completely renovated. UK practiced the shock period of the 7th mountain realm several times, trying to seize the opportunity to step into the 8th sea realm. Unfortunately, an hour later, another 3 bright golds were used up, only a small step forward from the edge of the last one. After resting for a while, UK started drawing the 5 elements circle again. It's smoother and silkier today than last night. UK dared not reverse the situation any further, but instead urged his mind and body to perceive the situation as subtly as possible. Suddenly, UK had a flash of inspiration. Hundreds of radiant 5 elements circles also instantly froze in mid-air. Perhaps, doing that would allow me to experience the mutual generation of the 5 elements more quickly and deeply. No, it's the fastest and deepest feeling. The risk is just too great. After a moment of thought, his gaze hardened, and he strode upstairs to find Xu Ning. Chapter 64 Marilyn Monroe's Visit, Father John's Negotiation. UK's plan was very risky, so he needed someone to protect him. In the event of an accident resulting in serious injury, we guarantee that you will receive timely medical treatment. Xu Ning nodded solemnly and quickly began operating on his personal terminal. The Manshuan Hospital has temporary medical pods available for borrowing, and some special medications can be withdrawn in advance depending on the individual's status. After UK and Xu Ning finished their work and set a time, they prepared to go to Master Ke's place. He arranged a meeting place with Jiang Fangyao in the morning, which was set at Teacher Ke's home, as Teacher Ke had suggested. Just as UK was about to go downstairs, Xu Ning called him back and told him that someone would be visiting the next day. Who? Can't I refuse? UK asked in surprise. Couldn't he just decline? She is the only instructor at the level of a controller in the academy. It's not easy to refuse, Xu Ning said with a complicated expression. Oh, with such a unique identity, you're right, it's hard to refuse. UK understood Xu Ning's predicament, but then found it strange. In a flash of inspiration, he thought of the 3 elite societies. Could it be that one of them sent an envoy? What's that lecturer's name? UK asked thoughtfully. Zhou Monglu. Ha? Zhou Monglu? Upon hearing this name, UK couldn't help but gasp, his eyes widening in astonishment. Of course, he hadn't forgotten the deal Zhou Mingli had made to him in the City of No Light. And the source of that 6-month short-term spouse proposal. She was the dream goddess shared by Qin Wufeng, Du Ruiyang, and Odang Chenghuan, 3 scions of top-tier families. He just didn't expect that Zhou Monglu would be a lecturer at Wanxiang Academy. UK suddenly recalled Zhao Kaishuan's evaluation of Zhou Menglu during their meeting at night. She's very stubborn and unscrupulous. A chill ran through me. Then let's arrange it for 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, UK said after calming himself down. She suggested having dinner. Xu Ning had seen UK's surprise earlier and knew that UK might have heard of this person before, so she answered truthfully and handed UK her personal terminal. UK paused for a moment, took the personal terminal, and without looking at it, said, "Then let's have dinner. Get ready." With that, UK turned and headed towards Master Ke's house. On the way, UK was still somewhat uneasy. It was probably Zhao Kaishuan's comments that made him feel uncertain. But he was also somewhat expectant, wondering what kind of charm this goddess, in the eyes of the descendants of the top elites, possessed. Furthermore, he possesses a very unique identity, the only lecturer at the controller level in the Wanxiang Academy. That's quite unique of them, actually suggesting dinner. When UK approached the door of Master Ke, he stopped, closed his eyes and adjusted himself for a moment before knocking. Uncle Wen opened the door, and UK respectfully greeted him as Uncle Wen. Uncle Wen smiled kindly and stepped aside to let UK in. At that moment, bursts of hearty laughter echoed from inside the courtyard. Several people had already taken their seats at the tea table, enjoying tea and chatting. UK checked the time. It was 10 minutes to 6, so he wasn't late. Master. UK deliberately quickened his pace, crossed the courtyard, and bowed to Master Ke. UK has arrived. Perfect timing to serve tea to these 2 uncles, Master Ke greeted with a smile. This is Professor Fei Yuqing, Teacher Ke introduced the man on the right, whose face was gentle but whose eyes were sharp. UK followed suit, pouring and serving tea, and said respectfully, "Greetings, Instructor Fei." "This is Instructor Du Jingxing," Teacher Ke said, turning to introduce the man on his left, who was described as having a resolute and imposing physique. UK quickly poured tea again and bowed, offering it to Professor Du. The 2 mentors nodded and accepted the tea. After smiling and sizing up UK, they exchanged a glance but said nothing. Ku Guhong continued the previous topic. UK consciously took on the role of tea master. This instructor Fei should be a member of the clan of the current Chief Yuan of Central City. As for Professor Du, he is very likely related to Du Ruiyang. UK secretly guessed that these two people were present at this time because they were deliberately invited by Master Ku to participate in the negotiations with the Jiang family. It is called participation, but in reality, it is witnessing. Their family backgrounds were a perfect match. One was Fei Yuan's most trusted confidant, and the other did not belong to either the Zhao or Jiang factions. Teacher Ku is meticulous in his work, considering everything thoroughly. At the same time, they can also slightly leverage the influence of the two individuals to gain a slight advantage in the negotiations. A moment later, the courtyard gate opened again, and the three people walked in. Uncle Wen was in front, followed by a refined yet unruly man with the air of a middle-aged playboy, and Zhang Fangyao was at the very back. UK stood up. He hadn't expected Zhang Fangyao's father to have such a temperament. Brother Ke, I'm sorry to bother you. Zhang Zhongqing glanced at the three people seated in the distance, his eyes flashing with a sharp light, and then greeted them with a smile from afar. Brother Fei, Brother Du, it's been a long time. Ke Guhong greeted him with a warm smile and led Zhang Zhongqing to a seat. Zhang Zhongqing then had Zhang Fangyao bow and greet the three of them. Everyone took their seats, before Uncle Wen could leave. It's a rare chance to meet you two, Mr. Fei and Mr. Du. Mr. Ke, in my humble opinion, we should keep this deal simple and quick. That way, we'll have more time to enjoy drinks and conversation. What do you think, Mr. Ke? Zhang Zhongqing spoke warmly and directly, glancing casually at UK. Ignoring Zhang Fangyao's gaze as she looked down, UK, who was diligently brewing tea, paused slightly upon hearing this. That would be best, of course, Ke Guhong laughed heartily, speaking freely and naturally. Then I'll reveal my hand directly. If I play at level 4, I'll give you 30 shares. If I play at level 5, I'll give you 25 shares. You choose one, how about it? Zhang Zhongqing looked relaxed and natural as he casually accepted the teacup offered by UK, drinking as he spoke. Zhang Fangyao sat beside UK, and her small hand, which was wrapped around the table, paused almost imperceptibly. Then let's choose the first option. Starting today, deliver 30 copies to the Jiang family within 1 year. Teacher Ke replied directly. UK subconsciously felt that something was amiss. However, as a junior, he should not overstep his bounds by sitting at the lowest seat and should remain silent. Moreover, Master Ke had already made his decision. Good. That's more like it. I dislike and am not good at dragging things out in negotiations. Zhang Zhongqing clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Yao, show this to your Uncle Ke, Zhang Zhongqing said, waving his hand. Zhang Fangyao obediently took out a USB flash drive and handed it out with both hands. UK quickly took it, plugged it into his personal terminal, and handed it to Teacher Ke. Ke Guhong smiled and took it. After looking at it, he showed it to Fei and Du, who nodded in approval. Then he opened it on his own terminal, drew on it with his finger, and handed it to Zhang Zhongqing. Zhang Zhongqing took it, signed it by hand, and then handed it to Fei and Du. The two people who were nominally witnesses also signed the document, and finally Ke Guhong copied the electronic version of the transaction document from the terminal and sent it to Zhang Zhongqing. The transaction is now complete. UK pondered that this trading model actually had its flaws. Judging from the familiar process, it seems to be the standard and accepted method in Central City. Master Ke instructed UK to take Zhang Fangyao for a stroll around the courtyard. UK obeyed and led Zhang Fangyao from the front yard to the backyard. UK, let me tell you, our Jiang family's Dawn illusionary steps is extremely powerful. I've only reached the beginner level. If you cultivate it to the advanced level, you'll be able to counterattack when Mingyi makes his first strike during the battle. Zhang Fangyao looked around curiously while talking to UK. Really? Then why are you only at the beginner level? Is it difficult to learn? UK smiled. A little. But I've only been practicing for 2 years, so my skill level isn't high, Gao Fangyao said shyly. Oh, then why have you only been training for 2 years? UK asked casually. Because I didn't want to practice before, Zhang Fangyao said, looking at a small yellow flower swaying in the flower bed. Practicing martial arts is very tough. I didn't want to practice, and my parents didn't force me. But several of my younger cousins have been practicing for several years, and I felt embarrassed not to practice either, so I started practicing 2 years ago. UK responded with an O. Zhang Fangyao is truly the happiest girl in Central City. Unexpectedly, Zhang Zhongqing, who acts like a spoiled young master, is so doting and indulgent towards his daughter. In the pavilion in the middle of the lake, Zhang Fangyao leaned on the railing, staring at the fish swimming in the lake, and suddenly said in a low voice, "Actually, some fish are both helpless and pitiful. They want to swim towards the sunlight, but the lead fish insists on leading the school of fish towards the shadows. It dares not leave the school of fish, for fear of being abandoned and rejected by new schools. It can only follow forward." UK was taken aback. His gaze shifted from the almost flattened area to Zhang Fangyao's profile, then back to the fish in the lake, and he remained silent. At the dinner, UK once again enjoyed the fish from Master Ke's backyard. This time it was Uncle Wen's skill that was just as good as third senior sister's. Zhang Fangyao ignored the clinking of glasses and conversations of the four important figures, keeping her head down and her mouth constantly moving, her mind and body completely absorbed in the delicacies on the table. UK followed suit and ate with great concentration. This seemingly delightful banquet lasted for a full 3 hours. After seeing the guests off, Master Ke turned and went back to the courtyard, his face ashen. UK's heart skipped a beat. Zhang Laoer is no simple man. I made a careless move and gave myself away. UK was shocked. He never expected that someone as meticulous and insightful as Teacher Ke would make a mistake. Was it, when Zhang Fangyao's father presented the two-option solution at the beginning? UK asked tentatively. Chapter 65: A Battle of Wits, a Bold Experiment. Ke Guhong's gaze sharpened slightly, his expression showing a hint of surprise, as he looked at UK and said, "Tell me your thoughts in detail." "Yes, Master." Seeing Master Ke's attitude, UK knew that his guess was pretty accurate, and then said solemnly, "According to the rules of the trade that I am familiar with, the value of a top genius's share of a gene seed at the 5th level of the Transcendent Realm is equivalent to 80% of the value at the 4th level. Zhang Zhongqing's choice of one of the two options was actually a test. Given that the dean was pressuring the Zhang family head and was planning to take action against the Zhang family, if Master chose the latter, Zhang Zhongqing would become very suspicious. He would then use this to deduce that Central City would take drastic measures against the Zhang family this time. I suspect that Master deliberately chose the first option to avoid this suspicion. However, according to industry practice, the second plan, which is at the 5th level, should be 24 copies, but Zhang Zhongqing added 1 copy on purpose. Master did not react to this when making the choice. Although this one piece is not a big deal in the eyes of someone of Master's level, Master did not even make a joke about Zhang Zhongqing's intention to take advantage of others. He made the decision without hesitation. I think this is probably a flaw that made Zhang Zhongqing suspicious. UK recounted the story in detail, without mentioning Zhang Fangyao's reaction at that moment. "Ha ha ha. UK, I didn't expect you to be such a clever and insightful person." Master Ke laughed heartily after hearing this, his words full of admiration. "That's right. That's where I made a mistake. However, my biggest blunder at that moment was that I should have looked at you first and observed your intentions. That 1-point difference is indeed a trap. But when the difference is so small, my attitude should be to first see your attitude." UK nodded, and he shared the same view. He felt something was wrong at the time, but later, while making tea, he suddenly realized something. Although Master Ke's actions and tone were natural at the time, they were not natural enough in a human way, nor were they in accordance with the relationship between master and disciple. However, he couldn't bring up this idea before Professor Ke. "But at that time, I was worried that you might not understand the situation, so I made the decision for you immediately." Master Ke sighed with his hands behind his back. The second son of the Zhang family is truly unassuming. Everyone thought he had always acted like a spoiled young master and wasn't very shrewd. But tonight, he saw through the situation as soon as he entered the courtyard and, with his quick thinking, he managed to trick me into falling into his trap first. The second son of the Zhang family is quick-witted and profound. The eldest son of the Zhang family is far inferior to him. We have all misjudged him, Master Ke praised. However, Zhang Laoer was probably frightened and gave himself away, Master Ke said with a smile. "Oh, please enlighten me, Master," UK asked curiously. Since his wife became pregnant, Zhang Zhongqing has adhered to 2 rules for the past 20 years. He never drinks more than half a gin of alcohol at each banquet, and he always goes home before 9 o'clock when he gathers with friends at night. This time, although it was a transaction and my friend was special, he exceeded the limit by half a gin and it was past 9 o'clock, but I didn't see him hesitate or look at his watch. It's clear that this Zhang Laoer, though outwardly composed, is actually quite flustered inside. Master Ke strolled through the flower beds in the courtyard, chuckling softly. TSK. UK shook his head and chuckled along with Master Ke. Zhang Fangyao's father, because he became a model husband, found his past behavior to be a weakness. That's really interesting. However, my mistake tonight will not affect the overall situation. Let's just consider it as putting pressure on them again and sending a signal. The dean met with old man Jiang yesterday afternoon. Let's see what the Jiang family does in the next few days. Ko Guhong patted UK on the shoulder and beckoned Uncle Wen over. Uncle Wen took out 5 shimmering stones and handed them to UK. These are the 5 element stones that I painstakingly collected after much searching and trading. They will greatly benefit your second talent cultivation. Take them back. Ko Guhong handed UK a specially made small bag, indicating that UK should put the 5 element stones in it, and said, "Gemstones that derive the 5 elements are extremely rare. It will take me a considerable amount of time to gather them. Don't have too high expectations. If you find them, great. If not, so be it." UK took the small bag and felt the faint energy fluctuations emanating from the 5 element stone, feeling a surge of excitement in his heart. He had already researched it. Such treasures were extremely rare and valuable. And they weren't something money could simply buy. UK carefully put it away, looked up at Ko Guhong, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Master's generous gift is deeply appreciated by your disciple, and I will never forget it." UK bowed deeply, his tone sincere. Ko Guhong waved his hand. "It is only right and proper for a master to help his disciple. Being pretentious is just being distant. There's no need for that. Go ahead. From now on, focus on your cultivation. Although the Jiang family's affairs are far-reaching, they are none of your concern. Just remember, no matter how the outside world changes, your foundation lies solely in cultivation." Ko Guhong earnestly gave him his advice. UK nodded solemnly, bid farewell, and left. Ko Guhong remained standing in the same spot, his gaze fixed on the distance, as if waiting for something. The fragrance of flowers in the courtyard drifted on the wind, and a sense of tranquility permeated the air, yet a hint of tension lingered beneath. A moment later, Uncle Wen quietly approached and whispered, "The person has arrived." Upon hearing this, Ko Guhong raised an eyebrow slightly and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. He straightened his sleeves and walked slowly toward the backyard, his steps steady, as if everything was under his control. On his way back, UK reviewed the entire meeting that evening. There weren't many subtle exchanges between the two sides at the banquet, but those that did occur came unexpectedly and caught everyone off guard. The constant probing among these ancient monsters is truly nerve-wracking, for fear of uttering a single wrong word or giving the wrong glance. UK also told Master Ko what Jiang Fangyao had said in the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Ko Guhong remained silent for a moment, then sighed sadly, "It's really tough on Jiang Laoer. But what can we do? Could he really kill his father and brother? It's a fateful misfortune. I just hope that you and I won't suffer such misfortune." UK remained silent. He didn't tell Teacher Ko that at that moment, he gently held Jiang Fangyao's small hand. Back at the villa, Xu Ning was already prepared. UK meditated cross-legged for half an hour before finally clearing his mind of all distractions. "Let's go." He stood up and walked towards the cultivation room. UK's idea was reasonable, yet very bold. He needed to comb through the flowing light surging on the surface of the talent core, which were those countless free-floating elemental threads. He wanted to build a mutually reinforcing circle of the 5 elements on his talent core, which was the closest he could feel and the true understanding. However, the seemingly chaotic and disordered strands of elemental lines on the surface of the talent core are actually in a dynamic equilibrium at all times. My actions will inevitably disrupt this balance at the beginning, but I can't predict the consequences. You can only start with the smallest possible circle, so that the damage will be minimal. UK took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, meditated for a moment, and waited for his mind to be completely calmed. A short while later, when UK felt his mind was as still as an ancient well, he activated his will and slowly twisted a very thin red fire element thread on the surface of his talent core, gradually forming a circle. The circle, about the size of a pen tip, caused the slowly rotating talent core to pause slightly, followed by a feeling of discomfort that was hard to describe. After waiting for 10 seconds, UK activated his mind again, gradually twisting a very thin yellow earth element thread not far from the fire element circle into a circle. The earthen ring is placed outside the fire ring. During this process, the surrounding wisps of elemental lines surged actively, making UK nervous and causing beads of sweat to appear on his forehead. As the surge gradually subsided, the remaining gaps continued. A greater sense of discomfort occasionally disturbed UK's mind. Until the 4th black water element circle took shape on the outside, the discomfort caused by the talent core made UK dizzy and nauseous. However, UK inexplicably felt that it was better to act quickly at this time, otherwise he might be disturbed and disrupted by the surrounding turbulent currents. He stopped waiting, suppressing his extremely uncomfortable feeling, and increased the overclocking from 3 bars to 4 bars, meticulously and patiently constructing a wood element circle about 1/10 of a centimeter outside the 4 element circles. Finally, a complete circle of 5 elements in a mutually generating cycle has been formed. UK turned the 5 elements circle clockwise with his mind, causing it to slowly rotate and disturbing the elemental threads outside the circle. Immediately, UK stopped his attempt to speed up, maintained a steady pace, and gradually merged the 5 elemental rings according to the coagulation method he had practiced before. No crashes. A great success. That familiar yet vibrant life force is stirring once more. Though small, it is undeniably real. However, before UK could fully comprehend it, an unbearable sense of discomfort surged forth. UK was startled. He looked inside his head and felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 66 One-Time Success. Marilyn Monroe can do anything. The fused 5-element circle, as it slowly rotated, was causing the surrounding elemental energy threads to surge around it. Countless elemental threads were converging on the 5-element circle, causing it to distort slightly in some areas, and in several places it was gradually becoming disordered and separating. UK tensed up in fright and quickly used his mind to isolate himself. Otherwise, the well-integrated dark 5-element circle will definitely be disturbed and eventually collapse. The interference with his talent core was already making him very uncomfortable. If he collapsed, he feared he would faint. Once everything stabilized, UK began to delve deeper into the unified and mutually reinforcing circle of dark elements. In UK's heartfelt understanding, the 5-element circle was no longer a simple energy structure. It transformed into a miniature cosmic furnace. The sprouting of wood ignites the brilliance of fire, the extinguishing of fire settles the richness of earth, the deep layers of earth temper the sharpness of metal, the sternness of metal condenses the gentleness of water, and the moisture of water nourishes the vitality of wood. The 5 forces are constantly generated in a cycle. UK's thoughts were mobilized and sank down, like a drop of ink falling into the cycle of the 5 elements. Not to observe, but to become. It becomes the flame that burns wood, the sediment that settles, the sharpened blade, the condensed dew, and the sprouting seed. When consciousness returns after traversing the entire process, the traces of mutual generation seem to be etched into the soul. Although he couldn't fathom the evolution and growth of elements at the extremely microscopic level, he sensed it. And he understood it. This is a kind of understanding that cannot be explained. It's as if that's how it's supposed to be. It should start from the infinitesimal details. Water generates wood, wood generates fire, fire generates earth, earth generates metal, and metal generates water. That kind of growth from nothing to something, from tiny to large, harmonious and interconnected, is like 1 + 1 = 2. You don't know how to prove it, but you just know that's how it is. UK suppressed his excitement and began the most crucial step. UK opened a small gap in his mental isolation, and the thin strands of elemental force were attracted, enveloped, and gradually merged into one by the circulating 5-element circle. Then more elemental filaments are attracted, absorbed, and fused. The excess elemental power is automatically melted and generated through the endless cycle, forming a balance of equal quantity and quality once again. Ha ha ha. UK couldn't help but burst into wild laughter inside. He succeeded. He succeeded on his first try. Heaven has favored me. From then on, he no longer needed to worry about the imbalance of the 5 elements. In the past, I would have this kind of worry every time I used elemental power in a battle. The last time UK went to the elemental chamber for cultivation, his biggest goal was to replenish the 5 elements and generate the power of the 5 elements, so that his talent core could return to balance and stability, until he achieved that perfect and complete feeling, and only then did UK leave satisfied. The ruling council of the City of No Light had previously advised him to use the power of a single element as little as possible. He was even advised that if he could not resolve the issue of the mutual generation of the 5 elements after reaching the 5th level of the transcendent realm, he should temporarily stop using elemental power. Otherwise, there is a risk of elemental imbalance leading to nuclear explosion. Now, that worry is gone forever. Because of his extreme perception and understanding just now, he also vaguely sensed that the 5 elements were growing in a 1-to-1 correspondence. Moreover, he inexplicably felt that the power of the elements through recycling and regeneration had produced some novel properties. He couldn't perceive this characteristic, but he would definitely discover it when he used elemental martial arts techniques in the future. The important thing is that now that he has found the method for the continuous generation of the 5 elements, most of the problem with the cultivation technique has naturally been solved. However, now is not the time to think about cultivation techniques. He needs to consolidate and deepen his understanding and control of the 5 elements' mutual generation. As UK immersed himself again, he suddenly realized that the rotation speed of the talent core had also increased slightly. At the same time, that brand new vitality is spreading throughout the body, gradually integrating into every part of it. This subtly nourishes the body, unlike the effect of spots of light in the mind. The latter is change. The former is enhancement, even carrying a certain mystical change. UK now feels that his lifespan limit should exceed the theoretical value of 300 years for those who surpass him. UK even felt that his combatability in a certain aspect had also improved. During the period, after being forced to stop due to dozens of overclocking loads, UK spent 5 hours practicing amidst constant starting and stopping. Finally, seeing that the prepared gold was exhausted again, he left the training room and parted ways with Xu Ning on the second floor. UK finally woke up around 12 noon the next day. On her personal terminal, Jiang Fangyao sent 2 text messages. One of the points is that if you have any questions about Dawn illusionary steps, you can ask her for advice anytime. There is such a clause in the transaction terms, which allows for 6 on-site guidance sessions. One suggestion was to invite him to watch the reference competition for the regular students the next day. A touch of melancholy welled up in UK's heart. Although he couldn't tell whether Jiang Fangyao's invitation came from her own hand or from her father, he really didn't want Jiang Fangyao to suddenly disappear forever one day. But he was powerless and could do nothing. Whenever Master Ke made a deal with the Jiang family on behalf of his disciples, he would bring in his 2 mentors, Fei and Du, as witnesses. But he couldn't help feeling heartbroken for a lost innocence and a purity that was about to be tainted. He had no romantic feelings or sexual feelings for Jiang Fangyao, but his feelings were stronger than romantic feelings or sexual feelings, at least stronger than sexual feelings. For UK, she is a symbol, an illusion. He did not want this occasional beauty to disappear, even if it was one-sided, fragile, and false. Forget it, I'll stop thinking about it for now. It's not something that will happen overnight. The wind should start blowing from either the Manchoing Temple or the City of No Light. When it starts, observe the wind's strength. There was another message from Qin Wufeng, inviting him to a gathering with Du Ruiyang in Shanin. This intrigued Yu Quebec. He had an innate affinity for Du Ruiyang and Shanin. Oh, and there's Minghui too, he had feelings for him too. Unfortunately, he became Professor Yi's student. UK decided to attend the banquet, which was scheduled for noon the next day, and also to chat with them about the affairs of the 3 major clubs. Perfect timing. I'll bring Jiang Fangyao along. UK then looked through Xu Ning's chat history with the 20-odd noble ladies and discovered that Yin Yuan had sent over new works. Moreover, Xu Ning gave him another thumbs up. Oh my god. He really wanted to ask Xu Ning if it was intentional, but the new work was truly amazing. UK shook his head, got up, threw his personal terminal on the second floor, ate his meal on the first floor, and went to the cultivation room. Having finally obtained the most advanced movement technique in the human world, he couldn't suppress his curiosity. After carefully reading through it, UK was greatly impressed. Perhaps it was because he had been too ignorant before, but this Dawn illusionary steps had opened a door to a whole new world for him. The speed increases tenfold or more due to the combined and efficient application of power techniques and the muscles and tendons in the body. UK looked closely and finally understood that this was nothing short of hellish training. It's not about strength and endurance, but about high-precision practice of all the elements that make up a movement. For example, a short leg kick is divided into 30 increments, which means it is divided into 30 starting steps. It involves not only every muscle and bone in the body, but also precise requirements for angles, breathing, and the corresponding movements and ranges of other limbs. This requirement is further divided into 5 levels, and the corresponding scores are also divided into 5 grades: beginner, elementary, intermediate, advanced, and master. UK followed the video tutorial on the USB drive and copied it one by one, which took him more than 3 hours. And I was so tired I was panting. UK dragged his exhausted body up to the first floor. It's hard to practice, isn't it? A clear, gentle voice, like jade, rang out. UK turned his head to look. A tall woman with a delicate face and light makeup, and eyes as clear as autumn lakes, stood gracefully in the center of the living room. A pure white t-shirt paired with a skirt and a knitted cardigan is simple, elegant, and understated, exuding a subtle scholarly charm. Her eyes were like water. When she noticed UK's gaze fixed on her, she smiled and gracefully twirled her arms around him, looking at UK. How is it? Do you like it? I heard you love classic beauty, so I dressed up especially for this. Is it alright? UK nodded blankly. He then woke up. Sister Manglu, I didn't expect you to come so early. I'm sorry for the delay. UK forced a smile. It's getting late, it's already 6:01, Jo Manglu said with a smile. UK felt awkward, then smiled and said, sorry. Please sit down. I'll take a shower first. He then quickly went upstairs. UK went to the second floor, but did not see Xu Ning. They went up to the third floor, but still couldn't find Xu Ning. UK didn't have time to think too much. He had already been neglectful to them, and he couldn't afford to be neglectful again. I quickly took a shower, changed my clothes, and went downstairs. Sister Manglu, I'm sorry, I was working on something this afternoon. UK gave Jo Manglu an apologetic smile. You like relationships where the woman is older than the man? Jo Manglu smiled and interrupted UK. UK was taken aback again by Jo Manglu's abrupt question. No. What I mean is, if you like relationships between older women and younger men, just call me Sister Manglu. Jo Manglu's gentle voice interrupted UK again. If you like sibling relationships, call me Marilyn Monroe. UK was somewhat bewildered. At the outset, I was completely on the defensive. Jo Manglu was gentle yet domineering, and domineering yet submissive. He was still trying to figure out why he had fallen into a passive position when Jo Manglu continued. Of course, if you have other hobbies, you can tell me frankly. Something suddenly twitched in UK's mind. What if I like uncles, aunts, or women? Either is fine. Jo Manglu brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes sparkling with spring water, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. Chapter 67 I Have a Problem? Xingsa's doubt. UK's heart skipped a beat when Jo Manglu answered first. The content is comfortable, but the way it's presented is uncomfortable. What men fear most is being interrupted halfway through. And it's being interrupted every single time. This woman is acting, but she can never hide her true colors. UK rubbed his hands together, coughed, and smiled sincerely and gently. Monroe. I know why you've come, and I'm very grateful. It's just, I prefer unopened ones. So, our deal with the Zhou family doesn't have to be limited to just the two of us. He deliberately paused after Marilyn Monroe without adding a title, just to tease the character in front of him. They've brought up another prejudice against men from an ancient feudal era as a shield. I haven't opened it. There's nothing inside either. Jo Manglu blinked and stared intently at UK. Deficiencies. You know so much about it without even opening it? He didn't dare say, I don't believe it. Just as UK was about to speak again, Jo Manglu said softly, whether it's AIC or AIMU, it's fine with me. UK stared at the other person's bright, clear eyes with his mouth slightly open, speechless. Ahem. Let me be frank. I'm not willing to give up the whole forest for one big tree. UK coughed heavily, adopting an attitude of I'm not pretending anymore, I'm being honest. You, who just visited a fertility testing center, have the nerve to use such an excuse? Seeing this, Jo Manglu also came clean, stopped acting, crossed her long legs, stared directly at UK, her eyes full of mockery. The shortage is a major problem. Although he didn't know how Jo Manglu knew about what happened the night before, asking her about it now would put him at a disadvantage, and it would be even more awkward to ask. He stubbornly began spouting nonsense and acting like a liar. I was just curious. It was there that I was greatly stimulated, and I became ashamed but then braver, okay? Jo Manglu covered her mouth and laughed loudly, leaning back. All right. Let's eat first. I don't know why you're so resistant, but it's quite interesting, Jo Manglu said, suppressing a laugh. UK was taken aback and was about to ask a question when footsteps approached and Xu Ning appeared, carrying large and small bags. I asked Xu Ning to pick up the food I ordered from Wanshi Shangzhou. I'm so sorry for the expense, Professor Zhou, UK said with a smile, surprised. I'll treat you to milk tea. With that, UK got up and went upstairs to the second floor. Xu Ning set the table, and UK came downstairs carrying 3 cups of hot milk tea. Xu Ning gave UK a meaningful look. UK was puzzled. He looked at the table and found that most of the dishes were the ones he and Xu Ning had ordered at Wanshi Xiangzhou last time. So thoughtful? This eldest daughter of the Zhou family must wield considerable power. She knew everything he did at Wanxiang Temple. UK, if you agree, I can create a perfect view for you in the elemental realm, giving you 40% of the usage time each month. Near the end of the meal, after a brief chat, Jo Munlu spoke. UK was greatly intrigued upon hearing this. Using such a place would be like adding wings to his cultivation of his second talent. Jo Munlu is so considerate. I manage that place. Construction wouldn't be difficult, and the legal status of the project is legitimate, Jo Munlu added. UK pondered for a few seconds, then looked up at Jo Munlu and asked bluntly, "May I ask why it has to be a temporary spouse?" Seeing that UK was willing to speak frankly, Jo Munlu replied earnestly, "Because the genes of those with feelings and interests are better." Zhang Fengyao is an example. UK was taken aback, he didn't know this theory. This is internal data from Central City. Although the sample size is small and the period is short, it is indeed the case from a probabilistic point of view. Jo Munlu explained that she sent a report to UK on her personal terminal, indicating that he should take a look. You quickly browsed the list and found that it was true. I don't want to force you to comply with the birth law like Qingse did. Although it's a good thing in terms of your and Qingse's outcome, it's clear that you, this classical boy, have fallen deeply in love since then. However, from a reproductive perspective, you know certain conclusions about certain segments of the male gene. Male promiscuity is a biological inevitability. Why bother going through all that trouble to go against your own desires? You have a problem, a deficiency. Moreover, you are well aware of how difficult and cruel our human condition is right now. Before UK could react, Jo Munlu finished speaking in one breath. She then rose gracefully, her pretty face radiating an intellectual glow. That's all I have to say. Starting the day after tomorrow, I invite you to practice together from 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. every night. At that time, I can focus on guiding your elemental practice. I hope you will not refuse. I am sincere. After saying that, she smiled and turned to leave. By the way, the milk tea is delicious. Jo Munlu, with her slender figure turned away from UK, spoke as she walked. The remaining defects fall into silence. He doesn't deny that everything Jo Munlu said was true. He also knew that with Jo Munlu's guidance, his perfect elemental talent technique would be created faster, and he might even see surprising growth in his talent and skills. However, he seems to be particularly against this kind of womanizing behavior now. Ever since that time when I was passively involved with Qingse's infidelity, it felt like something about me was locked away. If this were in my past life, when I was young and full of vigor, and I encountered such a situation where someone offered themselves to me, I would have taken it without hesitation. He had no doubt about that. He still had many memorable moments from his adolescence. In fact, he also noticed this mutation in his psychology or thinking, so he tried to change it. That night, he carefully watched Yin Yuan's dance performance, which was an experiment. UK closed his eyes and carefully recalled every moment he spent with Qingse. To be honest, the days the two of them spent together were nothing but routine. There was no special plot, nor any touching love words. But UK felt that Qingse was his one and only, and he believed that Qingse must feel the same way. Although he couldn't understand this feeling and found it mysterious, he was absolutely certain of it. He even came up with the bizarre idea of using quantum entanglement to explain it. You should know that in my previous life, when I was in my 30s, I had completely stopped believing in the word love. I came into this world carrying the last thoughts of my previous life. So it's strange that someone who no longer believes in love is so certain that they have found love. How hilarious. UK agrees with Jo Munlu's assessment of him, you have a problem. Suddenly, UK paused for a moment. He picked up his personal terminal and sent a text message to Zhao Kaixian. Can you tell me what Qingse's primary talent is? He wanted to ask Qingse if she had any other talents, but he thought that if he asked that, Zhao Kaixian would definitely say no. Because neither Zhao Kaixian nor Qingse had mentioned this matter before. So he used a little language skill. No. Zhao Kaixian's reply was quick and simple. UK laughed. As expected, Qingse's awakened SSS level water element talent was only her second talent. It was already quite strange that Qingse would take a liking to someone as ordinary as herself at the time. UK suddenly froze again. Why am I only taking this seriously now? Is Qingse's first talent really related to her current state of mind? But he immediately realized that he couldn't tell whether it was related or not. An extremely agitated and stifling feeling suddenly erupted, filling his brain and his heart. It made his entire body feel as if it was about to swell and explode. Bang! The table in front of me was overturned on the ground, and the scene was a complete mess. He got up and left, ignoring the silent Shuning beside him, and headed straight for the fertility collection center. Halfway there, he suddenly stopped, opened his personal terminal, and found In Yuan's profile picture. UK sent a text message, "Where are you? I'm coming to find you." In Yuan replied immediately, "Okay. I'll wait for you," followed by her address. UK turned around and walked towards the address he had just received. But halfway there, he stopped again. The overwhelming restlessness in my body gradually subsided, and most of the hidden anger also disappeared. He sent In Yuan another message, "I'm not feeling well tonight. Out of respect, I'll contact you another day." Then, he sent to Ruiyang his location, adding 2 words, "Come on, let's fight. I don't need to overclock." 5 seconds later, Du Ruiyang replied, "No overclocking? No point." UK smiled and said, "Okay, fine, send it over, do it your way." Du Ruiyang immediately replied, "Okay. I'll wait." The 100 Talents martial arts arena was sparsely populated at night. UK stood on a platform and waited silently. After a while, Du Ruiyang arrived. Not only did he come, but Shanin also came, as did Qin Wufeng. "What, are you deliberately looking for torture? You have to pay me." Du Ruiyang looked UK up and down with his big eyes and teased him. Ignoring Du Ruiyang's expectant gaze, UK laughed and said, "Unless you wanna cry." At this moment, a message notification sound rang on UK's personal terminal. UK took it and saw it was a message from In Yuan. "Okay. It won't be dark forever." UK chuckled. This girl. "The sky won't stay dark forever," is a famous proverb in Burial Fire City. UK sent a thank you and was about to put down his personal terminal when another message appeared. "It is Zhao Kaixian. The day after tomorrow, in the afternoon. Wait there."